Bang. Ouch. In a small village at the border of the land of fire and the land of smoke, Dacihua was clutching his stomach, curled up in pain, in a corner, his eyes darting around, as he quickly surveyed this unfamiliar place. A few minutes ago, he was still in the space laboratory working with his assistant on the mini-wormhole project. But just as the experiment was wrapping up, the wormhole went out of control. Before he could even let out a cry, he was swallowed whole. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying in a crude wooden hut. Before he could recover, the door panel was kicked flying. A ninja-clad figure rushed and kicked him against the wall, and flipped the bed over. The man gripped a kunai, scanned the room, warily muttered, "Not here. Where the hell is that guy hiding?" Then, without even glancing at Dacihua in the corner, crashed through the window and left. Dacihua recovered from the sharp pain. Looking at the mess in the room, he muttered, "Crazy." He got up, confirmed there was nothing special in the room, rubbed his stomach, and walked out. The living room was even more of a mess. On the floor lay a man and a woman, bloodstained. He calmly glanced at them, guessing they were probably the original body's parents, but he felt no emotion. In his previous life doing space research, he had seen far worse sights. Besides, he barely had any memories of this body. Walking out of the living room, the village was an even bigger ruin. Several houses were burnt, black flames still licking at wooden beams. As far as the eye could see, he seemed to be the only living thing still moving. "'Tis dangerous enough," he sighed, but didn't take it too seriously. The otherworldly life was about to begin, and he felt a bit excited. He clenched his fists, about to turn back into the house, when a sudden sharp pain burst in his head. The original body's memories surged up. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees at the doorway, lips trembling with pain, veins bulging on his forehead. After a long while he was drenched as if pulled from water, lying on the ground gasping for breath. After recovering for a bit, he supported himself on the doorframe, stood up, and slowly walked into the house. Through those memories he confirmed, this was the world of Naruto Shippuden. Looking again at the two corpses in the living room, a feeling of satisfaction suddenly surged in his heart. Those two were not the original body's parents at all, but the enemies who had killed his parents. A few days ago, this family had been living peacefully in the small village. Suddenly, two ninjas broke and killed the parents, used Jinjutsu to control the original boy, and disguised themselves as the parents to hide in plain sight. The ninja just now was probably searching for his companion, and casually lifted the Jinjutsu. At the moment, the original consciousness awakened, rage exploded, completely igniting a power within him. But he couldn't control it, and blew himself up. Then Dacihua arrived. He walked over to the two corpses, couldn't help it, and kicked their heads a few times, muttering, "Bastards. Why did you break into someone else's life?" After venting, he still found the original body's parents' remains, dragged them behind the house, dug a pit, buried them, set up 3 stones, and carefully carved the names. Standing before the grave, his nose tingled and tears fell uncontrollably. He wiped his face, and said in a low voice, "Although I am no longer your 7-year-old child, but since I have taken this body, and have his memories, I will avenge you." He didn't grieve for long. After all those years of struggling in his previous life, the memories of a 7-year-old child were not enough to shake his rationality. He tidied up the house, briefly sat on the ground, and carefully sensed the power that had been unleashed when the original body self-destructed. 2 kinds. No, they're mixed together. He tried to channel a trace of it, and with a boom, he was blown black-faced and coughing. Geez. No wonder the original body died instantly. He touched his face in lingering fear, and dared not try recklessly again. Life was only once, and this was the second life. He had to cherish it. He got up, packed up, and decided he needed to enter a ninja village and learn things systematically. Messing around on his own would easily get himself killed. As for being a civilian, this world was too exciting not to explore. Besides, if a transmigrator didn't have some golden finger, no one would believe it. He walked over to the 2 ninja corpses and searched them. 2 mist-hidden forehead protectors, 5 explosion tags, 20 soldier pills, 2 kunai, a pile of shuriken, and several scrolls. He put everything into one of the ninja tool pouches, bundled up the valuables he could carry from the house, set fire to the house, and set off. Based on fragmented memories, he got his bearings, and headed toward what he thought was a larger village. On the road, what he cared most about was, what era was this? A local conflict, or a great ninja war? And whose territory was he on? After trekking for several days, he finally arrived at that slightly larger village. At a kindly old woman, who seemed to know the original body, he extracted some information. This was the land of smoke, famous for growing and selling tobacco. Nearby was a smoke ninja village, and there was indeed a war going on outside, quite fierce. The old woman didn't know anything else. After thanking her, he hid in a corner to organize the information. Land of smoke. Smoke ninja village. Dacihua was confused. As a longtime Naruto fan, how could he have no memory of this? Was it a newly created village? But at the moment, he had no other choice. The old woman said the smoke ninja were quite friendly. Going there would at least give him an identity, so he wouldn't be treated as a wanderer on the road. He stocked up on some non-perishable food in the village, shouldered his pack, and set off for the smoke ninja village. The journey was surprisingly calm. The land of smoke was remote, and the flames of war didn't seem to have reached here yet. Without encountering any danger, he arrived smoothly at the smoke ninja village. There wasn't even a guard at the village entrance. The whole village was only a bit larger than an ordinary village, showing no sign of a ninja village grandeur. Dacihua walked straight toward the largest building in the village. Just as he was about to enter, a ninja jumped down, patted his head, and said gently, "Little kid, you can't go in here. This is where ninjas work. Go play somewhere else." Really friendly, Dacihua muttered inwardly. The security was too lax. Seeing the man about to leave, he quickly spoke up, "I want to be a ninja." Huh? The ninja was taken aback, but still spoke gently, "Being a ninja isn't easy. You should discuss it with your family. Come back after you've discussed it." "My family were killed by ninjas," Dacihua said coldly, drawing a mist-hidden forehead protector shape on the ground. "The killers wore this." Seeing the pattern, the ninja's expression tightened. A mist-hidden forehead protector. Why would they come here? He looked down at Dacihua, and suddenly changed his tone. "All right, I agree to let you join Smoke Ninja. Here, this is a basic textbook on chakra extraction. You can read right. Come find me once you've learned it." With that, he shoved a book into his hands, and vanished in a flash. Dacihua stood there holding the book, a bit stunned. "That's it. I'm in. Who am I supposed to find?" He flipped through the book, and the feeling of having boarded a pirate ship grew stronger. But then he thought, besides this body, and these few belongings, he had nothing. So what was there to fear? He rented a small house in the village, and began to practice chakra according to the book. The book made it clear chakra is the product of merging physical energy and spiritual energy. It is the basis of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, and can also be used for medical treatment, puppet manipulation, or secret techniques. The practice method had 2 steps: extract physical energy through cell activity, extract spiritual energy through meditation, then merge the 2. He read quickly, and that same day he sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. One day later, boom! The house he rented exploded. The ninja who had given him the book appeared in an instant on the ruins and dug out a black-faced Dacihua. He checked and found no remains of explosion tags. He looked at the ruins and frowned. The landlord also arrived, yelling about the collapsed house. The ninja calmed the landlord down, saying it was probably an attack, and that he would investigate soon, then sent him away. He then picked up Dacihua, flashed to the village's only training ground, and splashed him awake with a water ball. "Hey kid, let me reintroduce myself. I'm the village chief of Smoke Ninja Ao Kong." Oken squatted down, staring at him. "Tell me, what exactly are you?" "Village chief." Dacihua jolted, sat up straight, and told the story he had prepared in advance, also mentioning his explosion ability. "Can explode?" Ao Kong pulled out a piece of chakra-sensing paper from his ninja tool pouch. "Here, put a little chakra into it." Dacihua did as told. The paper puffed up and burst into pieces with a dong. Ao Kong stroked his chin, eyes lighting up. "Keki-i Genkai. Explosion release." He slapped his thigh and grinned. Great. Heaven helps my smoke ninja village. Finally a decent combat seedling. He looked at Dacihua. Dacihua, right? Will you become my disciple? Dacihua was still mentally complaining about how the man had almost mispronounced his name, but upon hearing the offer he nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Good. Ao Kong directly pulled out a forehead protector and shoved it to him. From now on you're a member of Smoke Ninja. Come, let me show you our territory. Ao Kong carried him back to the largest building. Inside equipment was cluttered, and 3 older ninjas were training. Ao Kong waved them over. These 3 are our Jonin. Then he said to the 3, this is the new Chunin Dacihua. Chunin. Dacihua almost jumped. Wait. I just learned to extract chakra, how am I a Chunin? Ao Kong looked at him, then at the 3 Jonin, and lowered his voice. Ahem, shout, our smoke ninja now has only 5 ninjas in total. As for ranks, we have to keep up appearances. But don't worry, our potential is huge, the future is bright. The 3 Jonin even posed in unison, and shouted the future is bright. Dacihua felt a lump in his chest, and after a long moment let out a breath. Fine, so this was the legendary ragtag team. It seemed he still had to find a way to get closer to the 5 great nations. He turned to leave. Hey, hey, hey. Disciple, don't go. Ao Kong grabbed him back, patting his chest to assure him, don't judge by appearances, your master still has real strength. Before long I'll definitely train you all into shape. Dacihua struggled twice, but couldn't break free, his face full of despair. He really had trapped himself. Ao Kong ignored all that. Happily carrying him, he waved at the 3, and returned to the training ground. From today you are my disciple, Ao Kong. Just call me teacher. Ao Kong put him down, looking gratified. The future of Smoke Ninja depends on you, haha. Dacihua looked at this ninja village that didn't even have a ninja school system, with only 4 ninjas holding up the scene, and silently labeled his otherworldly life high risk. Thump, thump, thump. Thud. Ouch. On the training ground, Dacihua was once again sent flying by a punch from Ao Kong, rolling on the ground several times before barely managing to stop. He patted the dust off his clothes, gritted his teeth, and stood up. These days truly arduous. Although he had been half coaxed and half tricked into joining this makeshift troop, after settling in, Dacihua realized that Ao Kong indeed had some skills and treated him fairly well, not only providing accommodation, but also paying a living allowance on time every week. In this war-torn era, such treatment was already rare. From Ao Kong, he learned the current era's background, the Third Great Ninja War. It was the period when Shimukakaxi obtained the Sharingan, and Yuzhibo Daitu sacrificed himself. The 2 Kirigakure ninjas encountered earlier were probably minor soldiers following the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and the one who kicked him flying was likely a pursuit squad from Konoha. After all, the 7 swordsmen had just been driven back by Konoha, and his small village was probably right within the cleanup zone. The life of a commoner in the ninja world is truly difficult. Dacihua sighed inwardly. This unheard of Smoke Ninja village was actually a newly established outpost of the Land of Smoke. Ao Kong called himself the Smoke Kage, rumored to be a ninja sent by the Land of Smoke to train in Konoha. As for his strength, Ao Kong boasted himself as Kage level, but Dacihua had his doubts. During the Third Great Ninja War, Danzo's influence was at its peak. How could Konoha allow a small subordinate nation to cultivate a Kage-level powerhouse? However, it was certain that Ao Kong was stronger than his current self, and he was willing to teach everything he knew, so Dacihua had no complaints. Shouda, I have a new idea. Stand in the middle, defend with all your strength, then counterattack. In the arena, Ao Kang's eyes lit up, and before his words faded, he sent Dacihua flying again with a punch. Ah! Could you at least finish your sentence? How am I supposed to react in time? Dacihua walked back from a distance covered in dust, muttering discontentedly. Next time for sure, let's try first. Ao Kong said enthusiastically. Soon, boom. Dacihua was knocked unconscious by an explosion. Ao Kong rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. Why did it explode again? A figure rushed over from the distance, the third of the 3 Jonin. He helped Dacihua up, while complaining Lord Ao Kong fourth brother's chakra is unstable, please don't force him to hold it in. Exploding every day, who can stand it? Explosion release, what do you understand? Such a rare bloodline limit. Ao Kong waved his hand impatiently. Alright, take him back. It seems training at home won't work. I need to go to Konoha to see if they have any methods. Soon after Ao Kong left, Dacihua woke up. Having been blown up many times, his resistance and recovery had improved. Hearing that Ao Kong had gone to Konoha, he didn't rush to get up. He lay on his back staring at the ceiling in a daze. What's going on? Others who transmigrate become dragon-conquering heroes, but I produce chakra in one day, and it explodes as soon as I release it. How can I take revenge? He pondered bitterly. In his memory, Deidara of the Akatsuki was an expert with explosions, but he used explosive clay, and his own body didn't have that many mouths. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly froze. Wait. Aren't the enemies already dead? What revenge am I talking about? He thought carefully. The so-called revenge over these days was more like an unconscious obsession without any concrete target. The original self's parents' revenge. Those two Kirigakure ninjas had killed each other. As for the war, that revenge was too vast. Maybe I should just quietly wait for Naruto to be born. This thought flashed through his mind, but was immediately rejected by himself. No, since I've transmigrated to the Naruto world, there's no reason not to make a huge stir. At least I'm a transmigrator, I should have some protagonist awareness, right? Having figured this out, Dacihua felt much more at ease. He sat up and continued pondering his ability explosion. How to control it. After thinking for a long time without a clue, he got out of bed and went to find the three Jonin. After half a month of getting along, he had roughly figured out their capabilities. The eldest son specialized in earth release, the second Keiki specialized in water release, and the third Mumu specialized in fire release. All three were hard-working ordinary ninjas, but their thought processes were quite peculiar. Just as he arrived at the training ground, the three surrounded him enthusiastically. Fourth brother is here. Come see the new poison we've developed. Mumu proudly took out a small bottle. Colorless and odorless, those poisoned will hiccup continuously until they die from hiccups. Amazing, right? As he said this, he took a mouse to demonstrate. After the mouse inhaled the poison gas, it immediately started hiccuping violently, and soon kicked its legs and stopped moving. Dachihua's mouth twitched. Why didn't you just make a lethal poison that kills on contact? Directly killing is so lacking in technical skill. The three said in unison, giving the answer that always left Dacihua speechless. Dacihua didn't bother to argue, they had debated this topic countless times. Seeing his silence, the three tactfully stopped showing off the poison, but the mouse that had died from hiccups in the cage silently told of their achievement. The eldest son saw Dachihua's low spirits, and comforted him. Fourth brother, don't worry. Lord Ao Kong has gone to Konoha, he will surely bring back a way to control your chakra. Even if it doesn't work this time, we brothers will protect you. Right, with us here no one can bully fourth brother. Keikyu and Mumu quickly chimed in. Looking at these three brothers, though ordinary in strength, and occasionally lacking common sense, but sincerely caring for him, Dacihua felt warmth in his heart, and smiled. Then I'll leave it to you brothers. You go ahead, I'll sit for a while. He sat aside, but his thoughts drifted far away. The Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi had already led a team to blow up the Canopy Bridge. Looking at the three Jonin who were enthusiastically studying the hiccup poison, Dacihua couldn't help but complain inwardly, geez, what a stark contrast. He suddenly remembered something and asked Master Ao Kong. Did he say when he would return? Mumu carefully disposed of the mouse corpse without looking up. He didn't give a specific date, but it should be soon. I heard Konoha is about to fight a decisive battle with the Wagakure. Fourth brother, rest assured. Keikyu walked past holding several bottles of poison, his tone confident. Lord Ao Kong will surely succeed this time. The people of Konoha are the smartest and friendliest. Even if they have no solution at first, they will definitely help find a way. The people of Konoha. Friendly. Dachihua's mind instantly flashed images of Danzo, Dashiwan and Yuzibo. You couldn't help but shudder. Where did you get such dangerous ideas? Sun patted his shoulder. Lord Ao Kong is away, so fourth brother practice taijutsu with us for now, and build a solid foundation. Dacihua thought for a moment, having no other options at the moment, and nodded. All right, thank you, brothers. The next few days passed peacefully. Dacihua faithfully trained in taijutsu under the three's supervision, until one morning he was urgently summoned to Ao Kang's office. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure sitting nearby leisurely sipping tea. Dacihua. Dacihua's heart skipped a beat, but he dared not show any abnormality on his face. He silently stood at the door with his hands down. Shall I come meet Lord Dacihua? Ao Kang introduced enthusiastically. One of the legendary three great shinobi, a candidate for the fourth Hokage. This time Lord Dacihua has come personally to solve your chakra control problem. I know. He screamed inwardly. But on the surface Dacihua respectfully addressed Lord Dacihua. Ao Kang nodded with satisfaction, patted his head, and smiled at Dacihua. Lord Dacihua, this is Xiaoda. Dacihua raised his golden snake-like eyes, scrutinized Dacihua from head to toe, and then revealed a gentle smile that Dacihua found extremely dangerous. He took out a scroll, unrolled it, and a pile of precise instruments appeared in the room. He put on white latex gloves, his voice soft. So you are the one with the explosion-release bloodline limit. Let me examine you thoroughly. That smile made Dacihua's scalp tingle. Candidate for the fourth Hokage. This was clearly Dacihua on the eve of his corruption. This is the rhythm of taking me as a research sample. Before he could react, Dacihua had already formed a single-handed seal, and a genjutsu of moderate strength fell directly. Dacihua's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. After an unknown time, Dacihua regained a sliver of awareness. He felt someone was holding him by the back of his collar, moving at high speed through a forest face down. He quietly opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of the pale young face beside him. It was Dacihua. It's over. Dacihua wailed inwardly. Was he really caught to be a research subject? Ao Kang, that backstabber. My carefree life in Smoke Ninja Village, and his promise a successor, all a lie. Those three honest brothers probably already. You're awake, Dacihua-kun. Dacihua's characteristic low voice sounded in his ear. Dacihua's whole body stiffened, not daring to struggle, and replied weakly, yes. Lord Dacihua. Ao Kang and I have discussed it, and decided to take you under my wing, personally guiding your ninjutsu. Dacihua's tone was unreadable. Now come with me to the base first. Lying to ghosts. Dacihua was crying inside. Go to your side. Probably as a backup vessel for the reincarnation technique. He recalled the days of being cared for by Ao Kang and his three brothers in Smoke Ninja Village, and the more he thought the sadder he became, but his strong will to survive kept this grief buried deep inside. He must never reveal any weakness in front of Dacihua, or his memories might be altered. Ao Kang. Brothers, rest assured I will survive, and find a chance to avenge you. He silently swore in his heart. Traveling swiftly, Dacihua brought him to a hidden base. As soon as they entered, Dacihua threw Dacihua to the ground like a sandbag and shouted inside, Hondo, this is a brat with a bloodline limit I brought from Smoke Ninja Village. From now on you are responsible for teaching him. Here are his files and a technique concept. A girl with a ponytail wearing a crop top ran out and caught the documents. It was Yashuxi Hondo. She looked at the files, then at Dacihua, who was much shorter than her, on the ground, then at the pile of experimental equipment behind her, and was instantly overwhelmed. I already have too many things to do. But she still forced a smile, crouched down, and said to Dacihua, hello little brother. My name is Yashuxi Hondo, a Chunin from Konoha. What's your name? How old are you? My name is Dacihua, 7 years old, a ninja from Smoke Ninja Village. Dacihua was a bit nervous. Seeing Hondo, he felt a lot more at ease. In the original story, although Hondo was Dacihua's student, she always stayed in Konoha, which meant Dacihua hadn't completely defected yet. Following her, he might still have a chance to return to Konoha. 7 years old and already a ninja. Hondo widened her eyes in surprise, then sighed helplessly. Then why let me teach? I'm very busy too. Her words directly echoed his thoughts. Dacihua was also screaming inside, "Send me back. I don't want to come either." But he could only smile politely. "I don't know either, Lord Dacihua brought me here. Sai, I really don't know what teacher is thinking." Hondo shook her head, and opened the files in her hand. "Let's take a look." Explosion release. Chakra extremely unstable, massive power, tendency to self-destruct. She looked up, studying Dacihua with amazement, as if she had discovered a rare specimen. "Oh, I see why you were brought here. This kind of situation really can't be taught conventionally." Hondo nodded with an air of authority, then picked up another scroll to read. "But don't worry, with Lord's concept here it will definitely be fine." Taking advantage of Hondo's focus on the scroll, Dacihua quietly looked around the base. After a quick survey, he found that the base seemed to have only Hondo responsible for guarding and teaching, with no other ninjas or test subjects. A bold idea popped into his mind. Ao Kong and the brothers. Maybe they're still alive. Dacihua still needs to establish himself in Konoha. He wouldn't go too far. His heart raced. "I have to go back and see. At least, confirm their safety." He glanced once more at Hondo, who was still studying the scroll, held his breath, tiptoed back to the door, then suddenly turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction from which they had come. "Those simpletons have never harmed anyone. Heavens, please bless them. I at least want to see them one last time." Meanwhile, back at the base, Mitarashi Anko had finally finished reviewing the jutsu Orochimaru had instructed her to teach Dacihua. "These jutsu I cannot demonstrate for you, so I will have to explain them to you slowly." As Anko spoke, she looked up and found that Dacihua had vanished. Ran off to play. How disobedient. Unperturbed, she quietly released a sensory jutsu. Then she realized that besides herself, there was no one left within the base. "What? He's not in the base." Anko began to panic. "Oh no, the living person the teacher just entrusted to me is lost." Anko rushed out of the base, forming 3 shadow clones, to search the nearby forest for Dacihua. At that moment, Dacihua was lost in the forest. After all, whether before or after his transmigration, he had never learned the skill of finding his way through the woods. "I really outdid myself this time," Dacihua muttered, wandering through the forest with no sense of direction. Fortunately, Dacihua still had over a dozen military ration pills on him. Even if he couldn't find his way out soon, he certainly wouldn't starve. Unable to navigate, Dacihua slowed his pace, aimlessly wandering the forest. He was afraid Mitarashi Anko would catch him, but also dared not leave any marks. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko and her 3 clones had returned, now frantic with worry. They had searched in 4 directions, and found no trace of Dacihua. Anko gritted her teeth, made a decision, and activated the cursed seal on her neck. Then black patterns spread from Anko's neck, a pair of horns slowly emerged from her head, and a pair of bat-like wings tore through the back of her clothes. In her cursed seal form, Anko used the shadow clone technique again. This time she created 50 shadow clones, and charged into the forest once more. By this time, Orochimaru had already reached the Hokage Tower, having received an urgent summons from the 3rd Hokage, before arriving at the secret base earlier. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the 3rd was absent. Only an ANBU member was waiting for Orochimaru. He then followed the ANBU to an underground base. As Orochimaru followed the ANBU into the base, his expression turned grim. This base was an experimental facility for researching Hashirama's cells, and would release. This research project, deemed too cruel, had been halted by the 3rd Hokage long ago. However, recently, with Danzo's covert support, Orochimaru had resumed the research. In recent experiments, a successful case of integrating wood-release genes had been found. Orochimaru never expected the 3rd to discover this at such a critical moment. Inside the base, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo were both waiting for him. His subordinates, who had been conducting research with him, were nowhere to be seen. As Orochimaru was about to explain, the 3rd Hokage spoke. "Orochimaru, you have been conducting such heinous experiments in secret all this time. And the missing genin in the village recently, that's your doing too, isn't it?" At this, Orochimaru remained silent, glancing at Danzo beside the third Hokage. The third Hokage continued, Orochimaru, the evil ambition hidden in your eyes makes you unworthy of the position of Hokage. Therefore I am revoking your candidacy for the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru was taken aback and tried to explain, but the third waved his hand dismissively and left. Before leaving, he warned Orochimaru that he would be punished if he continued such experiments, and ordered the base to be sealed forever. Orochimaru opened his mouth, then looked at Danzo, who had always supported his experiments, but found no sign that he intended to speak up. Suddenly Orochimaru recalled his friend Konoha's white fawn, who had been driven to suicide not long ago over a single failure. And now, he, one of the legendary Sannin, was being condemned for a mere experiment. He instantly understood that the Konoha of the post-war era no longer needed the heroes of the war. However, Orochimaru wasn't angry. His true intention was never to become Hokage, but to obtain the forbidden scroll of Konoha, and study the forbidden jutsu left by the second Hokage. So Orochimaru calmly watched the departing third Hokage, licked his lips, and sneered. I understand, Sarutobi-sensei. He he he. That very night a terrorist attack occurred in Konoha. 7 or 8 giant serpents rampaged through the village, causing chaos. Taking advantage of the chaos, Orochimaru stole the forbidden scroll. The third Hokage was furious. After a battle that finally subdued Orochimaru, he chose to let him go out of mercy for their master-student bond, allowing him to leave the Konoha that no longer needed the Sannin. Back to Dacihua. Under the thorough search of the 50 shadow clones, he ultimately couldn't escape, and was captured by Anko, losing his personal freedom. The next day, while Anko was chatting with him, a group of people suddenly appeared, arrested both him and Mitarashi Anko, and brought them back to Konoha. Upon arriving in Konoha, Dacihua was thrown directly into the village's prison. A few hours later, Anko was also locked up in the cell next to his. Looking at Anko sobbing in the adjacent cell, Dacihua could guess what had happened. Orochimaru had defected. Still, he felt somewhat relieved. Just yesterday he thought he was done for, and now Orochimaru had defected. It seemed he was quite lucky after all. They were held in prison for 2 days. During that time, Anko was taken away once and brought back unconscious. Dacihua suspected she had been interrogated with Jinjutsu. Later, Dacihua was also taken for questioning. They asked various questions, but didn't use Jinjutsu on him. He learned from the interrogator that Okon and others from the Smoke Ninja village were still alive. Orochimaru had left with him directly because he had other missions. While in prison, Dacihua also learned from Anko that the Land of Smoke was a small vassal state of the Land of Fire. The Smoke Ninja village was essentially a small organization branched out from Konoha, responsible for protecting the daimyo of the Land of Smoke. Finally, Mitarashi Anko and Dacihua were released together. However, Anko's activities were heavily restricted. She was even forbidden from leaving the village. Dacihua didn't return to the Smoke Ninja village either. Okon arranged for him to study ninjutsu in Konoha. But the task of teaching Dacihua ninjutsu was again assigned to Mitarashi Anko, following the plan Orochimaru had provided. Although Orochimaru had defected, his research and teaching abilities were still undeniable. Thus, Dacihua had a legitimate reason to stay in Konoha, and even lived at Mitarashi Anko's house. That's enough for today, little Dacihua. Tomorrow I'll take you to the Ninja Academy. Alright, Ankone. Indeed, Dacihua was going to attend the Ninja Academy. Anko discovered he had no basic knowledge of being a ninja, so she applied to the newly appointed 4th Hokage for him to enroll. The 4th agreed. At night, Dacihua lay in bed touching his bare forehead. It used to bear the Smoke Ninja forehead protector, but Anko had taken it away, since he didn't yet have the strength of a Genin. Sigh, I wonder who I'll meet at school tomorrow. Any familiar faces from the story? Though Mitarashi Anko is already at Chunin. They're probably all gone, right? A class of extras. We'll see tomorrow. With that thought, Dacihua fell asleep. The next morning, Anko woke him up bright and early and took him to the academy. Because he was a transfer student with special circumstances, it took considerable effort to place him in a class. The teacher of this class was none other than the third Hokage, who had retired after Orochimaru's defection. In this class, Dacihua also saw some familiar faces: Iruka Moonlight Hate, the true protagonist of Naruto Shippuden, and another person whose name he didn't know, but who would later be the one to instigate Naruto into stealing the scroll. While Dacihua was puzzled about why these people were still at the academy, and why the recently retired third Hokage was teaching them, Mitarashi Anko pulled him over to Iruka.
Iruka, I knew you hadn't graduated yet. This is my junior, my little brother. Please look after him at school.
Dacihua was shocked.
What do you mean I knew you hadn't graduated? Won't she get punched for saying that?
But looking at Iruka, who twitched his mouth, but still smiled gently.
Well, I guess it's probably fine.
Iruka agreed, and Anko left. Dacihua began his school life. The Ninja Academy had 3 stages. The first was extracting chakra, the second was learning various knowledge, and the third was the application of the 3 basic jutsu. Dacihua was currently in the second stage. There was a lot to learn: mission procedures, handling dangerous situations, chakra flow within the body, and utilizing various chakra natures. Iruka was actually the oldest in the class, having repeated a year, because he hadn't yet memorized all this knowledge. A year passed quickly. During this time, Okon from the Smoke Ninja village frequently visited him, and gave him an allowance. Dacihua found his studies genuinely interesting. He also built good relationships with Iruka and the third Hokage, knowing that one was the protagonist's first teacher, and the other would eventually become Hokage again. Through his interactions with them, Dacihua learned that Mitarashi Anko was actually a genius. She had entered the academy alongside Iruka, but graduated 2 years early. Later, due to her great talent, she was taken as a disciple by Orochimaru. But now that Orochimaru had defected, she had lost the chance for a quick promotion to Jonin. Adichiraka Ramen.
Graduating tomorrow, huh? That's great,
Dacihua said.
Yeah, graduation day,
Iruka said, looking dejectedly at Dacihua beside him. This kid was only 8 years old, and had already finished in 1 year what took Iruka 3 years to learn. It was unbelievable. Seeing Iruka's gloom, Dacihua laughed heartily, and said he would look after him in the future. During the year, Dacihua not only memorized all the theoretical knowledge, but also fixed his chakra that would explode at the slightest touch. The explosions happened because his chakra control was too crude. When control was crude with other nature's chakra would just dissipate. But with his explosion release, the leaked chakra would cause an explosion. Moreover, because his soul was a fusion of 2, his spiritual energy was much stronger, so he could extract far more chakra than his peers. This made the explosive damage from his unstable control especially high. They chatted for a bit longer before going their separate ways. But Dacihua didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to a stream and began to train. He picked up a leaf and infused it with chakra. The leaf's veins began to glow faintly. Then with a snap, the main vein of the leaf burst, while the rest of the leaf remained intact. Throughout the year, Dacihua used this method to train his chakra control. After bursting 7 or 8 leaves in a row, his forehead was slightly sweaty, and he went home. As soon as he entered the house, Anko looked furious and shouted at him.
You're graduating tomorrow. I prepared a whole table of food for you, and you come back only now. You?
Dacihua immediately turned around and ran, planning to hide at Iruka's place for a day. Just then the village's alarm suddenly went off. As Dacihua stepped out, he saw several terrifying giant serpents around the village, and in the middle a Ninetails was roaring.
Damn, the Ninetails attack!
Living comfortably and busily in the village, Dacihua had completely forgotten about this major event. At that moment, Anko appeared beside Dacihua, said,
You hide now,
and vanished in a flash towards one of the giant serpents. Dacihua didn't listen to Anko. Instead, he ran towards Iruka's house. If he remembered correctly, Iruka's parents died during the Ninetails attack. He wanted to find Iruka and see if he could change something. As for saving Minato and Kushina, he hadn't seen them at all in the past year, so he had no thoughts about that, nor did he have the ability. After dodging danger and reaching Iruka's house, he found it had already been smashed by a sweep of the Ninetail's tail. The area was in ruins, and beside the rubble Irika was kneeling on the ground weeping over his mother's body. In the distance ninja after ninja charged at the Ninetails only to be mercilessly killed. The Ninetails continued its rampage, destroying houses along the way. Seeing this, Dacihua suddenly understood why Naruto would later be ostracized and bullied. With such brutality, it was only natural for people to vent their anger on him. Suddenly out of nowhere a ninja appeared, scooped him up, then grabbed Irika, and swiftly carried them away from the Ninetails. On the way, Dacihua looked up and saw Irika's father, and a group of unknown ninjas charging at the Ninetails only to be swatted away by a claw and a tail. Then Dacihua saw a flash of yellow appear on the battlefield, followed by a giant toad, and the Ninetails was gone.
What the hell?
Dacihua felt a sudden pang in his chest.
Irika's parents were such good people. How could they just die? Was it forced by the plot? If they had been a few seconds slower, they'd have lived. Hey!
As Dacihua felt a lump in his throat, Irika, having seen his father knocked away, was so traumatized that he fainted. After all, Irika was just a 9-year-old kid, Dacihua thought. Dacihua and Irika stayed in the shelter. There Dacihua saw many characters from the future storyline, Kai Kakashi Hangasuma, and others including his classmates, and of course Anko. Everyone wore gloomy expressions, some wailing loudly. Anko ran to Dacihua's side, looked at the unconscious Irika, said nothing, sighed silently, and leaned against Dacihua. Dacihua said nothing, simply wrapping his arm around her silently. Mitarashi Anko was also an orphan. Her parents died on the battlefield, and she began living on her own early. Originally she had risen to fame in Mai, but after Dacihwa's betrayal, she was cast aside. Despite this, she harbored no resentment, and remained positive. However, amid the great chaos, she also revealed her vulnerable side. Soon a night passed, and Dacihua and the others were released. Without any butterfly effect, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself fighting the Ninetails, and Irika's parents also passed away. The graduation exam at the Ninja Academy was also postponed, and it seemed Irika was not planning to take it. After the great chaos, the people of Mai, those sorrowful, quickly threw themselves into the task of rebuilding their home. Irika's house was completely destroyed, and Anko's house was half blown up. Dacihua ran back and forth helping to rebuild both houses. A few days later Mai held a memorial service, but Dacihua was not allowed to attend because he was from Yanran village. Dacihua said nothing about this. After all, he was indeed not from their village. A few days after the memorial service, Ao Kong received news of the chaos in Mai and rushed over. Upon meeting, he lifted Dacihua up and examined him from head to toe. Finding no injuries, he visibly sighed in relief. Then he said to Dacihua,
"Come back home with me. As a Chunin of Yanran village, it's not good for you to stay in Mai for long."
Dacihua was about to refuse. After all, this was the protagonist's village, but then he thought that after the Ninetails incident, there were hardly any other major events. He indeed should return to Yanran village to develop his own career. Moreover, as a ninja of Yanran, even if he became a Jinin in Mai, no Jonin would seriously mentor him. So he agreed. However, Dacihua did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to eat grilled meat with Anko, and Irika said he would come back to visit them, and told them not to forget him. He also took from Anko the explosion-release scroll left by Dacihua. Then Dacihua returned to Yanran village, the place where his dream began. He hadn't noticed before, but after spending a year in Mai, as soon as he entered Yanran village, he felt the village's poverty and destitution. After taking a stroll around the village, Ao Kong told him that the other three had gone on missions, and over the past year Yanran village had recruited many newbies. Ao Kong was generally responsible for teaching the newcomers. Dacihua acknowledged this, and didn't bother about the three simpletons. After all, they could only handle C-rank missions, and with their strength, there would be no problems in this peaceful era. So he asked to go see the newcomers Ao Kong was teaching. Then Dacihua saw a group of children with bruised and swollen faces. He looked at their teacher Ao Kong with a puzzled expression. Ao Kong was taken aback and asked, bewildered,
"What are you looking at me for? These are the newbies. After you left, I recruited them from the orphanage. Originally, I planned to have each of those 3 take 3, and I would take 5, which was a bit harder. But unexpectedly, the daimyo suddenly stopped giving money, so I ended up taking all of them. Mainly, I was afraid those 3 would teach them all foolish.
Dacihua glanced at Ao Kong, who had suddenly explained so much, and asked,
But how exactly did you teach them? Why are they all like this?
He said, looking at the pitiful children. Ao Kong also looked at the group of kids, suddenly realized something, and waved his hand to make them all disperse. He said to Dacihua,
I'm opening their meridians, so they can learn to extract chakra more easily. By the way, I was going to do the same for you back then, but you extracted it in just 1 day. Unlike them, it's been over half a year. I help them every day, but none have succeeded. They're not even as good as those 3. Those 3.
Good heavens, Dacihua suddenly understood why those 3 were such simpletons. They had been beaten silly. During his days in my, Dacihua had indeed heard of opening meridians, but it seemed only the Rishyang family could do it. Moreover, opening meridians made chakra training smoother. What did it have to do with extracting chakra?
Is this some kind of folk remedy?
Dacihua asked doubtfully.
I used this method when I trained in Mai, and I extracted chakra in a week. It's just that these kids are too untalented.
Ao Kong said confidently.
Mai uses this method?
Dacihua asked uncertainly.
The person who helped you train back then, did they have the Byakugan?
After this question, Ao Kong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly gasped, and an awkward expression spread across his face.
It seems so, but Sun and the others also succeeded, didn't they? Ha ha ha, it's still useful. I'll teach these people from now on,
Dacihua said. Ao Kong didn't decline, and directly agreed, saying he also needed to go on missions to supplement the household expenses. Then Ao Kong called the bruised children together, told them that Dacihua was their new teacher, said a few words about being obedient, and then ran off. The children looked fearfully at Dacihua, who was only a head taller than them, silently waiting for his orders. Dacihua looked at the group of 5 or 6-year-old children, thinking about how to develop in the future. There were many ninja villages stronger than theirs, and this world only cared about strength. Dacihua rubbed his temples in frustration. Glancing at the somewhat desolate Yanran village, he sighed.
Well, you can't build strength without money. Let's take it one step at a time.
So Dacihua first led the children to an open space, blew up a few trees, had the children make a board, and burned a piece of charcoal himself. Then he began teaching some basic ninja knowledge. After several consecutive days of theory lessons, the children had mostly recovered. Dacihua then took them to the ninja building of Yanran, and called the just-returned Sun Trio to use instruments to give the children a physical examination. After the examination, when Dacihua let the children have free time, the Sun Trio came to him, and said they hoped to let the children go, and send them back to their homes. Because after these children came, their living expenses disappeared, their mission workload increased, and they had no time to rest every day. They felt they had become money-making machines. Dacihua looked at the 3 brothers with a mix of amusement and frustration. Thinking that they were even older than Anko, he couldn't help but remark that children from Mai matured early. After rejecting the 3 brothers' idea, Dacihua encouraged them to improve their strength and take on higher-level missions to earn more money at once, so they would have time to rest. Dacihua also advised them to stop researching those useless poisons, but when he heard that they could no longer produce new effects, he chuckled again. Then Dacihua bid farewell to the 3 simpletons, led the children back to the open space, where they studied, and officially began extracting chakra. Time passed quickly, and a month flew by. All the children could now extract chakra, but none of the 14 children had a special nature. Dacihua didn't pay much attention to it. After all, special natures were not like weeds by the roadside. However, after extracting chakra, these children's appetites skyrocketed. Yanran village almost disbanded from being eaten out, and the ninja building had been sold off until only an empty shell remained. Ao Kong and the 3 brothers were all miserable. Ao Kong even said,
Maybe we should disband the children and send them back home.
Of course, Dacihua sternly refused, saying these were the foundation of Yanran village. They had to look to the future. After convincing the four, he also began to worry. In the current situation, these people might not even become the foundation before Yanran village collapsed. Gritting his teeth, Dacihua took out the ninjutsu scroll left by Dacihua. It recorded Dachihua's collection of explosion release techniques, and many of his ideas, including a method for making explosive tags. Explosive tags had little to do with explosion release, rather they were a use of sealing techniques made by sealing two conflicting types of chakra into chakra paper. The method recorded in the scroll was to use explosion release chakra to directly inject into chakra paper through a special method to form explosive tags. It could be said to be a very crazy idea. But Dacihua still decided to try it. After all, one explosive tag cost 90,000 Rio. Consider that a C-rank mission only earned 30 to 100,000 Rio, and the three brothers would have to work for 10 days to half a month. If this technique really worked. Not to mention getting rich, the power of explosive tags was also enormous. Deciding to do it, Dacihua first told the children to train well on their own recently and accumulate chakra. Then he found a stack of chakra paper, and a place where no one would be blown up, and began his research. After all, in his past life, he was also a strong expert in researching wormholes, so Dacihua was quite confident. So, boom, cough cough cough, failed again. It felt like following the pattern, but it shouldn't be. Boom. Too much input, damn. Thud. What the heck, why is this paper so brittle? Finally, after 3 months after Dacihua had blasted the open space he found into a deep pit, he successfully made his first explosive tag. Dacihua carefully traced the pattern of this successful explosive tag several times. He kept one copy for himself, used the others as backups, buried one under the largest tree near the experimental site, gave one to Ao Kong, and gave one to the most capable among the children he taught. Then Dacihua returned to the experimental site, and continued making explosive tags until his chakra was depleted, producing another 15 explosive tags. Now Dacihua lay on the ground looking at the moon that had already appeared in the sky, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He was finally going to make a name for himself in this world. The passive and helpless moments of the past were finally over. Now, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could throw a bunch of explosive tags, and let them experience what art was. As the morning sunlight evenly bathed Dacihua, he sat up with a start, glanced at the 15 explosive tags he had stored away last night, and let out another chuckle of delight. He casually took a soldier pill from his ninja pouch, swallowed it, then sat down to continue making explosive tags. Dacihua planned to keep 20 tags on himself first, then sell the rest. 5 days later, Dacihua, carrying 100 explosive tags, found Ao Kong.
Ao Kong here, I've got a 9 million Rio mission for you.
Ao Kong was thrilled. He clasped his fists and said,
Rest assured, young master, I will complete the mission.
With that, he called his 3 brothers, and set off to sell the explosive tags. Meanwhile, Dacihua looked at the children whom the 3 brothers had been training over the past few months, and a great sense of unease washed over him. At the time, he had extended his research indefinitely, and handed the children over to the 3 brothers. Now, seeing them, he could only sigh. After a closer observation, it seemed that 10 out of the 14 children had been molded into the image of the 3 brothers. Dacihua let out another sigh, but fortunately 4 children still retained their original demeanor, wearing expressions of maturity beyond their years. After a moment of thought, Dacihua said,
All right, everyone, prepare, and come over. Show me the results of your training over these past months.
He then drew a target on a tree, pulled out 3 shuriken, and had each child demonstrate their skills, recalling the learning objectives he had set for them when he first handed them over. The demonstration took up the entire morning. 3 children couldn't hit the target at all, while the others managed to land their throws on the target. 2 children performed exceptionally well, hitting the bullseye 3 times in a row. Summing up their performance, it was acceptable. After all, they were still children, not descendants of any prestigious clan. Then Dacihua instructed the 2 top-performing children to start practicing with kunai, while the others continued with shuriken, and dismissed them. Watching the children practice on their own, a sudden idea struck Dacihua. He could create an army of bomb specialists. Every time they threw a shuriken, it would be accompanied by an explosive tag, and they could also set up various explosive traps. The idea sparked a cascade of thoughts in Dacihua's mind. He imagined a team that would inevitably cause explosions with every attack, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. But seeing the children, who couldn't even throw shuriken accurately, a surge of irritation rose within him.
I've already planned your future, and you're still like this.
Dacihua stood up angrily and said,
All of you train hard. Tomorrow I want to see every single one of you hitting the target. If anyone fails to do so, well, figure it out yourselves.
He then turned and left. Returning to his quarters, he sat on the bed and gazed at the first self-made explosive tag he had framed. Suddenly a thought occurred to him: could he detonate other things as well? After all, he relied on special patterns to attach chakra to objects, not on sealing techniques. No sooner said than done. The next day, after giving the children a brief lecture, he began his research, determined to carve out his own explosive path in the future. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 5 years had passed. Dacihua was now 12. Over these 5 years, he had abandoned his idea of a bomb army, and instead led the Yin Ninja village to prosperity by selling explosive tags. Thus the Yin Ninja village had become a large and bustling settlement with ninjas everywhere, not only from Yin, but also from Konoha. Due to its rapid development and the sale of explosive tags, the Yin Ninja village had drawn the attention of other ninja villages. Truth be told, the Yin Ninja village lacked the strength to fight back. So with a wave of his hand, village chief Ao Kong decided to seek help from Konoha village. They would regularly supply explosive tags to Konoha, and in return Konoha would send ninjas to protect the Yin Ninja village. When Ao Kong first proposed this idea, Dacihua was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Ao Kong had always been loyal to Konoha at heart. Perhaps he had been forced to come to the land of Yin. Still, Dacihua didn't object. After all, Konoha village was home to the main characters. An organization that was close to Konoha yet not under its direct command was quite ideal. At least, he didn't have to worry about figures like Danzo. By the way, Mitarashi Anko had also moved to this village to live permanently at Dacihua's invitation. Over the past 5 years, the two had developed into a romantic couple, and Dacihua's status had changed accordingly. At a special training ground belonging to Dacihua, he took out a round ball and threw it into the air. With a boom, a blue flower of fire bloomed in the sky.
Anko-chan, look what I made a few days ago. Isn't it beautiful?
Dacihua said to Mitarashi Anko.
Beautiful.
Anko muttered, staring at the spot where the flame flower had disappeared. She quickly snapped back to reality and said,
But how many times have I told you? Stop making such useless things. Why don't you spend this time training properly? I've been training properly. Come on, let me treat you to your favorite dumplings.
Dacihua replied, taking Anko's hand and heading toward the village's skewer shop. Anko had no choice. She had tried to persuade him many times without success, so she let him pull her along. In truth, after researching all the explosive techniques he could conceive, Dacihua had also learned every available ninjutsu related to explosion release. Thus, aside from looking forward to learning summoning technique and sage chakra, the only way to grow stronger was to slowly increase his chakra reserves through training. After having dinner with Anko, they parted ways, because Dacihua needed to stock up on explosive tags that day. Although the village no longer relied solely on explosive tags for income, these items were incredibly profitable. There was no reason to pass up the money. After 7 days of work, he produced 1,000 explosive tags and handed them all over to Moo, the youngest of the 3 brothers, who was now in charge of selling explosive tags. Ao Kong was busy recruiting people everywhere, while the eldest and second brothers each ran a ninja elementary class. The village had also hired many Konoha ninjas as instructors to train Jinin. Although Dacihua felt that this training seemed like paying Konoha to raise ninjas for them, they were essentially in-laws now, so he didn't mind. After handing over the explosive tags to Moo, a sudden idea struck Dacihua. He asked for 10 million ryo, and told Moo that he was going on a trip. Dacihua realized that since arriving in the Naruto world, he had never really traveled. It was time to take advantage of these safe years to have some fun. He could also take Anko to search for sacred places, like the Shikatsu Forest or Mount Myaboku to learn sage techniques. When Ao Kong heard the news, he immediately appeared before Dacihua, insisting on accompanying him to protect him, as Dacihua was the village's true cash cow, and couldn't be allowed to get into trouble. So Dacihua demonstrated the power he had not shown in years. With a wave of his hand, nearly 1,000 explosive tags flew out of his pouch. With another wave, the tags all transformed into shuriken. He pointed at a tree, and a shuriken shot out, with a whoosh blasting the tree into splinters. With a beckoning motion, he retrieved the explosive tag shuriken, then pulled out a sealing scroll, and produced a rocket launcher. He loaded a specially made explosive shell, and fired at a distant hill, turning it into a large crater. As Ao Kong stared in shock, Dacihua explained that he had 1,000 such shells on him, along with a self-made little boy that could level at least half of Konoha. Dacihua also claimed that he was now completely immune to Jinjutsu, and in Taijutsu, as long as the opponent couldn't kill him with a single kick, he would blow them away. Ao Kong, not convinced, attempted a Jinjutsu on Dacihua, only to find that Dachihua's mental state was too unstable to be hypnotized. Dacihua had no choice but to demonstrate his anti-taijutsu measures. He asked Ao Kong to step back, and suddenly the air and ground around him were covered with the character explode patterns. Then with a blast, the surrounding land, except for the spot where Dacihua stood, was completely shattered. In the end, Ao Kong left in a daze. He had never imagined that the Yin Ninja village would suddenly harbor a ninja far more powerful than himself. As the two traveled through the forest, Anko said to Dacihua,
"I can take you directly to the Ryuchi cave, you know. Why don't we go? Oh, come on, it's a trip. We're traveling for fun, you know."
Dacihua replied impatiently.
"The trip is the main thing. The sacred places are just incidental,"
Dacihua answered with irritation. Along the way, Anko kept asking why they weren't going to Ryuchi cave, and he couldn't bring himself to admit that he found the cave terrifying and didn't dare to go.
"Are you annoyed with me? You know that as a ninja, slacking off can be fatal. Why have you been so obsessed with playing lately?"
Anko didn't hold back. She stopped on a tree branch and retorted. Dacihua immediately gave in, stopping on a lower branch and putting on a pitiful act, saying sweet words.
"When I was a child, I dreamed of traveling across the mountains and rivers of this world. But then 2 ninjas suddenly attacked my home. Now that I have money, power, and you can't, we first fulfill my childhood dream."
Dacihua knew well that Anko was someone who yielded to softness, not hardness. Sure enough, Anko immediately agreed. Delighted, Dacihua exchanged a few more affectionate words with her, and they set off again. After some travel, the two arrived at the main city of the Land of Fire. They took off their headbands and ninja uniforms, sealed them in storage scrolls, and then walked through the streets like ordinary people. However, whether it was because Anko inherently lacked a feminine side, or because she was a ninja, she seemed utterly disinterested when shopping for clothes. Dacihua, on the other hand, bought everything in sight, purchasing a huge pile of clothes for both himself and Anko. This forced them to return to the inn early. Then they went to the food street. At this point, Anko's energy surged. She started eating at one stall after another from the beginning of the street. At first, they ordered 2 portions of each dish, but soon they realized they couldn't finish the entire street, so they started sharing 1 portion. Finally, after finishing one side of the street, they were so full they couldn't sit properly. They agreed in unison to continue the next day. Back at the inn, the two lay sprawled on the tatami mats, looking at each other's bloated figures, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, they chatted about which shops they liked best, and which they found worse, then soaked in a hot spring together before falling into a comfortable sleep. In the middle of the night, Anko suddenly said,
"If only I weren't a ninja, I could be this happy every day."
She started crying. Dacihua was bewildered.
"Wasn't today a good day? What's wrong?"
He hurriedly comforted her.
Don't cry, don't cry. From now on we can be this happy every day."
Dacihua fumbled to soothe Anko until she cried herself to sleep. Dacihua gently touched the face of the sleeping Anko, then turned over and lay flat, staring at the ceiling. he thought.
This life is really good. In my past life, I had no family, no partner, and my friends were just nodding acquaintances from the research institute. But here, although the anime seem full of danger everywhere, I'm living much better. Haha, I have to thank that wormhole, ha ha ha.
Soon Dacihua also fell asleep with a smile on his face. At dawn the two awoke together, donned new attire, and dashed to the same food street, intending to finish the remaining half. During their meal, Dacihua unexpectedly spotted Gang Ho leading Jingyin drinking at a tavern, while Jingyin helplessly patted Gongsho's back. Before he could ponder further, Hondo beside him also saw them. She swallowed the food in her mouth, and pulled Dacihua over. Dacihua initially wanted to stop her, but inwardly, he was deeply curious about this person, who had idled outside yet eventually became the 5th Hokage, so he went along.
Lady Gongsho's sister Jingyin, you're here.
Hondo approached, exclaiming with delight, completely oblivious to Gongsho's obviously off state.
Huh? Who are you? People from my... Jingyin, shoo them away.
Sure enough, Gongsho drunk slammed the table, and shouted with bleary eyes. Immediately Jingyin deftly put on an apologetic expression and yelled, "Sorry," to the other patrons in the tavern for a while. After calming Gang Ho down, she led the two out of the tavern and explained.
Alas, Lady Gang Ho lost again today, and is in a bad mood. Sorry, little Hondo, and this young lad. Don't worry, Sister Jingyin, it's not the first time. I'm already used to it. By the way, this is my boyfriend Dacihua.
Hondo waved her hand indicating it was fine, and then introduced Dacihua to Jingyin.
Not the first time, already used to it.
Jingyin said.
You really know how to talk.
While Dacihua was inwardly ranting about Hondo, he heard her introducing him. He quickly gave a slight bow to Jingyin, nodded, scratched the back of his head, and put on a goofy grin.
Right, I'm an honest man.
Then Hondo turned to him and introduced Jingyin.
This is Sister Jingyin, Lady Gongsho's apprentice. When I was younger, she took great care of me. She's a really wonderful sister.
Jingyin naturally showed a delighted expression and said to Hondo,
Not at all. It's because little Hondo was smart and adorable. As a child, anyone who saw her couldn't help but take care of her.
Hondo replied.
Not at all, it's because of your gentle and considerate nature, Sister Jingyin.
The two chatted enthusiastically. Dacihua didn't want to interrupt their conversation, so he suggested they talk inside the tavern, and they agreed. Entering the tavern, they sat at Gongsho's table. Jingyin briefly introduced the two to the drunken hazy Gang Ho.
Oh, little Hondo,
Gang Ho said.
That damn bastard Dacihua became a rogue ninja. Isn't life hard for you in the village, especially since Mai has become like that?
Gongsho, after hearing who they were, climbed up from the table, patted her chest, and said,
Well, from now on stick with me, you and your little boyfriend. I'll have your backs.
Hondo quickly waved her hand and said,
I don't live in mine now. I'm staying in Yinren village, and I'm doing quite well.
Gang Ho thought for a moment, and said in surprise,
Yinren village.
Gang Ho said,
Oh Kong, how did you end up in that small place? Did the people of Mai drive you out? Damn, it was that old geezer's idea again, wasn't it?
Gang Ho said.
Mai is truly corrupt, Sai.
She then gulped down several more mouthfuls of wine. Dacihua watched Gongsho still with a youthful indignation, and silently mocked in his heart.
As expected of someone who has lived forever.
Meanwhile, Hondo was anxiously explaining that no one in Mai had driven her away. She had voluntarily gone to Yinren village to find her boyfriend, and that Yinren village had now been expanded to be large and prosperous. After hearing this, Gang Ho stared at Dacihua, who was over 1.7 meters tall, for a moment, and said,
Kid, you need to protect yourself and little Hondo. Otherwise I won't let you off.
As she spoke, she brandished her fist. Dacihua couldn't help but smile at Gongsho's threat, and then assured her,
Don't worry, Lady Gongsho, I will definitely protect Hondo.
Then, they had a bit more to drink, and finally Dacihua paid the bill. As they left the tavern, Gang Ho suddenly asked,
Come on, tell me, what did you come to see me for?
Dacihua and Hondo were both stunned. Dacihua immediately realized that their sudden appearance indeed made it seem like they had come specifically to find her. so he explained that they were traveling together, and just happened to run into her. Gang Ho was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Indeed, it's an era of peace. Then we won't disturb you any more. Have fun, you two young ones.
After parting ways with Gang Ho and Jingyin, the two went back to finish the remaining shops and decided to head to the next destination. The next destination was a small country next to Wa Country Bo Country. There wasn't much fun here. Dacihua came mainly to deal with a man named Kadwa. His thugs often ran near Yin Country intercepting the tobacco and various goods produced by Yin Country. Usually the losses were small, so no one issued missions. This time, they reportedly seized the premium tobacco designated for tribute to Wa Country. The daimyo of Yin Country was so anxious that he directly assigned a mission to Alkong. Alkong didn't want to do such a mission, so he delegated it to Dacihua to check it out, since it was just a civilian matter. However, Dacihua was quite interested. He remembered that in the original story Kadwa was one of the world's few wealthy tycoons. Stepping into Bo Country, they were greeted by a scene that looked utterly impoverished. If Dacihua remembered correctly, Bo Country was Kadwa's true lair, but seeing it now so poor made him click his tongue in disbelief. Walking along the roads of Bo Country, Dacihua noticed the worn-out clothes on the passers-by, and the mix of disgust and envy in their eyes toward him. He thought,
well, seeing how poor it is, Kadwa is truly evil.
Neither Hongdo nor Dacihua had any interest in strolling through the streets here. They grabbed a random passerby, gave him 100, and easily learned Kadwa's residence. Then they rushed over, hoping to finish the mission quickly. Upon arriving, Dacihua was puzzled.
Is this really Kadwa's residence? Isn't this a pirate's den?
Before them was a cave outside which a group of thugs were playing, yelling,
"Whoa, whoa, whoa!"
They exchanged glances, and together performed a transformation technique before walking in. Just inside the cave, torches lined the walls, and the thugs appeared more serious. Deeper inside, electric lights illuminated the area, and scattered researchers roamed about. Hongdo signed to Dacihua.
What's going on here? Could there be a big fish?
He replied.
I don't know either, but there must be some shady business.
They changed their appearances several times, and finally reached the innermost area, where they saw Kadwa holding a stack of something unknown, scolding a person. Behind him were two ninjas with forehead protectors, indicating they were sand ninjas.
Wow, sand ninjas are so poor that they're doing side jobs in this corner of the world.
They exchanged a few more hand signals, and decided to wait for a good opportunity to have a proper talk with Kadwa. The opportunity came quickly. After finishing his scolding, Kadwa, red-faced with anger, turned and said a few words to one ninja, sending him away, then led the other ninja into a room. Hongdo released a few snakes to sense the room. Finding only Kadwa and the guard ninja inside, they directly infiltrated. The guard ninja of unknown skill was knocked out without any resistance. Kadwa, seeing his guard suddenly fall, was about to shout. In desperation, Dacihua knocked him out too. The two revealed themselves and looked at the unconscious pair on the floor. Hongdo said,
"Why not just kill him? Why make it so complicated? He doesn't even look like a wealthy man. Even if he is, are you still after that little money?"
Dacihua thought to himself.
Killing him would be so simple. If it weren't for the original story saying he's a rich man, I could just erase this mountain.
He said,
"Since we're here, let's interrogate him,"
Dacihua said, rubbing his forehead. Hongdo then released another snake to bite Kadwa, and he immediately woke up. Kadwa's face twisted in pain, and Dacihua knew it must be hurting. But Kadwa quickly regained his composure and said warily,
"Who are you? What do you want?"
Dacihua wanted to ask,
"Where is your money? Where did you hide it?"
But feeling that would be a bit off, he bluffed.
"What have you done? Don't you know?"
Kadwa replied.
"What have I done?"
Kadwa snorted.
"You're sent by Anjin, aren't you? Let me tell you, our drug has already been developed. The market won't be monopolized by the Anjin family."
Kadwa stood up emboldened. He even extended an olive branch.
"How much did Anjin pay you? I'll pay you double. Join me, the new drug's effects are amazing."
Hongdo remained indifferent, but Dacihua immediately understood this. Kadwa had become a tycoon by selling drugs. Thinking of the harm of drugs, Dacihua's face darkened. Although danger was common in this world, it was mostly wars among ninjas, which occasionally affected civilians. But it never directly harmed civilians. Now this drug was a completely harmful thing. So he ignored Kadwa and casually took out a small stone, flicking it at his leg. With a thud, Kadwa's leg was blown off.
"Aw! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll give you money! Any amount!"
Kadwa knelt down, clutching his wound and screaming in terror. Dacihua said to Hondo,
"Let's go! Clean up the place while we're at it. This place shouldn't exist."
Hondo was puzzled.
"Not taking the money."
She didn't say much else.
"Okay, let's go."
They walked out of Kadwa's room openly, then quickly rushed out of the cave. Along the way, Dacihua slapped the wall every few steps, imprinting explosion seals. This was an accidental product of his research on making other objects explode. He called it temporary blasting technique. It could imprint explosive patterns on any object lasting only 1 hour, but could be activated immediately, set to trigger within the hour, or left to explode on its own after the time expired. The power was considerable. He imprinted over a dozen along the way. Exiting the cave, Hondo immediately summoned a large snake, scaring the thugs at the entrance into hiding in panic. The two ran a distance away, and Dacihua activated the imprints of the temporary blasting technique. With a boom, the mountain itself exploded, appearing to leap upward from afar, then collapsed into a flat expanse. Dacihua couldn't help but laugh heartily at his handiwork. This was his first large-scale explosion, and the power was indeed impressive. Hondo was also astonished. She had no idea when Dacihua had acquired such a powerful technique. Seeing her surprised, Dacihua explained,
"This is the temporary blasting technique, the one I used to throw exploding stones."
Hondo exclaimed in amazement.
"That technique? So powerful!"
Dacihua grinned.
Right. Let's clean up the battlefield. I've already thought of the next destination,"
Dacihua said. Soon the two finished off the survivors on the battlefield, looted everything valuable, and departed in high spirits. Their next target, Dacihua decided, was the drug dealer named Anjin. The Ninja World's anti-drug squad was on the move. The duo made their way back to the Land of Fire, where they easily purchased the location of Anjin's headquarters from a black market intelligence broker. Afterwards, they stopped by a specialized shop for explosive tags in Smoke Ninja Village to report the details of their mission concerning Gato. Along the way, they passed through a food street, and unable to resist their cravings, indulged in a hearty meal. Then, they set off for the Land of Tea to find this Anjin. The Land of Tea, where Anjin's headquarters was located, was, as its name suggested, a country known for selling tea leaves. However, they had heard that the Land of Tea was exceptionally vast, 3 times larger than the Land of Smoke, and utterly incomparable to the previous Land of Waves. Why? One might ask, how could such a small place as the Land of Waves still be called a country? That was because the Land of Waves itself was merely a large isolated island in the sea. It managed to be a country solely because it had neither resources nor manpower, and the major countries nearby had no interest in it whatsoever. Dacihua and his companion planned to go directly from the Land of Fire to the Land of Tea. However, Dacihua suddenly noticed that the Land of Whirlpools was nearby, and he immediately wanted to check it out. His main motivation was his deep-seated fascination with the technique capable of sealing tailed beasts. So Dacihua suggested to Anko that they take a detour through the Land of Whirlpools. As for Anjin, his headquarters couldn't be moved, so he couldn't possibly escape. Dacihua recalled the records he had heard over the years about the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools was once the territory of the Uzumaki clan and a sworn ally of the Land of Fire. Later, because various major ninja villages feared the sealing techniques the Uzumaki clan possessed that could subdue tailed beasts, they joined forces to annihilate the entire clan. After the fall of the Uzumaki clan, the Land of Whirlpools came under the rule of the Land of Water. This history had little to do with the duo, but they journeyed on and entered the Land of Whirlpools. Dacihua announced he wanted to explore the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Though Anko couldn't quite understand the appeal of looking at ruins, she tagged along anyway. Dacihua found a villager on the road, paid him well to act as a guide, and successfully located the ruins. Entering the ruins, Dacihua found everything remarkably well preserved. Despite the dust, it was evident that the people of the Land of Whirlpools, and even the foreign invaders, held the Uzumaki clan in high regard, as the buildings had suffered minimal damage. After the guide explained the names of the various sections of the ruins, Dacihua promptly dismissed him. Dacihua and Anko discussed it, and decided to split up searching the ruins for any leftover treasures. Dacihua enthusiastically searched through most of the rooms for treasure. Sadly, nothing of value remained. It made sense, though anything valuable would have been looted long ago. However, behind a shrine, Dacihua found the very mask wall that in the original storyline held the mask capable of releasing the dead demon-consuming seal. He had always thought this wall should be hidden within Konoha, given that it could theoretically release half of the Nine Tails. He never expected such a precious artifact to be casually left in these ruins. But Dacihua, looking at the countless masks on the wall, had no idea which specific one could undo the seal. After a moment's thought, Dacihua decisively sealed all the masks from the entire wall into a storage scroll. Haha, the plot had taken a sudden turn. Dacihua imagined that his series of actions might cause Orochimaru on some future day to painstakingly journey here only to find nothing left. The thought made Dacihua chuckle. Soon after, they met up. Anko also came up empty-handed, but Dacihua had expected that. He said mysteriously to Anko,
"I just got my revenge on Orochimaru. It'll definitely make him miserable enough to want to die."
Anko looked curious and asked him what he meant. He didn't elaborate, just snickered and told her,
"This move of mine will leave Orochimaru half-crippled."
They left the ruins and headed to the main city of the Land of Whirlpools to find a place to eat. In the Land of Whirlpools there were actually quite a few people with red hair, but they likely had no true heritage of the Uzumaki clan, and they certainly wouldn't dare claim to be descendants. As for why Naruto could openly bear the Uzumaki surname in the future, well, he had Konoha's protection, so it was a different story. As they strolled and ate, they found the place, while smaller than Konoha's main city, offered many unique local delicacies, and shops with styles different from the Land of Fire. They enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After a day of rest, they set off again for the Land of Tea. On their way, while passing through a village, Dacihua saw a group of children bullying a little girl with red hair. Without much thought, he casually mentioned it to Anko, and rushed over to help the girl. After easily shooing away the bullies, Dacihua looked at the little girl. The girl, crying, kept thanking him while fumbling on the ground. Dacihua glanced around and spotted a pair of glasses broken in half lying on the dirt. With a sigh, Dacihua picked them up, bent them into a roughly wearable shape, and handed them to her. The girl took the glasses and thanked him again. But seeing the terrible state of her glasses, she burst into tears again, looking pitiful. Dacihua's head throbbed with a headache. He quickly comforted her, promising to get her a new pair. The little girl looked at him with tearful eyes and asked,
"Really? Of course it's just a pair of glasses,"
Dacihua replied. But taking a closer look at the girl, hey, she looked familiar. Hey, isn't this Karen? Whoa, the one from his past life, nicknamed the Human Energy Bar. The highly intelligent, lovesick girl. Wasn't she raised by Orochimaru? Wait, she appeared during the Chunin exams, and went to Orochimaru later. So it wasn't time for that yet. Well, this was a huge bargain. Suppressing his excitement, Dacihua said to little Karen,
"Little sister, are you okay? Why were they bullying you?" "Why, I don't know why."
Little Karen continued to cry. Anko walked over then, looking at the dirty Karen with her half-broken glasses, and couldn't help asking,
"Little girl, where's your family? Stop crying, okay? Big brother and big sister will take you home, all right."
Unexpectedly, Karen cried even harder.
"My dad was killed, my mom's missing, I ran to my uncle's house, and my uncle was killed too. I'm a jinx, what?"
Listening, Dacihua pieced it together. He figured a hidden Uzumaki had used a secret technique, been discovered and killed. Now only little Karen was left. This was perfect. Heh. Sorry, Orochimaru. Sorry, Sasuke. Karen's too pitiful, she's coming with me.
"Little sister, don't cry. What's your name? How about you come with big brother and sister?" I'll take you to my village where no one will bully you,
Dacihua said gently. Hearing this, Anko's face went blank, then a big question mark seemed to appear above her head. What was he planning? Weren't they going to fight Anjin? Why was he recruiting people? Just as she was about to ask, she saw Dacihua winking at her furiously. So Anko went along with it. Little Karen sniffled cautiously, looked at them, then quickly lowered her gaze, and closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, carefully studied Dacihua, then whispered her name and agreed. Dacihua's heart leaped with joy watching this. It meant that little Karen already possessed a Uzumaki clan's secret technique, the ability to distinguish truth from lies. He couldn't help but mentally apologize again to Orochimaru and Sasuke. Though thinking about it, they both treated Karen terribly anyway. And so, having picked up Karen, Dacihua was in a good mood. They quickly arrived at a village in the land of tea, got Karen a new pair of glasses, and bought her a bunch of new clothes. Being just a child, the new clothes quickly lifted Karen's spirits, and she stopped crying so suddenly. The pair, along with Karen, after some trouble, finally found Anjin's headquarters. This place was incomparable to Gato's operation. His headquarters alone was nearly as big as the Land of Waves. Dacihua wondered how confident Gato must have been to think Anjin would attack him. Unlike Gato's place with only 2 weak ninjas, this place had at least 50 ninjas patrolling openly, and who knew how many more were hidden. After all, a ninja's primary role was assassination. Seeing this, Dacihua decisively abandoned any plan to eliminate Anjin on this trip. They had a child with them, and causing a huge commotion wasn't wise. So the trio returned to Smoke Ninja Village first. Once there, Dacihua decided that he and Anko would personally train Karen. Instead of sending her to an orphanage, they arranged for her to stay at their home. They hired a nanny, left behind some living expenses, and then the two of them set off again. Because Dacihua didn't want to fight himself, they went to Konoha and met the third Hokage. There, Dacihua paid a hefty sum to issue an S-rank mission summoning 8 Jonin to join them in wiping out Anjin and his operation for the greater good. Oddly enough, Dacihua had visited Konoha often, but had somehow never seen Naruto, not even at Ichiraku Ramen. He wasn't bothered by it, figuring Konoha didn't want him, an outsider, to see their Jinchuriki. After all, it was their village's ultimate weapon. They wouldn't just let a foreigner see him. Soon they and the assembled Jonin set off for the Land of Tea. Dacihua looked at the gathered Jonin. None of them looked familiar, likely just background characters. He smiled wryly. He had hoped an S-rank mission might attract someone like Kakashi or Guy, but this was what he got. However, these background Jonin turned out to be surprisingly capable, not a single weakling among them. Dacihua felt reassured, thinking they probably just weren't close to the main characters in the original story, so they never appeared. Upon reaching Anjin's headquarters in the Land of Tea, a sensory-type ninja quickly reported that the base housed nearly 100 ninjas. Upon hearing this, another strategist-type ninja immediately devised a plan, a stealth decapitation strike. The other Jonin quickly divided into teams, one for infiltration, one to cause a distraction, and one to protect Dacihua and Anko. Dacihua and Anko followed the infiltration team, planning to meet Anjin and let him know why he was dying. After all, this was a completely unprovoked attack. Dacihua, flush with cash and bored, had simply decided to rid the world of a scourge. Soon fires and explosions erupted around the base, throwing it into a state of emergency. Dacihua and Anko followed the infiltration team. The ninjas cut through resistance with ease, and the duo reached Anjin without any trouble. Anjin, sitting in his office, was stunned when a squad of ninjas suddenly appeared. But he quickly recovered and shouted, "Who sent you? I'll pay double. Don't hurt me." Dacihua looked at Anjin, who was quick to try and save his own skin, and thought, "You probably can't afford double the price. That was 1,000 explosive tags worth 90 million, and they weren't even easy to buy. It took me 7 days to make them all." Besides, strangely, in this world, wealthy civilians held no prestige among ninjas. He hired ninjas to kill Anjin, and Konoha didn't even ask why. Seeing the hired Jonin remain silent, Dacihua stepped out from behind them with a grin. "I'm the one who sent them. Heh heh. Do you know why I want to kill you?" "Kill me? Why?"
Did one of my underlings offend you? I'll apologize. I'll hand him over. Just don't kill me. I'll give you money. I'll compensate you.
Anjin, panicking even more at the sudden appearance of another ninja, had sweat pouring down his chubby face, but he was too afraid to wipe it. Looking at the terrified Anjin, Dacihua suddenly thought of all the families ruined by drugs in his past life, and smiled coldly. Was this the kind of coward who dealt in such misery?
No particular reason. I just don't like you,
Dacihua said, then waved his hand. A jonin stepped forward and swiftly dispatched Anjin. Dacihua looked at Anjin, who hadn't even closed his eyes then, at the jonin standing nearby, and silently remarked to himself, so this is S-rank service. Not bad at all. Subsequently, Dacihua instructed the jonin to destroy all the finished and unfinished drugs, as well as the manufacturing equipment, and dump them into the sea. He also had several minor leaders killed and confiscated most of the base's gold and valuables. The team then left. The entire mission had been laughably easy. The mercenary ninjas at the base were all show, and the team suffered 0 casualties. Dacihua even considered claiming the base as his own, but he hadn't even figured out his smoke ninja village yet, and lacked the manpower. So he gave up the idea. On their way back to Konoha, Dacihua and Anko paid a visit to Irika, who was preparing to become a teacher. Although Irika had emerged from the shadows of his past over the years, his strength had never improved, remaining a chunin. He had ultimately decided to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Dacihua understood, knowing the main plot was about to begin. After spending a few fun days joking around with Irika, Dacihua and Anko prepared to return to Smoke Ninja Village, as they had left Karen, their newly adopted daughter, at home. Before leaving, Dacihua teased Irika, saying he would definitely stay single for the rest of his life. This earned him a strong rebuke from Irika, who insisted he would find a girlfriend soon. Soon the two returned to Yenrin village. The moment they stepped into the village, Dacihua felt a strange discomfort. The broad streets appeared lively, yet not a single ninja could be seen. A ninja village without any ninja. That was too abnormal. But before Dacihua could dwell on it, a little girl suddenly came running from afar. Dacihua recognized this girl. She was one of the children he had once taught as potential bomb soldiers, the only one who had abruptly decided she no longer wanted to be a ninja. "Brother, you're finally back. Please go save everyone. They must have been captured." Tears streamed down the little girl's face as she spoke. "A few days ago, Brother, that evil ninja with the extremely long tongue you told us about came." She sniffled as she said this. Then she continued, "He went straight to Lord Alcon after arriving. Then Lord Alcon suddenly called everyone to the ninja building. But after they entered the ninja building, they all vanished. That evil ninja must have taken them." Dacihua was stunned as he listened to the girl's sobbing account. An evil ninja with an extremely long tongue. Damn. Orochimaru. What was he doing here? By this point Hong Do had also eavesdropped enough. Extremely long tongue. That was her renegade teacher, wasn't it? Without another word, she turned and dashed toward the ninja building, burning with the desire to confront her teacher face to face. Dacihua watched Hong Do sprint away, utterly bewildered. "Hey! What are you doing? This is not the time to charge in recklessly." After reassuring the little girl, he hastily gave chase. Honestly, rushing in without any intel was a sure way to get wiped out. Dacihua finally caught up with Hong Do and dragged her to his private training ground. He then dug out a crystal ball from a corner. Yes, this was the same model as the one the third Hokage used to spy on. Ahem, observed the Leaf Village. Dacihua fiddled with it briefly, slowly channeling chakra, and soon the crystal ball displayed the image of Alcon. The scene was pitch dark, but a group of Yenrin ninja could be seen writhing on the ground, while Alcon was tied to a pillar by someone. None of them moved, whether dead or unconscious. Hong Do urged impatiently, "Quick, adjust it to see the other places." Dacihua was equally anxious, but he didn't know how to operate it. So he hurried to another corner of the training ground to look for the instruction manual. Hong Do helplessly pressed her forehead and followed along to search. When Dacihua first laid eyes on the crystal ball, he had been overjoyed. He thought he could from then on observe the village's development without leaving home. But after buying it, he realized it could only show people who had been marked, so it was immediately stuffed away. Finally they found the manual. When they returned to the crystal ball, they saw that Aokong had woken up and seemed to be resisting something. Dacihua quickly formed a few hand seals according to the manual and pointed at the crystal ball. The image zoomed out, revealing another group dragging the remaining Yanran away. "Quick, see where this place is." "Stop dawdling," Hongdo urged. "I can't. This thing only shows people I've marked," Dacihua replied awkwardly. Hongdo gave him a puzzled look. "Then why did you stop me from going earlier? If we had gone straight to the ninja building, maybe we would have found them by now." "Ahem, I just thought a rash move would be dangerous. Let's go now." "Hurry, hurry." Dacihua grabbed Hongdo and set off. Dacihua felt extremely embarrassed. Influenced by his past life, he believed that encountering such a situation called for caution, especially when facing Orochimaru, so he had rashly stopped her. But now it seemed all for naught, and they might have missed the optimal rescue window. Just as they were about to reach the ninja building, a group of masked ninjas suddenly sprang out from all directions, blocking their path. They appeared to be Konoha's Umbu. The Umbu immediately drew kunai and charged at the two. Hongdo instantly sidestepped in front of Dacihua, flinging several shurikens to intercept them, then called out loudly, "Are you Konoha Umbu? What are you doing?" But no one answered. Seeing this, Hongdo's expression darkened. She edged back slightly, and whispered to Dacihua, "These might be people from Konoha's route. Run, they never listen to reason. Showing up out of nowhere like this, they must be here to capture you." Dacihua was dumbfounded. He had not been unprepared for Danzo's schemes. Over the years of producing explosive tags, he had long signed a humiliating treaty with the third Hokage. Essentially every action of Yanran village involved Konoha's oversight, and many Konoha ninja had even taken up residence. Moreover, the village head himself was from Konoha. Thus he never imagined that Konoha's root, Danzo, would go to such lengths to come after him. But now the situation was too convoluted to understand. Orochimaru had appeared, and all the village ninja had vanished. Without further deliberation, they quickly agreed on a planned retreat first. Dacihua hurled over 30 explosive tags, which transformed into shuriken midair, and shot toward the root ninja. A resounding explosion erupted in a blaze of fire. Amid the flames, Dacihua created multiple shadow clones. He nodded at the clones, then turned and called for Hongdo to leave. Hongdo glanced at the clones and followed. The shadow clones of Dacihua that remained on the battlefield let out gleeful chuckles as they charged into the smoke, shouting, "Haha, I haven't used this buggy jutsu in ages. Let me see how you root fellows measure up." As the clones rushed forward, they left explosive marks on the ground with every step. One root ninja was carelessly caught by a shadow clone, which clung to him and laughed, "Come with me." Off we go. Boom. After running some distance, seeing no more root ninja emerging, the two stopped and looked back at the direction of the explosion. Danzo's men aren't all that impressive. Dacihua savored the last memories transmitted from his self-destructing clones, unable to suppress a grin. Hongdo stared at the fading fireball in the distance, then at Dacihua, laughing to himself, and asked in confusion, "Orochimaru showing up is one thing, but why is Danzo's root here? When did you mess with those two?" Dacihua thought carefully. "To be precise, I haven't provoked either of them. Except..." He paused and looked at Hongdo. "Except I stole Orochimaru's disciple." Hongdo froze for a moment, then blushed. "Now is not the time for jokes. Yanran village is about to be destroyed, aren't you worried?" Those words struck Dacihua like a thunderbolt. He suddenly realized that with the village chief and all the ninja gone, Yanran village was indeed on the verge of extinction. Damn. The thought of the enterprise he had single-handedly built over the years about to collapse sent Dacihua dashing toward the ninja building, leaving a trail of explosions in his wake. At the previous site, he saw a mess of body fragments and a huge crater, and couldn't help preening. "As expected of me, truly awesome." He soon reached the ninja building and rushed in to search every floor, but found not a single person. His heart tightened. Could this really be the end? He hadn't put much effort into managing things, but now his backing had vanished. Despite his panic, he adhered to his principle of staying calm in crisis. He sat down to piece together the clues, since he had no idea where to look. The current situation Orochimaru had likely taken Alcong, and the others, though Konoha's route might also be responsible given Danzo's ambiguous ties with Orochimaru. Moreover, Root had just been lying in ambush here, and he hadn't seen Orochimaru in the crystal ball earlier. Dacihua fell silent for a moment. He suddenly realized that while he himself was formidable, his influence was pitifully weak. He had gone out for a while, and his entire base had been cleaned out without leaving a trace. He didn't even know whom to confront. Should I go to Konoha? Root is definitely there, but that's Danzo's territory. Just thinking about that scheming old fox makes me hesitate. But he couldn't find Orochimaru either. Sai Hongdo, what do we do now? Dacihua slumped in defeat, leaning against Hongdo. What can we do? We can't find Orochimaru, and going to Konoha might get us killed by Root in secret. I'm out of ideas too. Hongdo spread her hands, indicating helplessness. With no solution in sight, they sat in silence, leaning against each other in the empty ninja building. After a long while, a thought struck Dacihua. Could it be that Orochimaru came to capture Alcong in order to create that sound village? Yenrin sound, they were quite similar. Dacihua couldn't recall whether the original story mentioned the location of the sound village, but he had never heard of it here in all these years. Suddenly he understood. The sound village in the original work might have originated from this. But insight or not, he still couldn't find Orochimaru. Gritting his teeth, Dacihua decided to go to Konoha and meet the third Hokage to ask what Konoha was up to, and why Root and Orochimaru had joined forces to destroy Yenrin. So a day later, Dacihua set off for Konoha alone. He reasoned that alone he could escape if Root came after him, but having Hongdo along would make them less mobile. Of course, a major reason was that he feared it would be hard to explain to her if he ended up blowing up Konoha. Strangely, Dacihua encountered no obstacles on the journey, and easily reached Konoha, meeting the third Hokage without difficulty. This left him somewhat puzzled. But since he had already met the third, he set aside his doubts, and directly reported the current state of Yenrin village, including how Konoha's Root had tried to capture him without any justification. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage slammed the table in anger, and summoned Danzo immediately. After all, 2/3 of Konoha's explosive tags came from Yenrin village, and they were obtained in exchange for mere protection. Suddenly losing Yenrin meant losing 2/3 of the free tags, which would impose a huge financial burden on Konoha. Danzo arrived quickly. This was Dacihua's first time seeing him. Danzo was not yet wrapped in bandages, but his head was already heavily bandaged, covering one eye. Dacihua noted the bandages on Danzo's face, and thought to himself, so sure Sui Uchiha has already been dealt with. The Uchiha massacre must be coming soon. Yes, I did it, Danzo said bluntly. I believe that someone capable of mass-producing explosive tags should be firmly in Konoha's hands, not just bound by a protection agreement. No one can guarantee that he won't turn against Konoha once he grows stronger. Danzo's words were shocking. He even moved to seize Dacihua right in front of the third Hokage. Dacihua dodged and pulled out a handful of explosive tags. Danzo, don't go too far. Release all the Yenrin immediately. The third Hokage stood up and slammed the table again, first glancing at Dacihua, then glaring at Danzo. Humph. Hiruzen, you are too soft. Such a weapon is safest only when it is in our own hands or destroyed. Danzo said lightly, then smirked at the explosive tags in Dacihua's hand. Besides, I only sent people to capture him alone. I don't know where the other Yenrin are. Danzo turned and left with a wave of his hand. The third Hokage stood in his place, silently watching Danzo depart, without saying another word. Dacihua was baffled by the whole scene. Hey! Danzo just leaves like that. What about the Yenrin? He doesn't know, and that's it. Third Hokage, aren't you going to stop him? He just disrespected you. The third Hokage slowly sat back down, took a sip of tea, and sighed, while shaking his head. Danzo is too radical, but I believe he isn't lying to me. The Yinrin were probably not taken by him. But rest assured Konoha will not stand idly by. I'll send people to help you search. In the meantime you should stay in Konoha. I will strictly prohibit Danzo from trying to capture you. Just live here peacefully. Huh? That's it. Dacihua was stunned again by the Hokage's attitude, as if the matter was already resolved, and he was being kept in Konoha. He had heard in his past life that the third Hokage and Danzo were in league, but he hadn't believed it. Now he was fully convinced. The third Hokage was definitely not a good person. On the way back, Dacihua felt numb. All the ninja of his village were gone, and he was utterly powerless. After careful thought, he realized that perhaps others didn't know how strong he really was, which was why they dared to bully him. Moreover, the entire village disappeared right after he had thrown out that simple S-rank mission with a huge reward. Thinking about it, that way he himself seemed to be the trigger, making others see Yinrin village as weak but rich. Then Danzo and Orochimaru struck a deal. One wanted to capture him, the other needed a village. The more Dacihua thought, the angrier he became. He had the power to blow up an entire village in one go, yet he seemed utterly useless. The third Hokage had dismissed him with a few words, and he had no say at all. But then it struck him that he had never actually demonstrated his destructive power in public. He had only been selling explosive tags, trading them in bulk for Konoha's protection. This likely led everyone to view him as nothing more than a tool for making explosive tags. Well then, Dacihua decided it was time to let the entire shinobi world feel the might of his explosion release. Subsequently, Dacihua returned to Yinrin village. However, he also brought more than a dozen Michunin and 3 Jonin. The third Hokage had dispatched them directly upon discovering Dacihua's intention to return to the village, claiming they were to assist in locating the missing Yinrin ninja. However, Dacihua nearly lost his temper with him. Wasn't this obviously out of fear that he would run away, sending several people to monitor him? But for the sake of getting closer to Naruto and other protagonists in the future, he held it in. After entering Yinrin village, he straightforwardly told the Mai Ninja that the Yinrin had all disappeared there. Then he directly had them begin the investigation. Surprisingly, they seemed quite adept at searching for people displaying a certain level of professionalism. Then Dacihua returned home alone. Both Hondo and Xianglin were there. Previously he had planned to teach Xianglin himself, and had not enrolled her in the ninja academy. Unexpectedly, he had been saved because of this. After the group reunited, Hondo asked Dacihua, how did the matter go? Did Danzo kidnap those people? Dacihua glanced at the Mai headband tied around Hondo's forehead side, and said, I saw Danzo, but he denied capturing them. Moreover, the third Hokage had also sent people to help with the search. Upon hearing this, Hondo showed absolutely no suspicion that Danzo was lying, and immediately became anxious about finding other solutions. If he didn't capture them, then is it Orochimaru? What does Orochimaru want? Let's go to the black market and issue a bounty. Hire more people to find him. By the way, can your crystal ball still see Aokong now? Huh? Why do you not doubt Danzo's lies at all? I thought his credibility was so high. Although Dacihua was momentarily startled upon hearing Hondo's proposed solution, he also began to ponder it seriously. The crystal ball no longer displayed any image, as it could only show the marked person's reflection within a certain range. However, it seemed that he could take the crystal ball and wander around to search for Aokong. Like a detector, as long as the distance was close enough, there would naturally be a signal. Thus, Dacihua immediately decided that it was time to take a chance. So he said to Hondo, the crystal ball has a display range, so I can't see Aokong now. However, this has given me another idea. Let's leave the village next. As long as we get close to Aokong, the crystal ball can detect him. Having said that, Dacihua went to pack his belongings. He intended to leave quickly, also conveniently avoiding the Mai Ninja, who had been following him. That night, the two of them, taking little Xianglin with them, stealthily slipped out of their village. After escaping, they planned to first tour the small country of Yin. the three of them holding a map deliberately headed toward uninhabited corners, or villages, with only a few households. Because Dacihua suspected that if Orochimaru truly intended to seize the Yenrin village, as he thought, then he was most likely hiding somewhere within the Yin country at present. Moreover, a large group of Yenrin, who were not voluntary, would certainly not be easy to send outside. The three followed the map along the way, spending a month to search every nook and cranny of this small Yin country. However, the crystal ball in Dacihua's hand never gave any response. Just as Dacihua was about to give up on the crystal ball approach, suddenly the crystal ball reacted. At this time, the group was taking explosive tags to exchange for money in the black market of the main city. After the crystal ball reappeared with an image, the three immediately found an uninhabited place, and closely stared at the scene on the crystal ball. They saw that in the image Alcon was not wearing ninja attire nor a headband, but a black formal suit. He carried a fan in his hand with several servants trailing behind, striding confidently down the main city's road. Hondo watched this scene, feeling a bit strange. She turned her head to look at Dacihua, and asked, was Alcon originally a noble? Why didn't you tell me? Also, I see he's living quite well now. Dacihua also didn't know what was going on. 5 years ago a group of people were on the verge of starvation, yet he never showed any signs of being a noble. What was happening? So he also said in a puzzled tone, when did Alcon become a noble? Little Xianglin, during the days you were in the village, did he suddenly get rich? Xianglin, who had been standing beside Hondo quietly watching the crystal ball's image, was suddenly asked, and said with a bewildered expression, I don't know either. Maybe he suddenly got rich. So that's how it is. Dacihua looked at 6-year-old Xianglin with mixed feelings of amusement and exasperation. Had he somehow raised the future strategist of the Hawk team into a dullard? All right, I'll send a shadow clone to follow him and ask, Hondo said. Why didn't Dacihua send the shadow clone? Because when his shadow clones are dispelled, they cause a massive explosion. Then Hondo dispatched a clone to quietly follow Alcon, while the main body and Dacihua continued to watch the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, Alcon leisurely visited a beverage shop, a cinema, and finally a flower shop before entering the daimyo's mansion. Dacihua watched with growing discomfort in his heart. Himself and a few others had run out to find you, and you were enjoying yourself here. Even if enjoying was fine, why didn't you send a message back? That's really too considerate. After Alcon entered the daimyo's mansion, the crystal ball could no longer see anything, perhaps due to some shielding. However, after waiting a bit longer, Hondo received the message transmitted after dispelling the shadow clone. Hondo said, Alcon just told me that he was originally the son of the Yin country's daimyo. He ran away from home because he wanted to become a ninja. And now the daimyo of Yin country, who is his father, has not much time left. Then his father entrusted Orochimaru to capture him and bring him back. Now the other Yenrin are also at the daimyo's mansion. He even asked us to go there as well. Upon hearing this, Dacihua's mind stalled. This guy was indeed a noble after all. So the sneaky one was right by his side. Alcon with his honest appearance was truly something. So my Danzo really only captured me. In the end I bore everything. Dacihua complained internally, but his mouth was not idle, and he angrily spoke out. Forget it, let's go. I don't want to see him at all now. Let's continue our journey. Let that honest-looking guy enjoy himself properly. Damn it, I'm speechless. Thus, after some discussion, Hondo dispatched another shadow clone to notify Alcon. Next, Dacihua and the other two restarted their ninja world journey, of course, this time with little Xianglin accompanying them. Then Dacihua determined their next target, the land of Earth. Because he himself still did not wish to disrupt too much of the plot, and he indeed needed some reputation, so he chose the land of Earth, which had never appeared in the early stages. Moreover, Dacihua felt that his explosive release should also count as a Kekkei Genkai of the land of Earth. After all, in the hidden rock village, there appeared a Deidara, who shouted that explosion is art. This time perhaps they could exchange insights on explosions. Finally, the three traveled hardships along the way. But how could that be? Selling explosive tags was very profitable, you know. The three traveled leisurely, enjoying the scenery, and indulging in food and drink, and finally arrived at the land of Earth. Upon just stepping across the border, they found it resembled a desert-like plain with no tall trees, only shrubs everywhere, and gusts of wind and sand blowing. Walking to the residential area, the dwellings were integrated with the mountain bodies, or simply carved out from the mountains to live inside. The houses were all earth tone, but the environment was quite suitable with no wind or sand blowing in. Watching this scene, Dacihua even once thought that he had mistakenly entered the land of wind. After Hondo explained that the land of wind was in the desert, he suddenly realized. After all, in his previous life, his impression of Gaara's father panning for gold in the desert was still very vivid. Haha. After arriving at the location, because ninja could not arbitrarily enter other ninja villages, Dacihua arranged for Hondo and Xiang Lin to stay in a nearby village, and then set off for the Hidden Rock village himself. He could enter because he also had the identity of an explosive tag merchant. Soon, using this identity, he entered the Hidden Rock village. After entering the village, just as he was thinking about how to find Deidara, he immediately heard a boom from afar, followed by a plume of smoke rising. After this scene appeared, the villagers showed no reaction. They all seemed accustomed to it, and there was even a group of children playing happily, shouting loudly, "Explosion is art." Dacihua never expected that he would find clues about Deidara so quickly, nor did he expect that Deidara would play so extravagantly within his own village, without setting up a base or anything, just bombing directly. He hesitated for a moment, pondering whether he should go over directly. But then he thought that with his identity as an explosive tag merchant, seeing an explosion and wanting to take a closer look should be normal, so he proceeded. It went smoothly, with no one obstructing him along the way. Dacihua soon encountered Deidara. He was bowing his head on a pockmarked ground, with a short old man standing before him, appearing to scold Deidara. Dacihua hadn't had time to examine closely when the old man turned his head to look at Dacihua. Then, with a wave of his hand, a chubby ninja appeared, lifted him onto his shoulders, and in a flash materialized before Dacihua. "Young man, what do you do? You don't look like someone from our village." This old man, namely the Dacihua, said. Dacihua looked up at the Dacihua sitting on the tool person's shoulders, and suddenly understood. He, an outsider who had just entered the village, had walked all the way without being stopped. So the end point was the Dacihua after all. Dacihua did not waste words, directly telling the Dacihua, "I am an explosive tag seller. I just heard an explosion and came to take a look." In an instant, the Dacihua, whether recalling some unpleasant matter or simply already displeased, directly darkened his face. "There's nothing to see, get lost quickly," he barked at Dacihua. Oh ho! Dacihua did not indulge him. He had originally come looking for trouble. Thus he retorted to the Dacihua, "Old man, your temper is quite large, huh? What are you shouting about?" The Dachihua's mood was truly very poor. He directly arranged for the tool person to kill Dacihua, while he himself slowly floated up, flying back toward Deidara's direction. The tool person immediately clenched his fist and struck toward him. Oh ho! Dacihua did not expect the Dachihua's to be so unreasonable, starting a fight after just 2 sentences. But unexpected as it was, Dacihua still immediately retreated a step, and threw over a dozen explosive tags at the tool person. They saw the explosive tags spontaneously folding into shuriken shapes in the air, flying straight toward the tool person. The tool person stepped back, immediately formed hand seals, and slammed his hand heavily on the ground, unleashing an earth wall to block the explosive shuriken. After blocking it, he continued forming hand seals, stomped his foot, and released a series of earth pillars charging toward Dacihua. Dacihua also stomped his foot, directly inputting chakra into the ground. Then the charging earth pillars made a series of sounds, and shattered on their own. Afterward, Dacihua did not rush. He stood still, calmly watching the previously thrown explosive shuriken embedding into the earth wall. Boom, boom, boom. The first explosive tag that touched the earth wall detonated, and the others immediately followed suit. In an instant, a large amount of smoke erupted. The tool person was also blown away by the explosion, his fate unknown. At this time, suddenly a transparent cylinder like a cannonball flew through the smoke. Dacihua knew this thing must be the dust release. He hastily stepped on an explosion to dodge. The cylinder did not disappear, it was indeed the dust release. It continued flying forward for a distance, and everything in its path simply vanished. Dacihua looked at this ability akin to an eraser, feeling somewhat envious inside. At this moment, the Tsuchikage old man also flew over, angrily shouting, "Brat, what do you want to do?" "What do I want? I merely wanted to see Deidara. Didn't you make the first move? And you directly wanted my life. You cannot be so unreasonable," Dacihua thought. But he did not speak those words, which seemed weak. Instead, he directly retorted, "Old man, you're quite ruthless. Today I'll let you see my explosive release." While saying this, he glanced at Deidara beside him, who suddenly became full of interest. Having said that, Dacihua first stomped his foot, and immediately upon the ground spread dense characters for explosion. Then with a wave of his hand, several hundred explosive tags flew into the air. The Tsuchikage Onoki, seeing this grand display, sneered dismissively, "Although I don't know what kind of brat you are from where, but is this it? May your explosive release be utterly annihilated." Having said this, Onoki flew into the air, and released a transparent pillar, preparing to directly erase Dacihua. Dacihua immediately performed a backward dash to dodge, while the explosive tags swept in the air vanished in an instant without even a sound. However, the ground was different. With a loud boom, this patch of land was directly exploded into a deep crater. The generated wind wave directly blew the Tsuchikage in the air, and the remaining explosive tags away. In an instant, explosive tags flew everywhere, and explosions occurred simultaneously at various places in the hidden rock village. Meanwhile, Dacihua, who had scattered the explosive tags, was flying toward the outside of this village. When Onoki's dust release swept over, directly erasing some explosive tags, Dacihua was momentarily stunned, and then directly released an explosion beneath his feet, increasing his speed, and shot himself out like a bullet. Phew! Fortunately, he ran fast. How could this Onoki old man's dust release be so fierce? Thanks to his quick retreat, otherwise this encounter would have been a direct disaster. As for Onoki, it was different. He was directly blown by the explosion's shockwave onto a wall, his face covered in blood. Deidara on the ground was also thrown out, but he immediately got up and chased after Dachihua's flying direction. After dashing out of the hidden rock village, Dacihua did not head straight for Hongdo and the others. Instead, he ran to a nearby mountain peak and observed the chaos engulfing the village through a pair of binoculars. "TSK. What an uproar," Dacihua muttered in awe. But he honestly hadn't intended to stir up quite this much trouble. Good heavens, he had directly challenged the Tsuchikage, and then blown up the entire village. He was sure to have made a name for himself now, but what would the outside world say about it? Bomb maniac. Sigh. While muttering insults under his breath, Dacihua kept his eyes on the hidden rock village. Soon he noticed the village gradually returning to order, so he hastily departed. Otherwise, if the village ninja caught up with him, it would be troublesome. Just as he descended the mountain, and was about to detonate the air beneath his feet to launch himself forward, he suddenly spotted a small white spider. Huh? Is this a spider from Deidara's? Should I examine it? Before he could stop himself, his hand had already reached out and captured the spider. He inspected it from all angles, found nothing amiss, and then boldly channeled his chakra into it. He watched as the character for explosion formed from his chakra slowly spread across the entire spider. However, just as Dacihua was about to trigger the detonation, the tiny spider suddenly inflated. Alarmed, he immediately flung it away. Boom! The small spider detonated with a sharp report. Observing the explosion, Dacihua deduced, if calculated by the amount of chakra input, the destructive power had increased more than threefold. That's quite useful indeed. At that moment, Dacihua felt as though he had glimpsed a path to rapid growth in strength. He made a silent resolution: from now on he must seek out Deidara, and carefully learn the method of crafting his explosive clay. However, now was not the time. The explosion of the small spider had already drawn the attention of the hidden rock village inhabitants. Dacihua could already hear voices shouting about an explosion nearby and urging people to hurry over. Thus Dacihua directly detonated the air beneath his feet, launching himself into the sky. Hardly had he left when Deidara arrived soaring on a large white bird. Upon landing he scanned the area with an excited expression and shouted, "Hey seller of detonation tags. I know you're here. Come out." The consequence of Deidara's reckless behavior was immediate. The villagers took him for the mastermind behind the village's destruction, bound him, and escorted him before the Tsuchikage. Of course Dacihua, who had already fled, knew nothing of this. By now he had reunited with Hong Do and Xianglin. Hong Do glanced at his filthy clothes and curiously asked, "Did you find that explosion-release ninja from the Hidden Rock Village? Did you gain anything? Didn't they make things difficult for you? And why are you so dirty? Did you encounter a sandstorm?" Facing Hong Do's barrage of questions, Dacihua felt a growing headache. Patting the dust from his clothes, he pulled over a chair and sat down. "Well," he began slowly, "luck was on my side. I found him as soon as I entered the village. As for results, they were decent. As for making things difficult for me, they wouldn't dare yet. After all, the moment I entered, I sent their Tsuchikage flying. They're probably still looking for me right now. Ha ha ha." He looked at Hong Do's utterly speechless expression. "Right, you wouldn't believe it. That's normal." Then he glanced at Xianglin, whose eyes were sparkling. "Huh? She believes it. She actually believes I blew up the Tsuchikage. As expected of my little fan, ha ha ha." Dacihua couldn't help but feel smug inside. Alright, you went there, and immediately caused trouble, didn't you? You must have sparred with that explosion-release ninja. And blowing up the Tsuchikage. You look like you've been rolling in dirt. Go wash up." Hong Do simply refused to believe he had actually blown up a Kage. Looking at his state, she assumed he had found someone who enjoyed explosions, as well played around until he was covered in grime, and was now boasting back home. Dacihua paid no mind to her doubts. Having discovered a path to growing stronger, he was genuinely happy, so he cheerfully went off to take a bath. After Dacihua left the room, Xianglin asked Hong Do innocently, "Teacher, Hong Do, can teacher Dacihua really not blow up the Tsuchikage?" This question caught Hong Do off guard. She was about to tell Xianglin it was impossible, but then suddenly remembered the various explosives Dacihua had created. Tch. She became uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, she stood up and said to Xianglin, "Probably. Yes, he might be able to. But if he truly did blow up the Tsuchikage, we should probably run." She ruffled Xianglin's hair and hurried out on her own. She decided she needed to investigate, because Dacihua would usually never joke about a Kage. He actually meant it this time. Could he have really blown up the Tsuchikage? Meanwhile, at the other end in the Hidden Rock Village, Deidara was being pinned before a Noki by two burly men. Surrounded by a crowd of furious villagers shouting that Deidara had been recklessly tossing bombs, and demanding he be driven out, that Tsuchikage Inoki surveyed the chaos. Though he wished to defend Deidara, he could not bring himself to say that the one who had actually bombed the village was not Deidara, but someone else fighting with a seller of detonation tags. He stared at his disciple with a deeply conflicted expression. Just then Deidara suddenly let out a roaring shout, "That's right. I threw all the bombs. Ha ha ha. Explosion is art." He directly taunted the entire crowd of villagers. Instantly it was as though someone had tossed a spark into a barrel of explosives. The villagers erupted in rage, charging forward to beat Deidara senseless. Watching this scene, Inoki rubbed his temples in exasperation and glanced at his disciple. He sighed deeply, muttered an apology in his heart, and then banished Deidara from the ninja village, declaring that he was not permitted to return for the foreseeable future. Deidara was immediately tossed out of the village by the enraged mob. Performing a flip, he landed on his feet with not a trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he summoned a large bird and flew above the Hidden Rock Village, setting off fireworks. Boom! This single act drew the pursuing villagers right back out. And so Deidara cheerfully became a wanderer. It was not long before he shed his pursuers. He then molded another large bird and soared into the sky. High above, Deidara closed his right eye, swept aside his bangs, and scanned the ground below with a technological device in his left eye. Where has that seller of detonation tags gone? He muttered under his breath. Back with Dacihua, he had finished his bath, and returned to the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Xianlin reading a novel, and giggling to herself. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Where is Hong Do? Has she gone out?" Startled, Xianlin snapped her novel shut, and replied flusteredly, "Ah yes, teacher, Hong Do went out just now." Noticing Xianlin's slightly suspicious behavior, Dacihua said nothing. After all, everyone had books they did not wish others to see. He was now impatient to find Deidara, and learn about his explosive clay. The power was far too impressive. With that thought in mind, Dacihua told Xianlin, "When Hong Do returns, tell her you two should enjoy yourselves these next few days. I'm going out to seek out that explosion-release ninja to exchange techniques. Don't worry about me." After Xianlin agreed, Dacihua stepped outside. But almost immediately, he ran into a dilemma. He had just bombed the Hidden Rock Village, so how could he possibly go back in? Nevertheless, he did not stop, pondering a solution as he ran toward the Hidden Rock Village. Meanwhile, the device in Deidara's left eye had been active for some time. He was now resting with his eyes closed atop his bird. He had also casually released a group of small spiders to search the ground below. He was certain that the man interested in detonation tags would undoubtedly be intrigued by his explosive clay. True to his expectation, as Dacihua traveled toward the Hidden Rock Village, he soon spotted a small white spider. He immediately grabbed it. Then it occurred to him, if he detonated this small spider, he might be able to summon Deidara. Without hesitation, he injected his explosion-release chakra into it, fashioned a high explosive projectile, and threw it. Boom! High in the sky, Deidara, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in delight, and immediately signaled his bird to fly toward Dacihua. Realizing Dacihua was indeed the seller of detonation tags, he excitedly detonated all the small spiders he had released, as though showing off to Dacihua. Boom! 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 Smoke and fire merged into one immense cloud, within which flashes of fleeting beauty appeared and vanished. Deidara crossed his arms, and proudly admired the masterpiece he had created, then slowly descended from the sky to stand beside Dacihua. Upon seeing Dacihua coughing continuously through the dust, Deidara gave an awkward smile, and said, "Friend, you must want to discuss art with me." Waving the dust away from his face, Dacihua looked at Deidara's embarrassed grin, and thought to himself, "What a dramatic entrance! All for 1 second of coolness, and now I'm covered in dirt again. And talking in such a pretentious tone. Friend, my foot. Show off." Of course he only thought this. Out loud he said, "Yes, that's right. I heard there is an artist in the Hidden Rock Village who is constantly creating explosions, so I came to pay a visit." "Oh, am I really that famous?" A slight twitch appeared on Deidara's face, and he could barely suppress the smile spreading across his lips. "So that's how it is then. You must have endured great hardship to reach here, friend. Unfortunately, circumstances make it inconvenient now, otherwise I would host you properly." Just then Dacihua noticed something on Deidara's forehead. Hidden beneath his bangs, a scratch marked the forehead protector. "Good heavens! You defected from your village the very day we met, and you even made that Tsuchikage misunderstand the situation." Deidara also noticed Dacihua gazing at his forehead protector. Rather than caring, he flicked his hair aside to clearly reveal the crossed-out symbol of a rogue ninja. "That little village could not understand my art, so I left on my own. Now tell me, what did you come to visit me for?" "Want to learn." At that moment, an image of Deidara's Patrick Star parody floated through Dacihua's mind. "I suppose you could call it learning, right?" After a brief hesitation, Dacihua spoke directly. "I want to learn how you make explosive clay. In return, I can teach you how to create detonation tags." Deidara's face lit up upon hearing he would learn explosive clay. But the moment Dacihua mentioned detonation tags, a look of disdain crossed his face. "Detonation tags? Isn't that just a sealing jutsu? I'll teach you explosive clay if you teach me that jutsu of yours, where you stamp the ground and create a massive cluster of detonation seals." "Stamp the ground detonation? Ah, that jutsu, huh? The one where you stomp, and a large area of detonation seals appears on the ground." The name actually sounds decent. I accept. Dacihua paused for a moment upon hearing the name. None of his jutsu had names, because he felt naming them was too troublesome, and moreover he would never shout them out during combat. He had never considered giving them names, until now. Very well, I will teach you stamp the ground detonation, Dacihua replied. Oh, it's called stamp the ground detonation. Alright. Deal? The two struck a deal on the spot. Deidara casually wrote out the principles of explosive clay, and handed them directly to Dacihua, saying just practice according to this. Dacihua was taken aback. It's this simple. Don't we need to build rapport first or something? The ease of it reminded him of his first meeting with Ao Kong. There had to be a catch. Suspecting a trap but feeling he ought to give something in return since Deidara had already shared his technique, Dacihua copied a limited-range version of Stamp, the ground detonation, an older obsolete ninjutsu, as a safeguard. After exchanging techniques, Dacihua prepared to find a place to begin studying. Riding a bird through the sky was far more convenient than detonating the ground beneath his feet each time. He hurriedly departed. Upon reaching a mountaintop, and sitting down to study the explosive clay, he heard movement nearby slowly drawing closer. He then saw a large bird flapping its wings toward him with Deidara standing atop it, and waving his arms. How did he get here so quickly? Did he already realize the ninjutsu was a truncated version? Dacihua wondered as he watched Deidara leap down. But Deidara's actions quickly dispelled that assumption. Shouting bro. Deidara ran over and somewhat bashfully before Dacihua said cough, although the path of art is always a lonely one, we have found each other now. From here on let us explore art together. Huh? What about your Akatsuki organization? What's going on? Why are you following me? Dacihua was completely bewildered. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Deidara wants to follow me. What is happening? Deidara went on explaining in his own manner, look, you came specifically to learn explosive clay from me. And I currently have nowhere else to go. Why not travel together? I can protect you, and also teach you how to use explosive clay properly. Besides, I have other artistic ideas. After listening to Deidara's lengthy speech, Dacihua looked at the young man before him, who was roughly his own age, and felt an intense internal struggle over whether to let him join. He thought for a long time. TCH. Forget it. Whatever. Since he's offering himself up, why turn him away? He'll be a powerful combat asset in the future after all, and he possesses explosion release. And so Dacihua agreed. Fine, then follow us. I have a few companions, and we're traveling the world together. After Xianglin agreed, Dacihua stepped outside. But almost immediately, he ran into a dilemma. He had just bombed the hidden rock village, so how could he possibly go back in? Wandering the ninja world. Deidara repeated the phrase, rubbing his chin in thought. Adventuring everywhere. I agree. Dacihua. Wait, weren't you the one who wanted to follow me? Now it somehow feels like I'm the one inviting you. Later, Dacihua led Deidara back to the inn. Together with Anko and Karen, they set out once more. And after spending some time together, their relationship gradually warmed. One day, Dacihua finally asked Deidara the true reason he had become a missing nin. Deidara recounted that while Dacihua was fighting the Tsuchikage, he witnessed Dacihua's earth-shattering detonations, and the sky filled with exploding tags. The scene was magnificent, truly art. In that moment, a thought took root in his heart: Dacihua must also be a master of explosion art. So after Dacihua blasted off into the distance, with an explosion beneath his feet, Deidara immediately tried to chase after him. But he couldn't keep up and lost sight of him. Thus, driven by his obsession with explosives, he scattered an enormous number of clay spiders, and began a painstaking carpet-like search. After searching for most of the day, one of his spiders, on a mountain peak, suddenly lost contact with him, and then detonated with tremendous force. At that moment, he was absolutely certain this was Dacihua's doing. He rushed over at full speed. But just as he was about to find Dacihua, a group of villagers from Iwadakure suddenly appeared. They insisted he had blown up the village, and demanded that the Tsuchikage punish him. Soon, he was brought before the Tsuchikage, who looked at him with an awkward, embarrassed expression. Deidara understood the Tsuchikage's discomfort, and decisively took the blame, admitting that he was the one who had destroyed the village. And that brings us to the present. After hearing all this, Dacihua and the others were stunned. Anko and Karen were both shocked. Had Dacihua really gone to fight the Tsuchikage? Dacihua, however, reacted differently.
What? You're the one who stole my glory.
But after thinking it over, it made sense. After all, the Tsuchikage was the village's Kage, among the strongest. Now if some random exploding tag merchant showed up, fought him, and blew up the whole village, how could that story ever be told? It was like an unknown challenger taking on the boxing champion. The champion casually accepted but then lost. Could he ever admit it? Of course not. Even if he had been knocked down, he absolutely couldn't let it be known that some nobody did it. That would be far too humiliating. Still, Dacihua felt that even without this incident, it was only a matter of time before the Tsuchikage drove Deidara out. After all, this man frequently displayed his instant art openly within Iwagakure. Although Deidara claimed he had never blown up a villager or damaged any buildings, who could tolerate someone playing with bombs near them every single day? Especially when the explosive power was far from insignificant. Then over the next few days, Dacihua and Deidara took the time to understand each other's techniques. Dacihua also learned a secret: essentially any kind of earth could be made to explode. It was just that the white clay Deidara used had a better mouthfeel. Also, the extra mouths on Deidara's hands were something he was born with. Every member of his clan had them. It was just that he was the only one left now. When Deidara first saw Dacihua's explosive techniques, he thought Dacihua might be an illegitimate child of his clan, who had been lost to the world. That was why he had been so generous with his secret arts. After all, if only 2 members of a clan remained, why be stingy? Of course, he later discovered they were not from the same clan, but Deidara didn't say anything about it. Although both of them used explosive release, the exact nature of their abilities was fundamentally different. Deidara's ability turned clay into bombs. Dacihua's ability, on the other hand, was inherently explosive. This meant their techniques could not truly be shared or interchanged. When they realized this, both of them were downcast for several days. Dacihua mourned the sudden loss of a vast portion of his skill repertoire. Deidara meanwhile grew gloomy, because he felt Dacihua's ability was far superior to his own. But all that was merely a prelude. The group continued their journey, crossing through the land of earth and arriving at the land of snow, the country that appeared in the original movie. If you asked why they went to the land of snow, you'd have to look back a few days earlier. At that time, the group was sightseeing at a scenic spot in the land of earth. Anko and Karen, sitting in a small eatery, overheard some ninja talking about a tool called the chakra armor. This armor boasted various functions, and could be customized. It could fly. Its defensive power was said to be exceptional, almost immune to ninjutsu, and it could greatly amplify the power of one's techniques. Anko thought Dacihua would definitely be interested, so she told the 2 research-obsessed tech nerds. Sure enough, Dacihua's interest skyrocketed, and he declared they would set off immediately. Even though Deidara pointed out from the side that chakra armor had existed for a long time, was heavy, and was total garbage, that almost no ninja would use. None of that could stop Dacihua. He was already planning to get a full set for everyone in the group once they arrived. Finally, they reached the land of snow. Dacihua, Anko, and Karen, all feeling the bitter cold, had changed into thick padded coats. Deidara, however, claimed he had a blazing heart within him, and stubbornly refused to wear one. Walking through the land of snow, Dacihua could clearly see that this place was quite advanced in terms of technology. There were steam-powered automobiles on the roads. Though they seemed fairly useless, they already carried a modern flavor which gave Dacihua a sense of familiarity. The group bought some local specialties, enjoyed a barbecue in the snow, and went skiing. Soon they realized there wasn't much else to do here. So Dacihua had them split up to search for the legendary chakra armor. Unlike the land of earth, the residents here knew absolutely nothing about it. Moreover, whenever they asked about the snow ninja, the locals would show looks of fear. This left Dacihua puzzled. Even in the land of water, the Mist Ninja had the notorious title of the Bloody Mist, but not many people there were so afraid of their own ninja. After asking around, they couldn't even find the location of the hidden snow village, and trying to find it on their own was simply unrealistic. Just as Dacihua was worrying that this trip might be a complete waste, the four of them were staying it came under attack. In the dead of night, a large group of snow ninjas suddenly burst in. Dacihua was a bit surprised. He figured their constant inquiries about the hidden snow village had drawn too much attention. Now the snow ninja had come straight to them.
I was searching high and low, and here you come right to my doorstep. Like hell.
He had been searching so hard, and they just delivered themselves. And attacking in the middle of the night no less.
We're here to buy things. We're customers. Hey.
The four divided their roles clearly. Anko shielded Karen and hid away. The two bomb men meanwhile teamed up on the spot to create a swarm of high-explosive clay spiders. Boom. 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 The power of these high-explosive spiders was quite impressive. If one crawled onto you and detonated, you'd be past even needing cremation. But the two were so caught up in the thrill of the explosions that after a single wave not a single enemy was left alive. They stood there, looked at each other, and pursed their lips.
Damn. We didn't leave a single one.
How awkward. They had come to them on their own, and now they had sent them all away in one wave. Anko, who had been hiding, clearly hadn't expected them to handle things so thoroughly. She was stunned for a moment, then asked,
So, do we still look for the snow ninja? They're so weak. Let's keep looking. I noticed this group wasn't wearing chakra armor. If they had been, they shouldn't have been this fragile,
Dacihua said awkwardly. After all, he remembered that in the original story, there was someone wearing the armor who could fight evenly against Kakashi, so it should indeed be quite strong.
Forget it. It's useless. Even with the armor, they'd still be this weak. Trust me, their tech isn't as good as you think.
Deidara immediately erased the awkwardness from his face, put on a look of utter disdain, waved his hand, and tried to dissuade Dacihua.
And we're already here. We've got nothing else to do, right? Let's look around.
Dacihua still didn't want to give up. After all, it sounded like a high-tier piece of equipment. Deidara had nothing left to say. It was true that they had nothing else to do. Ever since he had joined Dacihua, he no longer lacked money, no longer had to take missions, and had no pressure day after day. He could focus entirely on art.
Following along to look isn't so bad, I guess.
So the group began discussing what to do next. Now that they had killed them all, things had become even more complicated. But Dacihua didn't care. He remembered that in the original story, the Snow Ninja weren't the good guys. They had supported someone's usurpation of the throne. This time, instead of paying for the armor, they simply switched to outright robbery. No loss for him. And as for losing a fight, that wasn't a concern either. As long as it wasn't one of the 5 Kage, Dacihua was confident he could handle it. After some discussion, they decided to stay where they were, and wait for someone to come seeking revenge. The plan didn't sound great, but it was the only option they had. So Dacihua casually tossed out a 1 million Ryo banknote, bought the entire inn outright, and the group simply continued staying there. Sure enough, within a day 3 snow ninja appeared before them.
Who are you people? What exactly do you want with the hidden snow village? And where did you hear about the chakra armor?
Said the leader.
The chakra armor is common knowledge in the land of Earth. Why are you acting like it's some top secret thing?
Dacihua and the others were dumbfounded. So they had been inquiring about the snow ninja's secrets while in the land of snow. Then why was it so widely known in the land of Earth? Dacihua stepped forward, glanced at their grim faces, and thought of the snow ninja he had already sent away. He hesitated for a moment, then explained.
We heard about it in the land of Earth. It sounded like a good piece of equipment, so we wanted to buy a few sets of chakra armor. That's why we came looking.
As he spoke, he pulled out 9 1 million Ryo banknotes, and looked at the 3 of them. One of them, a pink-haired kunoichi, could barely restrain herself from charging over to fight, but another companion held her back. The leader's fists clenched tightly as he said,
If you came to buy things, why did you have to be so ruthless?
While Dacihua was a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say, Deidara jumped in.
If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then hurry up and sell us the gear. Ruthless. Who knew you snow ninja were this pathetic?
Huh. That was pouring oil on the fire. Sure enough, the 3 snow ninja immediately flew into a rage and attacked. The 3 of them scattered and charged in a one-on-one formation. The leader engaged Dacihua, the kunoichi engaged Anko, and the other one engaged Deidara. Karen was completely ignored. Dacihua had originally planned to team up with Deidara for a high-explosive ninjutsu to finish things in one shot. But seeing their stance, he realized it had been a long time since he'd had a proper one-on-one fight, so he decided to play along. The enemy leader charged straight at Dacihua for close-quarters combat. Dacihua smiled. This was the perfect chance to use the boxing style he had recently named Blast Fist. During close combat, it channels chakra into the air and directly detonates the air itself. By controlling the amount of chakra, the user can control the direction of the blast, thereby reducing the damage of a point-blank explosion to themselves. As the leader swung a downward chop, Dacihua blocked with Blast Fist. The resulting explosion sent the leader spinning. Then Dacihua drove a fist into his stomach. Boom! The leader flew backward. The whole sequence was fluid. The leader was now curled up in the snow, clutching his stomach, completely incapacitated. Meanwhile, Deidara was fighting the other one. He casually released a large number of clay spiders, then sat on a clay bird, and soared into the air, watching the series of explosions below. Just like that, the battle was over. As for Anko, she was having a harder time. The enemy kunoichi stayed airborne the whole time with her chakra armor. Anko couldn't reach her at all, and could only dodge the attacks being rained down from above. But when the kunoichi saw that both her comrades had already lost, she immediately stopped her aerial assault, and dove straight toward Karen, intending to take her hostage. However, little Karen suddenly formed hand seals, and released several iron chains from her abdomen, sealing the kunoichi in place, unable to move.
Anko is kind of useless, huh?
And so all 3 snow ninja were captured, and made to sit in a row. Dacihua stood before them, looking down at them. He remembered that this leader was supposedly the one who had beaten Kakashi in a fight. But now, seeing him in person, he was just nothing. Weak as hell. Looking at the chakra armor they were wearing, it really did seem useless now.
The way you used it was just too pathetic.
And it seemed to be just chakra-conductive metal with special patterns. He used this kind of metal all the time when making cannon shells. It was basically a consumable material. Still, Dacihua decided to get himself a set anyway. After all, it could fly. So he knocked out the leader of the snow ninja and stripped off his chakra armor. He put it on, clenched his fist, and tried channeling a bit of his explosive chakra into it. Immediately the armor let out a mournful whine. That scared him so badly he quickly tore it off. If this thing exploded while on his body, that would have been quite the spectacle. At that moment, one of the 2 still conscious snow ninjas said,
"Give up. The armor of our hidden snow village is custom made for each user. It's not something a lowlife like you can just steal and use."
Dacihua stared at this ninja in astonishment, and couldn't help but think, what a genius teammate, directly selling out his own village. So Dacihua nodded and said,
"MMIC. Thank you."
Next, Dacihua cheerfully decided to craft a set of armor tailored for himself. Thus he employed a mix of threats and inducements to force the few snow shinobi to reveal the location of Shuin village. Initially, these snow shinobi remained defiant unto death, but after a brief discussion among themselves, they suddenly capitulated. This behavior made Dacihua highly suspicious. There must be a clever one among them, who believed that their group walking into Shuin village would be like walking into a trap. Of course, Dacihua understood their reasoning. After all, who could imagine that a few people could easily challenge an entire ninja village? Thus they soon arrived at Shuin village. After a brief exchange, and a few tiny explosions, the leader of Shuin village submitted. Strangely enough, the village leader did not seem to be the strongest in the village. The strongest appeared to be the chief he had captured. After Shuin village surrendered, Dacihua obtained all the data on the chakra armor. However, the craftsman remained defiant about the production principles and methods, so Dacihua did not press the issue. After all, he had originally intended to buy the armor with money when he first arrived in the snow country. Now that things had turned out this way, he felt somewhat apologetic. The chakra armor was extremely difficult to craft, so it took an exceptionally long time. Consequently, Dacihua and his companions settled down in the snow country waiting for the armor to be completed. Meanwhile, in the daimyo's mansion of the smoke country, Ao Kong stood expressionless by his father's bedside.
Ao Kong, this country will be entrusted to you from now on. Remember to develop the nation well. Don't keep thinking about waging war with the fire country. They are not an easy opponent. You must remember, I leave the smoke country to you.
With difficulty, Ao Kang's father finished speaking, then gazed at Ao Kong with expectant eyes for a long time, as if waiting for his reply. But Ao Kong remained utterly expressionless.
Alas, live well.
His father, failing to receive a response, sighed and passed away. Ao Kong watched the scene, his face still devoid of any sorrow. He merely walked out expressionlessly, and told the minister waiting at the door that the daimyo was dead. Immediately the minister rushed out in panic, and loudly announced the current daimyo's demise. Then came a wave of weeping. Ao Kong stared blankly at it all, silently turned and returned to his own room. In the following days, after handling his father's funeral, he promptly began his succession to the position of daimyo. Thus, on the third day of Ao Kang's reign, Orochimaru suddenly appeared in the smoke country, and Ao Kong personally and respectfully received him at the daimyo's mansion. In the daimyo's chamber, Ao Kong first dismissed all the servants. Then, with an expressionless face, he bowed to Orochimaru and said,
"Lord Orochimaru."
Orochimaru sat on a chair scrutinizing Ao Kong for a while. After confirming there was no issue, he extended his long tongue, licked his lips, and chuckled.
"Very good. Now my plan shall begin. Teacher Sarutobi. Konoha."
Soon after, the smoke country was suddenly renamed the rice country, and the smoke shinobi village was renamed the hidden sound village. Moreover, for reasons unknown, even the fire country's daimyo had approved the change. Of course, Dacihua and his group knew nothing of this. Otherwise, Dacihua would have been utterly shocked. As he had guessed, the smoke shinobi village was indeed the hidden sound village. Orochimaru had coveted his village. 3 months had passed. Dachihua's chakra armor was finally completed, and its original functions had been enhanced with improved impact resistance and shock absorption, as well as a more convenient wearing method. However, in the end, the chakra armor still cost money. During the production, the snow shinobi's finances were completely drained. Unable to bear it, they secretly contacted the snow country's daimyo, begging him to drive away Dacihua and his party. Strangely enough, this daimyo was even stronger than the chief of Shuane village. Of course, it was futile. He still couldn't defeat Dacihua. Despite his weakness, Dacihua made concessions. After all, he had only come to buy something. It wouldn't be right to overthrow the ruling authority of the land. Later, the group departed under the resentful gazes of the snow shinobi. Having stayed in the snow country for so long, Deidara and Dacihua spent their idle days playing with bombs. Their antics caused avalanches all over the snow country, and the snow shinobi could only bitterly clean up the mess each time. Now that they were finally leaving, some snow shinobi even shed tears of relief. Thinking back to when Dacihua and his crew arrived, a batch of ninjas died first, then everyone was utterly crushed, and they lived in constant fear of being blown up. Although they had swindled a set of chakra armor, in the end their miserable life was finally over. Back to the main story. After Dacihua and his 4 companions left the snow country, they headed straight back to the smoke country, as the new year was approaching. However, upon entering the border, they heard that the smoke country was now called the rice country. Dacihua was stunned. Had he really been gone for only 4 months? It felt like a lifetime had passed, with the country even changing its name. Dacihua immediately left the others in a village near the border, and sped all the way to the capital's daimyo mansion. Since he was a frequent visitor, no one stopped him. He charged straight in front of Ao Kong, and saw an expressionless Ao Kong. Dacihua slapped his forehead with a complicated expression.
Hey, this guy is under a Jinjutsu. Unbelievable. We've been taken over again.
He then moved to dispel it. But Ao Kong looked up woodenly, and suddenly shouted,
Assassin!
The shout made Dacihua pause for a moment. Shishishishi. Immediately Dacihua saw a group of people burst through the doors, and windows rushing to Ao Kang's side to protect him. But when they saw Dacihua they froze.
Brother Da, you're back from having fun. Brother Da, we're broke. Give us some explosive tags. Let's chant. 1, 2, 3. Long live Brother Da, rule the world. Long live. Rule the world.
These people were all students Dacihua had taught when he was trying to establish a bomb unit. He had gotten along very well with them during his time at the village. He often gave them explosive tags as pocket money, and over time, they called him Brother Da. He happily went along with it, even jokingly teaching them to shout a slogan when asking for money. But now in this situation Dacihua felt a bit regretful. Still, it didn't matter. He shouted,
Back off! Ao Kong is under control. Let me break it.
The group was startled, and turned to look at Ao Kong. TSK, expressionless, rigid. Shishishishi, they immediately cleared a path for Dacihua. But no one left. The moment they made way, Ao Kong threw a barrage of shuriken. Dacihua, caught off guard, was hit all over his body. However, thanks to his chakra armor, he was unharmed.
Brother Da, awesome. Brother Da, your new gear is so cool.
Watching the crowd of spectators, Dacihua grew annoyed.
Get lost. Have you forgotten the power of my techniques? Do you want to end up in the hospital?
The spectators fell silent, then unpleasant memories surged back. Shishishishi. They all fled. Now that they were gone, Dacihua showed a bit of his true strength. He fought Ao Kong by detonating the air, careful not to damage the daimyo mansion. But Ao Kong had no such concerns. He formed hand seals, and unleashed a fire-style ash burning. Boom! The daimyo mansion collapsed. Dacihua dodged out of the technique's range, and stared at the ruins helplessly. He never thought he'd be unable to handle a hypnotized Ao Kong, because his own techniques were too destructive. The longer they fought, the more uncomfortable Dacihua felt, constantly having to avoid accidentally killing Ao Kong. After a long struggle, he suddenly thought of a solution. Since he himself was immune to Jinjutsu due to his unstable mental energy, if he could make Ao Kang's mental energy unstable, the Jinjutsu would be broken. With this in mind, Dacihua infused his own mental energy into his chakra and transmitted it to Ao Kong.
Ah!
It worked. Dacihua nodded as he watched Ao Kong clutch his head and kneel on the ground wailing. When the wailing stopped, Dacihua cautiously asked,
Ao Kong, are you awake? Awake.
In just over 10 seconds, Ao Kong was drenched in sweat. He stood up shakily, holding his head.
Was I under a Jinjutsu? What happened? Damn. What happened to the daimyo mansion?
Ao Kong rubbed his temples and looked around at the collapsed building.
Yes, you were under a Jinjutsu. You even changed the smoke country into the rice country.
Dacihua rolled his eyes.
Rice country. The name changed back.
Ao Kong looked at the daimyo robes he was wearing without knowing when, and asked in surprise. Seeing Dacihua's puzzled expression, he explained,
The name Smoke Country was actually assigned by the Fire Country's daimyo. Originally, this country was called the Rice Country, but that was in my grandfather's time.
Oh! Dacihua hadn't expected such history. He estimated it must have been during the First Shinobi World War. Shaking his head, he continued,
And the Smoke Shinobi Village becoming the Hidden Sound Village, was that also its original name? Ah. What?
Ao Kong was shocked.
I changed the name of the Smoke Shinobi Village while under Jinjutsu. Now it's called the Sound Village. Didn't anyone stop me?
Dacihua laughed. So the Smoke Village was the original. He said to Ao Kong,
Who could stop you? Look at yourself now. You're the chief of the Smoke Shinobi Village. That's true.
Ao Kong nodded in agreement. There was something strange about this world. The words of each country's daimyo carried immense weight, even if they were weak and unreasonable, and the people below would obey without question as if brainless. The two fell silent for a moment. Then Ao Kong suddenly cried out,
"My father died. Did I kill him?"
Dacihua was taken aback, but said nothing, waving his hand to indicate he didn't know. After all, he hadn't been there. However, setting aside the fact that the former daimyo was already critically ill, what was more concerning was where was Orochimaru now. If he had established the Hidden Sound Village, it meant the plot was about to begin. But even though the Hidden Sound Village existed in the original story, Dacihua didn't want to hand over the village he had inhabited for so long to Orochimaru just for the sake of the plot. So he said to Ao Kong,
"Now that the Genjutsu is broken, issue an order to change the name back. I'll go see who has taken over our village. It's the fruit of years of hard work."
Ao Kong agreed. How could they let the village they built together bit by bit change its name? Then Dacihua headed straight for the Smoke Shinobi village, while Ao Kong began gathering officials to issue a proclamation reverting the name. He also sent back the Smoke Shinobi he had brought along. When Dacihua arrived at the village, he found a few scattered Sound Shinobi dressed in rags, as if they had been hiding somewhere. Dacihua stopped one at random and asked,
"Where's your leader?"
The man stammered that he was new and hadn't met the leader yet. So Dacihua simply knocked out all the scattered ones, with explosions, gathered them together, and locked them up. Then he headed to the ninja tower. In the tower there were more scattered Sound Shinobi, but this group was better equipped. They were diligently assembling some instruments. Dacihua quickly identified their leader, a man in distinctly different clothes, who was moving around directing the others. This man was also a character from the original story Kimimaro of the Shikatsumiyaku. Dacihua walked over and asked if he was in charge. After receiving an affirmative answer, he explained that the Rice Country's daimyo had been hypnotized. He vaguely remembered Kimimaro as a reasonable person and hoped to resolve the matter through negotiation. Indeed, Dacihua's memory was correct, but he had forgotten one thing: Kimimaro was a fanatical loyalist of Orochimaru. After listening to Dacihua, Kimimaro hesitated for a moment, said he would report it, and then suddenly attacked. He spread his hands and shot 10-finger bones like bullets at Dacihua. Startled, Dacihua quickly waved his hand, detonating the air in front of him to deflect the bones back at Kimimaro. Kimimaro dodged back, evading the rebounding bones, then pulled a bone sword from his shoulder and lunged straight at Dacihua. But Dacihua didn't want to fight inside the ninja tower. He retreated rapidly, luring Kimimaro to an open space outside. Then he stomped the ground, detonating it, sending Kimimaro flying back from the blast. He immediately followed up with several explosive tag shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosions, Kimimaro was still. Dacihua approached to check and found him hiding inside a bone fortress. Seeing Kimimaro crouching in pain inside, Dacihua guessed he was about to unleash a major technique, the one that created a scenic landmark in the original story, the Dance of the Early Ferns.
"You can't use that in the village!"
Dacihua shouted.
"Stop! This was originally the Smoke Village. Even if you win, it won't change anything."
But Kimimaro paid no heed and released the technique. Whoosh! 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 Huge bone spikes as tall as trees erupted from the ground. Dacihua, now flying in the air with his chakra armor, watched the terrifying technique. He looked down in exasperation at Kimimaro, who glared at him viciously.
"What's this kid thinking? Even if he defeats me, it won't solve the problem."
After dodging a few more finger bones shot upward, Dacihua dropped a bomb below. It was the first time he had used this in a long while, and unfortunately, it was still within the Smoke Village. Boom! The blast wave sent Dacihua flying a short distance in the air. The field of bone spikes was flattened, and Kimimaro's bone fortress was gone. Dacihua thought he might have killed him, but then he saw Kimimaro had curled into a bone ball. As the burned bone dust fell away, Kimimaro was revealed. He looked thoroughly cooked but still alive, just unconscious. Dacihua flew down helplessly, gently picked up Kimimaro, and carried him back to the ninja tower. After entering the ninja headquarters, most of the Sound Ninja had already fled. Dacihua directly threw Kimimaro into the prison. Then he sent a shadow clone to pick up Anko and the others while he waited for the smoke ninja to return from the capital. The next day, once everyone had arrived, they moved in to round them all up. They captured most of the sound ninja in their infancy. Among them, Dacihua unexpectedly found several key individuals: Sakan and Yukon Kadamaru, Tayuya and Jirobo. Adding Kimimaro, the squad that had been sent to abduct Sasuke was now entirely captured. However, these few captured later didn't have cursed seals yet, so they couldn't transform, and were only as strong as ordinary people. Previously, they had been working hard moving goods with the group that was driven away. Dacihua naively thought, if he killed these people now, would Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan fall apart? Of course, Dacihua wouldn't kill them. After all, if he did, Orochimaru might quickly find another group. But as long as these people were alive, Orochimaru would surely try to rescue them first. And when he came to save them, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to find a way to kill him? That's right, Dacihua now wanted to kill Orochimaru. He had thought it over carefully. Almost all future events seemed to involve Orochimaru in some way or another. If he could eliminate him now, the future would likely be much safer. After another day of planning, Dacihua went alone to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Smoke. Arriving at the residence, he immediately spotted Okang sitting under a tree's shade with his secretary reviewing documents. The ruins of the old residence had been cleared and reconstruction was underway. Seeing this, Dacihua couldn't help but quip that Okang must be a fake daimyo. He then slowly walked over. Suddenly noticing Okang frowning deeply at a document lost in thought, Dacihua casually asked,
"What's up? Did some big problem arise during the time you were controlled?"
Okang looked up.
"Not at all. It's just, these documents contain a rather novel idea. I'm considering whether it could be realized."
As he spoke, he tossed the document onto the table and stood up, stretching. Then he mysteriously dismissed the secretary and said to Dacihua,
"You've come at the right time. You haven't found the mastermind yet, right? I have a clue for you."
So saying, he took a piece of paper from his pocket and carefully unfolded it. On it was written appointment letter appointing Orochimaru as the village chief of Otogakure. There were also signatures and handprints from both Orochimaru and Okang. Seeing this, Dacihua was a bit surprised. After all, he had never seen such a thing in the original story. However, this clue was completely useless. He had long known that Orochimaru was behind this. And Okang, seeing that Dacihua showed no surprise, understood that he must already know. So he pulled out another small scroll and said,
"Look at this. It can summon a snake for emergency contact with Orochimaru. Now should we just call Orochimaru over? Huh? Call Orochimaru here."
Dacihua was stunned, staring at Okang in shock.
"Call him here to hypnotize you again."
Okang was also taken aback, suddenly realizing. Right. It was Orochimaru who had placed him under Jinjutsu. Why would he summon him? He immediately moved to burn the scroll. Seeing this, Dacihua quickly stopped him. Not using it now didn't mean it wouldn't be useful later. Taking the scroll from Okang's hand, Dacihua found it rather absurd. He had hypnotized Okang and even left a contact method. But this was actually perfect. It was a way to proactively lure Orochimaru. After all, if they didn't notify him, what if he never found out his sound village was gone? So Dacihua put away the scroll. After chatting with Okang about the current state of the smoke village, he quickly left. He needed to return to the village to figure out how to safely kill Orochimaru. Soon Dacihua returned to the village. He gathered Anko and the others and told them of his plan to kill Orochimaru. Anko was shocked.
"You want to kill my teacher?"
Though surprised, she didn't object. Deidara, on the other hand, didn't care who Orochimaru was and started shouting excitedly.
"Just call him over and blast him to bits with my C3.
Dacihua gave Deidara a slightly exasperated look. What's this guy? An explosion maniac. If they could just blow him up, why would they need to plan together? So the group began their overt yet covert scheming on how to eliminate Orochimaru. However, none of them were particularly strategic. After discussing for a while, They couldn't come up with a good plan. Their ideas generally involved setting a trap and leading Orochimaru into it. Naturally, this approach was hard to pull off. Knowing Orochimaru's nature, what could possibly make him follow them? And into a trap. It was too difficult. Anko did offer a few examples in Mortality Forbidden Jutsu. Dacihua knew these too. He also knew Orochimaru was certainly highly interested in the Sharingan right now. But he didn't have any of those. As they fell into silence, young Karen, who was listening nearby, spoke up. She said,
"We caught some sound ninja, didn't we? Why not use them as bait?"
Anko immediately nodded at this suggestion.
"Yeah, Karen, makes sense."
Dacihua, however, looked at Anko with a sense of helplessness. He had thought of this plan from the start, but these people didn't have cursed seals. Only Kimimaro might attract Orochimaru's attention. Besides, would Orochimaru really come to rescue them first? Just as Anko and Deidara were about to finalize the decision, Dacihua stopped the idea. He said,
"If you were going on a rescue mission, wouldn't you check for danger nearby? What if Orochimaru senses the danger and doesn't come?"
Anko and Karen nodded, sinking back into thought, while Deidara yelled out in resignation,
"Just see him and blow him up."
Although Deidara's words hadn't changed, Dacihua suddenly had a realization this time. When he comes, just blast him with bombs. Why set up an elaborate trap? Sighed back to overthinking again. Dacihua slapped his forehead and looked at the two women still brainstorming.
Stop thinking. We just wait. I was overcomplicating it, always thinking about leading him into a trap. Since he's definitely coming to rescue these sound ninja, we can just bomb him when he arrives."
He looked at the others and saw their deadpan expressions. Dacihua gave an embarrassed smile. After the group dispersed, Dacihua went to check on the key prisoners. Kimimaro lay on the straw, still looking half-dead. Karen had been healing him over the past few days, practicing her medical jutsu. The result was quite good. He still had no strength to resist. Dacihua entered the prison and crouched next to Kimimaro. Glancing at the others in different cells, who were crying and begging to surrender, he curiously asked,
"Why do you follow Orochimaru so desperately? Look at those guys."
Kimimaro didn't even turn his neck, staring straight ahead.
"Because he is the meaning of my existence."
Then he fell silent. Meanwhile, the others hastily yelled at Dacihua,
"Let me go! I'm not desperate, I just want to make a living. Don't kill me."
Dacihua gave them a look of exasperation. Dacihua suddenly doubted whether these were really the people who would desperately take Sasuke away in the future. What was this now? Their bones hadn't even been filled with iron will yet. Ignoring them, Dacihua called some smoke ninja and had them escort the prisoners to a more open area where they were locked up again. At the same time, he sent an explosive shadow clone to keep watch. Then Dacihua used the small scroll to summon Orochimaru. After the summoning, Dacihua hid nearby with Deidara, waiting for Orochimaru to appear. But he waited for a long time and Orochimaru never came. Dacihua even began to suspect that Orochimaru had seen through his motives and simply abandoned those sound ninja. Meanwhile, Deidara was getting restless with boredom, so he no longer wanted to keep lurking in ambush. Then he slipped out of the hidden smoke village by himself and went off to play somewhere else. Dacihua did not stop him, only told him to leave a clay clone behind. Then he continued lying in ambush. Then after another half-month or so, Orochimaru still had not shown up. But Deidara came back wearing a red cloud robe, and he brought with him an unexpected figure, Uchiha Itachi. When Dacihua saw Deidara and Itachi both in red cloud robes, he was completely stunned. What the hell? Hadn't Deidara been playing nearby just now? Had he already joined the Akatsuki and brought this big shot here? Was he planning to use me as a loyalty offering? Just as Dacihua was weighing how to face these two, suddenly Deidara bolted away from Itachi and shouted at the top of his lungs,
"Dacihua, blow him up now, quick!"
"What?" Dacihua was shocked.
"What the hell? You brought him here to make me attack him. Isn't that just inviting a wolf into the house? This guy is someone who can even toy with Orochimaru."
But Dacihua did not dare hesitate. He immediately popped his head out of hiding and hurled a huge spread of exploding shuriken at Itachi. In the next instant, he flashed to a spot opposite Itachi and stomped hard. The moment his foot landed, a string of explosive seals appeared on the ground and rushed toward Itachi together with the exploding tag shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. The instant those techniques touched Itachi, they detonated simultaneously, blasting out a huge cloud of smoke. At the same time, Deidara ran over already rapidly molding explosive clay in his hands and shouted to Dacihua,
"Watch out for Jinjutsu. Don't look at his eyes. And come help me make the high explosive series. I'm going to show him what true art is."
Dacihua naturally dared not underestimate Uchiha Itachi. He immediately attached a layer of explosive seals onto the clay animal Deidara had just molded. At that moment, a giant figure slowly emerged from the smoke, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Looking up from afar at this power he had once longed for in his past life, Dacihua suddenly remembered Itachi's Susanoo seemed to have some special ability, didn't it? Just as Dacihua was racking his brain, the Susanoo in the smoke holding the Yata mirror slowly revealed its full form. At the sight, Dacihua suddenly shouted,
"Right! He has divine artifacts! The Totsuka sword and the Yata mirror."
At that moment, Itachi, clad in Susanoo, walked calmly toward Dacihua and Deidara. Watching the Susanoo become clearer, Dacihua couldn't help sighing in admiration.
"So cool!"
Then he directly launched the high explosive clay he had just made. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke rose again. By now Itachi's Susanoo had grown muscles. Itachi also rose to a high place with the Susanoo, and inside the Susanoo Itachi seemed not to feel even the slightest tremor. His expression remained calm as he slowly continued forward. Dacihua immediately became unsettled and said to Deidara, who had just molded another small animal beside him,
"Weren't you out playing? How did you provoke something like this?"
Deidara handed the clay to Dacihua and said somewhat aggrieved,
"I have no idea either. After I went out I followed your advice, only blew up bandits and ninja who bullied civilians. But this guy suddenly appeared when I was wiping out a gang of bandits."
At this point Deidara paused, then continued angrily,
"I let my guard down at the time and accidentally fell for his Jinjutsu. Then he dragged me to some place and forced me to join this so-called Akatsuki."
After explaining, Deidara pouted and gestured at the red cloud robe he was wearing, indicating that this was the organization.
"Oh, so they were recruiting new members. But recruiting like this, that's too inhumane. This is nothing less than forcing good people into wickedness."
Dacihua thought to himself as he glanced at Itachi, who was almost upon them. Without the slightest hesitation, he hoisted the cannon barrel for explosive shells aimed at Itachi in the smoke, and fired an explosive shell. Boom! The power was still tremendous. The shockwave from the blast could blow away the clouds in the sky. Deidara, on his side, had already started cheering excitedly. Although the bomb Dacihua had fired had not yet reached the ultimate art, he envisioned its power was already far greater than any of his current techniques. It would surely blow that Jinjutsu bastard to pieces. But on Itachi's side, he merely shifted into Susanoo's complete form. He was only pushed back a few steps by the shockwave, and Itachi inside didn't even change his expression.
"How are we supposed to fight this? How can his defense be so high?"
Dacihua was shocked and stopped attacking, preparing to match Itachi with his ultimate move, Little Boy. But at this moment Deidara realized that even this had not broken Itachi's defense. A grin quickly spread across his face, and he shouted at Itachi,
"Brother Itachi, this is the brother I told you about. See, his strength is pretty good, right?"
Itachi finally spoke for the first time.
"His strength is passable. Come with me to see the leader."
Dacihua gave Deidara a surprised look. This guy had actually prepared a way out in advance. But that suited Dacihua just fine. He didn't want to unleash Little Boy at such close range, as that would be a suicide blast. Besides, he was also quite looking forward to joining the Akatsuki. After all, in the original plot, this was a Kaga-level organization, even if it wasn't exactly righteous. But seeing Itachi looking aloof within the enormous Susanoo before him, it seemed that now, apart from unleashing Little Boy for mutual destruction, the only option was to join. But was it really that simple? Then Itachi dispelled the Susanoo descended from the air, and slowly walked up to the two. At that moment Dacihua suddenly saw a flash of red in Itachi's eyes. Then he felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself hanging from a cross, with Itachi standing right in front of him.
I remember you. You're from the Hidden Smoke, the one who supplies Konoha with large quantities of explosive tags every year on schedule.
Dacihua was baffled. What was he trying to do? Was he about to reveal Konoha's secrets? But you're a spy. You shouldn't be telling me this. Why drag me into it? However, even though Dacihua was a bit flustered, he still very much wanted to hear what Itachi wanted to say to him alone, so he did not use his method of directly stimulating his mental energy to escape this Jinjutsu space. Then he heard Itachi continue.
After you join the Akatsuki, I hope you will continue to do the same.
Dacihua was stunned.
What do you mean by that?
But Itachi ignored him, just staring fixedly into Dacihua's eyes. Then his Sharingan suddenly turned into the Mangekyo, and began to rotate slowly. Dacihua somewhat understood. This was probably going to put a hypnotic suggestion on him. But was it worth taking such a huge risk for this? Just as he was thinking, Dacihua felt he couldn't hold on and blacked out. Outside only an instant had passed. Itachi, standing opposite Dacihua, had his eyes already restored to pitch black. He slowly turned around and said to Dacihua and Deidara,
"Come with me."
At that moment neither of them noticed the blood suddenly flowing from Itachi's eyes. And Dacihua was obviously unaware that he had just been under Jinjutsu. He simply looked at Itachi's back and thought to himself, joining the Akatsuki should count as stepping into the main plotline, even if it seems to be on the villain's side. Of course, Dacihua hadn't forgotten that he was still stalking Orochimaru. He summoned Anko, and left her a large stash of explosive tags, explosive bombs, and 2 young boys. Then he advised her that if she couldn't win, she should surrender immediately. There was no great enmity, no need to fight to the death. Afterward, Dacihua left with Itachi and Deidara. Led by Itachi, they arrived at a cave. Once there, Itachi and Deidara sat down, each produced a ring, and closed their eyes. Dacihua understood that this was probably how they contacted pain. Sure enough, a white figure soon emerged from the ground. White Zetsu. This was Dacihua's first time seeing White Zetsu. He gazed curiously at the white humanoid creature, which resembled a mannequin used for displaying clothes in a shop, featureless, bare, and topped with a green crew cut. After emerging from the ground, White Zetsu stared at Dacihua for a moment, then said cheerfully,
"Welcome to the Akatsuki."
With that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ring, handing it to Dacihua. Couldn't he have taken it out with his hand? Suppressing the urge to blow White Zetsu up, Dacihua took the ring from him with distaste. Then he used his explosion release to briefly disinfect the ring before examining it. The ring was in the traditional Akatsuki style, and the character inscribed in the middle was
"Collapse."
He hadn't heard of that one, probably new. He wondered what it meant, but it made him question whether the original Akatsuki roster was already complete. While Dacihua was pondering, White Zetsu spoke. He explained how to use the ring, and instructed him to use it now to meet the leader. Dacihua said nothing, only hoping that the ring could withstand his chakra without exploding. Then he slowly infused his chakra into it. The moment he infused it, Dacihua felt his body spin, and then he instantly appeared in the midst of a group of red-clouded robes, with Itachi and Deidara beside him. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Nagato, Konan, Sasori, Haiden, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, Itachi, Deidara, and one unfamiliar face. Kisame Hoshigaki was absent. So when that unknown person died, Kisame would probably join. Meanwhile, Dacihua noticed Orochimaru staring at him intently, his tongue hanging out, a barely suppressed smile on his lips. "Ah, Snake Uncle is truly twisted," Dacihua thought to himself. Then Nagato, wearing Yahiko's face, spoke. He rambled on about the grand ideals of the Akatsuki. Dacihua didn't listen carefully, but the gist was about world peace. The Akatsuki would collect all the tail beasts, and then deliver devastating blows to any nation that wanted to start a war. Listening to this theory, Dacihua suddenly thought, isn't this just nuclear deterrence? Without the radiation. You want war. I hold the nuclear launch button and ask,
What you want, nuclear annihilation?
it actually felt pretty good. And then just like that, Dacihua became a member of the Akatsuki. Another thing he hadn't expected to be so simple. He had thought there would be some kind of test. Soon Nagato ended the meeting hastily, and one by one the members disconnected and left. At that moment Orochimaru suddenly walked up to Dacihua and sneered.
Not bad, kid. You actually joined the organization. You can have the Sound Village if you want, but you have to release my men. They are important pawns.
Dacihua stared straight at Orochimaru and said,
This Sound Village was originally mine. It wasn't something you could get by using Jinjutsu to control Okan. Don't misunderstand the situation as if you're being generous. Come and rescue your men yourself. I've been treating them well.
With that, Dacihua gave him a sinister smile and logged off. Watching Dacihua disappear, Orochimaru's smile vanished instantly.
Damn brat. Kimimaro.
After a moment of thought, he suddenly smiled sinisterly again.
But there's still time, Konoha.
Meanwhile, after Dacihua logged out of the meeting, he saw a uniform and a note laid out before him. Itachi was silently staring at him, while Deidara said gleefully,
Welcome to the organization.
Seeing this, Dacihua couldn't help but rub his face. So these two would be his teammates for Akatsuki missions. As for why there were three of them, it was probably to prevent him and Deidara from turning traitor. The note described a mission, perhaps a trial. He looked at the task. Because of a conflict between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth had hired the Akatsuki to eliminate the operatives sent by the Land of Wind. This mission was essentially the Land of Earth being a sore loser. However, Deidara was quite enthusiastic about it, completely unconcerned. He seemed determined to take on this mission, which was understandable, since Deidara still had feelings for the hidden stone village, which was located in the Land of Earth. Soon the three of them set off, riding on a clay dragon fashioned by Deidara. Throughout the journey, Itachi remained silent, while Deidara chattered incessantly, boasting to Dacihua about a new idea he had. He wanted to make his explosive clay into microscopic bombs invisible to the naked eye. Then he could have these bombs enter the enemy's body and disintegrate them from within. Dacihua listened attentively, but he was a bit puzzled. Had this jutsu only occurred to him now? Dacihua had always thought Deidara hadn't discussed this technique with him, because he was guarding against him. But he didn't mind, since he still had a young boy that Deidara hadn't seen. Now it turned out Deidara had just conceived the idea. So he casually asked,
Aren't you going to continue with your high-power bombs? Why are you researching such a flashy-less jutsu?
As soon as he asked, Dacihua saw Deidara glaring at him wildly. Then his gaze kept darting toward Itachi beside him. Oh! It was developed to deal with Itachi. Dacihua suddenly realized, and his interest piqued. He joined Deidara in the research. Maybe one day, he could even control dust explosions. The clay dragon Deidara made flew quite fast. Soon they arrived at a small village between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. The village was already deserted. The villagers had probably fled due to the conflict between the two nations. The group prepared to intercept the Land of Wind's emissaries here. After locating the key checkpoint, Dacihua looked at the ruined village and suddenly recalled a phrase from his past life.
When two great nations fight,
the small nations beside them vanish. It felt quite real. So the group wandered through this dilapidated village for an entire day before the representatives from the Land of Wind finally arrived. However, despite the large crowd that had gathered, none of them were ninja. They rode horses and carried long spears, clearly a commoner army of the nation. This made Sugoki's expression sour. Battles between such forces amounted to conflicts among commoners, and it was every nation's unspoken rule not to deploy ninja in such matters. Now his former homeland, the Land of Earth, had hired a ninja organization to participate in this kind of war. By any measure, this was shameless behavior. Itachi watched the commoner army in silence, his expression one of practiced indifference. Without a word, he activated his Sharingan and fixed his gaze upon them. In an instant, the entire army collapsed in disarray. Most of the commoner soldiers broke down in terror, crying out as they fled backward, while some collapsed to the ground, frozen in fear and unable to move. Well, the problem was resolved in a trice. Both Tasuke and Sugoki stood dumbfounded beside him. Was it really that simple? Sugoki hesitantly asked whether they should simply kill them all. Itachi remained expressionless, turning silently to leave. No need, he said casually. They will never serve as soldiers again, nor should they ever return to the battlefield. So the mission is complete. Tasuke couldn't help but ask as he watched Itachi depart. I mean, this is far too straightforward. Did you really hire the Akatsuki for something like this? Yes, precisely. The mission is finished. Because this was a war between commoners, neither nation could deploy their ninja forces. That is why they hired an organization beyond their jurisdiction to take the blame, Itachi explained casually as he walked ahead. He gave his red cloud robe a light shake as he spoke. Tasuke suddenly understood. So the mission was simply the land of earth paying to use the Akatsuki's name. Then these figures in red cloud robes would arrive, resolve the problem, and make it clear that it was the Akatsuki who had violated the rules of the ninja world. Good heavens! No wonder that in his past life, even before the Akatsuki had begun collecting the tailed beasts, there were already those who knew of them. Such missions were nothing less than a direct provocation to the entire ninja world. Watching Sugoki still hesitating beside him, Tasuke had no intention of explaining further. He simply urged him to summon his dragon and return to the city at once. If they stayed any longer, Tasuke feared the ninja from the land of lightning would descend upon them. He well remembered that the Cloud Village ninja were notoriously volatile. Thus the three spent another day flying back atop the dragon. Upon arriving in the land of rice fields, Itachi informed them that he would seek them out for future missions before departing. Tasuke and Sugoki did not return directly to Smoke Village. Instead, they removed their red cloud robes mid-journey before heading back together. Upon entering the village, Tasuke noticed that Smoke Village had nearly recovered its former vitality, and he nodded in satisfaction. He casually dismissed Sugoki to rest, and made his way to the ninja tower himself. Who could have predicted that the moment Tasuke entered the ninja tower, he would encounter someone entirely unexpected? There, seated quietly on the sofa, with a cup of tea in hand, was Orochimaru. He regarded Tasuke with a smile, while Shibuki sat nervously across from him. Oh no! He had been caught off guard once again. Tasuke was utterly exasperated. This was already the third time. The first time ninja from the village had gone missing. The second time Smoke Village and the Land of Smoke had nearly been destroyed. And this third time, had he arrived any later, he might have nearly lost his wife as well. What in the world was this? Tasuke immediately accelerated and positioned himself in front of Shibuki, shielding her. Then, glaring at Orochimaru with deep suspicion, he demanded, "Why are you here? What do you want?" Orochimaru's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, his long tongue tracing halfway around the rim of the cup. Then, with a sinister smile, he chuckled, I have come to rescue my subordinate." At that moment, Tasuke's memory was stirred. He recalled that during their previous confrontation, he had indeed provoked Orochimaru into coming himself to save his people. At that moment, Shibuki rose from behind Tasuke with a complicated expression and whispered in his ear, "Orochimaru helped me optimize that curse seal." As she spoke, she took advantage of Tasuke's surprised turn to reveal the mark on her neck for him to see. Seeing that the seal appeared slightly darker, Tasuke's heart tightened immediately. Tasuke had long been aware of the curse seal on Shibuki's neck, and she had explained its side effects to him. When she used her own chakra, it caused an extraordinarily excessive drain on her energy. Now that it had been optimized, it might improve. But Orochimaru had later used a similar curse seal to resurrect himself. Who knew what hidden mechanisms he might have embedded within it? Tasuke immediately turned and glared at Orochimaru, raising his voice, "What exactly are you after?" Orochimaru offered no direct explanation, instead regarding their relationship with a smile that only made Tasuke more uneasy. He merely ensuring my dear disciple grows stronger." "Absolutely not. I refuse on her behalf." Tasuke stood momentarily at a loss for words in the presence of Orochimaru. Then Orochimaru continued, still smiling, "Smoke Village possesses no particularly unique techniques, does it? I can offer you the sound ninja research I have developed." He fell silent, quietly observing Tasuke. To be honest, although Tasuke wished to avoid any entanglement with Orochimaru, he could not deny feeling a flicker of temptation. Smoke Village indeed lacked any unique techniques, relying only on the most commonplace ninjutsu. Thus Tasuke asked reluctantly, "What are your conditions?" He would never assume Orochimaru would extend charity without strings attached. Orochimaru chuckled softly and replied, "The condition is this: in several years, I intend to bring a team to participate in the joint Chunin exam hosted by Konoha, and all participants must compete under the banner of Smoke Village." Ah, isn't that the Konoha collapse plan? He wants Smoke Village to take the blame. But perhaps it was not impossible to agree. After all, the Konoha collapse plan was Orochimaru's own scheme. When the time came, he could simply shift the blame onto Orochimaru, and produce a few dead bodies to pose as Smoke Village ninja. It seemed entirely feasible. And so Tasuke agreed, and feigning ignorance asked, "What do you hope to achieve by participating in the joint Chunin exam? Why must you go all the way to Konoha?" Orochimaru seemed to recall something pleasing. With evident delight, he replied, "That is something you need not concern yourself with." He. With that he extended his tongue once more, and licked the rim of his teacup. Keeping secrets as usual. However, the cup had to be discarded immediately. It was no longer clean. Several days later, Orochimaru unhesitatingly handed over all the techniques of the Sound Ninja to Dacihua, showing no fear that Dacihua would turn against him after acquiring the knowledge. However, as Orochimaru departed from Yanran village with Kimimaro and the others, Dacihua pursued them, repeatedly confirming with Orochimaru whether the curse seal on Anko's neck truly posed no further issues. Orochimaru merely chuckled, assuring Dacihua that there was no problem. Of course, Dacihua did not believe him, and was certain that the curse seal definitely harbored a hidden danger. Afterward, Dacihua sought out the knowledgeable Karen, who specialized in sealing techniques to add an extra layer of seal over the cursed mark. Only then did he confirm that the matter was temporarily under control. Reassured, he then summoned the three brothers of Sun. By this time, they had become the pillars of all the ninjas in Yanran village. Moreover, they had attained genuine Jonin-level strength. Still, they continued their research, though the focus of their studies had shifted. After Dacihua had grown wealthy through the sale of explosive tags, they quickly delved into the most efficient methods of utilizing them, even though Dacihua had never denied them access to explosive tags. This time, Dacihua directly handed over the Sound Ninja techniques developed by Orochimaru to the three brothers. They promptly summoned craftsmen. They manufactured several sets of specialized Sound Ninja equipment, and immediately began their research. Later they discovered that these various devices had little effect even when used by Jonin. Furthermore, these tools could inflict permanent damage on the user to some extent. Yet they were indeed simple to operate and convenient to use. Once a Jonin trained with the equipment for just a few days, their strength would skyrocket. Moreover, these special techniques greatly enhanced the capabilities of many Chunin. Upon observing these results, Dacihua couldn't help but marvel. TSK. Truly worthy of Orochimaru, the scientist of the ninja world. If it weren't for the fact that Orochimaru was still obsessed with acquiring new bodies, Dacihua would have definitely made a greater effort to build a closer relationship with him. Later, after integrating all the Sound Ninja techniques into teaching and practice, Dacihua recalled Orochimaru's words, and felt it was time to visit Konoha. So he packed a batch of explosive tags and set off. Upon arriving in Konoha, Dacihua went directly to the third Hokage. Under the Hokage's curious gaze, he handed over the explosive tags. He then headed to the Ninja Academy to find Irika, who had become a teacher. To his surprise, he encountered all 12 of the legendary Rookie 9, and others at once. During previous visits, he had only met a few of them, and he rarely saw Naruto or Sasuke. Even though he saw them, this time, there was still no meaningful interaction. That evening, Dacihua and Irika chatted happily, and decided to dine at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. However, after some conversation, they ended up at Ichiraku Ramen instead. While they were eating at Ichiraku, Naruto suddenly appeared from nowhere, a small figure hovering beside the table, with a longing expression. Dacihua found it amusing, and immediately ordered the most extravagant bowl of ramen for him. Naruto, brimming with excitement, shouted.
Whoa, awesome! Teacher Irika's friend is a really great person.
Dacihua chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair, asking,
Is buying you a bowl of ramen enough to make me a great person?
Naruto replied bluntly.
Only Teacher Irika and the third grandpa ever treat me to meals. They're both great people. Since you're treating me too, you're also a great person.
Dacihua looked at the innocent young Naruto, and thought to himself, if Konoha hadn't kept him hidden all along, he would have been coaxed into joining Yanran village long ago. While Naruto ate beside them, Dacihua and Irika chatted. Dacihua glanced at Naruto, and suddenly recalled the classic scene of him painting on the Hokage rock. He teased Irika.
By the way, how's this batch of students you're teaching? I remember last time you missed several days of class because of a troublesome student.
Irika, who was slurping his ramen, nearly choked.
Cough, cough. How can you still remember that? There were reasons back then.
Curious Naruto forgot his ramen, and leaned in, with a gossipy expression, asking Dacihua.
Teacher Irika actually skipped several days of class. Really?
Ignoring Irika's pleading look, Dacihua began to narrate.
At that time, your teacher Irika encountered a troublemaker who slept in class, bullied classmates, drew on the blackboard, and when Irika tried to discipline him, he couldn't even get past the kid's front door.
He paused to glance at Irika, who hadn't lost his temper yet. Then he continued to Naruto.
So your teacher Irika sulked, locked himself at home, and smashed things without leaving the house. Finally, I heard that the third MMPH.
At this moment, Irika suddenly lunged from the side, and clamped his hand over Dacihua's mouth.
The third what? What?
Naruto, completely oblivious, thrust his face close to Dacihua's, hoping to catch the words Irika had muffled. Irika finally lost his composure, shouting,
Naruto!
Dacihua saw Naruto swish back into his seat. Naruto slowly picked up his bowl, took a sip of broth, and remarked,
Today's ramen is really delicious.
Dacihua thought.
Wow, great adaptability.
Dacihua marveled inwardly. Irika, seeing Naruto's antics, couldn't help but smile. But then he angrily dragged Dacihua out of the ramen shop. A stream of profanity erupted outside. After a moment, Irika walked back into the shop with a furious expression, while Dacihua followed quietly behind him. As Irika entered, he found Naruto pressed against the door, listening intently.
Naruto!
Irika's face darkened, and he gave Naruto a sharp rap on the head. What followed was a scene inside a Chiraka ramen. Dacihua and Naruto quietly ate their noodles, while Irika sat beside them wearing a ridiculous expression. At the root headquarters in Konoha.
Lord Danzo, the target has approached the Jinchuriki. Oh, is that so? I knew that such an existence would surely threaten the peace of Konoha.
With that, Danzo gently touched his arm and waved his hand.
Commence the operation.
Meanwhile, after the three of them had finished their meal, Irika and Dacihua walked through the quiet streets of Konoha village, under the night sky, continuing their conversation. Naruto, unwilling to go home, trailed alongside them like a persistent shadow. After following for a while, Dacihua teased,
Naruto, why are you following us? We're two old men, we aren't heading anywhere nice.
Naruto, however, showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he wore a knowing smirk, and promptly unleashed his sexy jutsu on Dacihua and Irika. The illusion was tantalizingly faint, accompanied by a bewitching melody perfectly executed to entice. The pure-hearted and hot-blooded Irika immediately had blood gushing from his nose, rendered a blubbering mess. Dacihua hadn't expected Naruto to have already mastered this divine technique of later years. Even he felt his own blood run hot. But since he was already a married man, his reaction wasn't as extreme as Irika's.
Naruto!
Irika snapped back to reality, his composure shattering once more. He roared Naruto's name, and lunged forward to discipline him. Spotting the danger, Naruto immediately reverted to his normal form and bolted. Thus the two began a playful chase through the serene main street of Konoha. Watching this display, Dacihua mused to himself, if it weren't Irika chasing Naruto, the A and B would surely have appeared by now. After pondering for a moment, he caught up to them. Once he had calmed Irika down, Dacihua led them both to a public bathhouse for a soak. They whiled away the time until midnight. After seeing Iruka drag Naruto away, Dacihua returned alone to the home of Mitarashi Anko in Konoha. Upon arriving home, an ANBU agent suddenly appeared before him and said,
"Lord Danzo and the third Hokage request your presence immediately."
"What the hell? Is it because I spent some time with the Jinchuriki? They need to summon this much force. The third and Danzo both want to see me in the middle of the night." However, Dacihua guessed this was likely instigated by Danzo. He managed a strained smile at the ANBU, but offered no resistance. "Just wait, if I get even a single chance, I'll blast that Danzo to smithereens." With that thought, Dacihua followed the ANBU speeding through the village. They arrived deep within a forest, a space that was eerie and empty. Standing alone in the distance was Danzo. Dacihua took one look and saw that Danzo was in his final transformed state. A sense of dread washed over him. This was likely a trap. Sure enough, Danzo, staring at Dacihua, slowly began to unravel the bandages covering his right eye. Immediately after, a Mangekyo Sharingan within the bandages began to slowly rotate. Dacihua realized the man was about to use Shirsui's Jinjutsu. He quickly forced his own mental energy into a state of contradiction. As he entered this state, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. Then it hit him. He had come to Konoha this time, and seemed to have delivered explosive tags again. What? Seriously? How terrifying can this be? Dacihua was stunned, and a memory of Itachi's words suddenly replayed in his mind.
"I hope you will continue to do this even after you join the Akatsuki."
This sent a shiver down his spine. At the same time, Danzo across from him made his move. The Mangekyo in his eye began to spin even faster. Then Danzo spoke calmly to Dacihua.
"You will obediently listen to me."
"What? Is that all you do? That's too crude." Dacihua felt a pang of disgust. He remembered how Itachi, when using Jinjutsu on him, had entered a special illusionary space. "And you do it like this? It's way too sloppy." However, despite his disdain, an overwhelming drowsiness surged directly into Dacihua's mind. "Damn it. This is so unreasonable. It actually works." Shocked, Dacihua quickly intensified the conflict within his mental energy. He caused a violent pain to surge through his mind, forcing himself to snap out of it. After regaining his senses, Dacihua felt a lingering fear. But as expected, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan truly depends on bloodline. When not used by a clan member, even this strongest Jinjutsu could be resisted. And it probably wasn't as severe as Itachi's case, where resistance was futile. He looked up at Danzo, who currently wore an expression of absolute confidence. Dacihua felt a wave of annoyance. "I really don't want to have a falling out with Konoha. Damn it, it's all because this village has such a madman." Next, Dacihua pursed his lips slightly. He stepped back, stomped the ground to trigger an explosion, and hurled an explosive kunai. All of it shot towards Danzo. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a cloud of smoke rose within the forest. Immediately after, over a dozen masked root operatives rushed from all directions, attacking Dacihua. Dacihua felt another pang of frustration. He had assumed Danzo would challenge him to an honorable one-on-one duel. Unexpectedly, the man was indeed shameless. Now it was him versus the entire root organization. Suddenly, Dacihua felt a moment of dizziness. Startled, he quickly used force to stimulate his mental energy again. After forcibly snapping back to focus, he saw it. A root operative had used the mind-body switch technique on him. At that moment, a shadow shot rapidly across the ground towards him. Simultaneously, a giant palm slammed down from the air. Dacihua decisively stomped the ground, launching himself, with an explosion, charging directly toward the shadow's owner. He then hurled an explosive kunai at the descending palm. Following that, he used the shadow clone technique, creating 5 clones to handle the attackers. Then one root operative suddenly removed his gloves and spread his hands towards Dacihua. In an instant, both hands became visibly purple. Dacihua recognized this man, a member of the Aburan clan known for his potent toxin said to possess nanoscale poisonous insects. Anyone who came into contact with his bugs was essentially doomed. So Dacihua decided to detonate the air around himself to prevent the bugs from getting close. But suddenly a tiger painted in an inkwash style sprang out from behind him. One of his shadow clones flustered through a kunai with an explosive tag to destroy the tiger. However, this distraction allowed the root member fighting that clone to take it down. After dispatching that clone, the root member immediately went to assist his comrades, who were still engaged with the other clones. Soon 2 more shadow clones were destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Dacihua made a split-second decision and ordered his 2 remaining shadow clones to launch a suicidal charge and self-destruct. Boom, boom. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the exploding clones, Dacihua detonated the ground all around him. Instantly, a massive cloud of dust obscured everyone's vision. Seizing this opportunity, while visibility was completely blocked, Dacihua left a shadow clone in his place, while he used the substitution technique to escape to a nearby tree. He then waited quietly, as the root operatives slowly surrounded his shadow clone. The moment they had encircled it, Dacihua smiled from the tree and detonated the explosive shell the clone was holding. Boom! The explosion was immense, instantly obliterating the several root operatives gathered around the clone. Dacihua jumped down from the tree, smirking triumphantly at the few remaining root members and Danzo. Across the way, Danzo's eyes narrowed, his composure finally breaking. He raised a hand to halt the few root members, who were about to charge again, and stepped forward alone. At this moment, the remaining root operatives were all ordinary ninjas with standard attributes. Danzo knew they were no match for Dacihua. Thus, he decided to confront Dacihua personally. First, Danzo unleashed a wind-release vacuum bullet. As Dacihua dodged, Danzo closed the distance in one swift motion. Based on his earlier observations, Danzo concluded that Dachihua's taijutsu must be weak, although his explosive release techniques were immensely powerful. Dacihua wouldn't dare use them at close range either, so Danzo decided to engage him in melee combat. As Dacihua dodged the vacuum bullet and hurled explosive tags, Danzo seized an opening and used Shursui's ability on Dacihua once more. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, he directly applied the curse seal of the self-curse binding. Caught off guard, Dacihua fell victim to the technique, but he didn't resign himself to defeat. As the sealing marks slowly spread across his body, he channeled as much of his explosive release chakra as he could toward the hand Danzo had placed on him to cast the sealing jutsu. It was the makeshift detonation technique. In the blink of an eye, Danzo sensed Dachihua's chakra and instantly withdrew his hand. Even so, the rapidly spreading explosive release chakra blew off one of his hands, the one without the Sharingan. Danzo's face twitched in agony. Dacihua immediately broke free from the seal, slapped several explosive tags onto Danzo, and detonated the ground beneath his feet to create distance. Boom! Once the distance was secured, Dacihua detonated the tags, blasting Danzo to pieces. Of course, even though Danzo was destroyed, Dacihua dared not let his guard down. For Danzo now had an armful of Sharingan, and could surely use his Anaji. Sure enough, a vacuum wave came sweeping from behind Dacihua. Dacihua rolled aside, grabbed a handful of stones, infused them with the makeshift detonation technique, and hurled them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions weren't powerful, only serving to mildly disrupt Danzo. Danzo paused briefly, then unleashed another wind-release vacuum bullet. In an instant, a barrage of air bullets shot straight at Dacihua. With dust from the earlier explosions obscuring his vision, Dacihua failed to dodge in time, and took a vacuum bullet straight through his side. The pain made Dacihua break out in a cold sweat, but he quickly hurled several exploding shuriken to hold back the charging Danzo. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Dacihua realized he couldn't win this fight, and decided to retreat. But Danzo had no intention of letting him escape again, and pursued him relentlessly. Seeing this, Dacihua quickly pulled out a cannon and fired at Danzo. Danzo wasn't foolish and easily dodged, but he underestimated the blast's force, and was knocked off balance. Dacihua hastily followed up with several more shots, finally landing a hit, and blasting Danzo to pieces. Yet Danzo soon revived once more. This time Danzo directly grabbed hold of Dacihua, and applied the curse seal of the self-curse binding again. But Dacihua was prepared. The moment Danzo touched him, explosive release chakras surged toward Danzo. However, this time Danzo didn't pull away. He made a decisive choice, believing that if he couldn't have Dacihua, he would destroy him. He resorted to a mutual destruction technique. Would release advent of a world of trees, engulfing both himself and Dacihua. Advent of a world of trees, multiple wooden vines sprout from the user's body, and rapidly grow into a massive tree to devour the enemy. Danzo's wood release can only be activated through his right arm, and also harms himself. Afterwards, Danzo used his Anaji, once more sacrificing a Sharingan to appear completely unharmed at a distance. Then, alongside a few rude ninjas, he stood silently in the distance, watching the motionless giant tree. He let out a soft chuckle, and calmly stroked the arm now closed with 3 Sharingan. After waiting a while longer and confirming the tree showed no signs of activity, he simply waved his hand, and left with the remaining root members. However, Dacihua was still alive within the tree. As the layers of vines tightened to crush him, he decisively detonated the air around himself. In the tree's trunk, he managed to carve out just enough space to contain himself. But with the wound in his side, and the impact from detonating the air, Dacihua, barely hanging on, fell unconscious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Irika had already escorted Naruto back home. Suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. So he went to look for Dacihua. When he arrived at Datsua's residence and knocked, there was no answer. Just as Irika was puzzled, an Umbu appeared and whispered something to him. Upon hearing it, Irika's face went pale. He then rushed anxiously to the forest where Danzo and Dacihua had fought. Gazing at the ground churned up, as if by artillery fire, Irika slowly approached the massive tree that held Dacihua. The tree's canopy had been scorched and blown apart. He stared at the huge trunk with a sorrowful expression. The Umbu from the Hokage's office had appeared earlier to inform him that Dacihua had been eliminated by Root for posing a threat to Konoha's safety. Now the third Hokage had asked him to come collect the body and send it back to the Smoke Ninja village. Irika couldn't comprehend it. All because he shared a meal with a Jinchuriki. A man who had studied in Konoha and contributed so much to the village was disposed of just like that. He thought about it, his face filled with grief, as he began to cut open the tree trunk. By that time, Dacihua inside the trunk had already woken up, but he didn't rush out, fearing Root might still be lurking outside. Staying inside the trunk, he took a painkiller and pondered, had he always underestimated the Kage level? All his life, he'd been comparing things to O'Connell and his past life memories, which had made him insufferably arrogant. Thinking about the Kage-level opponents he'd faced, Inoki of Iwagakure with his particle-style Itachi with his Jinjutsu. And now Danzo, who had pushed him to the brink without even breaking a sweat. Man, what a disaster to look back on. Plus, he had even taken off his chakra armor for this trip to Konoha. He'd simply come looking for trouble. Nevertheless, despite facing reality, Dacihua couldn't swallow his anger toward Danzo. I came all the way to deliver explosive tags, and you still try to kill me. This old bastard has to be eliminated. Then suddenly the tree trunk encasing him was torn open by a tearful Irika. Startled, Dacihua instantly used a substitution jutsu to leap onto a nearby tree, immediately following it up with a detonation on the ground. Boom. Ah! Clutching his stomach, Dacihua stood on the tree branch staring in bewilderment at Irika, who had just been saved by a suddenly appearing Umbu. Why is Irika here? But despite his confusion, he kept his guard up towards the Umbu. You're alive. At that moment, Irika, ignoring the fact he'd almost just been blown up, exclaimed joyfully. Yeah. What are you doing here? Dacihua asked. Just then the Umbu suddenly released Irika and vanished. Huh? Dacihua was stunned. What was that about? Irika glanced in the direction the Umbu had gone, and whispered to Dacihua, he's a direct subordinate of the Hokage. Though I have no idea what's going on right now either. But you need to leave Konoha immediately. Direct subordinate of the Hokage. Dacihua murmured to himself. Okay, I understand. For the next few days, just stay put in the Ninja Academy, and don't come out. Huh? Why? Don't do anything reckless. Konoha is actually a great place. Don't worry, I won't harm the village.
I'm just afraid the root here might come after you too. The next morning Dacihua hurried back to Yin Ninja Village. Amid everyone's concern, he took his first bite from Karen. The taste. Tui. The effect was indeed remarkable. After that he went to find Deidara, one of Yin Ninja Village's only 3 powerhouses, intending to bring him along to kill Danzo of Konoha. Earlier, when the Hokage's direct ANPU had come with Irika to collect his corpse, Dacihua had guessed that Danzo must be somewhat at odds with the 3rd Hokage. He could also guess that the 3rd Hokage definitely did not want to make an enemy of him. But even so, relying on that alone to make the 3rd Hokage abandon Danzo was certainly impossible. Dacihua did not care about that though, as he saw it as long as the 3rd Hokage did not go all out to help Danzo, while he was taking Danzo down, that would be enough. So Dacihua began pondering how to lure Danzo out of Konoha. Once Danzo was out, dealing with him alone would be much simpler. The sheer number of bombs would be enough to send him off. But that was the tricky part. Danzo was such a coward, how could he possibly be lured out? Dacihua thought for a long time, then suddenly recalled that Orochimaru had always seemed to be in contact with Danzo. On closer reflection, however, he felt that Orochimaru would certainly not help him lure Danzo out. After all, in the original story, the 3rd Hokage was killed during the Chunin exam. Danzo never even surfaced then, which made it easy to guess that Orochimaru must have had some other deal with him. No, he could not seek Orochimaru's help either. This was truly infuriating. Dacihua in exasperation yanked hard at his own hair. But he truly had no choice but to kill Danzo. The man had inexplicably insisted on killing him. If not for luck and his last-minute idea of using a bomb shockwave to create a space, he would have been finished. And what about next time? If Danzo ambushed him again, and he did not have that luck, would not that be the end? Just as Dacihua was agonizing, Deidara beside him was also deep in thought. Although Deidara did not understand why Dacihua, who was ready to bomb Konoha's elder, still did not dare to bomb the village directly, he did not care about such things. He respected Dacihua's thinking. So Deidara proposed a straightforward solution: set bombs outside Konoha, force Danzo out, and then blow him up. Dacihua's first reaction was that Deidara was being a bit naive. If they set bombs outside Konoha, the one forced out would most likely be the 3rd Hokage, and he would bring a whole crowd of Jonin with him. After long deliberation though, Dacihua suddenly realized this seemed to be the only option left. TSK. Let it all burn. To hell with the original plot. I have been sending them my explosive tags for years, and he still came to kill me, and that old 3rd Hokage did not even stir. Blast away then. Blast away. If Danzo comes out, all is well. If the 3rd comes out instead, he was bound to die sooner or later anyway. Then Orochimaru will not even be needed. Another day passed. Dacihua and Deidara donned Akatsuki cloaks, and slipping away behind Anko's back quietly left Yin Ninja Village. The two rode Deidara's clay dragon all the way to Konoha. When they arrived, they hung a banner on the dragon that read "Send Danzo out." Then, they made a slow, leisurely circle over Konoha. Once they were sure the people of Konoha had noticed, they flew to the sky above the forest directly in front of the village. Then, confident that no one was nearby, Dacihua and Deidara produced their cannons, and gently dropped shell after shell onto the forest. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the thunderous explosion scattered every bird and beast in the forest. Meanwhile, Deidara grew more and more excited as he fired shells from the air. He bellowed, "Fire! Fire! Fire! Ha ha ha! TSK! Does not his throat ever get dry?" Dacihua watched him, and could not help feeling speechless. He behaves normally enough at ordinary times, but now, he had suddenly turned into a bomb maniac. If I were not an explosion release ninja, I would never be doing this with you. As he thought this, the cannon in his hands, already red-hot, slowly moved closer to Konoha. By then, the roads outside Konoha, and the surrounding greenery, had been blasted into ruin. After several more blasts, though, Dacihua still had not hit the village itself. Deidara, now puzzled, said to him, "Why is Konoha so cowardly? Even after all this, no one has come out."
Dacihua shook his head to show he did not know either. Then let's just blow our way in, Deidara said, raising his cannon. Dacihua hastily stopped him, signaling to wait a little longer. Inside Konoha, meanwhile, a deep silence had fallen. Every household had already hidden indoors. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage Danzo Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane were holding an emergency meeting. The third Hokage, seated in the Hokage's chair, looked at Danzo and said, "Danzo, take a good look. Your reckless actions have brought enormous trouble upon Konoha." Danzo's expression did not change. He merely said, "Humph. He has already taken the initiative to approach our Jinchuriki. Besides, a dangerous man like that, if he cannot be completely controlled, he should be utterly destroyed." The third Hokage shook his head at Danzo. "You are being foolish. After the land of rice broke away from the land of fire, our two villages have had no connection. He came again to deliver explosive tags. Can't you see, he wants to establish friendly relations with us?" Danzo sneered. "Humph. The way I see it, it's a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken. There's no good intention behind it." The third Hokage smiled. "Ah, back then when he was at the Ninja Academy I could already tell. He is absolutely not the kind of person you think. He has deep feelings for Konoha." Seeing that the third Hokage seemed inclined to defend Dacihua, the two Hokage advisors spoke up. "Hiruzen, you have seen it for yourself. He is now bombing wantonly at Konoha's doorstep. Send people to kill him." "That's right, Hiruzen, send people. You cannot really let Danzo go out. What would the other ninja villages think of us?" The third Hokage fell silent. Both his old friends had spoken, and there was nothing he could do. He quietly summoned a number of jonin, and ordered them to deal with Dacihua outside the village. Soon Dacihua and Deidara, hovering in the air, spotted the jonin. But even before they saw them, a shell had already flown toward that very spot. Damn. It's war now. Fortunately, these ninja were not a bunch of fakes. They all dodged. Dacihua and Deidara quickly stopped the bombardment and shouted to the jonin, "Send Danzo out. We are only here for Danzo. We do not want to harm the innocent." Naturally, the jonin ignored them completely. They rapidly formed hand seals, unleashed ninjutsu, and attacked the two directly. Of course, landing a hit was no easy task. After all, this ninja world did not have many anti-air options. The two climbed higher and watched the jonin put on a flashy show on the ground. Dacihua suddenly understood why Deidara had been able to join the Akatsuki in the original story. This was an air force, damn it. They waited quietly for a while, and the ninja below finally stopped. A few of them were now desperately using the earth flow wall, boosting their teammates upward to close the distance with Dacihua and Deidara. Naturally, Deidara took care of them, with a few casually released clay spiders. But Dacihua now felt Konoha still had not understood that he was threatening them. So he directed Deidara to steer the clay dragon. They flew straight to a higher altitude, and then he launched a little boy down in a forest. Boom. A low hum. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly rose upward. And that forest in an instant was vaporized and gone. At this moment, the group of my ninjas who were striving to ascend into the sky were directly stunned. One by one, with stiff expressions, they felt the massive waves generated by the explosion. Before this, they had seen the spatial distortion that appeared in an instant. And the forest that originally stretched beyond sight turned into a deep pit in an instant, where not even fragments of trees or stones remained. Everything was erased in a single moment. Dacihua and Deidara also slowly descended, at this time flying to the vicinity of this group of ninjas. Dacihua was very satisfied with their shocked expressions. He smiled slightly, then made a fierce expression and shouted at them.
"Go quickly and get Tuan Song out. You know, I don't want to harm the relationship with my... Today I only seek Tuan Song. I believe you wouldn't want this bomb to fall inside my village either. Isn't that harming the relationship?"
Hearing this, a question mark appeared in the minds of the ninjas simultaneously. They then urgently began discussing. Soon Dacihua, who was in the air, saw one of the ninjas quickly running toward my village. Thus Dacihua couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that this ninja must be going in to inform the third Hokage. This was half the battle. Dacihua truly did not want to cause too much damage to Mai. After all, having watched Naruto for so many years, he still had some feelings for Mai. Of course, except for Jitsu and Tuan Song. At this moment, Deidara beside him, with an excited face flushed, shouted at Dacihua.
That little boy of yours, do you have any more? Another one. That's awesome. Whoa. A bomb maniac has appeared. Deidara.
Dacihua silently complained in his heart while verbally replying.
I have one more on me prepared to use when blowing up Tuan Song later.
Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office of my village beside a crystal ball, the 4 old-timers had already finished listening to the words brought back by the ninja, who had run desperately. Moreover, they had previously witnessed the complete explosion of the little boy through the perspective of one of the ninjas in that group. So at this moment, the 4 of them fell into silence. It was clear that none of them had expected Dacihua to possess such a powerful weapon. After a moment of silence, the 3rd Hokage suddenly stood up slowly and said to Tuan Song,
Tuan Song, you heard him. Dacihua originally didn't want to harm the relationship with Mai.
Having said that, the 3rd Hokage sat back down in his chair, sighed quietly, and looked at Tuan Song, whose face was cold and gloomy. After all, he couldn't directly say,
Tuan Song, he's here for you, so go out quickly.
At this, Tuan Song did not respond to the 3rd Hokage's words, but only looked at the deep pit in the crystal ball with an even darker expression. At this moment, Zhuanqin Xiaochun on the other side suddenly glanced at the still silent Shuehu Minion, then looked at the scene in the crystal ball, gritted her teeth, and said to Tuan Song,
Tuan Song, why don't you go out and take a look? After all, you've seen the power of this bomb. What if he really attacks the village?
At this point, Zhuanqin Xiaochun stopped speaking. Then the 3 of them quietly looked at Tuan Song, as if waiting for something. After Tuan Song looked around at the 3, his face turned even uglier. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, and stood up shouting at the others.
Mai is sick. Mai is truly sick. Since when could a mere clown like this threaten Mai? Ha ha.
Having said that, Tuan Song slammed the table hard and turned to walk out of the Hokage's office. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage stared at the door that Tuan Song had slammed shut. He suddenly thought of Dacihua, who had come to Mai a few days ago to deliver explosive tags, and sighed lightly, saying,
Tuan Song, I hope you can get through this safely.
But immediately the 3rd Hokage waved his hand and summoned an Umbu. He said to the Umbu,
Now gather all Umbu and prevent Tuan Song from assembling the root organization.
Having said that, he waited for the Umbu to disappear. He slowly walked to the window, looked at the entire Mai, seeing the empty Yuzabo clan. Suddenly he said,
I hope I am right. Mai no longer needs such a root organization.
At this moment, the 2 Hokage advisors behind suddenly widened their eyes in surprise, looking at the 3rd Hokage. But in the end, they only remained silent, saying nothing more. At this time, Tuan Song, who had walked out of the ninja building, did not choose to assemble the root organization. However, he also keenly noticed that many Umbus seemed to have appeared around him, and he couldn't help but sneer.
Ha ha! You still underestimate me.
With that, Tuan Song directly accelerated and ran all the way toward the gate of Mai. As soon as Tuan Song left the village, he was spotted by Deidara in the sky using his scientific eye. Then he immediately said to Dacihua with surprise,
Quick, quick, quick! That Tuan Song has come out! Where is the little boy? Let me throw it! Why are you so impatient? Isn't he my enemy?
Dacihua glanced at Deidara and ignored him. But at the same time, he was puzzled. How could Tuan Song come out so easily?
Where are the others? Shouldn't he have let a group out? Where is his root organization? Would Mai give up Tuan Song so easily?
But soon, he saw that the previous group of ninjas had also withdrawn.
Ah!
Dacihua felt even more suspicious. What's going on?
Could it be that Tuan Song thinks he can withstand the little boy and kill me alone? No way. That confident.
With some doubt, Dacihua directly fired a cannon at Tuan Song on the ground.
Boom!
Tuan Song dodged using the substitute technique. Then he quickly performed with releasing a massive vine. Standing on it, he swiftly attacked Dacihua and the other from the ground. Facing this scene, Dacihua suddenly felt that perhaps only Tuan Song had indeed come out alone. So Dacihua directly fired several consecutive cannon shots.
Boom, boom, boom.
In almost an instant the vine and Tuan Song disappeared together. At this moment in my village, the third Hokage and the others gathered around the crystal ball again. Through the perspective of an umbu lurking near the battlefield, they saw the scene. Watching Tuan Song's embarrassing appearance of being unable to touch the enemy, Shuehu Mainian, one of the Hokage advisors, suddenly spoke to the other two.
It seems we must strengthen our training against aerial enemies. If we don't train, then in the future when we encounter such enemies again, we won't even have a way to harm them.
Looking at Tuan Song reappearing in the crystal ball, a flicker of reluctance passed through the third Hokage's eyes, but he quickly regained his seriousness. Nodding in response to Minion, he said,
Indeed, the current ninjas in the village only have ground-based attack methods. We truly need to strengthen training.
Then looking again at Tuan Song, who was still trying to find a way to ascend, he continued,
Otherwise, encountering such a situation, we would have all our strength but nowhere to use it.
On the other side, Xuanqin Xiaochun, looking at Tuan Song in the scene, with a calm expression, also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after Tuan Song appeared again, his face was clearly darker. He looked up at the white dragon circling in the sky, suddenly feeling somewhat frustrated. At this moment, he hadn't even touched the enemy yet, he had already lost a Sharingan eye to the explosion. And Dacihua flying in the air clearly hadn't expected this either. It was really that simple. He had killed Tuan Song once. Moreover, looking at the ground, Tuan Song was probably stamping his feet in frustration. He still couldn't get up. Suddenly Dacihua seemed to think of something. He looked somewhat puzzled at Deidara, who was holding a cannon and looking excited. How did this guy die? He blew himself up. He fought with Zhuozhu and self-destructed. Can Zhuozhu fly? Sigh, Zhuozhu's Suzhua can fly. Ah, I see. So that's how it is. Dacihua suddenly realized that in the future, he should probably stay away from ninjas who can fly. That way, he would be basically invincible. Just as he was daydreaming, Tuan Song on the ground was killed once by a cannonball fired by Deidara. But he immediately revived. Dacihua didn't care and continued firing. However, Deidara suddenly said angrily,
No, I have to go down and fight him.
Why isn't he dead yet? I clearly hit him just now. How did he dodge it? With that, Deidara grabbed a clay bird. Why are you going down? Dacihua looked at him in surprise, as Deidara jumped straight onto the big bird. He quickly stopped him. That's just suicide. Then Dacihua explained to Deidara, the Tuan Song down there, that old man has a special ability. Look at his arm, the one covered with eyes. Deidara was stopped and didn't stubbornly jump down. He curiously looked down with his special eye, wanting to know what special ability Tuan Song had to dodge the explosion in that situation. But after a glance, he said indifferently,
Isn't it just the Sharingan? Though I don't know why he has so many.
But I'm confident I can blow him up. Let me go down. Deidara then fired a few more shots, but they were blocked by the Rashomon gate summoned by Tuan Song, so he summoned the big bird again. You know nothing. I only learned the secret from reading the original story. Helplessly holding his forehead, Dacihua continued to explain the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan has a secret technique called Izanagi. And this secret technique can twist space-time, turning all unfavorable events against him into illusions for a period of time. Deidara was shocked upon hearing this. Is the Sharingan that powerful? Then how do we fight? Seeing that Deidara no longer thought of jumping down, Dacihua continued, but such a secret technique comes at a great cost. Every time he uses it, he permanently loses one Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Deidara immediately looked carefully at Tuan Zhang's arm. Soon he confirmed that 6 Sharingan on Tuan Zhang's arm had already closed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, of Muyi, a group of elite Jonin stood before the third Hokage discussing how should we deal with enemies flying high in the sky. The third Hokage had already turned off the crystal ball. Since he could see that Tuan Song had little chance of survival, he stopped watching. Besides, watching his old friend die so miserably in this war was better left unseen to preserve some dignity for him. Outside, Deidara had already understood the Izanagi technique, and no longer wanted to jump down. And they had also taken another life from Tuanzong. At this point, Tuanzong below had exhausted all his means. He tried using wind release to fly, temporarily summoning several giant vines at once, but still couldn't reach the two. Dacihua had long grown bored and left everything to Deidara to fire the cannon. He really hadn't expected Tuanzong to be exposed so easily. Nor had he expected to be invincible just by being in the air. This was too unreasonable. But looking at Tuanzong on the ground still trying various wind release, and would release ninjutsu to get into the sky, he couldn't help but start complaining.
If Tuanzong had any earth release chakra, he could use a lightweight rock technique and maybe fly a bit.
But he only has wind release, and it's obviously the sharp path. Hey, he's just waiting to die. Soon Tuanzong used up the remaining 5 Sharingan. By then Tuanzong's face was twisted ferocious with 2 eyes wide open. Then Deidara suddenly said to Dacihua,
"He only has 1 Sharingan left on his face, and it's still spinning."
This startled Dacihua. He quickly slapped Deidara. Since Tuanzong came out, he had confirmed that they were far away. Then Jishui's Mangekyo would be useless. Now suddenly saying the Sharingan is spinning again. Good grief, don't get caught and self-destruct.
Hey, what are you doing? Still sane. Think about you don't keep staring at the Sharingan or you'll lose a sure win. Just drop the little boy. Bored.
Dacihua muttered a few words and took out another little boy.
Ha ha, sober. Sober. Come, let me create art with my own hands.
Deidara saw the little boy and got excited, ignoring the slap he just received. Then he carefully placed the little boy into the special launcher and made a few ritualistic movements. Then he launched the little boy directly at Tuanzong. Dacihua watched from the side, but suddenly noticed something. This position doesn't seem right. Damn. Right at the main gate of Muyi. Boom. The little boy's power was still strong, and in an instant Tuanzong was completely gone. And the gate of Muyi was barely touched and disappeared along with Tuanzong. Even several houses near the gate were blown down. At this moment Dacihua saw that inside Muyi was in chaos. It really wasn't intentional. We agreed to just trouble Tuanzong, but now this. Deidara, on the other hand, didn't care at all, looking obsessed, and even wanted to launch another one.
Hey, why are you so addicted?
Dacihua complained about him again. Then he quickly told him to command the clay dragon to flee. Because at this moment a large group of ninjas had appeared at the village gate, all with angry faces. After all, they had been bombarding at their doorstep for a long time, and finally blew up the gate. To be honest, I really can't understand how the 3rd Hokage managed to keep the ninjas from coming out. The two flew away amidst the curses of the Muyi ninjas, leaving only a huge crater on the ground. Of course, they also left a message: if you want revenge, come find us at the Shao organization. Well, this was all to avoid affecting the Yenrin village. They flew swiftly, soon shaking off the Konoha pursuers. However, Dacihua couldn't help but wonder if they simply hadn't been chasing with much effort. After all, he had seen the 2 legendary gatekeepers of Konoha sprinting at full speed, nearly catching up, while furiously hurling shuriken into the sky. Perhaps there was a fire burning in their hearts. No sooner had the 2 returned to Imei village and set foot on solid ground than Anko stormed up furiously and seized Dacihua by the ear.
Are your wounds healing too quickly? It's only been a few days, and you've already run off again.
She snapped at him in a furious tone. Witnessing the scene from the side, Deidara suddenly felt that being free of such entanglements wasn't so bad after all. He hastily made an excuse, saying he had suddenly remembered something urgent. And then he bolted. Naturally, Anko paid him no mind. Meanwhile, Dacihua tilted his neck, grimacing in pain, as he watched Deidara slip away. Silently making a note of this in his heart, he thought,
"Fine. I helped you out, and now you won't even save me."
Then turning back with a smile plastered on his face, he prepared to explain himself to Anko. Just then Anko released Dacihua, and catching sight of his forehead protector exclaimed with amusement.
Oh, you even went and got yourself a missing name mark. You do know you're the current head of May Village, right? Wait, what? I was only gone for a day. How am I a Kage now?
Dacihua was utterly bewildered. This had all changed too fast. Casually pulling off the forehead protector he had used for disguise, Dacihua asked,
What about Sun Keikyu and Mumu? Why weren't they chosen? Those three.
Anko chuckled.
Goodness, they're not even as strong as I am. You'd let them be village head. Besides, those three brothers all support you becoming the head. They said the entire village survived only because of you, and no one else deserves the position.
As she spoke, Anko produced a scroll and handed it to Dacihua.
Take a look. It's your letter of appointment delivered this morning. The daimyo himself came in person, but he didn't see you all morning.
Dacihua stared at the handwriting on the official document. Suddenly flashes of the vaporized Danzo and the vanished Konoha gate crossed his mind.
Oh no! If I become the head of a May village, that would be really bad.
After hesitating for a moment, Dacihua decided to tell Anko everything he had done after leaving. When Anko finished listening, she was completely stunned.
You went to Konoha and killed Danzo. And you also blew up Konoha's gate.
However, Anko clearly showed little interest in Danzo's death. Instead, she was utterly shocked that Dacihua had blasted apart the Konoha gate. Dacihua suddenly found it somewhat amusing. It seemed Danzo's reputation in Konoha was pretty much that. Now that the man was gone, the Konoha ninja before him only cared about the village gate. Ha ha ha. However, given the present situation, Dacihua definitely could not accept the position of a May village head. After all, though, he didn't know exactly what had happened with Danzo. Blowing up Konoha's front gate was an undeniable fact. Accepting the post would be too blatant a provocation to Konoha. Therefore, Dacihua immediately hurried to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Smoke. He found Okan and explained everything that had happened recently. Okan grew flustered and hastily withdrew the appointment. Then, that very day, he rushed out a new letter of appointment for Sun. After all, at this stage, May village could not withstand any targeting from Konohagakure. To put it kindly, the village had one Kage-level fighter. To put it bluntly, it had only one Kage-level fighter in the entire village. Thus, after a string of maneuvers, Dacihua truly became a missing nin. It didn't matter much, though. He simply assumed another identity and continued staying in a May village. He lived there for a month, and during that time Konoha ninja did indeed come around asking about him. Yet the villagers all tacitly concealed his identity. Moreover, Konoha added 5 million ryo to his bounty on the black market. And in the end, that was that. Ironically, Anko now found it much easier to return to Konoha. Previously, Orochimaru's defection and her relationship with Dacihua had caused Konoha to grow increasingly wary of her. But now that Danzo was dead, the wariness had actually decreased. About another month later, White Zetsu suddenly notified Dacihua that Orochimaru had become a traitor to the organization, and that he was to be killed on sight from now on.
That quickly?
Dacihua was only slightly surprised, then began calculating his next moves. If he remembered correctly, Orochimaru had attacked Itachi, and then become a traitor. So by this time, Orochimaru had already set his sights on Sasuke's Sharingan. However, Dacihua never expected that not long after Orochimaru would suddenly appear in May village. And as if familiar with the place, he found Dacihua without trouble.
How did you know I was here?
Dacihua eyed the suddenly appearing Orochimaru with wariness. He was certain he hadn't exposed his whereabouts recently. Besides, most people in the village didn't even know where he lived.
Dacihua-kun need not concern himself with that. I am merely here to confirm our cooperative relationship,
Orochimaru said with a cold, sinister smile. Dacihua understood that the cooperation referred to what had been discussed before, using some May village slots to participate in the Chunin exams. But why had Orochimaru come all the way here just to repeat it? Soon Orochimaru made a startling statement.
To carry out my plan more smoothly, I need you to come with me to kill the 4th Kazekage.
What? Dacihua stared in shock.
You want to kill the Kazekage right now. And how exactly did you figure I'd agree to go with you? I'll change.
But then Orochimaru proposed a condition Dacihua found hard to refuse.
I've recently come up with an idea for an advanced explosion release technique.
To be honest, Dachihua's heart stirred the moment he heard it. Over the years, his explosion release techniques had been developed largely from Orochimaru's old hypothesis about explosion release detonating tags. If not for that detonation pattern back then, Dacihua would probably still be stuck in Inmei village. And so Dacihua agreed.
Tell me, what kind of plan is it?
Orochimaru gave Dacihua a light smile, and immediately revealed his scheme.
Heh. All you need to do is, then, we'll coordinate from within and without.
In the plan, the two were to act together with Sasori, because Sasori still had an infiltrator inside Sunagakure. The infiltrator's job was to lure the Kazekage out into the desert. Then the three of them would eliminate the Kazekage together. Honestly, Dacihua was quite puzzled as to why he had been called in. Between the infiltrator Orochimaru and Sasori, the lineup seemed not to need him at all. Still, Dacihua didn't overthink it, simply assuming Orochimaru wanted to further drag him onto his war chariot. Soon Dacihua set off with Dachyuan. However, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, he also called Deidara along. For this, Dacihua even paid the price of a little boy. Thus the three of them first sat atop Deidara's clay dragon, and flew all the way to the Feng country. Then, in a sparsely populated village, they picked up Xie. Finally, they all went together to the Sha'in village. And after collecting Xie in the village, Deidara somehow started discussing art with him. Initially, their conversation was quite harmonious. One said that dazzling and ephemeral beauty was art. The other said that beauty which could be preserved perfectly and enduringly was art. But suddenly one of them blurted out that his own art was the supreme under heaven, the true art. Then absurdly the two began arguing over what constituted true art. Even worse, after only a brief quarrel, they started scuffling like children. Watching them fight with increasing intensity, Dacihua felt somewhat speechless. Just as he was about to persuade them to stop, Dachyuan suddenly emerged from the side, and said to him, I fully support Xie's understanding of art. That which can last forever is true art. For example, eternal life, mysterious, beautiful, and enduring. Ha ha. With that he lasciviously extended his long tongue, and licked his upper lip. Ah! What are you up to now? Dacihua was startled by Dachyuan's words. But still aiming to offend neither, he said, both are art, I suppose. Enduring classics and fleeting brilliance, both are beautiful. At these words, Dachyuan shot Dacihua a puzzled glance, then let out a sinister chuckle. Meanwhile, Xie and Deidara, who had been wrestling nearby, both took offense. They temporarily stopped fighting, and together demanded of Dacihua, if both are art, then which is more beautiful? Ah well, he had thought to avoid displeasing either. Seeing the two looking as if they would force him to choose, Dacihua suddenly didn't know what to say, saying either would offend one. Besides, he felt they were roughly the same. And Xie, are you quite old? Why are you arguing with Deidara? So following his own explosive ninjutsu, he said, perhaps fleeting brilliance is more beautiful, since it can only be seen for an instant. The shock of a moment feels different from something you see often. At this, Deidara's face instantly lit up with a satisfied and confident smile, casting a triumphant look at Xie. Xie suddenly stopped arguing, merely casting a cold glance at the two and saying, your understanding of art is still immature. What did you say? Deidara immediately became indignant again, rushing forward and babbling endlessly in an attempt to change Xie's mind. Xie said little, silently holding his ground. He muttered about the beauty of eternity. What a pair of lovers' quarrels, Dacihua thought, no longer trying to intervene, as long as they didn't fight. Meanwhile, Dachyuan, seeing that the two had stopped fighting, began to observe Deidara with interest. Suddenly he muttered to himself, clay explosions and explosions. Both are very rare bloodline limits. At this time, Dacihua was silently listening to the torrent of artistic concepts from Deidara and Xie. Hearing Dachyuan's words, he immediately became alert. This guy was still in the phase of coveting others' bodies. What are you up to? Dacihua cast a sidelong glance at Dachyuan, casually pulling out an explosive tag. Nothing much. Both of you have very obvious weaknesses. Dacihua didn't care, sticking out his tongue and smiling faintly. Ah. So you mean we're full of flaws? At this point Deidara stopped arguing because he realized Xie was as stubborn as a mule, simply refusing to admit that explosions were art. So he scurried over to Dacihua and stared at him. Then tell us, what are our weaknesses? Xie, who had been planning to stay quiet for a while, also slowly walked over, fixing his gaze on Dacihua. Dacihua looked at the three people surrounding him and smiled faintly. Deidara's clay explosion release is essentially an earth release, so it's weak against lightning release. And Dacihua is clearly a close-range fighter. Deidara was greatly astonished. How do you know that? Dacihua laughed smugly. I have my ways. Deidara felt a bit exasperated and simply ignored him. He had just gathered intelligence and analyzed it. So he prepared to continue arguing with Xie about whose art was more artistic. But Xie, feeling that both sides were meaningless, ignored Deidara as well. He took out a set of puppets and began maintenance. As for Dacihua, he had been curious too, but after hearing Dachihua's words, he instantly lost interest. Weak in close combat. You might as well call me fat. And judging me as weak in close combat just because you've only seen me use long-range ninjutsu, that's too one-sided. And seeing that Dacihua was about to try and show off, Dacihua thought, tisk, forget it, I won't let him. Then he went off to the side with the neglected Deidara to play with explosive clay. This left Dacihua all alone, so he quietly pulled out a scroll and began reading. After another day, the group finally arrived at the Sha'in village. Thus the local Xie took the lead in finding a hidden room outside the village. Then he contacted his informant within the Sha'in village. The moment the informant saw Xie, he knelt before him in fanatical reverence. Excitedly he said, everything is ready, Lord Xie. As soon as you give the order, we can lure out the fourth Fenging immediately. Seeing his excitement, Xie casually tossed him a small scroll. Then started now. The informant hurriedly caught the scroll and stuffed it into his inner pocket. Then, after leaving an address obsequiously, he rushed off in a flurry. Watching this, Dacihua suddenly recalled how in the original story, when they went after Gaara, Xie seemed to have used some technique to control a traitor. Now it was just a direct traitor. Poor fourth Fenging. However, he said nothing. Next, the group followed Xie to the address, which led to a desert area. Upon arrival, Xie produced a scroll and summoned a large puppet. It covered them all and concealed them within the desert. They waited silently for the fourth Fenging to come and pan for gold. Not long after, a series of booming sounds erupted outside. No doubt this was the fourth Fenging coming to pan for gold. Immediately Xie retracted the camouflaging puppet that had hidden him. The moment the disguised puppet withdrew, the group swiftly scattered. Meanwhile, Dacihua followed Deidara, soaring high into the sky on a clay bird. Why did Deidara take to the air from the start? It was because under Dachihua's long-term influence, he had grown increasingly fond of dropping bombs from above. And Dacihua, too lazy to fly with chakra armor, simply tagged along with Deidara. After the two took to the sky, Deidara calmly pushed aside his bangs, using his single mechanical eye to survey the battle below. Beside him, Dacihua silently watched that eye, rapidly adjusting its focus. Then, he quietly retrieved a telescope from his storage scroll and hung it around his neck. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Sasori directly unleashed his human puppet, the third Kazekage. Through it he summoned a vast cloud of iron sand surging toward the fourth Kazekage. Seeing the iron sand rushing at him, the fourth's expression turned grim, and he retreated swiftly, manipulating his gold sand in defense. At the same time, Orochimaru had already summoned a giant serpent nearby. From Dachihua's observation, it was not Manda. Then, standing atop the serpent's head, he pressed toward the fourth. For a moment, dust and smoke billowed and explosions rang out incessantly. However, because the fourth Kazekage carried only a limited amount of gold sand, and the desert chosen by the traitor had almost no gold sand content, thus the fourth Kazekage found himself at a constant disadvantage. Yet even so, he stubbornly held his ground against Sasori and Orochimaru, with his meager gold sand locked in a fierce stalemate. In a brief lull in the melee, the fourth Kazekage seized the chance to question Sasori.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the third Kazekage, isn't it? Who are you? Why are you doing this?
As he spoke, he instantly molded his gold sand into a wall blocking the wind-style great breakthrough that Orochimaru had just launched. At the same time, he stared intently at Sasori, demanding an explanation. Sasori, however, remained composed and replied with a smile.
Hey, indeed, this is the former third Kazekage. As for who I am, ha, it doesn't matter. Right now, I just want to see how the current third Kazekage compares to you, the fourth.
Hearing this, the fourth Kazekage's face grew even darker, and he shouted at Sasori.
You turned the third's body into a puppet. Do you even know what you're doing? Have you lost all humanity? Hey, puppet. He can exist eternally. That is true art.
A hint of nostalgia crept into Sasori's tone. As they spoke, neither stopped attacking. Orochimaru on the side coordinated with the third Kazekage puppet to assault the fourth. Meanwhile, Deidara and Dacihua, watching the three tangled in battle, found no opening to intervene.
This. Never thought 4 of us came and 2 are just idling in the sky.
After watching for a while, Deidara lay back and rested. Dacihua, leaning forward, peered down, as if watching a live drama unfold. The three below fought with increasing ferocity. As time passed, the fourth Kazekage's gold sand had swelled to a wave-like scale. Sasori then released another puppet, one Dacihua did not recognize. As for Orochimaru, he suddenly summoned Manda. In the sky, seeing Manda appear, Dacihua inexplicably felt that Orochimaru seemed rather weak. The fourth and Sasori clashed brilliantly, while Orochimaru first sent a giant serpent to ram using a technique that wasn't even overpowered, easily blocked by the fourth, and now summoned Manda for another ramming strike.
What? This?
But just as Manda was about to collide with the fourth Kazekage, it suddenly whipped its tail, smashing the second puppet Sasori had released into pieces. On the fourth Kazekage's side, Orochimaru had somehow bound him, and was holding him motionless. Then Dacihua watched as Manda opened its mouth, and swallowed both Orochimaru, and the fourth in one gulp, instantly vanishing.
Huh? What kind of move was that?
Dacihua was stunned. What had Orochimaru done? They were just locked in a fierce fight, and suddenly, he got stronger. At that moment, Dacihua felt his back muscles tense sharply. And Orochimaru suddenly appeared behind him, tossing him a scroll. Then he heard this Orochimaru loudly declare,
"Pleasure doing business."
Dacihua, bewildered, reflexively caught the scroll. But as he watched the vanished Orochimaru, realization struck. Orochimaru had kidnapped the fourth, and was pinning the blame on him. Meanwhile, below, Sasori had already used the third's puppet to gather a mass of iron sand. With a whoosh, he flew up, his face burning with rage.
Oh no! This is bad.
Sasori must already think he and Orochimaru were in league. Dakihua's face twisted in distress as he tried to think of an explanation. He saw the third Kazekage puppet under Sasori's control charge straight at him, and unleash a devastating technique, magnetic release iron sand world method. In an instant, a massive barrier formed in the sky, trapping Dacihua and Deidara inside. The iron sand forming the barrier shot through it like bullets, attacking the two. The moment the barrier closed and Deidara leaped from the giant bird's back. Simultaneously, he shaped his explosive clay into a hemispherical shield, like an earthen wall enveloping himself and Dacihua. It blocked the incoming iron sand. Inside the shield, Deidara was rubbing his hands together in excitement.
Oh ho ho, are we finally going to fight? Let that bastard witness what true art is.
With that, he slipped out of the clay wall alone. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion erupted outside.
Damn!
They've started fighting. There's no way to explain now. Might as well the blame onto my back. Dakihua's face was filled with despair. It was now abundantly clear that two new Akatsuki members, for some unknown purpose, had collaborated with the traitor Orochimaru. And Orochimaru's goal was to abduct the fourth Kazekage. Now that he had succeeded, the deal was done, with the two newcomers covering the retreat. Dacihua simply sat quietly inside the clay wall, unwilling to look outside. He listened to the booming explosions and Deidara's gleeful shouts, silently thinking,
"Damn, What do I do now?
Deidara was already fighting Sasori, and Orochimaru had vanished with the fourth Kazekage. In this situation were they about to break with the Akatsuki? How had this day spiraled out of control? After pondering for a while, Dacihua stood up from the clay wall. He felt he should go out and explain. Maybe Sasori would understand. Meanwhile, the battle outside was fierce. Dacihua stood up from the bird's back, reaching out to touch the clay shield Deidara had crafted before him. He intended to directly infuse it with explosion-release chakra and disintegrate it. Yet inexplicably, he sensed a trace of danger. No, this thing was made by Deidara. Moreover, the entire structure appeared to be composed of explosive clay. Then it would surely explode, wouldn't it? After all, it was Deidara. Alas! Withdrawing his palm, he silently listened to the frenzied shouts of Deidara, and the thunderous roar of explosions outside. Dacihua suddenly realized that with this series of bizarre experiences, he might not be able to explain himself even if he went out. So he quietly sat down on the back of the clay bird. He decided to wait and see, listening to the final outcome outside, to observe whether Sasori or Deidara would emerge victorious. Yet unexpectedly, before long, the booming sounds outside ceased abruptly. Simultaneously, the clay shield before him was dispelled by Deidara. After the shield vanished, the clay bird had already landed on the ground. At that moment, Sasori and Deidara stood somewhat disheveled in front of the bird. And because both wore the Akatsuki robes, it looked as if they had just finished a battle together. Then Sasori said,
"It seems we have both been deceived by Orochimaru."
Dacihua was puzzled. What on earth happened? How could they have understood without any explanation? Had Deidara finally had an epiphany? Dacihua shot a surprised glance at Deidara. He then said,
"Right, we were tricked by Orochimaru."
But Sasori immediately interrupted him, continuing,
"Based on my observation of Deidara, I believe someone like him would not stoop to such schemes. As for you,"
he paused,
"I was also suspicious, but now—"
Sasori turned back to stare at Dacihua, who was still seated on the clay bird. He let out a "eh?" and said,
"I am now certain that we have all been fooled by Orochimaru."
"Huh?" Dacihua was taken aback.
"Wait, please continue to suspect me."
But at that moment Deidara also spoke, his face filled with indignation.
"Damn Orochimaru daring to toy with us."
Dacihua looked at Deidara, took a deep breath, and decided to let it go for now. He then asked the two,
"So what do we do now? Should we go find Orochimaru together?"
Deidara replied matter-of-factly,
"Of course. We must find Orochimaru now. I can't swallow this insult." "Don't you agree, brother Sasori?"
Sasori, however, was not particularly concerned. He sneered,
Even White Zetsu can't find where Orochimaru is hiding. Might as well give up. Don't waste your time."
Hearing this, Dacihua was again stunned, silently complaining in his mind.
"You're the one who collaborated with Orochimaru, aren't you? What are you sneering about? Now your village's Kage is gone. Aren't you worried? Oh right. You were the one who killed the previous Kazekage. Never mind. But Deidara, how did you start calling him Brother Sasori so quickly? Weren't you hypnotized?"
Of course he did not voice these thoughts. Nevertheless, he asked the two,
"So if we don't find Orochimaru now, do we just go back like this?"
Sasori hesitated briefly, as if feeling that this trip had been a waste of time, but he still said,
"Yeah, for now, that's it."
Then looking at Dacihua and Deidara, he added,
"By the way, since Orochimaru left the organization, the higher-ups have decided that from now on Deidara and I will be partners, and Dacihua will partner with Itachi."
Upon hearing this, both Dacihua and Deidara were stunned. Then Dacihua quickly thought,
"Partner with Itachi? Huh? That would directly increase the accidental death rate."
But before he could object, Deidara spoke up.
"No, I refuse. Although I'm happy to partner with Brother Sasori, Dacihua and I are inseparable."
Hearing Deidara's words, Sasori cast a skeptical glance at him and sneered,
"It seems to me that Dacihua is the one who can't do without you. I've heard his close combat skills are worse than a Jinin's."
Upon hearing this, Dacihua's thinking paused for a second.
"What the hell? Where did this rumor come from? It's too absurd. My close combat skills are worse than a Jinin's.
Then he saw Deidara nod gravely with a meaningful look and say,
Indeed, his close combat skills are worse than a Jinin's. What? What nonsense! Have you ever seen me fight up close? How can you say that? Not using it doesn't mean I'm bad at it.
As Dacihua was about to explain, he heard Deidara say firmly to Sasori,
But even without close combat ability, I still want to team up with him, because he understands my art.
Sasori nodded thoughtfully, and then left very quickly.
Hey! Not so fast! Don't you care about me at all?
Dacihua dumbfounded shouted at Sasori's retreating figure.
Don't listen to him. My close combat skills are also very strong.
But after shouting he felt his explanation came off too forced. Sasori's scorn deepened. But now was not the time to worry about Sasori. Dacihua turned to Deidara and asked,
Where did you get that conclusion that my close combat skills are worse than a Jinin's? That conclusion is too outrageous.
Deidara confidently thumped his ribs a few times and said,
I figured it out through analysis.
Dacihua was speechless. He asked,
Have you ever seen me fight up close?
Deidara, being straightforward, replied,
No, but I think if you fought close range you'd probably blow yourself up.
Dacihua nearly choked.
You've never seen it, so why say that? Haven't you seen my chakra armor?
As he spoke, Dacihua fiddled with the chakra armor he had been wearing ever since.
That thing. It's a total burden.
Deidara said dismissively without even looking. Dacihua clearly hadn't expected such a review of his custom-made armor. He immediately began to introduce the armor's functions.
This armor can nullify ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Even he didn't believe that allow flight enhanced defense resist shuriken, and it's also blast resistant.
Dacihua had thought he would need a long explanation, but to his surprise, he finished in just a few sentences. Suddenly he wondered in his mind,
What the hell did I spend so much money on? Supporting Yukigekure.
At that moment Deidara was already laughing so hard he could barely breathe.
Nullify ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Ha ha ha, you fell for such a stupid scam. Ha ha ha, back in the snow country I never even noticed. Ha ha ha. Oh, come on.
Dacihua curled his toes inside his shoes, feeling numb. Deidara continued to mock.
Enhance defense and resist shuriken. You could just grab a shield. Wearing such heavy armor. Ha ha ha, the flight ability is passable, not bad. And it's blast resistant. I'm actually decent at close combat too. Let's spar and I'll show you.
Dacihua was starting to get annoyed. This guy was far too talkative. Deidara, completely unbothered, kept laughing, but he agreed to a spar. Thus the two of them first withdrew from the desert. Riding Deidara's clay bird they flew all the way to a forest far from Sunagekure. Upon landing the two immediately assumed a combat stance. Moreover, this was their first time sparring. As soon as Dacihua said,
Begin,
Deidara reached into his ninja tool pouch, chewed a lump of clay, and then neatly spat out a humanoid clay creation. The humanoid clay writhed on the ground for a moment, before staggering to its feet and charging at Dacihua. Dacihua recognized this technique, though Deidara had never demonstrated it before him. He understood that striking it directly would result in being stuck by the clay, and cutting it would cause it to split into more clay figures. So Dacihua pondered for a moment. He casually pulled out a kunai, but after a brief gesture found it unsuitable, and put it away, instead tightening his hand clad in chakra armor. Infusing his explosion-release chakra into both hands, he met the clay figure head-on. As his palms were about to touch the clay creation, he concentrated his chakra and delivered an explosive fist against the clay figure. Boom! Deidara's clay figure was instantly shattered, scattering in fragments across the ground. But just as Dacihua was about to remark,
Is that all?
The tiny fragments of the clay figure on the ground each transformed into minuscule clay figures, rising again. They charged at Dacihua anew. Startled, Dacihua hastily retreated, while flinging a volley of exploding shuriken. In a series of explosions, the swarm of tiny clay figures was blasted into pieces too small to reassemble. With the clay figures gone, Deidara shouted from a distance in displeasure,
Didn't we agree on close quarters combat? Why are you using explosive tags?
Dacihua looked puzzled, thinking.
Can't use explosive tags in close combat. Then isn't your puppet technique also not close combat?
Thus Dacihua retorted to Deidara.
Then what about that puppet technique of yours?
However, to his surprise, Deidara exclaimed.
Using puppet technique is precisely close quarters combat, isn't it? How can puppet technique be considered close combat?
Dacihua was equally astonished by Deidara's answer. The Ninja Academy in Konoha had never taught that puppet techniques were close range. Deidara was also baffled. He said,
Isn't it? That's what my Ninja Academy teacher taught me.
Dacihua was truly shocked now.
Is there a cultural difference? If you were a Suna shinobi, I could understand, but aren't you an IWA shinobi? How could your school teach that?
Of course, Deidara had no idea about such things. After all, he was once just an ordinary student at Iwabakure. Still, he questioned Dacihua doubtfully.
Then what did you learn at the Ninja Academy? Isn't puppet technique a close combat method?
Hearing the skepticism in his tone, Dacihua had a rough guess. The fundamentals taught in each ninja village were bound to differ. Still, it was understandable. Konoha's close-range combat focused on taijutsu and shuriken techniques, indeed rarely involving puppet arts. And classifying puppet techniques as close combat would be grossly unfair to taijutsu specialists. But now that a puppet user appeared, it was only natural for me to use a few of my own explosive tags. Dacihua decided not to argue further. He said to Deidara,
All right, let's stop. That's enough. Our perceptions of close combat differ. Just remember that I'm also formidable up close. The reason I've never engaged in close quarters is because my explosion release tends to make a bloody mess. A bloody mess.
Deidara thought for a moment, then his expression lit up with realization.
So that's why. I always wondered why I never saw you fight up close. You always tell me to stay in the sky, and I thought it was because you were too weak in close combat to show it. And when Orochimaru mentioned it on the road, you didn't deny it. What kind of logic is that? Just because I stay airborne doesn't mean I can't fight close range. And Orochimaru never said my close combat was inferior to a genin.
Dacihua grumbled inwardly. Then he waved his hand, signaling he didn't want to continue the discussion. After that, the two headed back to Kamuri village. As soon as they entered the village, a person appeared abruptly before them. It was Itachi, clad in a red cloud robe, his face expressionless and cold. Deidara greeted him cheerfully upon seeing Itachi. Meanwhile, Dacihua felt a bit intimidated. After all, Itachi was capable of altering his subconscious even when he was fully aware of being under Jinjutsu, and he couldn't even detect it. However, Itachi paid no attention to that. Upon seeing them, he asked directly,
Have you two seen Orochimaru recently? You've come to the right people. We did see him, but he tricked us, and now we don't know where he's slipped off to.
Deidara answered as if he were rushing to reply.
Is that so?
Itachi merely nodded indifferently upon hearing this useless information. Then he turned to Dacihua and asked coldly,
I heard you killed Danzo of Konoha.
Dacihua was startled and tried to conceal it. But Deidara immediately jumped in again, ignoring Dacihua's panicked expression. He said excitedly,
Yes, we went to Konoha together and blew him up. You know, Dacihua used a bomb that created a particularly beautiful explosion, almost rivaling my ultimate art.
Deidara paused briefly as if recalling something, then looked at Itachi and said,
By the way, you're a rogue ninja from Konoha, aren't you? And you're the one who wiped out the Uchiha clan. Let me tell you, that guy had a whole arm full of Uchiha Sharingan, and he could use some jutsu that kept reviving him.
As Deidara danced on the edge of a landmine, Dacihua had already retreated far away. He couldn't help but admire Deidara's suicidal tendencies. The man who could self-destruct was also an expert at courting death. This Uchiha Itachi was a spy for Konoha, and he was Danzo's subordinate. For someone like us who can't resist his Jinjutsu talking about killing his boss right in front of him, that's just asking for death. When Deidara suddenly noticed Dacihua had run off and turned to look back, Dacihua saw from a distance that Itachi's Sharingan emitted a faint red glint. Caught off guard, Dacihua found himself in a familiar place. And he was firmly tied to a cross.
Holy shit!
Dacihua was shocked. Was the Sharingan in the original story really this insane? The entire space flashed red. Then Dacihua saw Itachi slowly walk from afar to the cross, looking at him seriously and asking,
"Do you hate Konoha? Bro, don't do this. I'm scared. What kind of deadly question is this?"
But before Dacihua could react, he blacked out. When he woke again, he was still on the path of retreat. Deidara had already walked up to him, and was asking what he planned to do. But although the scene seemed perfectly normal this time, Dacihua clearly remembered being hung on that cross. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened since it was already like this, Dacihua decided not to leave. Instead, he walked back. After all, he had been caught, and was still alive. That meant Itachi had no killing intent. And with such a gap in power, if Itachi wanted to kill him, he couldn't resist anyway. Approaching, Dacihua glanced at Itachi's jet black eyes. Tisk, no wonder Orochimaru was obsessed with the Sharingan. It was truly overwhelming. Itachi still showed no expression, but as Dacihua drew near, he suddenly said,
"You did well."
Datsihua's body went rigid.
"Huh?"
You suddenly remarked, "Well done." It made Dacihua doubt his own ears. Had he misheard? He was somewhat astonished. "Isn't you a spy sent by Konoha? Now that I've killed your boss, is it really okay for you to say that?" At that moment, Deidara also suddenly realized. Uchiha Yu is a rogue ninja of Konoha who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, and that Danzo has a Sharingan and uses secret techniques. Damn. This is really bad. So he quickly shut his mouth and stepped back a few paces. He looked at the two cowering figures before him, both appearing fearful. Suddenly he let out a light chuckle, speaking in a good mood. "Since you've already met Orochimaru, you should know that he has defected. Now the organization needs to reassign teammates. Do either of you have any objections? Just let us two team up, no need for reassignment." Deidara said. "Alright, then you two will form a team. I'll report it. For future missions, White Zetsu will contact you. I'm leaving now." With that, you before them suddenly transformed into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions. The two watched the departing crows, and Deidara said, "That move was really cool, hey?" Dacihua looked up and nodded in agreement. "Indeed cool. I wonder how he did it." At that moment, behind them on a tree, Uchiha Yu stood silently glancing at them, and then gazing toward the direction of Konoha. He murmured, "Is Danzo truly dead?" Konoha. Of course, Dacihua, and the other remained unaware. After lingering for a while, they changed out of their Akatsuki robes, and entered the village of smoke. Upon entering the village of smoke, Deidara went off to study the boy Dacihua had given him, while Dacihua first met with Anko, then hurriedly rushed to his personal training ground. Entering the training ground, and ensuring no one was nearby, he pulled out the scroll Orochimaru had given him. He had not dared to look at it even once along the way. After checking repeatedly, he carefully opened the scroll. The first words that greeted his eyes were happy cooperation. Good heavens. Lucky I didn't open it when I got it. If Scorpion or Deidara had seen this, it would have been all over. Dacihua muttered in complaint upon seeing the 4 characters, then continued to unroll it. He found that the scroll first recorded the cultivation method for the lightning release armor, and then went on to explain the possibility of covering the entire body with explosion release chakra. Overall, he felt that Snake Sage certainly had bold ideas. However, when Dacihua came to the part about making explosion release chakra flow across the surface of the body, he was dumbfounded. Wouldn't doing that blow himself up? Then, after roughly reading through the scroll, he suddenly felt that it might actually be possible. Because according to Orochimaru, the lightning release armor works by making lightning release chakra flow ultra-fast over the body's surface, dispersing incoming chakra, while stimulating muscles, thereby achieving defense and rapid recovery. And his own explosion release could naturally attach to objects and blow them to dust. So if he covered his entire body with explosion release chakra, when an attack came, he could directly attach the chakra to the attack and advance thereby disintegrating it, achieving an even higher level of defense. It was indeed a whimsical idea but feasible. After all, when Danzo had caught him, and used a sealing technique, he had transferred explosion release chakra to blow off one of Danzo's hands, thus avoiding being captured alive. Tisk, no wonder he's the scientist of the ninja world, truly remarkable. Dacihua sighed again. Then, using the excuse of having a new inspiration to study, he went into seclusion. Dacihua-sensei, still no progress. Karen was wrapping bandages around Dacihua layer by layer. Hiss. I've got it this time. I've succeeded in the experiment. Dacihua lay on the ground grimacing as he spoke to Karen. Anko stood by with her hands on her hips watching him, and teasing, that's the 20th time you've said that. Maybe you should stop for now. Forget about immunity to ninjutsu. Every time you get hit you just blow yourself up. It's completely unusable. Dacihua said awkwardly. Cough, this time it's for real. Anko was unimpressed, and replied coldly, you've said that 15 times already. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Karen, who was wrapping bandages, couldn't help but burst out laughing. During these months of seclusion, every time Dacihua felt close to success, he would spar with Anko. But frustratingly, the explosion release armor had made little progress. In the meantime, Deidara came to watch for a couple of days, but soon stopped, saying he needed to develop a new jutsu that would be far more dazzling than Dachihua's. Dacihua didn't argue with him. After all, the guy was a bomb maniac who even wanted to blow himself up. What could he say? Then one day, the previously silent Akatsuki organization suddenly set White Zetsu to notify Dacihua and Deidara to go to the Hidden Rain village for a mission. Deidara was thrilled, thinking they were finally going to stir up trouble again. He hurriedly dragged Dacihua to set off. Dacihua didn't think much of it at first, still pondering how to perfect his explosion release armor along the way. However, upon arriving near the Hidden Rain village, looking at the village that was conspicuously shrouded in drizzling rain, Dacihua suddenly remembered that this village was the base of the 6 paths of pain. What kind of mission could there be in a place like this? Sure enough, as soon as they entered the Hidden Rain village, several rain ninjas came. Claiming to be from Akatsuki, they led the two into a secret room. Then Dacihua and Deidara met the 6 paths of pain. 5 ninjas stood silently beside Yahiko. The two curiously observed the several pains. After all, this was their first time seeing the Rinnegan up close. However, both remained silent, tacitly not speaking. After a while, Yahiko spoke. He got straight to the point, explaining the purpose of Akatsuki, its core philosophy, and why they were collecting tail beasts. Then, quite absurdly, he decided to demonstrate their power. So with the two prepared, he had the Azura Path single-handedly and easily subdue them. After being subdued, Dacihua could say with certainty that this guy was far stronger than in the original story. But Dacihua guessed that in the original story Nagato might have been at his limit. Otherwise, at this level, Naruto wouldn't have had a chance to use Talk no Jutsu. It would be over. After subduing them and confirming their strength, the 6 paths left together, leaving Deidara and Dacihua alone in the empty secret room. As they wondered what to do next, Konan suddenly entered the room. After giving Deidara some instructions, she took Dacihua aside alone to a different place. Thus, Dacihua followed Konan away. As for Deidara, he was led away by another nameless subordinate at that moment. Dacihua followed Konan into another secret chamber. Once again, he saw Yahiko, but this time the other 5 pains were absent. Dacihua gazed at the orange-haired Yahiko, curiosity stirring within him. Why had he been summoned alone? Before he could speak, however, Konan, who had brought him in, walked to Yahiko's side and asked directly,
I've heard that you can make exploding tags.
Dacihua was taken aback. Dacihua was startled. Over the years, the Smoke Village had been selling exploding tags in large quantities. Although Konoha had been covering for them, the producer Dacihua was quite confident. Thus, anyone in the shinobi world who made inquiries could discover that the Smoke Village's exploding tags were all made by Dacihua. Now being confronted directly by Konan about this matter, with Tendo Pain sitting nearby and the others possibly lurking in the shadows, Dacihua admitted to himself that he had been a bit too confident over the years. How could he possibly resist such a lineup? Meanwhile, Conan and Pain across from him paid him no mind, calmly waiting for a response. Dacihua looked at their composed expressions and tentatively replied,
I do make exploding tags. Is there a problem?
Conan's face lit up with obvious delight.
So the exploding tags from the Smoke Village are all your work. If I need a massive quantity, how long would it take you to produce them?
Dacihua was utterly bewildered. Massive quantity. Was she referring to the legendary 600 billion exploding tags? Did that mean those tags weren't purchased? They were all made by him. As Dacihua struggled to figure out what to do next, he looked up and saw Tendo Pain sitting motionless in the distance. It was a situation he couldn't refuse. How could he phrase his response to avoid being exploited for free? After a moment of deliberation, Dacihua said,
I make each exploding tag by hand, and there's a certain success rate. I can't be sure how long it would take. Besides, the materials for making exploding tags aren't easy to gather.
Since he couldn't escape, Dacihua decided to claim that his production speed was excruciatingly slow. Conan didn't mind. She pressed on.
Materials won't be a problem. Just tell me, how long does it take you to make 1,000 exploding tags? At least a month,
Dacihua said after a moment's thought. In truth, 1,000 tags would take only 2 or 3 days. But this might be his last chance to avoid the massive order, so he deliberately exaggerated the time. After all, if he actually took on the order of 600 billion tags, he'd never be able to operate in the Naruto Shippuden timeline again. However, Dacihua had overlooked something. He had never considered how extraordinary it was that one person producing exploding tags could make the entire Smoke Village wealthy.
What? 1,000 tags in a month? That's a lot.
Conan was so shocked she couldn't control her expression. For Dacihua, this was a complete fright.
Damn. Did I overestimate? I'm done for. I was too flashy again.
Later, under Conan's request, and Yahiko's intimidation, Dacihua gloriously accepted the task. However, it wasn't a huge problem. The two were still reasonable. They only asked Dacihua to deliver 1,000 exploding tags to the Akatsuki organization every month. And it wasn't for free. Conan paid him twice the material cost. After all this was settled, Dacihua returned to the previous secret chamber. But this time Sasori was also in the chamber. When Dacihua came back, Deidara told him that he would be partnered with Sasori from now on. Dacihua said nothing, since Deidara had earlier mentioned that he couldn't stand being idle any longer. The main reason was that Dacihua himself would be busy making exploding tags. Thus Conan approved him to skip other missions. It wouldn't do for Deidara to keep loafing around with him. Afterwards, Dacihua received a white zetsu as a communication tool. Then he bid farewell to Deidara and returned alone to the Smoke Village. This mission had essentially traded Deidara away, transforming Dacihua from a dangerous combatant into a comfortable logistics operator. Back in the Smoke Village, Dacihua had nothing else to do, so he threw himself back into researching his explosion-release armor. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Hokage's office.
What? The Kazekage of Sunagakure wants to come in person and co-host a Chunin exam with us to promote friendship between our villages. Why would the Kazekage come? Sarutobi, if they intend to cause trouble, the consequences would be disastrous.
The two Hokage advisors were advising the third Hokage from both sides. Today, Sunagakure had sent a secret letter requesting that the next Chunin exam be jointly held by both villages, with the Kazekage personally attending. The purpose was to promote peaceful development between the two great shinobi villages. The third Hokage was intrigued by the letter, and called in his two advisors to discuss it. He hadn't expected that both advisors would strongly oppose the idea upon seeing it. But the third believed his two old friends were simply too nervous.
The Chunin exam will be held in our own village. Even if the Kazekage comes personally, what chaos could he cause? Besides, this is a groundbreaking attempt, one that greatly benefits peace in the shinobi world.
Thus, the third Hokage overruled their objections, and flatly rejected the advisor's suggestions. He agreed to Sunagakure's request. Moreover, he decided to make this Chunin exam unprecedentedly grand, inviting several small neighboring ninja villages to participate. The date was set for 1 year later. Soon Dacihua, who was working on his explosion release armor in the smoke village, received the news. His first thought was, hadn't the Kazekage already been taken away by Orochimaru? How could this be happening? His second thought was, the plot is about to begin. Dacihua then threw himself even more urgently into his research on the explosion release armor. After all, the hunt for the tailed beasts would start soon. As a member of the largest villain organization in the shinobi world at present, he needed to further enhance his strength. Even though he had been relegated to logistics, a logistics member with Kage-level power was perfectly normal, right? Thus, over the following year, Dacihua spent his time researching the explosion release armor and delivering exploding tags to the Akatsuki organization on a regular basis. As for the Chunin exam, he had already left it to Orochimaru. As time swiftly passed, a year had gone by. The joint Chunin exam of Konoha village was set to begin soon. On this day, Orochimaru abruptly appeared alone in Smoke Village. This time, however, he had informed Dacihua of his arrival in advance. He had even thoughtfully arranged for White Zetsu to be sent away. Then the two met in Dacihua's private training ground. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Dacihua went straight to the point and asked, "Orochimaru, have you been posing as the Kazekage of the Sand Village for the past year?" This question had been troubling Dacihua for a long time. After the Kazekage was taken away by Orochimaru, that day the Sand Village had remained silent. Yet just a few days later the Kazekage suddenly reappeared. Thus Dacihua had suspected all along that the newly appeared Kazekage was Orochimaru in disguise. However, since there was no news of Sasori causing trouble in the Sand Village, perhaps it was indeed the original Kazekage. But at this moment Orochimaru merely gave a sinister smile and said, "That's a secret, Dacihua-kun." Hearing this, Dacihua felt a bit choked up. Oh dear, he had a feeling of the later snake anti-persona. He silently stared at Orochimaru, hoping to discern some clue, but obviously Orochimaru wouldn't reveal any opening. Orochimaru looked at Dacihua, smiled again, and said, "The sound ninja techniques I developed are pretty good, aren't they? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Dacihua-kun." Dacihua nodded. He had long anticipated that Orochimaru wouldn't give up on his sound ninja squad, so he had already reserved several vacant positions among the active genin of Smoke Village. Moreover, he hadn't originally planned to let his village's genin participate in this Chunin exam. After all, this time was for the Konoha Crush plan. This plan was quite unfriendly to small villages. Going there might mean death. Unlike the major villages, which could afford to lose a few shinobi, and still have many left, his village would be wiped out if he lost even a few. However, despite not wanting to send his village's genin, Dacihua himself had no intention of giving up on causing some trouble. He had prepared a special identity for himself and intended to medal in the Chunin exam in Konoha. Soon enough, Dacihua met the ninjas Orochimaru planned to arrange for the Chunin exam. There were some deviations from the original plot. They were the 5 people he had left behind back then. Indeed, their talents were all quite extraordinary. Upon seeing Dacihua standing next to Orochimaru, their faces were filled with shock. 2 of them even moved to attack Dacihua immediately. But Orochimaru just waved his hand lightly, and they all calmed down. Dacihua watched in amazement. He wondered how Orochimaru had disciplined them to be so obedient. Next, Dacihua handed over a series of identity documents he had prepared to Orochimaru. As for himself, he disguised as a messenger, a role responsible for relaying information back to the village, blending into their team. Orochimaru didn't stop him when he saw this. Perhaps he was curious about what Dacihua planned to do. And so the roster for the Konoha Chunin exam was finalized. A day later the group set off. After a long journey, they soon arrived at Konoha village. Dacihua also noticed that the village's main gate had been rebuilt noticeably wider than before. Dacihua felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself, "This time the gate shouldn't get damaged, right?" The group walked up to the main gate of Konoha. There were ninjas at the gate responsible for welcoming them. Under their guidance, Dacihua and the others underwent a simple identity verification. They were then smoothly accommodated in the Konoha Hotel. At the hotel, all the other ninja teams had already arrived except for the Sand Village team. For some reason, Dacihua felt that the state of these ninjas was generally similar. The Jonin all wore gloomy expressions while the Genin all looked extremely arrogant.
Well, this is what ninjas are like, I guess.
However, in the original story, Gaara should have appeared first. Unexpectedly, the entire Sand Village team hadn't arrived yet. After settling into his lodging, Dacihua bid farewell to Orochimaru and wandered around Konoha village alone. Because of his disguise, the villagers didn't recognize him. Strangely, he managed to eat yakiniku at a cheaper price than usual. He also got ramen with a larger portion than normal. Amazingly, he even encountered a group of very enthusiastic people who offered to show him around the village. Dacihua was astonished.
Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages. What's with this hospitality? There's really no need for this.
However, Dacihua happily accepted the offer. After all, he had never experienced this kind of treatment in Konoha before. And so he continued enjoying himself until all the ninja villages had arrived. Only then did Dacihua stop indulging. Still, he roamed the streets of Konoha every day, hoping to run into some of the original plot events. Sure enough, his persistence paid off. After wandering around Konoha for 2 days, he finally encountered Gaara and his team from the Sand Village. At this time, Gaara still had a world-weary demeanor. He looked exactly like some of the troublesome brats Dacihua had met in his past life, with an expression plastered on his face that screamed, "I'm so awesome." This made Dacihua feel a bit disappointed. He had thought there might be something truly special about him. Dacihua hid in a nearby tree and followed the group for a while. Midway, Gaara suddenly left on his own. Dacihua figured he must have gone to the restroom. He didn't pay much attention and continued following Kankuro and the others. Eventually, he witnessed exactly the scene that had occurred in the original story. He saw Kankuro and the others encounter Konohamaru, who came running out at a street corner. Konohamaru happened to bump right into Kankuro's nether region. Dacihua clearly saw Kankuro's whole body flinch. But his expression remained unchanged. He grabbed Konohamaru and lifted him up, preparing to teach him a lesson. Temari, standing beside Kankuro, also clearly saw what had happened. She just let out a snicker and prepared to watch him lecture Konohamaru. Soon after, Naruto, Sakura, and Konohamaru's 2 friends came running over. Dacihua watched from afar, unable to hear what was said. Then Naruto suddenly charged forward. But Naruto was quickly knocked down. Dacihua facepalmed in exasperation.
What's going on? Why is Naruto so weak?
At this point, Konohamaru's 2 friends had started crying. Suddenly, Dacihua noticed Sasuke standing on a tree nearby. He watched the scene below without intervening, casually sitting down on a branch.
Good grief!
Dacihua was stunned.
He's waiting for the perfect moment to show off.
Not long after, Dacihua saw Gaara also slowly walk over to the same tree. He just hung upside down from a branch below. Dacihua almost couldn't help but laugh.
These kids, why use their brains for this sort of thing?
Just then a voice suddenly spoke up beside Dacihua.
Oh, enjoying the show. Yeah, watching the show.
Dacihua replied without turning his head. It was Kakashi. He had appeared at the same time as Gaara. He was silently crouching next to Dacihua. Dacihua didn't really mind, and casually spread a layer of explosion-release chakra over him. This was a new ability he had developed while researching his explosion-release armor. It allowed him to spread explosion-release chakra around his body and attach it to nearby objects. At this point, its power was extremely small, like the chakra that naturally dissipates in the air. So Kakashi didn't sense it. But if Dacihua instantly increased the chakra output, the explosive chakra under his control could quickly shatter Kakashi to pieces. So Dacihua wasn't worried about what Kakashi might do. Kakashi in turn hadn't expected Dacihua to be so calm. He didn't say anything further, and just watched the scene below with Dacihua in silence. By this time, the conflict had escalated and Kankuro was about to strike Konohamaru. Sasuke casually tossed a pebble, saving Konohamaru from Kankuro's grasp, and began his grand display. Gaara, who was right beside him, was also in sync. He slowly moved into the shadows, quietly waiting for Sasuke's performance to unfold. At this point, Dacihua finally couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed, chatting with Kakashi.
Are all the kids these days like this? Quite in sync, aren't they?
Kakashi was clearly surprised too, but he just chuckled and said,
Seems like it.
Soon after Sasuke stopped, Kankuro Gaara appeared. After exchanging a few more words, the scene ended abruptly. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was beside Dacihua, greeted him, and appeared before Naruto and the others. After saying something to them, he glanced at Dacihua's direction and left. Seeing that everyone below had dispersed, Dacihua decided not to follow. Bored, he returned alone to the base of the fake smoke ninja. Upon arriving at the base, Dacihua found that Orochimaru was not there. The several ninjas Orochimaru had brought were diligently training. This time Orochimaru had brought 2 teams, and because Dacihua refused to let the smoke ninja village's Genin participate, the numbers were insufficient. Orochimaru somehow scraped together another person from somewhere. After staying at the base for a while, the others ignored Dacihua. So feeling utterly bored, he went out again. He returned to the streets of Konoha, silently observing the ninjas from other villages, who had come to take the exam. Among them some looked quite old, clearly not Genin. Dacihua suspected that these people might have been Chunin, originally temporarily demoted to Genin by their villages, to bolster their presence in the Konoha Chunin exams. While observing and wondering, Dacihua unconsciously arrived at the doorstep of Anko's house. Looking up at the old house before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia. His feelings for Anko had sprouted and developed here. Of course, he still had the key to the house, but he couldn't enter now, as he was wearing someone else's face. Suddenly pulling out the key and opening the door would be inappropriate. He stretched his back, and suddenly felt that he actually had deep feelings for Konoha. If it weren't for that old man Danzo, he might have thrived here. He might have been living a prosperous life in Konoha. After some deep thought, Dacihua decided to lend a hand to Konoha village during the upcoming Konoha Crush plan. Of course, he didn't intend to stop Orochimaru, as he still remembered the third Hokage colluding with Danzo. After leaving the vicinity of Anko's house, he muttered to himself, "Maybe during the Chunin exams I should capture Gaara." He vaguely recalled that in the Konoha Crush plan Gaara was a crucial piece for the Sand Village. Now, before Gaara is redeemed, and no one comes to rescue him, it would be a good chance to boost my credibility with the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, sticking to logistics might lead to being discarded after use. Lost in thought, Dacihua unconsciously walked near Irika's house, and coincidentally ran into Irika. Seeing Irika heading home, he put aside his thoughts for now. Wearing his disguise, he approached and greeted his old friend. He casually pulled out a stack of explosive tags and stuffed them into Irika's hands.
"Hey Irika, catch!"
Irika turned around upon hearing someone call his name. Caught off guard, he took the explosive tags. Then, with a bewildered expression, he stared at the disguised Dacihua.
Who are you?"
Seeing Irika's confused look, Dacihua found it amusing. With a slight smile, he explained,
"These are from Dacihua. He asked me to deliver them."
The reason for giving explosive tags was simple. Over the years, whenever Dacihua visited Konoha to hang out with Irika, he would always give him some explosive tags, claiming they were extras. Of course, Irika initially refused, but eventually gave in to Dacihua's insistence. However, this time Dacihua hadn't visited for a year. Now a stranger suddenly appeared and handed him a stack of explosive tags, stunning Irika. After all, explosive tags were costly, 90,000 ryo each, and this stack was worth at least 9 million ryo of fortune. And if they exploded? With a shudder, Irika, holding the stack of explosive tags, asked tremblingly,
"Dacihua asked you to deliver this. What is he doing?"
Dacihua was taken aback by Irika's question. What was he doing? He had blown up Konoha's main gate. Did he dare to come? So he asked Irika curiously,
"Don't you know what Dacihua did a year ago?" "What did he do?" "You really don't know?" "What am I supposed to know?" "The explosion at Konoha's main gate last year." "I know about that, but it wasn't the Akatsuki."
Iruka stopped mid-sentence.
Last year's explosion outside the village was caused by Dacihua. Damn!
Iruka suddenly understood and showed a look of shock. But then noticing Dacihua staring at him, he quickly composed himself and gave an awkward smile.
Nice weather today, huh? Ha. Oh yeah, nice weather.
Iruka's abrupt topic change was so awkward that Dacihua didn't know what to say and just replied,
Ahem, right. Where is Dacihua now?
Looking at Iruka, whose face had turned red due to his own actions, Dacihua felt a sudden urge to laugh. After thinking for a moment, he said to Iruka,
Dacihua is probably wandering outside now, since he's been banished from the village.
Having said this, Dacihua looked at Iruka expecting a worried expression. But Iruka wasn't too worried. Instead, he asked in surprise,
Huh? He's been kicked out of the village. Wandering outside? Then do you know where Anko is now? Anko? Why are you asking about Anko? I'm the one wandering here. Shouldn't you be worried about me first?
Dacihua complained inwardly but replied,
Anko is wandering with him, of course.
Iruka let out a long sigh of relief.
That's good. With Anko around, Dacihua must be living quite comfortably now. Huh? Why?
Dacihua was confused again. Why would Anko's presence guarantee his comfort? What kind of reasoning was that? He couldn't grasp it.
Nothing. I'll take these. If you see Dacihua again, tell him I'll visit him sometime. I'll forget it. Tell him we'll meet again if fate allows. Good grief, I've already become a recluse.
Dacihua thought wryly but said nothing more. And so their conversation ended. By then, it was almost dark, so Dacihua went to yell ramen for dinner. Inside the shop, he saw Naruto slumped dejectedly waiting for his noodles. Dacihua didn't go over to talk to him, merely ordering the most luxurious ramen, and quietly observing Naruto. Suddenly Naruto spoke up.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That bastard Sasuke had to show off in front of me.
The words sounded sour, and somewhat amusing. The other customers in the shop turned to look, saw it was just a kid, and chuckled. However, a few people, upon recognizing Naruto, showed expressions of disgust. Naruto, of course, didn't care about them, instead angrily tapping his chopsticks on the table. He muttered something under his breath, too soft for Dacihua to hear. Just then the shop owner's daughter Ayam brought a bowl of ramen to Naruto, and said with a smile,
Did Sasuke show off again today?
Naruto looked up with feigned surprise.
Oh, it's Ayam Nichin. Yet today some foreigner suddenly appeared and scared Konohamaru. Before I could act, Sasuke came and stole all the credit. So annoying.
Ayam said gently.
Then Naruto-kun, next time you must act before him.
Naruto suddenly cheered up, and said with a promise,
Yeah. Ayam Nichin, I definitely won't let him steal the spotlight next time.
Then he lowered his head, and began slurping his noodles noisily. Dacihua, eating his own ramen nearby, chuckled softly. He casually glanced at the few Konoha villagers, who wore expressions of disgust. He sighed inwardly. It was really a blessing that Naruto was so naive and foolish in his childhood, and that the third Hokage brainwashed him into wanting to become Hokage. If he had been any smarter, he would have grown weary of the world. Why would he still serve as Konoha's Jinchuriki with such dedication? Naruto quickly finished his bowl of ramen, and leaned back in his chair, with a satisfied but unsatisfied look. He took out his frog-shaped wallet, and counted the money inside, clearly torn over whether to order another bowl. He first set aside the money for one bowl of ramen, then counted the rest, probably calculating how many more meals he could afford. After counting, he muttered,
Damn it! If I hadn't had an extra bowl a few days ago, I could have one more today.
Dacihua overheard, and couldn't help but snicker. He turned to Naruto and said,
Kid, what do you want? I'll treat you.
Naruto looked surprised and wary.
Who are you? Why are you treating me? Oh, Konoha also teaches about stranger danger.
Dacihua had only acted on a whim. He said,
Nothing, I just think you're interesting, haha. If you don't want it, that's fine.
Naruto hesitated for a moment before quickly saying,
I want it. I want it. Thank you, old man. I'll remember you. Oh, remember me. Ha ha, boss. Give him the most luxurious one.
After ordering the ramen for Naruto, Dacihua stroked the chin of his disguised face. What use would that memory be? Soon the luxurious ramen set arrived and Naruto ate, with a blissful expression, mumbling indistinctly between mouthfuls. Dacihua watched him with a smile for a while, then casually placed 2 payments on the table. He ruffled the hair of the busy-eating Naruto, told him not to rush, and left Yell Ramen. Exiting the ramen shop, Dacihua slowly walked to a secluded spot. He stood still for a while, but this time no A&Bu appeared. Puzzled, Dacihua went to an empty park and wandered around, but still no one. He couldn't help but remark,
"With Danzo gone, the change is this big."
He had expected that after seeing Naruto and treating him to a meal someone would show up. But no one did. He wandered around the park a bit more, then returned to the fake smoke ninja base to rest. The next day, Konoha officially announced that the Chunin exams would be held on July 1st. At the same time, Orochimaru, who had been absent for several days, reappeared. He gathered the ninjas he had brought and conspired in secret, avoiding Dacihua. Dacihua didn't care. He went out and wandered the streets of Konoha again. By now, Konoha had begun erecting signs announcing the Chunin exams. Following the story, Dacihua walked to a large bridge. As expected, he found Naruto and his team there. Naruto warmly greeted him and innocently told him that their Jonin instructor had called them for a meeting today. Dacihua didn't think much and said casually,
"Konoha is holding the Chunin exams on July 1st. Your teacher is probably going to inform you about that."
Hearing this, Sasuke's face lit up, probably already guessing they might participate. But Naruto looked confused and asked,
"How do you know, old man?"
As soon as he asked, Sakura helplessly facepalmed, while Sasuke snorted. Dacihua felt a bit speechless too. He lightly tapped his own forehead protector, signaling Naruto to observe carefully. He was a smoke ninja. Naruto did look closely, and was surprised.
"Old man, what symbol is that? You're not a Konoha ninja. You're so old. Are you here to take the Chunin exams too?"
Dacihua felt exasperated. Did Naruto never think before he spoke? So he explained,
"I'm a Jonin. I'm here to handle communications with the Smoke Ninja Village."
Naruto's face filled with awe.
"Old man, you're a Jonin. That's amazing."
Just as Dacihua was about to accept the compliment, he suddenly sensed another person's presence nearby. Turning around, he saw Kakashi standing on the archway of the bridge. The moment Kakashi laid eyes on Dacihua, his expression instantly shifted to one of astonishment. Then, in a blur, he flashed directly in front of Dacihua. Sidestepping to shield Naruto, he drew a kunai and pointed it at Dacihua, demanding,
"Who are you? What are you exactly?"
Before Dacihua could reply, Naruto hurriedly spoke up from behind Kakashi.
"Kakashi-sensei, he's not a bad guy. He treated me to ramen last night. Ah, this. You're a Jinchuriki, don't talk."
At this moment, Dacihua watched Kakashi, whose expression grew even more severe after hearing Naruto's words. Suddenly he felt that he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Yesterday morning he had first quietly crouched in a tree watching these people. Then at night, he had taken Naruto out for a meal. Now he had shown up at their rendezvous point. Even Dacihua himself wouldn't believe he had no ulterior motives after all this. Sure enough, as soon as Naruto spoke, Kakashi immediately gestured to the 3 young ones. Though puzzled, they obediently moved far away from Dacihua. Great, now he was a suspect again. Dacihua felt a bit frustrated. How had it come to this again? He watched Kakashi slowly approach, kunai raised. The 3 youngsters also looked tense, though Naruto still wanted to explain something to Kakashi. But it was clearly useless. He still didn't know he was a Jinchuriki. Dacihua, surveying the scene, pulled out the pass he wore around his neck from under his collar. However, in this situation it seemed rather flimsy. Kakashi glanced at the pass, but true to form showed no intention of lowering his kunai. Instead, he declared loudly,
"I suspect your intentions in coming to Konoha are not pure. Please surrender and come with me for inspection." This.
Dacihua thought, if I were in my true form, I might just go with him, but the problem is I'm disguised. Better forget it. After glancing around, Dacihua said to Kakashi,
I suddenly have something to attend to. I won't be going today, some other time.
Obviously there would be no other time. Kakashi attacked immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Dacihua threw an explosive tag to the ground. While the others dodged, he grabbed Naruto. He casually pulled out another explosive tag and pressed it to Naruto's forehead.
Naruto!
Sasuke and Sakura, seeing this, first screamed in fright. The atmosphere grew tense. Naruto, with the explosive tag stuck to his forehead, stared at it frozen in fear, not daring to move. Kakashi clearly hadn't expected Dacihua to show no martial honor and directly targeted Jinin. Dacihua, unconcerned, slowly backed away while holding Naruto hostage. Quietly, he whispered to the nervous Naruto to calm him.
Relax, the tag isn't activated. I really do have urgent business today. I'm truly sorry.
But obviously these words were useless now. The explosive tag was firmly pressed against Naruto's forehead. It wasn't fake. Dacihua didn't insist. He simply held Naruto, moving slowly away from Kakashi. Then he said to Naruto,
Next time we meet, I'll treat you to ramen again. See you.
With that, he pushed Naruto toward Kakashi. Tossing a smoke bomb, he vanished. Worried about Naruto, Kakashi didn't give chase. Dacihua, having escaped, hurried back to the fake smoke ninja stronghold. There he changed clothes, his disguise, and his pass. Since Konoha's security was indeed quite lax this time. Dacihua had originally set up 2 identities when entering Konoha just in case. He hadn't expected to actually use them. But none of it mattered. Small ninja villages had no dignity. Soon Konoha sent people to arrest all the smoke ninja and verify their identities. Just as Dacihua thought all his plans would be ruined, Orochimaru did something that made Konoha simply check the identification papers and leave. Although his original fake identity had been killed, the fact that they didn't bother to verify the remaining few still surprised him. Orochimaru truly lived up to being one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Even as a rogue ninja, he still had such connections. So Dacihua began wandering around Konoha with a completely new face. However, this time, he didn't dare seek out important figures again to avoid any more special incidents. But since he had lived in Konoha for a year, and later because of Anko, he often stayed there. After the initial novelty of the first few days, it became rather dull. Besides, Orochimaru and his group were busy with something and ignored him. So Dacihua spent several excruciatingly boring days. Every day, aside from wandering the village hoping to run into the 12 young ninjas by luck, he would go to the tavern and listen to drunkards boast. However, since there wasn't much time left anyway, the day before the Chunin exam arrived quickly. On that day, Dacihua, along with all the village leaders and squad captains, gathered at a location in Konoha. There they listened to the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage explain the rules and procedures of the Chunin exam. Nothing important, just no cheating, the order of tests, and so on. At this time, Orochimaru was also listening below in disguise. And the 4th Kazekage above appeared perfectly normal. This puzzled Dacihua. He clearly remembered that the 4th Kazekage should have died during the Chunin exam. But earlier the 4th Kazekage had indeed been killed by Orochimaru. So, was this 4th Kazekage real or fake? Alive or dead? If fake, how could he stand right next to the 3rd Hokage without being exposed? If real, then did the 4th Kazekage die after the Chunin exam? Whoa! Who killed him? Could it be Orochimaru again? Taking out 2 Kage at once, that's terrifying. But Orochimaru had the impure world reincarnation technique, so it seemed plausible. Still, Dacihua remained suspicious, and kept staring at the 4th Kazekage. He wanted to detect some hint from him. But clearly he couldn't. Not only that, but the 4th Kazekage sensed his gaze. Then the Kazekage turned his face toward Dacihua. After scrutinizing him briefly, the 4th Kazekage suddenly smiled at him very amiably.
Well, why are you smiling?
Dacihua immediately concluded in his mind that this Kazekage must be a fake. After all, the real Kazekage wouldn't recognize him in his current disguise. But then Dacihua looked at the Hokage, old man Sarutobi. Standing beside the Kazekage, he wore a cheerful, contented smile, apparently pleased with the joint Chunin exam. Moreover, he showed no wariness toward the Kazekage beside him. Could it be some kind of miraculous technique? Of course Dacihua could not see through what technique was used. So he looked at Dacihua standing at the front of the team, and speculated. Illusion. But if Dacihua had such a powerful illusion, how could you have controlled him? However, thinking of Yu's outrageous treatment of himself, it was indeed possible. Puppet technique? That thing shouldn't be that advanced yet. At least the ones Dacihua had seen were still made of wood. As for technology, this possibility was particularly high. After all, she was the snake ant who conducted research in the ninja world. Dacihua thought of many possibilities, but had no way to verify them. And that was it. After this series of meetings, the Chunin exam was about to officially begin. Early the next morning, Dacihua went alone with people from other ninja villages to a large conference room arranged by Muyi to watch the written exam stage of the genin from each village. There were many screens in this conference room now showing scenes inside the Muyi school building. At this moment, the first stage of the Chunin exam had already begun. The genin from each village needed to enter the designated classroom and submit their application forms for the Chunin exam. For this stage, Muyi had set up some very simple illusions. Even things that forcibly confuse the examinees, like marking the second floor as the third floor or classrooms without doors. These simple illusions. Yet a considerable number of examinees were eliminated here. Moreover, those who looked like Chunin in age were quickly swept away in large numbers. Dacihua watched with some speechlessness. So this was what it meant to be a background extra. They had spent at least 7 days in Muyi, and they were about to leave before even taking the stage. But this wasn't very important. Dacihua scanned the large array of screens, and found the section belonging to Muyi. Then he began to watch with great interest. The scenes were somewhat familiar. In the picture, Xiao Li's team had just appeared standing in front of the fake classroom. At the same time, 2 people appeared inside the fake classroom. Seeing these 2, Dacihua chuckled slightly. They were classmates he had gotten along well with at the Ninja Academy. Now the 2 had used the transformation technique to appear as they did when they were children at school. Then, like delinquents, they directly blocked the fake door. At this moment, Xiao Li in the picture seemed to want to enter the fake classroom. He got into a conflict with the 2, and somehow one of them kicked him to the ground. Xiao Li's teammate Tian seemed to want to help him, but the moment she stepped forward, she also took a punch. Dacihua found it a bit hard to understand. Xiao Li and Tian were after all part of the 12 elite genin. Was it necessary to act like this? And weren't all the people in this classroom Muyi ninjas? Who were they performing for? But then Ning Ren and his group appeared. As soon as they arrived, they stood in front of the deceived crowd and pointed out the illusion on the fake door sign. Well, actually Dacihua felt this was quite unnecessary. The stairs were right there on the side, yet people were deceived. To be honest, they didn't even know which floor they had climbed to. Such people might be safer as genin. However, among this batch of examinees, it seemed only one became a chunin in the end. Right, it was Lu Wan. While Dacihua was thinking, the 2 old classmates of his in the picture mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Li was standing in front of Xiao Ying, with his head lowered, looking dejected. He had missed the iconic scene of Xiao Li confessing to Xiao Ying. TSK. Dacihua was startled for a moment, but then felt it wasn't too important, and continued watching. In the pictures, Yu slowly walked over to Ning Xi and whispered a few words. Ning Xi also smiled slightly, replied a word, then turned and left with Tian and the dejected Xiao Li. Meanwhile, Yu was looking at Ning Xi's back with intense fighting spirit. Then he was pulled by the hand by Xiao Ying and led away. Seeing this, Dacihua felt a bit shocked. Had this scene really appeared? I'd never seen it before. This could be considered Xiao Ying's moment of glory, right? Then the other members of the 12 elite genin appeared one after another. However, since the illusion on the fake door had been dispelled, there was nothing interesting to see. In the blink of an eye, Dacihua found the section belonging to the Shanin in these screens. The people on the screen were clearly much fewer than in Muyi village. Moreover, Wei Luo and his team had just appeared. However, they merely glanced at the illusionary fake door, and calmly walked away, leaving behind a group of bewildered Shanin. Seeing this, Dacihua couldn't help but complain. This was too bland. No wonder the original story only focused on Mingren and the others. It was because they were the only ones with so much drama. However, the first stage was almost over at this point, and many village leaders had already left this conference room. Dacihua watched them, and secretly guessed that these departing leaders were probably going to explain something to the eliminated Jinin from their villages. As for Dacihua, since he hadn't brought his own Jinin to the Chunin exam, and he wasn't familiar with the fake smoke ninja that Dacihua had brought, so he had nothing to do now. Watching the remaining leaders in the conference room chatting in small groups, Dacihua could only lie on the table and quietly wait for Muye's arrangements. However, before long the large array of screens in the conference room was removed by several Muye ninjas. After all the screens were taken away, a person pulled down a large piece of cloth from the ceiling. Behind the cloth was a huge glass window. Looking down through this glass, one could directly see all the remaining Jinin who had passed the first stage. Dacihua silently approached, found a good spot, and stood there quietly. Looking below, there was a vast crowd of Jinin, many of whom looked fierce and menacing. For these people, Dacihua really couldn't say much. He didn't know where they were found, but they looked so much like villains. Soon after, Mingren and his team entered. As soon as they came in, they met Lu Wan's team and Yu's team. They gathered right at the entrance and started chatting. Perhaps because these few were extremely young, those villainous faces also looked at them. Seeing this, Dacihua felt that the super spy Do should appear soon. Sure enough, while Mingren and the others were chatting heatedly, Do suddenly appeared. He approached them alone and said something unknown, and the chat atmosphere suddenly calmed down. Then Dacihua saw Do pull out a stack of things like poker cards and explain something to Mingren and the others. Dacihua remembered this scene. He didn't expect to relive it. Those cards seemed to be some kind of ninja cards, or something. Cards that recorded the information of the ninja participating in this exam. Suddenly Do, who was in the middle of Mingren's group below, made a very embarrassing move. With an obsessive posture, he drew 2 cards from the stack, and slowly flipped them over with his fingers. And with a grim expression, he began to narrate to Mingren and the others. Oh my god! Dacihua suddenly felt too embarrassed to watch. So cringy. How old was this guy Do anyway? Hadn't he passed his Junibu phase yet? Also, because Dacihua felt so embarrassed he could build a house, he started scanning the venue again. Then coincidentally he found their fake smoke ninja team. He saw that among the fake smoke ninja, the temporary Jinin, who was filling in, was slowly approaching the small circle where Do was showing off. Then after a brief preparation, he suddenly dashed forward with a single stride. Rushing ahead, Naruto suddenly shouted something loudly, causing all the Jinin in the arena to turn their gaze toward him and his group. While Sakura and the others were frantically trying to stop Naruto from acting foolish, the fake Yenrin ninja paused for a moment before charging out again. Then without hesitation he threw a punch at Yakushi Do. Do's face displayed exaggerated surprise, but he remained calm, all while Naruto and the others watched with worried eyes. He narrowly dodged the punch. Just as Naruto and the others let out a collective sigh of relief, a faint smile crept across Do's lips. Then suddenly his expression twisted, and he fell to the ground retching. This immediately threw the 9 young Mai ninjas nearby into disarray. They gathered around Do in shock. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Dacihua watched the scene and simply clicked his tongue. He marveled that Yakushi Do truly lived up to his reputation as a super spy. What a brilliant act! Earlier, when he was in Yenrin village, Dacihua had seen Do meeting with these fake Yenrin ninjas. So clearly they were in cahoots. If he hadn't known they were already acquainted, he would have thought Do had been beaten for leaking information to Naruto and the others. But Dacihua knew it was all a ruse of self-inflicted injury. And it seemed to be working perfectly. Now Naruto and the others below had grown much closer to Yakushi Do. In the meeting room, some representatives from other ninja villages also noticed the scene. Their faces all turned grave. Dacihua guessed they were also puzzled as to why Do had been injured despite clearly dodging the punch. Watching their solemn expressions, he suddenly felt like laughing. Truly, the technology brought forth by our scientific ninja, Dacihua, was still far too advanced for this era of the ninja world. After all, everyone else was engaged in close-quarters combat, or unleashing various fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth techniques. Suddenly, a technique that could injure without even touching the opponent was terrifying. After watching for a while, I dispatched several chunin to notify the leaders that the next exam was about to begin. They would need to move to another location to continue monitoring. So the group of village leaders moved together to a similar room. However, this room had more displays, and could provide a comprehensive view of the upcoming written test. The My examiners had informed the leaders in advance that the main purpose of this written test was not to test knowledge, but to assess the Jinin's reconnaissance abilities. They explained that the questions were designed to be beyond the grasp of most Jinin, so they would plant several fake examinees who knew the real answers among them. Regarding this, Dacihua thought it was completely unnecessary. Reconnaissance tests were entirely superfluous. Who could guarantee that the reconnaissance targets in every mission would be the same? After all, every reconnaissance mission required adapting to circumstances. Such a test was not rigorous. Moreover, to be honest, he had already obtained the test paper. He was certain he could easily solve all the questions, because he had heard all these questions from the teachers at Mai's Ninja Academy. Then Dacihua watched as a group of Jinin below struggled to cheat. However, through the surveillance monitors in the room, he could clearly see every small covert action of the Jinin in their seats. Dacihua guessed that unless the actions were too obvious, they were overlooked. At that moment, some village leaders in the room suddenly shouted excitedly, "What are you doing so blatantly? Why are you turning around? Did everything I taught you go to the dogs? Sigh. What are you craning your neck for?" Dacihua was amused by their words. He glanced at Naruto, who was now red-faced with anxiety, while Hinata sat beside him hunched over and writing furiously. Well, it seems she knows everything. No wonder she's the young lady of the Hyuga clan. She even has a bit of my scholarly demeanor. Looking at the other, Sasuke with his Sharingan Kiba relying on his dog Niji, with his Bikugan Ino, with her mind transfer Shino, with his insects. The fake Yanran ninjas seemed to be listening to a coded signal, and it appeared to be coming from the one who was just a filler. Indeed, none of the people Dacihua had gathered were simple. After observing them, Dacihua glanced at Gaara, and noticed he was pressing one hand against his eye while writing furiously. His companion Kankuro suddenly stood up, greeted the chief examiner, and left the exam hall. A proctor followed him, but Dacihua noticed that the proctor moved stiffly, clearly a puppet, yet the My examiner seemed to turn a blind eye. Good grief, the Sand ninjas are all about technology. In Dacihua's opinion, this Chunin exam was far too strict, because this round basically eliminated all the older-looking Jinin, forcing them to remain Jinin for another year. After watching for a while, the capable ones were all writing furiously, while the incapable ones had either already left or were scratching their heads at their desks. No point watching anymore. Dacihua turned around and scanned the room. Now less than half of the village leaders remained. Those who stayed had calm faces betraying no joy. It was clear they were confident that their Jinin would pass this round. After scanning the room, Dacihua suddenly noticed that Dacihua was no longer present. He was the only one left from Yanran village. Oh ho, suddenly I feel special. But then he saw the My group Kurinaya Suma and Kakashi sitting together chatting, while Irika watched the monitors with a tense expression. Dacihua chuckled. That Irika guy really has weak nerves. He stood up and walked toward Irika. Because he was wearing a new face, Irika eyed him warily. Reaching Irika before he could react, Dacihua asked in a curious tone, "You're Irika, right? The one with the horizontal scar on his nose?" Irika glanced at Dacihua's headband. For some reason, a look of embarrassment flickered across his face. Then he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Is there something you need, Dacihua?" After speaking, he looked around. "Nothing, I'm just curious. What are you staring at?" Dacihua asked, puzzled, as he watched Irika scanning the room.
Wasn't one of your Yenna ninjas taken away a few days ago?
Irika asked in a hushed, nervous tone. Dacihua was taken aback.
All right. The Yenna situation is still sensitive. What am I doing?
He then gave an awkward smile and said to Irika,
Indeed, one was taken away, but it's fine. I just came to see if you were the Irika that Dacihua often talks about.
With that, Dacihua glanced at Kakashi nearby and immediately turned back to his seat. After all, he didn't have a third fake identity to use. Better just quietly watch the exam. Before long, a voice suddenly came through the surveillance system in his classroom. In the feed, the chief proctor Ibiki Marino, a ninja whose face was covered in scars, began to speak.
Now I will announce the 10th question.
With that, he suddenly paused. Waiting until all the genin in the exam hall grew tense, he continued.
But before that, I am going to add one more rule to this final question.
Before Ibiki Marino could finish speaking, the door to the exam hall suddenly burst open, and the one who walked in was none other than Kankuro, who had gone out earlier. Ibiki Marino stopped mid-sentence, and quietly studied the newly arrived Kankuro. Just as Kankuro began to sweat under the gaze, Ibiki let out a snicker. Then he directly exposed the puppet proctor that Kankuro was using. However, for some reason, even after that, Ibiki still allowed Kankuro to return to his seat. Once Kankuro sat down, Ibiki slowly stepped down from the podium. He paced for a while among the genin taking the exam. Seeing that the emotions of the genin present had been stirred to the right pitch, he deliberately stopped in front of a genin, who was still desperately cheating on his paper, placed one hand on the genin's desk, and continued.
Now I will explain this.
Ibiki paused again at that point. From the monitor, Dacihua could see the genin cheating below Ibiki. The genin's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. However, Ibiki did not single that person out. Instead, he slowly walked away, and suddenly raised his voice.
A rule that will drive you to despair.
After this whole act, even Dacihua, watching from the surveillance room, could somewhat feel what that cheating genin was going through. Because of Ibiki's sudden shout, the genin, who were still desperately writing their papers, immediately stopped. One after another, they nervously looked up at Ibiki, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, the corners of Ibiki's mouth curled slightly, and he said in a calm tone,
First you must choose whether or not to accept the 10th question.
After saying that, he fell silent again, watching the genin who awaited more. He stood there quietly waiting for their reaction. Sure enough, a genin immediately asked Ibiki,
What happens if we choose not to accept it?
Ibiki glanced at that person, smiled slightly, and explained.
If you choose not to accept it, that candidate will immediately receive a 0, a failure. The other two members of the same team will also be treated as failures.
Ibiki's tone remained calm, but the genin below erupted.
What does that mean? Of course we have to accept it. We can't drag others down with us.
Ibiki looked at the chaotic scene, and simply raised a hand. After silencing the genin's arguing, he continued.
There is one more rule. Those who choose to accept it and fail to answer correctly will lose the right to take the Chunin exam forever.
As soon as these words came out, the genin, who had just quieted down, immediately became frantic and began shouting at Ibiki.
What kind of damn rule is that? There are people sitting here who have taken the Chunin exam more than once. Yeah, there's no such rule.
Ibiki swept his gaze around the room, and this time he did not stop their uproar. Instead, he laughed with contempt.
Heh. That's just your bad luck. This year's rules were set by me.
As soon as he said that, the chaotic examinees instantly fell silent, staring blankly at the Konoha chief proctor. Ibiki saw that the mood was right and continued.
However, haven't I given you a chance to turn back? Those without confidence can choose not to accept and try again next year or the year after.
Then Ibiki waited a while longer. After all the genin understood his meaning, he announced.
Now then, let's begin. Those who choose not to accept the 10th question, raise your hands. Have your exam numbers recorded, and you may leave.
Immediately, some genin in the group couldn't bear it. They raised their hands at once, indicating that they gave up. Then an assistant proctor loudly read out his exam number along with those of his two teammates. In effect, they were all eliminated together. Even Dacihua had to admit that Ibiki's psychological warfare was quite well played. If they gave up, there would be another chance. If they failed this time, they would be Jinin for life. Moreover, after repeated psychological pressure, some had already wanted to give up. This blow directly shattered their last psychological defenses. Where there was a first, there was sure to be a second. And the proctors loudly announced the exam numbers of those eliminated. It was nothing less than a repeated assault on their psychological defenses. However, as Dacihua looked toward Naruto's seat, he thought,
"He's about to unleash the talk no jutsu, isn't he?"
Sure enough, after more than half of the examinees had left, Naruto suddenly raised his hand, stood up, and shouted loudly,
"Hey! Don't underestimate me. I will never give up. I accept the exam. Even if I stay at Jinin for life, I'll still become Hokage and show you. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you."
In the surveillance room, Dacihua watched this scene, and suddenly felt a little awkward.
As expected of someone who has mastered the talk no jutsu, a complete social butterfly.
Then again, Naruto ended up passing by turning in a blank paper. On the screen, Ibiki watched Naruto, who had suddenly shouted, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He seemed somewhat satisfied, but then said to the other Jinin still taking the exam,
"I'll ask one last time. This is a decision that concerns your entire lives. It's still not too late to change your minds."
At that moment, Naruto didn't care at all what Ibiki intended to do. He then spoke those passionate classic words,
"I never go back on what I've said. That is my ninja way."
Just as Dacihua was beginning to feel that old surge of excitement from watching Naruto back in the day, Irika, who was sitting nearby, suddenly stood up excitedly and shouted,
"Naruto, well done. Well said."
That passionate shout immediately drew the eyes of everyone in charge in the surveillance room. After Irika shouted, he noticed the stares around him, and sat back down utterly mortified. Dacihua's inner surge of passion was forcibly interrupted by Irika's. Still, he felt a little moved. This was the passionate Naruto he knew.
"All my youth."
At this moment on the screen, Ibiki looked at the examinees, who had suddenly relaxed because of another shout from Naruto. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly once more. Then, after exchanging glances with the assistant proctor standing around the exam hall, he decided to announce the results of this exam. "Your determination is commendable. Then let me announce that everyone who chose to stay now passes the first exam, qualified." As Ibiki announced this, he and the other proctors began to applaud. Meanwhile, all the remaining examinees stood there utterly bewildered. "What?" At that moment, Sakura stood up in surprise and asked Ibiki,
Wait. What's going on? How can you suddenly declare everyone qualified? What about the 10th question?"
Ibiki's stern expression softened into a smile as he replied to Sakura,
"The choice you just made was the 10th question while everyone was catching their breath."
Temari, who had just struggled through all the questions, was stunned. She stood up and protested passionately.
"Wait. Then what about the previous 9 questions? What was the point of all that? If everyone passes, it's completely meaningless."
Ibiki chuckled again and explained kindly,
"How could it be meaningless? Those 9 questions fulfilled their own purpose. They tested each of your information-gathering abilities."
Of course, Ibiki had no idea that Naruto, who had been shouting earlier, had turned in a blank paper. Then Ibiki began to explain the deeper meaning of the exam to all the passing Jinin. Dacihua already knew exactly what it was. So he stopped listening, leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling, and thought,
"It seems since I came to this world I've never had my own ninja squad. After this, it's time to consider my team. Hongo can handle reconnaissance, I'll lead the offense, and maybe let Xiao Xianglin learn medical ninjutsu.
But then again, being invincible alone is also possible, ha ha ha." As he thought this, Dacihua suddenly chuckled. He turned his gaze back to the exam site. At that moment, the Jinin were all staring at Ibiki in shock, though Dacihua didn't know what had happened. But he didn't care much. At least the first exam was over. Now, he just had to wait for the second exam, which would start the next day, since Konoha hadn't revealed who the proctor for the second exam would be. Dacihua was still somewhat curious. After all, Hondo was currently living in the Inen village, and she hadn't come for this Chunin exam. At that point, the Jinin in the exam hall and the staff in the monitoring room began to leave one after another. Everyone needed to prepare for the next day's exam. Dacihua left alone, slipping back into his usual boredom. He silently returned to the fake Inen stronghold. Upon arriving, he was pleasantly surprised to find Orochimaru there as well. Strangely, Orochimaru wasn't plotting with the fake Inen he had brought along. He was just sitting there writing and drawing, plotting something unknown. When Dacihua curiously approached, Orochimaru casually covered what he had written. He looked up at Dacihua and chuckled darkly.
Hehe, Dacihua-kun has returned. Was the Konoha Chunin exam enjoyable? It was okay, nothing special. Your people all passed easily.
Dacihua replied casually, edging closer to peer at the covered object.
What kind of technology are you studying now?
Orochimaru for some reason bluntly said.
I'm figuring out how to completely destroy Konoha and ignite a war among the shinobi nations.
What? Dacihua choked.
Wait. Can you really just tell me that? I mean, are you researching this right in the middle of Konoha? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?
Dacihua asked.
Hehe, of course not. The current Konoha is nothing but a pile of loose sand, hardly a threat.
Orochimaru laughed and replied, then deliberately uncovered the paper he had been hiding, letting Dacihua see it. Seeing Dachihua's gaze, Orochimaru asked,
Dacihua-kun, are you interested in joining?
By then, Dacihua had also seen what was on the paper. It was a map of the Chunin exam security deployment in Konoha, already marked with numerous annotations.
I probably shouldn't be seeing this.
Before Dacihua could react, Orochimaru continued.
The Sunagakure village has already allied with me. When the plan begins, the Suna and Oto ninjas hidden in Konoha will launch a massive invasion.
Hearing the torrent of information from Orochimaru, Dacihua was stunned.
I haven't agreed to join yet. You're forcing me into this.
Despite his inner turmoil, Dachihua's face remained calm as he asked Orochimaru,
Why do you want to destroy Konoha and start a shinobi war? Isn't peace good right now?
Orochimaru smiled faintly and said,
Dacihua-kun, do you know? If there is no war, shinobi will regress and may even vanish entirely.
He paused, glancing at the map of the ninja world pinned on the wall.
The ninja world has been at peace for too long. Shinobi have grown weak and incompetent. Now war must be reignited to stimulate the great villages and remind shinobi of their purpose.
What? Dacihua was bewildered.
Shouldn't your goal be to kill the third Hokage and take Sasuke? How did it become this? Good grief. Igniting a shinobi war to remind them of their purpose. What an ambition.
Seeing Dachihua's astonished expression, Orochimaru explained with a smile.
The current Konoha is too old. The old leaves must be cut away to bring forth new life.
Dacihua listened to these words silently. He felt as if Orochimaru had been replaced. Why talk about such grand righteousness? Orochimaru didn't press further, he just smiled at Dacihua and added,
The 5 great shinobi villages need a change of dynasty.
Then he turned back to study the tactical map. Watching this, Dacihua didn't know what to say and simply returned to his room. Soon the next day arrived. Konoha organized all the remaining proctors to head to the monitoring area for the second exam. Dacihua followed them to the finish point of the second exam. Inside a tower, countless monitors displayed every corner of the forest of death. While listening to a Konoha staff member re-explaining the rules of the second exam, Dacihua was very curious about who the proctor would be. After all, in the original story, Hondo was the proctor, but she hadn't come to Konoha this time. As for the life-threatening dangers of the second exam, Dacihua didn't care. Those fake Inen brought by Orochimaru had little to do with him. Finally, after the staff member finished explaining the rules, suddenly all the monitoring screens changed at once. The scene shifted to an open area. A group of Genin, who had passed the first exam, stood there, their expressions slightly tense. Dacihua noticed with surprise that Naruto was still playfully roughhousing with Konohamaru. Well fitting for Naruto, who clearly didn't take the Chunin exam seriously. But had he never passed the Chunin exams? Dacihua couldn't quite recall this detail, but he knew that in the future Naruto would lose to Konohamaru. As he was pondering whether Naruto had ever become a Chunin even after becoming Hokage, the screen suddenly changed, revealing a purple-haired Kunoichi.
Hello everyone. I am the proctor for the second exam of the Chunin exams. My name is Yuzuki Yugao. I will repeat once more, this exam involves life-threatening danger. Additionally, we will eliminate half of the participants. If
Dacihua looked at the recording on the screen somewhat surprised. Although the ninja in the screen looked unfamiliar, that name was none other than the wife of Uegwang Jifeng, the protagonist of the Shippuden series. Soon the explanation in the screen ended. The view then switched back to the open area. It appeared that the distribution of Heaven's Scrolls and Earth's Scrolls had already begun. In this exam, each team was given one type of scroll. At the same time, no team knew what scrolls the other teams held. The requirement to pass the exam was to collect a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Consequently, any team that failed to gather them, or had their scrolls stolen, would be eliminated. This method would eliminate at least half of the teams. Moreover, because no one knew which scrolls others had, it could even eliminate more. However, Dacihua didn't care about that now. Besides, Orochimaru was not in this room. That meant Orochimaru had already infiltrated the exam. Though he didn't know which unlucky team had been taken out, he needed to make a move. So Dacihua stood up, glanced around, and walked out alone. Soon, in an open area outside the exam venue, Dacihua, now wearing a different face and a mist headband, summoned White Zetsu.
White Zetsu, contact the boss quickly. Tell him I found the trace of the One Tail. Have him send someone skilled in sealing techniques immediately,
Dacihua said to White Zetsu. White Zetsu looked delighted.
Oh really? Well done. I'll go inform the leader now.
With that, White Zetsu glanced into the distance and vanished. No sooner had White Zetsu disappeared than Kakashi appeared behind Dacihua holding a kunai aimed at his kidney. In a monotone voice he asked,
"Who are you? And what was that just now?"
Dacihua remained unflustered, smiled slightly, turned around slowly, and said to Kakashi,
"Take a good guess."
Then boom. He self-destructed. Meanwhile, in the central tower of the Forest of Death, Dacihua leisurely returned from the restroom to the monitoring room. No one noticed anything amiss. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to use his real body to summon White Zetsu in such a place. But he hadn't expected Kakashi to show up again. He casually glanced in the direction where Kakashi had been.
Oh, still sitting there. A shadow clone as well.
Dacihua sat back down, carelessly glanced at the surveillance footage. Still nothing interesting. Although there were far more monitors this time than before. The genin clearly didn't want to appear on camera, so the screens were mostly empty. Even so, Dacihua was quite content to sit there. After all, the village provided free food and drinks to the proctors stationed here.
Not bad at all.
They had also signed an agreement when they entered. Once inside the Forest of Death exam venue, they had to stay until the second exam ended. He picked up a bottle of Konoha's special drink and took a sip. Dacihua stared at the surveillance screens, hoping to spot some genin who weren't hiding from the cameras. He didn't have to wait long. He soon found a team, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki's team. They walked openly along the main road to the tower, completely unconcerned about the cameras. But after a while, Dacihua grew bored again. Although he was indeed planning to capture him this time, the exam had just started, and the other genin hadn't made any moves yet. So Gaara's team encountered no danger on the main road. Dacihua idly noted the general direction of their team. He then stood up, surveyed the room, found a proctor, who seemed approachable, walked over and greeted him.
"Hey, are you a ninja from the Rain Village?"
But the seemingly friendly Rain Ninja wasn't much of a talker. The Rain Ninja glanced at Dacihua, then immediately turned his eyes back to the surveillance screen, replying curtly,
"Yeah."
Dacihua found his aloof demeanor a bit off-putting given his face. But he didn't mind, maybe the guy was just shy or something. He continued on his own.
"Hey, what are you looking at? Is that your team? Did they show up?"
As he spoke, Dacihua noticed the rain ninja slightly turn his head and glance at his headband. Then the rain ninja suddenly broke into a grin, pointing at one of the screens.
I'm watching that one, haha. Look at those Konoha Genin, they're nothing special. My subordinates haven't been spotted yet. They're about to get the first kill.
Intrigued by the sudden enthusiasm, Dacihua followed his pointing finger. On one monitor, he saw 3 rain ninja crouching on a tree branch, their backs to the camera. Below them 3 defenseless Konoha ninja stood. But looking closer...
Oh! It's Hinata's team. Those random rain ninja are trying to ambush a main character. Looks like your team is indeed about to get the first kill.
Dacihua muttered under his breath, pursed his lips, and quietly slipped away. Sure enough, after he left, the seemingly friendly ninja collapsed. He slumped back in his chair, took a deep breath, then went to find a Konoha proctor to escort him out.
Already eliminated. So fast.
Dacihua sat back down, watching the rain ninja leave. He stared at the boring surveillance screens for a while longer. But he couldn't sit still, so he turned to the proctor beside him. This proctor was also sitting alone, leaning back in his chair, looking bored, not even watching the monitors. Dacihua guessed his team must have hidden somewhere out of camera range. So Dacihua slowly edged closer and asked,
Hey there, Grass Village Ninja. Is your team hiding too?
The Grass Ninja was startled by the voice, then turned to glance at Dacihua's headband.
Yeah, no idea where they've hidden. Yours too. And then they vanished somewhere.
Dacihua replied, though he hadn't actually bothered to locate his fake smoke ninja. They were currently squatting on the main road leading to the tower, clearly visible on the monitors. The Grass Ninja, of course, didn't bother to verify Dacihua's claim. Instead, he said casually,
All the Chunin exams in Konoha are really strict. The first round eliminated everyone else from my village. Now only my team remains. And this second round has life-threatening risks. Sure, a ninja should have that mindset, but this exam, it's really unnecessary.
Dacihua listened to the Grass Ninja's rambling and chimed in.
Yes, signing a death waiver just for an exam is a bit harsh. Right. It's just an exam. And there's no reward.
The Grass Ninja, hearing Dacihua's agreement, suddenly became excited. But then, after a moment, as if thinking of something, he lost his energy and said slowly,
But what can small villages like ours do? We don't dare to complain.
Dacihua merely nodded at these words. Suddenly an image flashed through his mind.
How did Orochimaru infiltrate the second exam? I think it was by switching faces with a Grass Ninja.
So Dacihua asked the Grass Ninja,
What's your team composition?
The Grass Ninja without hesitation replied,
2 males and 1 female. Oh, there they are.
Mid-sentence, he spotted his team on the monitor, and pointed them out to Dacihua. Dacihua looked.
That familiar big braid, snake ant.
He coughed.
Ahem, this team looks pretty good. I'm sure they'll pass the second exam.
With that, Dacihua slowly moved away from the Grass Ninja. No choice. That guy was probably about to leave this place soon too. Returning to his seat, Dacihua decided not to continue chatting with anyone else. He sat quietly, trying to find interesting scenes among the various surveillance feeds before him. Although the second exam had only been underway for an hour, and the Genin were avoiding the cameras, there were still some fighting scenes in the footage. However, looking at the scattered and incomplete images, Dacihua let out a sigh, inwardly complaining that Konoha's surveillance system was utterly shoddy. At that moment, other village leaders in the monitoring room also began to grumble. What's the point of this surveillance? We can't even see our own teams. Haha, these cameras are all decoys. Konoha just wants to keep us here and manipulate the exam. We need to find a way out. What if Konoha has tampered with the Genin? Just as the chaos was about to escalate into a disturbance, Konoha realized the surveillance was indeed unreasonable. They quickly sent someone to calm the leaders present and promptly adjusted the camera positions. The cameras that had been fixed on empty corners suddenly swiveled to track the Genin taking the exam in real time. Dacihua perked up, immediately scanned the screens, and found Naruto's team. At that moment, Naruto wasn't with the team. Instead, Sasuke and Sakura had encountered their snake ant there. Tis that snake ant is still coveting the Sharingan. In the footage, Sasuke and Sakura stood trembling, frozen in place. Meanwhile, snake ant slowly approached, brandishing two kunai. Judging by the stance, the two youngsters were terrified by snake ant. At that moment, snake ant seemed to sense the camera and glanced back. But snake ant didn't care. A slight smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. Seizing the moment, Sasuke drove a kunai into his own thigh, then lifted Sakura and fled. Snake ant sensed this too, turned back in surprise, and watched Sasuke's escape route. She smirked again, formed a hand seal, and pursued. But the camera lost them again, leaving the screen empty. Just as Dacihua felt exasperated, a grass ninja sitting nearby approached him with a serious expression. "Smoke Ninja, I've just noticed my subordinate acting strangely. He's definitely not my man anymore. I suspect Konoha has some big move, so I'm leaving early. Would you like to join me? We small villages should stick together." Dacihua was taken aback. "Huh? Just leave like that?" However, the grass ninja had come surprisingly close to the truth. Still, Dacihua had no intention of leaving. "You go ahead. I need to watch over my team." Dacihua fabricated a plausible excuse to send the grass ninja away. The grass ninja said nothing, just nodded. He glanced at the Konoha ninja guarding the exit, then went to other leaders. Watching his retreating figure, Dacihua clicked his tongue and thought, this guy is probably afraid Konoha will silence him. Dacihua wondered if this would affect Orochimaru's plan, but he didn't care. He turned back to the monitors. The camera then caught up with Sasuke and Sakura, who were hiding in a tree. Sasuke covered Sakura's mouth with one hand, while cautiously scanning the distance. Caught off guard, a giant serpent suddenly appeared behind them, and lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke, with a panicked expression, leaped back a great distance, but quickly threw a shuriken, dispatching the serpent. Before he could catch his breath, Orochimaru burst out from the serpent's corpse, and serving as the snake's head charged at Sasuke again. Dacihua watched this on the monitor, and got goosebumps. That's disgusting. Just as Orochimaru was about to reach Sasuke, several shuriken flew from a higher vantage point, intercepting him. The camera feed was about to follow upward, but suddenly cut out. Dacihua was puzzled. The other screen seemed normal. Only this one screen had gone dark. He turned to look at the Konoha staff, and noticed that not only had many staff members disappeared, but the likes of Kakashi and Guy were also gone. Dacihua yawned, stretched, and stood up. Given the situation, everyone must be dealing with Orochimaru. He could take this opportunity to make his move. He slowly walked over to the remaining staff, said he was going to the restroom, and left the monitoring room. Why bother announcing his departure? After all, this might be a sensitive period, and he had already caused a bit of trouble earlier. It was better to follow proper procedures. Leaving the monitoring room, whether by fate or coincidence, Dacihua saw Kakashi again. Kakashi was standing by a window, his visible eyes slightly narrowed, gazing solemnly into the distance. Hearing the door, Kakashi turned and saw Dacihua. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked over. "Hello, there's been an incident during the Chunin exam. I'm afraid you cannot move freely now. Please understand." Dacihua was speechless at Kakashi's words. "I just stepped out, and the people inside didn't say a word. You're targeting me." Just as Dacihua was pondering how to avoid Kakashi without causing trouble, suddenly a ninja in a small vest, likely a Chunin, ran over, and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, the third Hokage has summoned you urgently." "Oh, a divine assist from Konoha." "Roger." Kakashi replied swiftly, glanced at Dacihua again, said nothing more, and followed the Chunin away. Dacihua stared at Kakashi's back for a moment. While that assist was incredibly useful, he then left a shadow clone behind. Disguising himself with a new face and a mist ninja headband, he leaped out through a restroom window. Silently leaving the central tower, he evaded nearby cameras, and slipped into the forest of death. In the forest, Dacihua first changed into the Akatsuki's red cloud robe. Then, using a secret technique, he summoned a white Zetsu, handed him a photo of Gaara, informed him of Gaara's approximate location, and ordered him to find Gaara first. Meanwhile, Dacihua planned to rendezvous with the reinforcements sent by the Akatsuki. Indeed, the reinforcements had arrived. Barely a few hours after he had passed the message to the White Zetsu, they had already come swiftly. He had no idea why the Akatsuki had sent Itachi Uchiha as the reinforcement, a double agent loyal to Konoha. Still, Dacihua figured it should be fine. After all, their target this time wasn't Konoha's Nine Tails, but the one tail that was causing trouble in the village. So Itachi probably wouldn't betray him. And so Dacihua continuously evaded the surveillance cameras, and the ninjas from Konoha sent to capture Orochimaru running toward the southeast of the Forest of Death. Because according to White Zetsu, Uchiha Itachi was waiting for him in that direction. After approximately 20 minutes, Dacihua finally reached the southeastern edge of the Forest of Death, and found Itachi Uchiha without much trouble. At that moment, Itachi was sitting on a tree with a cold, aloof expression, quietly gazing up at the entire forest. Just as Dacihua saw him, and was about to complain, Itachi Uchiha immediately activated his Sharingan, and turned to glare at Dacihua. Caught off guard, Dacihua only had time to shout, "Damn!" before being pulled straight into the Tsukuyomi dimension. In that space, Dacihua was helplessly bound to a cross. This was already the third time. Then, after glancing around, he simply detonated a portion of his own spiritual energy. Then, in a burst of excruciating pain, he forcibly withdrew from the Tsukuyomi dimension. This was a new method he had devised after entering Tsukuyomi twice. All along, Dacihua had been immune to Jinjutsu because his spiritual energy was too unstable. Therefore, it was difficult for others to hypnotize him. However, after encountering Itachi, it suddenly stopped working. So to guard against Itachi, Dacihua began researching how to make his spiritual energy even more unstable. The research naturally went smoothly. But when he met Itachi again last time, he found it still couldn't block it. So afterward, Dacihua secretly decided that the next time he fell under Itachi's Jinjutsu, he would directly detonate some of his own spiritual energy to forcibly break the illusion. Although this method was extremely painful, and took a very long time for his spiritual energy to fully recover, the effect was absolutely reliable. After Dacihua withdrew from the Tsukuyomi dimension, Itachi immediately sensed it. However, only a flicker of surprise crossed his face, before he quickly returned to his aloof expression. Then, in a cold tone, he said to Dacihua,
"What exactly is your purpose in coming to Konoha this time?"
Dacihua was somewhat surprised upon hearing this.
"Is it really okay for you to ask so openly? Acting so protective of Konoha? Aren't you even pretending anymore? Is it because I killed Danzo?"
Of course, Dacihua didn't understand. Because at this moment Itachi was already prepared to eliminate him. He simply walked casually to the tree where Itachi was, and said mysteriously,
"I already know your secret. Don't worry, I'm capturing the Sans one tail, not Konoha's 9 tails.
However, Itachi seemed uninterested in which tail beast Dacihua was going to capture. Instead, he asked again,
"Why exactly have you come to Konoha?" "Oh, this question."
Dacihua was stunned for a moment, and looked at Itachi with confusion.
"Konoha is hosting the joint Chunin exams. Don't you know? I came to participate in the Chunin exams."
Saying this, Dacihua looked around, sensed his surroundings, and then whispered to Itachi,
"Don't worry, I'm also on Konoha's side."
At this, Itachi was clearly taken aback.
"You're on Konoha's side? What the hell?"
Seeing Itachi's slightly bewildered expression, Dacihua chuckled and explained,
"I'm a ninja who graduated from Konoha's Ninja Academy."
Itachi seemed to recall what he had learned from hypnotizing Dacihua earlier. His expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded lightly to indicate he understood. Then he quietly released the chakra he had been gathering. Thus the two suddenly fell into a brief silence. Dacihua thought for a moment. He felt it would be better to explain to Itachi the origin of the one tail. So he began speaking on his own.
"After I arrived in Konoha and watched a few matches, I discovered that the Sand Village has actually sent their Jinchuriki, and the Kazekage is also here along with a group of Jonin. This situation is quite unusual."
Saying this, he glanced covertly at Itachi, and saw that he was already thinking. He continued,
"Moreover, Konoha's defenses are very weak right now, so I suspect the Sand Village might be planning to attack Konoha. Capturing the One Tail at this time would directly help Konoha.
He looked at Itachi as he finished, but Itachi only nodded slightly and said,
I understand,
as if still unconvinced that the Sand Village would attack Konoha. Just as Dacihua was about to press further, White Zetsu appeared. Upon seeing the two chatting, he happily approached and said,
I've found the One Tail. Dachihua's search was spot on.
Saying this, he gave Dacihua a thumbs up. Just as Dacihua was about to bask in the praise, with White Zetsu, Itachi said coldly,
Lead the way.
Then the atmosphere suddenly turned serious. White Zetsu grinned slyly and ran ahead directly. Dacihua didn't say anything more, as he currently lacked the ability to deal with Itachi. Meanwhile, on the other side at Orochimaru's location, he was now surrounded by a group of Konoha ninjas frantically dealing with him. At the same time, he was somewhat puzzled about which part had gone wrong. How a Konoha discovered him so quickly and dispatched such a large group at once. Of course, he couldn't have imagined that it was all because Dacihua killed Danzo, indirectly causing this Chunin exam to have surveillance footage visible to all the ninja villages. It was precisely because of the surveillance footage that Orochimaru was discovered so quickly. However, none of that mattered now. At this point, Orochimaru was already thinking of ways to retreat. However, because the third Hokage placed great importance on him, the ninjas said all had abilities that were somewhat effective against him. After another period of skirmishing, Orochimaru found himself at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth and scanned the ninjas surrounding him. He directly summoned an enormous swarm of snakes to disrupt the ninjas' formation, then used the reverse summoning technique to escape.
What? Didn't catch him. What exactly does Orochimaru want to do?
Because they failed to capture Orochimaru, the third Hokage paced in the Hokage's office with a grim expression. Then he slammed the table and urgently dispatched a group of Umbu from various parts of the village. He sent them to the Forest of Death to search for Orochimaru, while also protecting the Genin from the various ninja villages. After all, ninjas from other villages didn't care whether Orochimaru was a rogue ninja. If something happened in Konoha, Konoha was responsible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru had already returned alone to the surveillance room of the central tower. He sat down naturally beside Dachihua's shadow clone. Glancing at the shadow clone, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, and he too looked at the surveillance monitors with a hint of a smile. At that moment, the several fake sound ninjas sent by Orochimaru were bullying several Konoha Genin. However, the two traveling and the White Zetsu knew nothing about these events. They were now evading the surveillance cameras and the occasional Konoha proctor who appeared heading toward Gaara's direction. Before long, Dacihua and Itachi followed White Zetsu and located Gaara. At that moment, Gaara was fervently torturing a squad of rain ninja. Dacihua and Itachi took concealment in separate nearby trees, while White Zetsu burrowed into the bark to sabotage the surveillance here. Thus the two watched in silence as Gaara subjected 3 rain Genin to merciless cruelty. Dacihua found this acceptable enough. If anything, it resembled his own combat style. Whenever he struck, his opponents were usually left in pieces, so in Dachihua's eyes Gaara's methods were hardly unusual. Itachi, however, wore an expression of disgust. He believed that once defeated, one deserved a swift end. To torment the defeated in such a manner was abominable. Therefore, the moment White Zetsu resurfaced after disabling the surveillance, Itachi surged forth without hesitation. Dacihua remained perched in the tree, observing quietly. This was not out of laziness or reluctance to act. Rather, he feared that engaging a Jinchuriki with his explosion release might prove too intoxicating. He could easily lose control and blast the young Jinchuriki to death. After all, this was his first time fighting a tail beast. Before long, hardly 5 minutes had passed since Itachi descended. The battle was over. To Dachihua's eyes, it was nothing short of an overwhelming dominance. For from his vantage point in the tree, all he witnessed was this: Itachi leapt down. Itachi interrupted Gaara's torment of the rain ninja. Itachi exchanged a few moves with Gaara. Itachi realized Gaara possessed the Sand Guard and activated his Sharingan. Gaara fell unconscious and the One Tail emerged. Then the One Tail succumbed as well. Itachi lifted the unconscious Gaara. Yes, it had been that swift. As for those rain ninja, who had been tortured, Itachi mercifully sent them to the Pure Land without further suffering. Next, the two carried the unconscious Gaara, seeking a secure location to perform the sealing. However, they had not traveled far when they unexpectedly encountered Anbu dispatched by the third Hokage in pursuit of Orochimaru. Upon seeing Dacihua and Itachi carrying the unconscious Gaara, one Anbu member stepped forward to intercept them.
Halt! Put him down! Who are you?
However, the other Anbu was more composed. After observing Dacihua and Itachi's attire, he immediately restrained his companion from charging ahead.
Wait a moment. They're wearing the cloud red robes. They could be members of the Akatsuki. Stand ready.
As the several Anbu members suddenly scattered and began encircling them, Itachi remained entirely unfazed, exuding an aura of cold detachment as he quietly awaited the formation of the encirclement. Dacihua, however, was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't the Chunin exam still be underway? How had Konoha's Anbu come to the examination grounds? Dacihua had also pondered whether they had already been discovered. Yet when these Anbu members laid eyes on them, their expressions were nothing but confusion, suggesting this was merely a coincidence. At that moment, among the three Anbu members opposite them, upon identifying Dacihua and Itachi as Akatsuki members, one immediately bolted without hesitation to report the situation. The remaining two stayed behind to hold off Dacihua and Itachi. Upon witnessing this, Dacihua made no move to stop them. Instead, he hoisted Gaara onto his shoulder and leapt onto a nearby tree. Glancing at the two Konoha Anbu, he then turned his gaze toward Itachi, as if asking, "Why haven't you acted yet?" Then Itachi seemed to suddenly understand. He activated his Sharingan and cast a casual dismissive glare at the two Anbu members. He then signaled for Dacihua to proceed. Indeed, both Anbu members had fallen unconscious. As for the one who had fled, neither of them gave it a second thought. Their mission this time would be considered complete once they secured Gaara. The two continued onward until they reached a secluded corner of the examination grounds. Here he summoned another white Zetsu. This white Zetsu then led them into an underground cave. Honestly, Dacihua found himself somewhat bewildered. When had this underground cave appeared? He simply refused to believe that Konoha would leave such a vast space beneath their own examination grounds. Moreover, previously, whenever the Akatsuki assembled, wherever they met, they would first locate white Zetsu and then find an underground cave nearby. This was highly peculiar. He even suspected that perhaps these caves were all freshly excavated by the vast army of white Zetsu hidden throughout the ninja world. However, there was no time to ask now. The two first found a comfortable spot within the cave. They channeled chakra into the rings on their hands, activating the special function embedded within. Then, their consciousnesses entered a vast space. Nearly all Akatsuki members were present, and without wasting words they began performing the Genjutsu Ninetail sealing. This sealing technique was straightforward. As long as chakra was continuously transmitted into the rings, it could be executed. The sole drawback was that it required an extraordinarily long time. Thus 3 days passed, and the entire process proceeded tranquilly. Not a single unexpected incident occurred. Now the one tail had been placed within the 10 tails vessel. Thus the ceremony concluded. Upon exiting the sealing space, Dacihua asked white Zetsu why it could always locate underground caves. Upon learning the truth, Dachihua's face registered utter astonishment. Indeed, each cave had been freshly excavated by white Zetsu, but not by a single one, rather by hundreds. Then Dacihua approached the side of Gaara, gazing at the young Gaara, whose expression was serene. TSK, this fellow was destined to become the next Kazekage in the original storyline, but now he was gone. After all, there was no grandmother Chiyo available now to restore his life through the impure world reincarnation technique. However, Dacihua no longer cared about such matters. He understood that ever since his arrival in this world, the various plotlines had already begun to diverge. Nevertheless, the great wheel of fate had never ceased its turning, and major events continued to unfold much as before. After observing in silence for a while, Dacihua promptly and deeply buried the deceased Gaara right there. It was a fitting rest for the tragic Gaara. After lingering for a while longer, Dacihua and Itachi exited the underground space together. They once again arrived at the examination grounds for the second test, the Forest of Death. The outside had already undergone significant changes. The Chunin exam's second phase had concluded. Returning to Konoha and walking along the streets, the area appeared calm on the surface, yet it was evident that the civilians and vendors had noticeably diminished. Meanwhile, the number of sand ninjas seemed somewhat greater than before. Dacihua himself found it puzzling. Why, having already lost their Jinchuriki, did the sand ninja continue with these plans and fail to retreat? What he could never have anticipated was this, because the surveillance had been dismantled by White Zetsu at the time, and Temari and Kankuro had no idea where Gaara had gone. They simply assumed he had chosen not to participate in the destruction of Konoha plan. Subsequently, upon being informed by the Kazekage, it was revealed the current Gaara is highly unstable. This plan was never intended for him to join from the beginning. His disappearance is fortunate. We can now use the news of his absence to summon those villagers who are reluctant to fight alongside the tailed beast. Thus Gaara had gone missing, and conversely more sand ninja had arrived. However, precisely because so many had come, Konoha could now be said to be entirely surrounded by sand forces. Observing this phenomenon, Dacihua merely clicked his tongue. To have seen Danzo's existence was indeed somewhat necessary. With so many sand ninja having infiltrated, Konoha had yet to react. If Danzo were still alive, this would have already escalated into conflict. Then again, in the original storyline, Danzo barely showed himself. He was simply biding his time, waiting for Sarutobi to die, so he could become Hokage. Before long, Dacihua changed into his previous disguise, and reappeared in the stronghold of the fake smoke ninja. As soon as he entered, Dacihua saw that the few ninjas brought by Dacihua were sitting quietly, with Dacihua holding a piece of paper amidst them. Dacihua guessed they were plotting something, and upon hearing his entrance, they immediately ceased. The scene fell into silence, and even Dacihua sensed an unusual awkwardness. Then Dacihua waved his hand, and the fake smoke ninja dispersed. Afterward, Dacihua asked with a smile, "Dacihua-kun, what have you been doing these past few days?" Dacihua was not surprised by the question, as his shadow clone had been present when Dacihua appeared in the surveillance room. He had entrusted his shadow clone to Dacihua, using his connections to send it out to self-destruct. Thus, for the following days, Dacihua vanished without a trace.
"Nothing much, just went to complete a mission for the Shao organization."
Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Dachihua's face.
"A mission for the Shao organization? Could it be that the One Tail is?"
Quickly Dacihua pieced together what Dacihua had done, but he only sneered coldly. He said,
"Dacihua-kun, the Shao organization seems quite busy these days."
Dacihua was taken aback. Why the sudden sarcasm? Had he discovered that he had taken down the One Tail? But Dacihua remained unfazed and replied with a smile.
"Indeed, the Shao organization is quite busy now. After all, Dacihua-sama has left."
Dacihua was also startled, then laughed even more heartily.
"Ha ha ha, Dacihua-kun, you wouldn't be thinking of making a move against this traitor, would you? Ah, I just made a sarcastic remark, and you're ready to act. That's not necessary. We're still inside my village."
Dacihua waved his hand and replied to Dacihua.
No. After all, our agreed-upon Jorin exam hasn't ended yet."
Dacihua lowered his voice and said,
"Oh, is that so?"
Dacihua glanced at Dacihua. "What are you up to?" Then he nodded and said,
"Mm."
At this point, both of them fell silent. So Dacihua decided to leave first, feeling more comfortable on the streets of Mai. As he reached the door, Dacihua suddenly said,
"I plan to start the Mai collapse plan tomorrow, Dacihua-kun."
Dacihua paused, looked back at the smirking Dacihua, nodded and left. Walking along the streets of Mai, Dacihua was surrounded by many people. Yet thinking about Dachihua's words, he suddenly felt he should take some action. Thus Dacihua went straight to Hondo's house. He intended to temporarily reinforce the building. After all, the Mai collapse plan had never succeeded in the original story. Moreover, now that the tail beasts had been dealt with, it was crucial to protect his own assets. As for his friend Ilu Ka, he had survived in the original story, and now, with an extra stack of explosive tags, he should be even safer. Time passed quickly, and the next morning arrived. The third round of my joint Jonrin exam began. Early in the morning I arranged for all the village leaders present to be escorted to the examination venue. The venue resembled an arena. The examinees competed on the ground below, while the leaders and other spectators sat in rows of seats above. Dacihua arrived at the spectator section with Dacihua. He had assumed that today my collapse plan would be enacted, and Dacihua would be disguised as the Fengying beside the third-generation Huiying. But now seeing Dacihua beside him, and the Fengying seated next to the Huiying above, Dacihua suddenly felt that things had changed more than expected. As he pondered what had gone wrong, the announcement of the match start echoed from below. Dacihua paused, turned to Dacihua and asked,
"When does your plan begin?"
Dacihua was momentarily caught off guard by this sudden question. He looked at Dacihua with curiosity and replied,
"Do you also wish to participate in the plan, Dacihua-kun?"
Dacihua answered,
"Not really, just curious when you'll start, since the match is about to begin."
Dacihua smiled at the response and said,
"No rush, let's watch a few matches first." "Watch a few matches? Oh, you're waiting for Zhuazu, right?"
Dacihua suddenly understood the reason. He nodded and looked down as well. At that moment 7 Xiaoren stood on the fields with Zhu Mingren, Ning Xiai Luo, Koliji Nai Jun Ma Lu, and the one Dacihua had brought as a filler. Dacihua was taken aback by the lineup.
"Huh? Quite a change. Where's Lu Wan? Does that mean no one passed this Jonrin exam? And not a single Xiaoren from the Sha'in village?"
He looked up at the seats of the two Kages. The Fengying's face had turned ashen. The third generation seemed to notice the awkwardness too, smiling nervously. Good heavens, if this were a proper joint Jonrin exam, the Fengying would have already left. In the final round, 7 Xiaoren, 5 from my and 2 from minor villages. What kind of joint exam is this? Might as well just play by itself. But the exam was far from orthodox. So despite his grim expression, the Fengying remained seated quietly beside the Huiying. Seeing that the Fengying hadn't reacted excessively, the Huiying let out a long sigh of relief, smiled, and said something to him. Turning back to the field, the referee for the third round appeared, Yu Guangji Feng, the husband of the second round examiner Mao Yuxiyin. He was the chief examiner for the third round. It was curious what connections this couple had to each preside over a separate exam. Soon after Yu Guangji Feng read the rules, as per tradition, the first match began. It was Shaoli versus Jun Ma Lu, and Dacihua was quite interested in this bout. In the original story, Shaoli had his leg crushed by Wei Luo in the preliminaries, and was eliminated. Now with Wei Luo gone, Shaoli was uninjured, and had made it to the finals. Moreover, he was now up against Jun Ma Lu, a formidable subordinate of Dacihua, so Dacihua watched intently. Both entered from the lowest level of the spectator stands. After landing, Shaoli first removed the weights from his legs, then jumped excitedly a few times, shouting at Jun Ma Lu,
"Oh, Jun Ma Lu-kun, I'm going to give it my all in this fight. Be careful."
Jun Ma Lu landed, stared coldly as Shaoli twitched the corner of his mouth, and silently pulled a bone sword from his shoulder, while bone spikes erupted from his body. Watching from above, Dacihua was slightly stunned. When had Jun Ma Lu become like this? The bone spikes were clearly a specialized defense against Shaoli's taijutsu. Seeing this defense, Dacihua felt Shaoli might lose. After all, the bones produced by Jun Ma Lu were harder than shuriken. Shaoli had no gloves or such. Soon the fight began. Jun Ma Lu started with a finger gun, firing his finger bones like bullets at Shaoli. Shaoli was no pushover. He easily dodged the finger gun and closed in on Jun Ma Lu. Jun Ma Lu immediately swung his bone sword. Shaoli didn't flinch. He struck the side of the bone sword with his fist, deflecting it, then landed a solid punch on Jun Ma Lu's face. But since Jun Ma Lu's face was also covered in bone, he was merely knocked back by the force, suffering no real damage. Now Jun Malu's gaze toward Shaoli turned serious. He decisively drew another bone sword and charged at Shaoli. Jun Malu's swordsmanship was excellent. Before long, Shaoli's green training suit was covered in cuts. Suddenly, during another clash, Jun Malu released one of his bone swords, and while Shaoli was caught off guard, he shot out a bone spike from his body, piercing Shaoli's shoulder. Shaoli quickly stomped the ground to retreat, staring at Jun Malu with a grave expression. Jun Malu slowly retracted the bone spike, picked up his sword, looked at Shaoli, and suddenly laughed, declaring loudly,
"You are indeed strong, but against my bloodline limit, you are still too weak. Surrender, Li."
Dacihua watched the suddenly talkative Jun Malu, and guessed that he was probably nearing his limit, but wanted to win this match in front of Dacihua, hence his words. But saying such things to Shaoli would only fuel his fighting spirit. Indeed, after hearing Jun Malu's words, Shaoli stopped clutching his wound, and looked at Jun Malu with fiery determination. He shouted,
"I will not surrender. Jun Malu. Today I'll show you the ultimate technique I've trained for so long. 8 gates. Gate of life open."
A burst of steam erupted from Shaoli's body, and in a flash, he appeared beside Jun Malu. He delivered another punch that sent Jun Malu flying, then without pause followed him with several consecutive blows. When Shaoli stopped, Jun Malu was already barely breathing. Dacihua turned to look at Dacihua beside him. Dachihua's face was stern, his usual sinister smile gone. He watched silently as Jun Malu was carried off, then stared intently at Shaoli, slowly licking his face with his tongue. Dacihua found the sight unbearable, and quickly turned back to the field where Shaoli was basking in the cheers. This match felt quite normal to Dacihua. Although Jun Malu's bloodline limit was formidable, his illness severely limited his stamina. As for Shaoli, he had only opened the gate of life, not the gate of view, as in the original story. So with neither at full strength, Jun Malu's loss was not unjust. However, Dacihua glanced again at Dacihua beside him. Shaoli might have just landed himself in trouble. And just like that, the first battle came to an end. Dacihua observed that Orochimaru showed no intention of making a move because of Kimimaro, which caught him by surprise. However, Dacihua soon realized he had guessed wrong. The second match, Neji vs Sasuke. This was also a battle that intrigued Dacihua, the Byakugan against the Sharingan. He wondered if Sasuke could win. At that moment, Neji had already appeared on the battlefield below, seemingly quite interested in his opponent for this round. But Sasuke never showed up. Dacihua glanced at Orochimaru beside him with slight confusion. Could he have already been taken away? Orochimaru sensed Dachihua's gaze, turned to him with a subtle smile, and said,
"The plan is about to begin."
Then with a puff he vanished into smoke.
"Holy shit! A shadow clone!"
Dacihua was startled and immediately looked back toward where the two Kage were seated. The third Hokage and the Kazekage were still sitting calmly, seemingly waiting for Sasuke to arrive. But the Orochimaru, who had just disappeared, was no illusion. Sure enough, after a while an Umbu appeared beside the Hokage. Dacihua guessed that this Umbu was the trigger for the battle to begin. As expected, just as Dacihua predicted, the moment that Umbu approached the third Hokage, a massive cloud of smoke erupted in that very spot. At the same time, giant serpents and numerous sand ninja emerged all around the spectator stands.
Roar! Boom! 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 Ah! Save me!
Chaos erupted across the venue in an instant, and where the two Kage had been sitting as the smoke cleared. The Kazekage was now riding a massive wave of golden sand, launching attacks against the third Hokage. Dacihua blasted away a few sand ninja who attacked him, then leaped to a high vantage point in the venue. He searched for traces of Orochimaru. Unlike in the original story, Orochimaru was attacking the third Hokage. Dacihua felt a bit anxious. If Orochimaru actually succeeded and took Sasuke's body, then would Kaguya still be able to revive? If it turned into the infinite Tsukuyomi, that would be disastrous. Dacihua suddenly panicked, but he had no idea where to find Sasuke. All he could do was silently pray that the legendary sage of 6 paths would come to save Sasuke. After scanning the venue once more, he spotted Naruto. By now Naruto had split into multiple clones darting around the venue. However, due to his lack of strength, he wasn't having much impact on the sand and gold rushing out. After confirming that Naruto was safe, Dacihua turned his attention to the position of the third Hokage and the Kazekage. By now the Kazekage seemed to be gaining the upper hand over the third. Although the third Hokage bore the title of Professor of Ninjutsu, he was already old. Losing to the Kazekage was only natural. So Dacihua thought for a moment, reverted to his true appearance, and charged forward. He intended to help the third Hokage. Maybe he could still clear his name. After all, the world of Naruto revolved around Konoha's story. If he could become a good citizen of the Leaf, it was worth fighting for. As Dacihua approached, the Kazekage noticed him first. The Kazekage had been on guard against someone coming to assist the Hokage, but upon seeing the headband Dacihua wore, he burst into arrogant laughter.
Ha ha ha! Lord Hokage! Under your rule, your Konoha is truly full of holes.
The Kazekage laughed heartily, then turned and shouted at Dacihua.
Hey! Hidden Smoke Ninja, your help isn't needed here. Go elsewhere. Huh?
Dacihua was stunned. What a move, being told off on his own turf. So Dacihua quickly greeted the third Hokage while launching an attack at the Kazekage.
Third Hokage-sama, I'm here to help you. I don't know him.
The Kazekage, having let his guard down against Dacihua, was sent flying by his explosion release. In that brief opening, the third Hokage caught his breath. He said to Dacihua,
Dacihua, I heard about what happened before from Irika. Danzo went too far. Now that Danzo is dead, I still hope the Hidden Smoke Village and Konoha can maintain friendly relations.
Hearing this, Dacihua was even more confused.
What? Wait, so I was actually on the right side all along. What the hell?
And while Dacihua was frozen in bewilderment, suddenly an explosive tag landed between him and the third Hokage. The two quickly dodged apart, and in the direction the third fled. A snake tail lashed out, sending the third flying. At the same time, Dacihua saw several fake Hidden Smoke Ninja brought by Orochimaru appear at the spot where the third was about to land. The four of them took positions at four corners, and the moment the third landed, activated the four violet flames formation. Dacihua watched the scene unfold exactly as in the original story, and thought to himself that the third would be hard to save now. Meanwhile, the Kazekage decisively charged at Dacihua.
Hey! Aren't we on the same side? What are you doing?
Dacihua had no choice but to set aside thoughts of the third Hokage for now. He hurled several explosive shuriken to intercept the Kazekage while shouting,
Who's on your side? The Hidden Smoke Village and Konoha are steadfast allies.
Now, it was the Kazekage's turn to be stunned.
But Orochimaru said,
at the mention of that name, Dacihua quickly raised his voice to cut him off.
Who is Orochimaru? The Hidden Smoke Village has no such person.
With that, he hurled a barrage of explosive shuriken at the Kazekage and detonated them. The Kazekage had no choice but to retreat temporarily from the dense swarm of explosive tags. Meanwhile, within the four violet flames formation, Orochimaru was toying with the third Hokage at close range.
Sarutobi-sensei, you've grown this old, haven't you? Ha ha!
Orochimaru casually parried the third's attacks with the Kusanagi sword while speaking to himself.
You know, Sensei, ever since you drove me out of the village, I've been pursuing one single goal, immortality. That's because while studying various jutsu, I discovered there are simply too many of them, endless. And to master them all, one must possess endless life.
With that, Orochimaru kicked the third across the ground, then slowly peeled off his disguise with his hands. Then, in the third shocked gaze, Orochimaru smiled with immense delight.
And now I've succeeded, Sarutobi-sensei. Take a good look. This young body of mine. Ha 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 ha.
On the other side, the battle between Dacihua and the Kazekage. Dacihua was now grabbing handfuls of stones and throwing them at the Kazekage, because the explosive shuriken were quite powerful and had already injured many Konoha shinobi. The fourth Kazekage's golden sand could also intercept and detonate Dacihua's explosive shuriken midair. So Dacihua could only pick up stones on the spot and fuse them with explosion-release chakra to create much weaker explosive shuriken and attack the Kazekage that way. Clearly, because Dacihua's taijutsu was abysmal, he was at a complete disadvantage. Fortunately, 2 Konoha Jonin arrived to help him against the Kazekage, and the 3 managed to hold the line. Dacihua stole a glance at the 3rd Hokage inside the barrier. The 3rd was now tightly bound by several snakes, while Orochimaru slowly approached, with the Kusanagi sword in hand.
Damn! Is the 3rd really going to die just like that? No way!
Dacihua was alarmed. He signaled the 2 Jonin to hold the line, then fired an explosive cannonball at the 4 violet flames formation.
Boom!
The structure around the barrier collapsed instantly. The 4 fake hidden smoke ninja maintaining the formation coughed up blood and collapsed among the rubble. The 3rd also seized the opportunity to break free. But by now, he was covered in blood with cuts all over his body, clearly at his limit. Orochimaru paid little attention to the dying 3rd for the moment. Instead, he turned to look at Dacihua, who had thrown the cannonball, and curled his lips into a chilling smile.
Dacihua-kun, do you have feelings for this hypocritical Konoha?
Before Dacihua could respond, the 3rd Hokage coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared intently at Orochimaru. Suddenly mustering some inexplicable strength, he used a body flicker and appeared right beside Orochimaru. He immediately activated the dead demon-consuming seal, as if intending to take Orochimaru with him before his death. Orochimaru clearly hadn't anticipated the 3rd's move. The smile on his face vanished instantly as he stared at the charging 3rd Hokage. He shouted,
"Old man, what are you doing? Just die quietly."
With that, he raised the Kusanagi sword to cut the 3rd down. But then, he suddenly realized he couldn't move, and a massive spectral figure seemed to appear behind the 3rd.
"Old man, what have you done? What is this thing? Let me go!"
Orochimaru was panicking now, but the hand gripping the Kusanagi sword was completely immobile. So he commanded the snakes he had summoned earlier to rush at the 3rd. The snakes quickly lunged forward, and the 3rd noticed this. He immediately interrupted the sealing, letting the death god's apparition slice off the part of Orochimaru's soul that had already been pulled out.
Ah!
Orochimaru let out a heart-wrenching scream, then kicked the 3rd clean away. At that moment, an Umbu caught the 3rd and immediately began using medical ninjutsu to treat him. But by then, the 3rd Hokage's soul had already been taken by the death god's apparition. There was no saving him. All this happened in a flash. Dacihua had only just arrived at the rubble. He watched as Orochimaru, supported by fake hidden smoke ninja branded with cursed seals, fled the scene. He made no move to stop them, but instead walked over to the medical ninja and looked at the now-deceased 3rd Hokage. Gazing at the spiral seal on the 3rd's abdomen, Dacihua thought to himself,
"The 3rd died after all. I wonder if I've cleared my name or not." Well, the dead demon-consuming seal didn't even leave him a moment to say his last words.
After silently complaining to himself, Dacihua prepared to go find the 2 Jonin to continue dealing with the Kazekage. As for why Dacihua wasn't grieving, back when the 3rd had tacitly allowed Danzo to capture and kill him, all feelings Dacihua might have had for the man had already faded away. When Dacihua ran back to the 2 Jonin, they were engaged in a fierce battle with 2 Jonin from the Sand Village. The Kazekage had already vanished to an unknown location. Thus Dacihua simply sought out several ordinary sand shinobi and began fighting. Amid the combat, a sudden unease crept over him. Had the 3rd Hokage only sealed Orochimaru's hands, then Hashirama and Tobirama, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, would still be under Orochimaru's control. Good heavens, this turn of events was far too drastic. Once Orochimaru's hands were restored, the 1st and 2nd would wipe out Konoha in one fell swoop. At this thought, Dacihua suddenly realized that taking the mask earlier had been a wise decision. He immediately hurled several explosive shuriken, obliterating the 2 sand shinobi he was fighting, and withdrew from the current battlefield. He raced to a tall building in Konoha, deciding to first observe the village's battle situation before seeking out Orochimaru. Yet it was clear that Konoha was at a disadvantage. Everywhere lay the bodies of Konoha's shinobi, and the surrounding buildings were either destroyed or collapsing. In this scene, Dacihua felt that finding Orochimaru was no longer crucial. After all, what if Konoha couldn't even last until Orochimaru's arrival? He was baffled by Konoha's situation. He had captured the Sand Village's tail beast, yet Konoha was fighting so pathetically. However, upon reflection, Dacihua guessed something. In the original story, Danzo had likely collaborated with Orochimaru to kill the Kazekage first. But now Danzo was long dead, and Orochimaru had still carried out the Konoha Crush plan. Consequently, the balance of victory seemed to be tipping toward the Sand Village. Just as Dacihua understood this and prepared to re-enter the battle, a vast cloud of golden sand suddenly rose from the direction of the Hokage building. Had the Kazekage already struck deep into the heart? So eager. Dacihua muttered to himself, and decisively dashed toward that direction. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's location, a fake rain shinobi, no sound shinobi, was carrying something that resembled a mummy.
Lord Orochimaru Sasuke has been captured. What are your orders?
As he spoke, the sound shinobi glanced at the wounded Orochimaru, and swallowed nervously. Orochimaru's gloomy expression eased slightly. He nodded and commanded,
"You go fetch Kabuto. The others escort me and retreat back to the base." "Yes,"
the shinobi responded. Yet none of them noticed a figure quietly watching them from a tree less than 100 meters away. Back to Dacihua. He had located the Kazekage's position. By now a large number of sand shinobi had gathered around the Kazekage. Opposite them stood Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others. Dacihua jumped directly to Kakashi's side. Since Dacihua had helped the third Hokage earlier, Kakashi acknowledged him with a nod, and stopped the Konoha shinobi, who were about to attack Dacihua. At this moment, the Kazekage suddenly addressed Jiraiya.
"If I'm not mistaken, you are one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya." "Ha ha ha. Do you know? Our victory this time is thanks to your comrade Orochimaru."
The Kazekage paused, his expression turning mocking. He looked at Jiraiya and asked,
"Would you like to follow your comrade's example and join us? I would welcome you too."
Jiraiya's face darkened at the Kazekage's words, as if he could not accept that this incident was caused by Orochimaru. A nameless shinobi beside Jiraiya angrily retorted,
"Don't spout nonsense here. The Konoha Sannin would never help you, Sand Village."
Jiraiya glanced at the shinobi with a complex expression, knowing that indeed the crisis in Konoha was Orochimaru's doing. But then he straightened his face, and shouted at the Kazekage,
"That's right. How could the Konoha Sannin help you, Sand Shinobi? Everyone follow me. Drive these bastards out."
With that, Jiraiya charged forward. The Kazekage sneered and said,
"Don't struggle in vain. Don't worry, we won't annihilate Konoha today. Just surrender now, offer us 7/10 of your village's wealth, and we will withdraw."
The Kazekage's words only further provoked the Konoha shinobi.
"You ambush us, and now you demand reparations. What a joke. Konoha is not to be trifled with. Surrender. Impossible."
With that, both sides clashed once more. Dacihua took advantage of the chaos, though his explosion release could not spare his allies. As the battle raged on, Orochimaru's group had already fled Konoha and reached a forest on the village's outskirts. The figure trailing them finally made a move. He appeared directly on the path ahead, blocking their way.
"Where did you come from? Get lost if you don't want to die."
A sound shinobi in Orochimaru's group stepped forward to attack, but Orochimaru cried out,
"Stand down."
He stopped the shinobi and said warily,
"Itachi, what are you doing here?"
Itachi's expression remained stoic, as he coldly regarded the group.
"Nothing. Just passing by."
He looked at the shinobi carrying the mummy and said,
"Hand over Sasuke. I don't wish to fight you for now." "Why should we? We captured him with great effort."
The shinobi began to argue, but Orochimaru interrupted.
"Give him to him. Now!" "But Lord Orochimaru." "Now!" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru."
Reluctantly, the shinobi tossed the bound Sasuke over. This startled Orochimaru, who knew the truth of the past. He knew what pact this man had made with Konoha for the sake of his younger brother. As soon as Sasuke was thrown, Orochimaru turned and fled with his subordinates. Itachi did not pursue. Instead, he freed Sasuke from the mummy-like seal. He gazed quietly at the unconscious Sasuke, a gentle smile flickering across his face. But then he noticed the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and frowned slightly. He gently laid Sasuke on the ground, placed a finger on the mark, and sensed it. Seeing the existing seal, he added another layer, still uneasy. After sealing, Sasuke remained unconscious. Itachi crouched beside him, his expression conflicted, as if he wanted to do something. But looking at Sasuke's face, he gave up. He gently lifted Sasuke again, used a transformation technique to alter his appearance, and headed toward Konoha. Meanwhile, Dacihua witnessed heavy casualties on both sides, though Konoha had been at a disadvantage earlier. After the Kazekage's taunts, Konoha's shinobi developed a fierce desire for victory. Moreover, they were experts in coordinated combat. In the chaos, they quickly formed partnerships with nearby comrades, driving the Saiyan shinobi back step by step. Furthermore, Konoha's shinobi, with special abilities, displayed their prowess. After a brief but intense battle, Konoha gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, as the third Kazekage and Jiraiya clashed in combat, Jiraiya seized an opportunity and summoned a giant toad. The toad brandished a trident in one hand and a shield in the other. In that very moment, it shattered the massive formation of golden sand the Kazekage had just gathered. Watching this, Dacihua secretly surmised that Jiraiya was preparing to bring the battle to a close. He decided to lend a hand, as well striving to make a noteworthy contribution in the final phase. Dacihua cast aside the handful of stones in his grip and released a cluster of explosive kunai, hurling them toward the sand ninja. Boom! 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 The tremendous commotion immediately drew many eyes. Yet upon noticing Dacihua's actions, both the Leaf Ninja and the Sand Ninja tacitly avoided him. Dacihua naturally paid no mind to this. Instead, he was quietly observing the battle between the Kazekage and Jiraiya. He prepared to wait for an opening in the Kazekage's defense and charged forward to help Jiraiya end the fight. Not long afterward, Jiraiya and the Toad Kung executed a coordinated strike, sending the Kazekage reeling out of the current battlefield. The Kazekage, refusing to be outmatched, immediately condensed golden sand to lift himself into the air, and used it to bind one of King's legs. Jiraiya made a split-second decision, ordering Kung to hurl him toward the airborne Kazekage, before dispelling the summoning technique. Dacihua seized this opportunity to rush forward and blow away the sand waves surging toward Jiraiya. He then donned his chakra armor and advanced toward the Kazekage alongside Jiraiya. However, something unexpected occurred. After confirming he had also exited the battlefield, Jiraiya proceeded to summon the colossal toad Beta. Upon appearing, Beta first tossed Jiraiya upward, then swung his massive blade to scatter the golden sand beneath the Kazekage's feet. With no golden sand to support him, the Kazekage was about to fall. At that moment, Jiraiya summoned another enormous mass of flesh, encasing both himself and the Kazekage inside it. Beta then caught the flesh mass on the ground. Dacihua hovered in the air, slightly embarrassed, watching Beta hold the fleshy sphere while smoking his pipe. He knew that this mass was the stomach of the great toad, nearly impossible to break free from. So essentially had Jiraiya trapped the Kazekage. After a moment's hesitation, Dacihua returned to the previous battlefield, continuing to fight the Sand Ninja with explosive-infused stones, and occasionally rescuing Leaf Ninja on the verge of death. Before long, Beta leaped to the edge of the battlefield, crushing two small buildings beneath his foot. In his hands he held Jiraiya. Jiraiya gripped the unconscious Kazekage in one hand, cracked his neck, cleared his throat, and then bellowed, "Cease fire, everyone! The Kazekage is in my grasp. All Sand Ninja hear me. Surrender immediately." This declaration proved effective. Nearly all the Sand Ninja and Leaf Ninja stopped fighting. At this moment, the Sand Ninja noticed their own casualties, and their expressions grew increasingly grim. What was more, with their Kazekage captured, the only conceivable outcome of continuing the fight was defeat. From the ranks of the Sand Ninja stepped forward an elder, Makigara's sensei. Standing resolutely, he gazed up at the battered Kazekage, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Release Lord Kazekage. We still have a one-tailed Jinchuriki. We are willing to surrender." Hearing this, Jiraiya did not hesitate for a moment, before retorting sharply, "Can't you see the situation clearly? You have absolutely no room to negotiate. Surrender now, or today your sand village shall be stricken from the 5 great ninja villages." Listening to Jiraiya's words, Dacihua felt an inexplicable surge of excitement within. Truly worthy of the Leaf Village, Jiraiya was absolutely magnificent right now. Hearing Jiraiya's words, some sand ninja bit their lips and bowed their heads, while others with fiery tempers bristled, ready to fight to the death. Maki's expression shifted, but after struggling internally for a moment, he nodded and painfully declared, "We surrender." Dropping his weapon, he led by example. After all, given the state of the sand village at that moment, if everyone who had come failed to return, not to mention maintaining their status among the 5 great ninja villages, the village itself might simply cease to exist. And so the Leaf Village claimed victory in this invasion. Dacihua watched as the remaining sand ninja, having laid down their weapons, were led away by Leaf Ninja, still finding it hard to adjust to the reality. The war had ended in only half a morning. Yet gazing upon the ravaged remains of the Leaf Village, and the rows of corpses scattered across the ground, Dacihua felt that it was indeed time for it all to end. The destructive power of ninja in warfare was simply too immense. Subsequently, the Leaf dispatched several ninja to the Sand Village, instructing them to send representatives to negotiate the terms for redeeming their captured ninja and Kage. The remaining Leaf ninja, after a brief period of mourning, quickly threw themselves into the work of rebuilding the village. Among them, Dacihua, the smoke ninja, appeared rather out of place within the Leaf Village. So he went in search of Irika.
"Oh, Dacihua, why are you here in the Leaf? I heard you were the one who blew up."
Upon seeing Dacihua, Irika's face registered outright surprise, and he was about to interrogate him about the earlier explosion of the Leaf Village. "Stop!" Dacihua quickly interrupted Irika, and said that water has long passed. Before the 3rd Hokage breathed his last, he forgave me. The misunderstanding has now been cleared. Hearing Dacihua's words, Irika's expression darkened slightly before he forced a smile, and replied, "I'm glad the misunderstanding has been resolved." Sigh. Watching Irika's sudden vacant stare, Dacihua found himself at a loss for words. After all, since the death of Irika's parents, the 3rd Hokage had always looked after him, through his childhood all the way until he became a teacher. To Irika, the 3rd Hokage held a position akin to that of a father. With the 3rd Hokage having just passed away, it was hardly surprising that accepting it calmly would be difficult. Enough of that. Dacihua changed the subject. "Why are you here?" Irika composed himself for a moment before asking Dacihua again.
"I'm here to help rebuild the Leaf Village,"
Dacihua replied.
"Oh, I see."
Irika nodded drowsily. Seeing Irika in this state, Dacihua thought for a moment, and was about to tell him that the 3rd Hokage had grown quite old. But before he could open his mouth, Dacihua suddenly realized what he was about to say. What kind of thing is that to say? Moreover, he suddenly remembered that it was Orochimaru whom he himself had brought along who had ultimately delivered the killing blow to the 3rd Hokage. That made it even harder to bring up. So Dacihua simply patted Irika's shoulder silently before departing alone to assist ordinary villagers with repairing houses and moving belongings. Meanwhile, deep within Orochimaru's base, Orochimaru was furiously kicking apart a piece of high-end equipment. "Damn it. Damn, old man. My hand. Ah." After wailing for a while, Orochimaru gazed at the returned Kabuto.
"Kabuto, devise a plan. We must bring Sasuke back before this body collapses."
"Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto nodded from nearby. Simultaneously, he stole a discreet glance at Orochimaru's blackened hands before turning to leave. Orochimaru slowly sank onto a medical bed, murmuring softly to himself, "Why? Why did Itachi appear in the Leaf Village?" Before this, Itachi used a transformation technique to become a middle-aged man. Then, carrying Sasuke, he slowly walked into Konoha Village. Along the way, no matter who asked him, he simply stared them down with his Sharingan. Thus he made his way smoothly to the Konoha hospital. At that time the hospital was filled with wounded ninjas, and medical staff were bustling about frantically. After observing for a while, Itachi carried Sasuke directly into a ward. Once inside, he first hypnotized everyone in the room. Then he had an ordinary person with minor injuries pack up and leave the ward. After a nurse tidied the bed, Itachi gently placed Sasuke on it. He tenderly tucked the blanket around Sasuke, stood by the bed for a moment, then silently left the Konoha hospital. After exiting the hospital, he leaped onto the rooftops and ran to a place where two groups of ninjas were gathering. At that moment, it was the final stage of the battle between Konoha and Tsunagakure. But Itachi had no intention of joining the fight. He silently concealed himself in the shadows of a tall building, observed for a while, and then left. Back to the present timeline, after the Suna ninjas surrendered and became prisoners, their negotiation team arrived in Konoha. Through fierce debate, they signed several unequal treaties with Konoha. However, since Tsunagakure's finances were in dire straits, they only issued promissory notes, with exorbitant interest for all of Konoha's losses, promising to pay off within 5 years. Of course, both Konoha and Suna knew this was merely a formality. Tsunagakure was so impoverished that the Kazekage had to pan for gold, let alone repay debts. Afterward, the Kazekage led all the Suna ninjas out of Konoha. The villagers of Konoha held a simple celebration once the Suna ninjas were gone. Then Jiraiya found Dacihua and brought him to the Hokage's office for a talk. Jiraiya might have reviewed Dachihua's various records in Konoha beforehand. So he came straight to the point with Dacihua. Dacihua, I've seen your transactions with Konoha over the years, and know the third Hokage's attitude toward you. But even so, don't think you can act recklessly in Konoha. I'll be watching you. After saying this, Jiraiya observed Dachihua's expression for a moment. Finding nothing unusual, he sighed, and continued, after all, the third Hokage has passed away, and Konoha is in this state. I must ensure no further mishaps occur. Please understand. Hearing this, Dacihua nodded, indicating that he understood Jiraiya's concerns. After all, Konoha had indeed suffered heavy casualties this time. Jiraiya added, also, if you leave later, don't reveal what happened in Konoha. Dacihua nodded, and said, don't worry, Lord Jiraiya. I understand. I'll also help rebuild Konoha from now on. At this, Jiraiya didn't take it seriously, and readily accepted. After all, what could one person like Dacihua do? But later, he suddenly understood why the third Hokage was willing to sacrifice Danzo for Dacihua in the records. This man was truly too generous. He gave too much. Time passed quickly. Through the efforts of Konoha's citizens, the reconstruction of Konoha came to a halt after a month. During this period, they also held a memorial service for the third Hokage and others who had died in the war. Although Dacihua was not a Konoha ninja, thanks to his financial power during the reconstruction and his identity as a former student of the third Hokage at the Ninja Academy, he was also able to attend. Meanwhile, during that month, Dacihua summoned Anko and Karen to Konoha and took the opportunity to renovate Anko's house in the village. During this time, he inadvertently let Karen see the fully healed Sasuke. However, to Dachihua's relief, Karen did not become a huge fangirl like in the original story. She simply exclaimed in surprise, wow! Sasuke is super handsome. And that was it. Dacihua also invited Naruto and Irika for another bowl of Ichiraka ramen. By this time, Irika had recovered. Upon arriving at the meeting spot, he directly pulled out a stack of explosive tags and tried to return them to Dacihua. Dacihua was stunned by this. You don't want them. But do I lack such things? Then he handed all the explosive tags to Naruto. Naruto was astonished by such a huge gesture. He instinctively took the tags without even putting down his chopsticks. For Naruto, he only had a few explosive tags in total, which Kakashi and Irika had given him. And he was reluctant to sell them. Now this stack was at least over 100 tags. At 9,000 per tag, that made over 9 million ryo. Naruto held the stack of explosive tags, looking at Irika with an incredulous expression, his eyes filled with panic and a plea for help. Irika glanced at Dacihua, who was slurping his noodles. He smiled helplessly, then nodded to Naruto. Take them. Naruto's face lit up with joy. "Oh! Iruka-sensei, you're the best. Thank you, Uncle Dacihua." Saying that, he quickly finished his ramen. He ran off to count the explosive tags, looking like he had struck it rich. Iruka found this amusing, and said to Naruto, "Naruto, be careful. Don't let them explode." "Don't worry, Iruka-sensei." Naruto waved his hand without turning around. Dacihua, while eating, heard Iruka's remark, and said in surprise, "Hey Iruka, he's about to become a chunin. And you're worried he'll blow up explosive tags?" After teasing Iruka, Dacihua suddenly recalled that in the original story Iruka never got married. So he leaned in curiously, and asked, "By the way, are you planning to stay single? The way you are now, it feels like Naruto is your kid." Iruka replied, bewildered, "What are you talking about? Of course I'll find a wife, I just haven't found one yet. Besides, I'm just worried about Naruto. It doesn't mean he's my child. I care about every one of my students." "Oh really?" Dacihua looked at Iruka, who was getting a bit flustered, and continued teasing, "I'm actually a year younger than you. When the 5th Hokage takes office, I'll be getting married. You can be my best man." "Sure," Iruka agreed casually. But then, he suddenly realized what was said, and jumped up from his seat in shock. "Huh? What? You're getting married? When? No, is it that soon?" "That's right." Dacihua found Iruka's incoherence amusing. But he wasn't lying. Dacihua had recently been redeemed. So he decided on the spur of the moment to get married now, lest later, when the Akatsuki gained fame and opposed the ninja world, his reputation would be exposed, and he'd have no family backing. As for getting married now, and then having his reputation exposed later, wouldn't that be the same? No, because he wasn't genuinely joining the Akatsuki. He could quit midway like Orochimaru, and even act as a spy. But that was all in the future. Building a good relationship with Naruto now was definitely a wise move. Watching Iruka finish his noodles, and accept the reality, Dacihua said goodbye. Watching Dacihua leave, Iruka sat on the chair at the ramen shop, unable to stop thinking about his own future. Then he suddenly realized that over the years, he had been so focused on teaching that he hadn't found a sweetheart, let alone thought about marriage. He sighed, and turned to look at Naruto, still counting his explosive tags. "Oh well, whether I marry or not, I already have a whole bunch of students." Later, several days passed. Jiraiya unexpectedly summoned Dacihua again, saying he wanted to talk. So Dacihua made his way to the Hokage's office once more, where he met Jiraiya. Dacihua surveyed the newly renovated Hokage's office, then looked at Jiraiya seated behind the desk handling documents. A thought suddenly crossed Dacihua's mind: is the butterfly effect this exaggerated? Jiraiya had become Hokage just like that. At that moment Jiraiya looked up from the desk, his expression serious, as he spoke to Dacihua. "In recent days, I have been responsible for signing the peace agreement between Konoha and Sudagekure. During the negotiations, they repeatedly raised demands, hoping Konoha would return Gaara, their village's Jinchuriki." After saying this, Jiraiya paused, abruptly observing Dacihua's expression. After scrutinizing him for a while, and finding no sign of weakness, Jiraiya continued. "Initially we believed they were falsely accusing Konoha. After all, the loss of their one tail had nothing to do with us. But recently we discovered Gaara's body underground in the 44th training ground, which was the venue for the second part of the last Chunin exam." Jiraiya paused again, still hoping to see some panic on Dacihua's face, but he was disappointed. Moreover, the Shikaku within him, the one-tailed beast, had been extracted. With these words, Jiraiya stood up slowly, walked around from behind the desk, and stood before Dacihua. He stared silently at Dacihua's face, applying further pressure. However, Dacihua remained remarkably calm. This time Jiraiya's composure broke, and he let out a scoff. He walked back behind the desk, sat down, and spoke to Dacihua in a gentle tone. "I've spent years tracking Orochimaru. Along the way I discovered he had joined a new mercenary organization, the Akatsuki. This organization, according to my investigations, has been secretly gathering information about the tailed beasts. And in your file I found that when you faked Danzo's death, you were wearing the Akatsuki's uniform." With that, Jiraiya fell silent, waiting for Dacihua to explain. Of course Dacihua remained calm. He had anticipated this moment. Although he hadn't expected his identity to be exposed so quickly, looking around, and seeing no ANBU or Konoha ninjas rushing to surround him, he understood. His recent actions had clearly made a significant impact, so even with solid evidence they hadn't yet arrested him. Indeed, it was solid evidence. He had appeared suddenly on the battlefield and Konoha had certainly uncovered that. After a moment of deliberation, Dacihua spoke directly to Jiraiya. Yes, I killed the one-tailed Jinchuriki. But you can rest assured, I won't lay a hand on Naruto. I can also tell you that I'm currently infiltrating this organization to understand certain matters. After saying this, Dacihua breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that he had successfully cleared his name. Having confessed so openly, there should be no reason to continue harassing him. But Jiraiya, upon hearing Dachihua's words, didn't immediately focus on his claim of being a double agent. Instead, he stared at him with great shock and asked, "How do you know Naruto is the Jinchuriki?" To this question, Dacihua looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "Most people in Konoha call Naruto a demon fox. Don't you know that?" Jiraiya slammed the table in shock. What? However, he then felt somewhat reassured about Dacihua. Given the current state of Konoha, if members of Akatsuki came to capture Naruto now, they would be unable to protect him. Moreover, he was astonished by how much this person had contributed to Konoha. In these days, although he hadn't yet decided to become Hokage, he had investigated Dacihua after learning of the one-tailed Jinchuriki's death. During this time, he had reviewed many documents accessible only to Konoha's high-ranking officials. Among them, one item stated that Dacihua provided 2/3 of Konoha's annual explosive tag supply in exchange for the village's protection. This single contribution was immense. After all, Konoha was no small ninja village with few shinobi. It was the largest of the 5 great shinobi villages, and its annual expenditure on explosive tags was astronomical. During the war eras, many ninja couldn't even purchase explosive tags due to the immense demand. With that in mind, Jiraiya nodded and steered away from the current topic. He then asked curiously, "So do you know why the Akatsuki organization is collecting the tailed beasts?" Dacihua, hearing the sudden shift in topic, thought to himself, "I passed." After a moment of reflection, he recounted the grand vision of world peace that the Akatsuki had painted for him, laying it all out for Jiraiya. Jiraiya fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, "So they intend to collect the tailed beasts to finally deter each village, using this method to maintain peace in the world." Ha ha ha, what a naive idea. Dacihua didn't say anything, simply nodding. After all, he thought, the method was quite effective, albeit somewhat inhumane. If a village wanted war, they would simply be sacrificed. This approach would eliminate those who incite war, thus preventing conflict from occurring. After all, who would want to be sacrificed? Dacihua looked at Jiraiya, suddenly recalling something. He decided to reveal a bit more intelligence, hoping it might change Jiraiya's fate. However, Dacihua didn't dare reveal too much, afraid of causing unintended consequences. After a moment of thought, he said to Jiraiya, "At first, I thought the Akatsuki's plan was impossible. Controlling tailed beasts is no simple task. But later, I saw the legendary Rinnegan among the Akatsuki's ranks." Saying this, Dacihua paused and looked up at Jiraiya. As expected, upon hearing the mention of the Rinnegan, Jiraiya's pupils constricted slightly. He seemed to recall something, but he pretended to be surprised, saying, "Is it really the Rinnegan? Isn't that just a legend in the shinobi world? Are you sure you didn't mistake it?" Dacihua certainly didn't believe Jiraiya had never seen the Rinnegan. He must have already thought of his former student. However, Dacihua couldn't expose him, so he nodded affirmatively and said it was definitely the Rinnegan. That pair of eyes looked exactly like the legend describes. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then asked, "What does the person with the Rinnegan look like?" Dacihua knew that Jiraiya must have already thought of the Gato, but he still described the Tendo pain he had seen. "He has orange spiky hair, and is probably a rogue ninja from Amagakure." Orange spiky hair, a rogue ninja from the Rain Village. Jiraiya murmured, nodding to Dacihua. "Thank you for the information. The village will send someone to investigate." With that, Jiraiya directly took out a scroll and began writing. Dacihua, seeing this, sensed that Jiraiya was about to dismiss him. But he pretended not to understand, curiously examining the scroll, and asking Lord Jiraiya, "Are you going to become the 5th Hokage?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya put down his brush and said somewhat sternly, "Why are you asking about that?" Dacihua was taken aback, not understanding the sudden change in attitude, but he explained, "I plan to marry Anko after the 5th Hokage takes office, so I'm asking. And I see you sitting in the Hokage's office." Jiraiya thought for a moment. Marrying Anko? Wasn't she once Orochimaru's student? Yes. Dacihua nodded in response. Jiraiya nodded, indicating he understood, then said, "I won't become the 5th Hokage. Someone else will." Someone else. Dacihua immediately understood that someone was surely Tsunade. It seemed fate had its ways. Having nothing more to say, Dacihua took his leave. As he reached the door, he unexpectedly encountered the 2 Hokage advisors. The advisors, with grim expressions, questioned him, "Why are you here?" Dacihua looked at them, and guessed they were still hostile because he had killed Danzo. He shot back without hesitation, "If I'm not mistaken, you two are the famous Konoha Hokage advisors. Why didn't we see either of you during the reconstruction of Konoha?" Indeed, these two had never appeared when Dacihua was contributing money and effort to help Konoha. It was hard to understand how they had earned such high respect in the village. They had only shown up at the 3rd Hokage's funeral. The two clearly understood how much this person had contributed to rebuilding Konoha. Moreover, they had been present when they abandoned Danzo, so they couldn't say much now. With a snort, they walked into the Hokage's office. Dacihua didn't mind, and walked out of the Hokage building. He strolled leisurely through Konoha on his own. Now his status was truly extraordinary. In Konoha, he could go almost anywhere except restricted areas and explore freely. Suddenly Dacihua thought that he should visit the major clans now to send out wedding invitations later. The next morning he tidied up his appearance and headed to the Hyuga clan's territory. This territory was quite unique, as if it were a separate section within the village, with a distinct architectural style. Dacihua stood at the entrance of the Hyuga estate, briefly greeted the guards, and was soon escorted inside by a Hyuga clan member. After entering the gate, Dacihua quietly followed the leading Hyuga, slowly walking into the neighborhood where the clan lived. As Dacihua curiously observed the Hyuga clan members around him, the residents also looked at him with curiosity. Throughout the day, Dacihua was subjected to the gaze of countless Byakugan eyes. After enduring countless disdainful glares, Dacihua finally arrived at the main branch residence of the Hyuga clan. Here, for the first time, he felt the grandeur befitting one of Konoha's great families. In this courtyard, servants bustled back and forth, numerous plants were cultivated, and there was even a set of facilities for training ninja techniques. The fact that the Konoha Ninja Academy possessed only 4 such sets only added to his impression. The Hyuga ninja who had guided him led Dacihua to the reception room before departing. Dacihua wasn't kept waiting long, as he was soon received by Hyuga Hizashi, the clan head, a dignified middle-aged man with an imposing presence. Hizashi greeted him with an unreadable expression and spoke calmly, asking what business brought a ninja from the Smoke Village to the Hyuga clan. Something about those words struck him as odd, though he quickly brushed it aside. With the Hyuga clan sustaining minimal damage during Konoha's collapse, and already possessing considerable wealth, there was little reason for concern. They wouldn't need assistance with reconstruction, nor would they lack supplies, like explosive tags. Many Hyuga clan members considered such tactics beneath them anyway. Their lukewarm reception toward Dacihua was understandable given these circumstances. Still, he noticed something he'd overlooked. Despite their cool demeanor, the clan head himself was personally hosting him, an indication that the Hyuga still valued the Smoke Village's importance. This must be the pride of an established clan manifesting as haughtiness, Dacihua thought to himself. He had come simply because he'd long heard of the Hyuga's formidable reputation and wished to observe them firsthand. Dacihua expressed these sentiments aloud, words Red Bean had specifically taught him when she learned of his visit, claiming they would help him navigate interactions with prestigious clans. Immediately upon hearing these words, the sternness on Hizashi's face softened considerably. Truly effective. Then Dacihua produced a stack of explosive tags, easily over 100, and set them gently on the table. These are a humble gift from our smoke village offered, as an apology for the intrusion. This was the second step Red Bean had instructed him on, and the effect was unmistakable. Hizashi cast a fleeting glance at the explosive tags before his demeanor shifted entirely, his hospitality suddenly blooming on. "Oh, I see. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Hinata, come here," guide this esteemed visitor from the smoke village around our grounds. With that, Hizashi settled into conversation with Dacihua. "I've heard that your smoke village was built through the trade of explosive tags, Lord Dacihua." Ah. Dacihua was taken aback. That was rather a direct question. No one had ever phrased it so bluntly before, but he played along. "In a manner of speaking, yes." "Then do you possess special sealing techniques, Lord Dacihua?" "Well, Lord Hizashi, I'm afraid I cannot disclose such matters." "Ah, yes, forgive my rudeness." Hizashi suddenly realized what he had asked and laughed awkwardly. At that moment Hyuga Hinata also arrived at the room. Hizashi seemed to spot a savior and rose at once. "Ah, this is my eldest daughter Hyuga Hinata. She will accompany you on the tour. Due to pressing clan affairs, I regret that I cannot join you myself. I beg your understanding." With that, he smoothly made his exit, helping himself to the stack of explosive tags. Watching the clan head scurry away, Dacihua felt momentarily speechless. Shouldn't he be dignified and composed? What's going on? Dacihua then turned his attention to the newly arrived Hyuga Hinata. She appeared delicate and frail, as though perpetually unwell. Dacihua greeted her first, then gazed at the flustered crown princess and drifted into thought. Her frail condition likely stemmed from injuries sustained during the preliminaries of the third Chunin exam, before the official finals commenced against Niji. How adorable. It was quite rare. On his very first visit to the Hyuga clan, he happened to encounter the crown princess. And is it truly appropriate for the eldest daughter of the main branch to serve as a guide? Around this time wasn't Naruto still pursuing Sakura? And Sasuke was still in the village. Should I facilitate a match between Naruto and Hinata beforehand, helping Naruto escape his suffering and reject that toxic romance with Sakura? Lord Dacihua. Lord Dacihua. Lord Dacihua. Oh! What is it? Dacihua snapped back to reality. Before him stood Hinata, her face flushed crimson. Hinata whispered softly, "Lord Dacihua, where would you like to visit?" "All right. Just show me around wherever. Perhaps the training grounds or something." Dacihua answered casually, while simultaneously berating himself inwardly. "What am I doing? Won't I be seen as a pervert?" Upon hearing Dacihua's request, Hinata gently nodded, blushing, as she rose to her feet, and said, "Lord Dacihua, please follow me." She made a gesture to lead the way, and walked ahead, guiding Dacihua toward the Hyuga clan's training grounds. Following behind, Dacihua first scanned the surroundings to ensure no one would ambush him, then relaxed and began observing with peace of mind. After leaving the main courtyard, and walking a short distance, they arrived at the training grounds. Many young Hyuga children were training here, and surprisingly Niji was also present, appearing to serve as a little instructor. The Hyuga clan members here glanced at Hinata's arrival with mild surprise, then promptly returned to their training. Niji, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. In fact, he trained even more intensely. The Hyuga clan members were sparring in pairs, their eye sockets bulging with visible veins, a somewhat intimidating sight at first glance. Dacihua only watched for a brief while before growing bored. The Hyuga's Byakugan could perceive the chakra pathways in a person's body, allowing them to strike at specific points using specialized techniques. Without the Byakugan, Dacihua couldn't see anything. He merely observed a group of Hyuga clan members with grotesque expressions poking at someone in front of them, while simultaneously defending against their opponent's pokes. Furthermore, this poking technique lacked specific targeting points. Each person's acupoint locations differed, making accurate strikes entirely dependent on Byakugan positioning. However, Dacihua grew curious about something. Niji hadn't been defeated by Naruto yet, and the Chunin exam had ended unexpectedly. meaning his conflict with the main branch remained unresolved. Who knew whether he would die saving Naruto in the future? But now was hardly the time to dwell on such matters. Thus Dacihua continued letting Hinata guide him around. However, Hinata seemed equally unsure what else there was to see in the territory, so she wandered with him to a small park. The park was filled with ordinary Hyuga clan members, chatting idly, but there was little of interest to observe. Hinata clearly noticed this as well, so she awkwardly stared at her feet. Watching the embarrassed Hinata, Dacihua felt a sudden urge to laugh. But then he realized this was a perfect opportunity to chat with Hinata and perhaps build some connection. Dacihua gathered his thoughts and spoke. "Hey Hinata, you're Irika's student, right? I believe I've seen you before." Hinata paused at Dacihua's words, then nodded thoughtfully, as though searching her memory for when they might have crossed paths. Observing the shy Hinata, Dacihua suddenly had an idea. I should tease her directly right now. Once this thought emerged, it could not be stopped, so Dacihua acted on it. He gathered his courage, suddenly leaned close to Hinata, and said, "I heard that you have feelings for Naruto, right?" And Dacihua watched as Hinata froze. Then her face flushed crimson, as brightly as an electrified red light. She glanced around nervously before lowering her gaze to her feet, and nodding gently. This time Dacihua didn't find it adorable. Instead, for some reason, he felt awkward himself. This is so uncomfortable. Then Dacihua reflected carefully. He realized that none of the women he had encountered after arriving in this world had behaved this way. Kurenai Karen, the women from the Smoke Village, all seemed so lively and outspoken. Compared to them, wasn't Hinata the complete exception? No wonder it took Naruto over 300 episodes to pursue her. Naruto, despite his own emotional struggles, should have been easy to win over. It was Hinata herself who had erected such an insurmountable barrier. Then Dacihua made a decision, and said to Hinata with a smile, "Hey, let me teach you how to win his heart." But Naruto likes Sakura. Hinata waved her hands in panic, saying frightenedly, I can't. Having anticipated this response, Dacihua waved it off dismissively, and told Hinata, "So what? Sakura also likes Sasuke. You should take bold action too." Seeing Hinata blush into silence again, Dacihua continued, "Moreover, as far as I know, Naruto actually lives a very lonely life every day. Occasionally only Irika and Kakashi seek him out. If you take the initiative, you'll win him over quickly." After saying this, he stared at the still blushing Hinata, and continued, "But your personality definitely needs to change. You're a ninja. What kind of ninja is so shy? By the way, when you're free, let my disciple come and keep you company. Learn from her and properly transform your personality." With that, Dacihua voiced his thoughts. Seeing Hinata seemed to be pondering, he threw out another persuasive point. "Besides, aren't you and Naruto classmates? You should also know how Sakura treats Naruto. Think about it. If Naruto were truly with Sakura, would he be happy? So for Naruto's sake, and for your own, you must take the initiative." After that, Dacihua shared some of the flirting tips he knew with Hinata. The two then returned to the main family's mansion. Subsequently, Dacihua had a meal there before leaving the Hyuga clan. After exiting the Hyuga compound, he went straight home. Entering the house, he reported to Anko about the results of his visit to the Hyuga. Then Dacihua directly found Karen, saying he had a very important mission for her. Karen, brimming with enthusiasm, accepted without even listening to the specifics. Then, upon hearing Dacihua say that the mission's goal was to help Hinata win Naruto's heart, Karen was completely dumbfounded, a cascade of question marks popping up in her mind. What kind of important mission was this? She was supposed to be a wingman. But since she had already accepted, Karen didn't back out. Instead, after pondering for a moment, she suddenly pointed at Dacihua and shouted, shocking. The real power behind the Smoke Ninja Village loitering around Konoha every day has actually switched careers to become a matchmaker. Well, this. Dacihua wordlessly slapped away the finger thrust in his face, and said to Karen, learn something good for once. How did you pick up that kind of nonsense so quickly? It was a remark Dacihua had made a few days ago, when he saw Anko trying a new recipe and burning the entire pot to a crisp. Shocking. Konoha Jonin burns the bottom of a pot just to get a taste. At that time Karen was watching from the side laughing uncontrollably. It ended with both of them getting thumped by Anko. Unexpectedly, she not only failed to learn her lesson, but had directly applied the phrase in a new context. If this girl were in Dachihua's previous world, she would have gone straight to work for the sensationalist news department. At that moment Karen let out an embarrassed chuckle, scratched her head, and explained that phrase is indeed interesting. But seriously, why is there such a mission? Why send me specifically for this? And I know Naruto, but who is Hinata? Dacihua suddenly gave a mysterious smile, and whispered to Karen, Hinata is the young lady of the prestigious Hyuga clan in Konoha. Do a good job, and you won't be mistreated. Karen listened, staring at Dacihua in astonishment. Huh? If she's a noble lady, why would she chase after Naruto? Teacher, you haven't tricked the girl into thinking that goofball Naruto is something special, have you? Hey, what talk? I can see that those two will end up together in the future, so I'm having you give them a little nudge. Dacihua leaned back in his seat, ready to have a serious chat with Karen. How can you see that? Definitely end up together. You're not related to that Naruto kid by blood, are you? Trying to use him to undermine Konoha from within. Unexpectedly, Karen's words were stunning. Dacihua was momentarily choked. Huh? Undermine Konoha? If I were undermining anything, it would be the Foundation. A Jinchuriki, the son of the fourth Hokage, and the young lady of the Hyuga clan. Dacihua muttered to himself in exasperation. Then he pondered for a moment, and said to Karen, I'll tell you a Konoha secret. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. He? At that moment Karen suddenly interrupted him, saying, Stop. That's a huge piece of news. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son. Then why has he lived such a miserable life? I know. He's an illegitimate child, right? This left Dacihua speechless. Quite the imagination. What nonsense. No, Naruto is the fourth Hokage's legitimate son through and through. Then why did he live like that? His father was the Hokage. Even dead, he shouldn't have been treated so poorly. The villagers call him a demon fox, and at his age, he uses a coupon every time he eats ramen. Karen's question made Dacihua pause for a moment. He himself couldn't quite figure it out either. The son of a Hokage should not have such a miserable life, no matter what. Even as a Jinchuriki, it shouldn't be like this. Alright, stop asking. I don't know these things either. But he really is the Hokage's son. Can you complete the mission or not? Seeing Dacihua unable to answer, Karen suddenly burst into laughter. Mission guaranteed, but teacher, you should tell me the real reason. Facing Karen, who was brimming with curiosity, Dacihua felt a headache coming on. I really did send you to play matchmaker because I know those two will be together in the future. After a long deliberation, Dacihua said to Karen, Do you know why Irika hasn't been in a relationship for so long? Could it be because he likes Naruto? No way. Uncle Irika doesn't seem like a pervert. I've raised a handful of trouble. Dacihua slapped his forehead. Shut up. Listen to me. Irika lost both parents during the Ninetales rampage in Konoha, becoming an orphan, but he always had a knot in his heart, so he became a teacher. Later, after becoming a teacher, he met Naruto, who was also an orphan, and has been taking care of him ever since. As he spoke, he looked at Karen, who was listening intently. Good, she wasn't jumping around anymore. Now Naruto is like Irika's own child. Irika's heart is always preoccupied with Naruto's life, which leaves him no room for romance. Moreover, he's already 22. If he dawdles any longer, he'll be 40. How can he get married then? Hearing this, Karen couldn't help but interrupt. Teacher, wait a minute. He's only 22, and you're saying he'll never get married. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Oh, you spotted the flaw. Dacihua suddenly laughed, and said, True, ha. After all, I'm about to get married, so I wanted to give him a hand. But this isn't the way to help. Teacher, aren't you only 21? Could it be that you're getting married too early? And does this really have anything to do with Naruto? Karen complained. Dacihua, hearing Karen's complaint, suddenly realized the excuse he had come up with didn't quite hold water. He gave an awkward laugh. True. After all, there aren't many people my age who are free from worries. Karen rolled her eyes at Dacihua. Without reservation teacher is just too lazy, and has no ambitions, yet he claims to have no worries. Dacihua rolled his eyes back at her. Go ahead and undermine me. Anyway, this mission is yours. Go find Anko, and have her introduce you to Kurenai. Hinata is her student. Work hard, and if you can change Hinata's personality, that would be great. She already likes Naruto. Alright, so I need an intermediary. And how do you know? Karen was about to start complaining again. Mission guaranteed. Dacihua looked at the door that slammed shut with a bang, feeling a bit speechless. How did he end up raising such a lively kid? In the following days, Dacihua planned to visit several other influential clans. The Akimichi clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, and Izuka clan. As for the Uchiha clan, well, there's only one person left, so he might as well drop by and see Sasuke. So he packed some local specialties at home. Although these clans were also prestigious, they weren't as wealthy as the Hyuga, so Dacihua prepared 50 tags for each. On the first day, Dacihua went to the Nara clan. The people in this clan were exceptionally intelligent, but they couldn't figure out why Dacihua was visiting. After all, who would have guessed that Dacihua, preparing for his wedding, was merely calling on them to collect additional wedding gifts? The Nara residence was also spacious, but furnished plainly with nothing special. However, Dacihua tried some very tasty cookies at the Nara house. Thumbs up. On the second day, he visited the Yamanaka clan. The Yamanaka clan was like a garden. They warmly welcomed Dacihua. There he sampled various kinds of flour cakes, also a thumbs up. On the third day, he skipped the Akimichi clan, and went to the Aburame clan instead. This place was, how to put it, full of hidden depths. From the outside it looked exceptionally clean and tidy, but inside insects roamed everywhere. As soon as Dacihua entered, he broke into a spontaneous breakdance. The Aburame clan members all wore loose coats and dark sunglasses that obscured their eyes. Dacihua wasn't curious about that, as he had heard that even their eyeballs constantly had bugs crawling over them. Here Dacihua saw a variety of leaves that looked edible, but he had no desire to try any. On the fourth day, he went to the Izuka clan. As soon as he approached their territory, the smell of dog fur hit him. Inside, every clan member had a dog following them. Some shopping, some walking, some playing cards. It was surprisingly quiet with no barking. Thumbs up. One odd thing, he tasted some delicious dog biscuits there. Although it felt weird, they were indeed tasty. Thumbs up. On the fifth day, Dacihua prepared to visit the Akimichi clan, deliberately skipping breakfast. The buildings here were larger than elsewhere in Konoha, and there wasn't a single thin person in the entire clan. Dacihua had grilled meat there, which was just as delicious as the one at Konoha's barbecue restaurant. After the meal, they brought out a huge amount of snacks, and he had a small taste. On the sixth day, Dacihua went to the hospital to see Sasuke. Sasuke was aloof and stingy, refusing to let Dacihua have a look at his Sharingan, so Dacihua didn't give him any local specialties. Meeting Sasuke at the hospital, he coincidentally ran into Naruto. Naruto was thrilled to see Dacihua, and proudly told him that he was about to leave on a long training journey with Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin. When they met again, he would be incredibly strong. Dacihua didn't feel much about this, it was all fate. But Sasuke, lying in his hospital bed, clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Naruto's words. Judging by the look, he was probably dissatisfied with continuing to be trained by Kakashi. Well, it was all fate. In the end, Dacihua left together with Naruto. Outside, Naruto treated Dacihua to the most extravagant bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Not bad. It seemed his explosive tags hadn't been given in vain. At least Naruto knew to order the fanciest option. Later, after some time had passed, Dacihua heard that Naruto had left the village alongside Jiraiya, saying he was going to bring back the 5th Hokage. There was no doubt about it. They were going to find Tsunade. Meanwhile, Dacihua was still hanging around Konoha. The mission he had previously assigned to Karen had been completed satisfactorily. He had now become quite close with Hinata, and Dacihua's words had apparently played a significant role. After completing each mission, Hinata would also proactively come looking for Karen to hang out. At the same time, during these days, apart from wandering around Konoha, Dacihua would occasionally take escort missions through Guren, and then go out to play together with her. As for creating explosion tags, Dacihua had long ago achieved an unbelievable level of speed. Basically, with a simple gesture, one tag could be produced. As long as his chakra reserves were sufficient, making 1,000 tags would take less than an hour. On the other side, the Akatsuki had not sought him out over these days either. Who knew what thoughts would cross their minds once they discovered that Dacihua resided in Konoha, and was no longer a missing nin. On the first day of the second month, after Naruto set out to find Tsunade, a group of sound ninjas suddenly appeared in Konoha. They emerged from behind Konoha's mountains, deploying vision-obscuring ninja techniques that threw the village into chaos. And somehow Sasuke at the hospital simply disappeared. Moreover, it seemed no rescue mission was ever issued, and he was directly classified as missing. Upon learning this, Dacihua was extremely surprised. He vaguely remembered that when Sasuke left the village, Tsunade should have already taken office, and there should have been a sequence where Naruto pursued Sasuke. How could all of that be gone now? Later, Dacihua went to ask Irika about Sasuke. Irika told him that Konoha simply had no spare ninja available to rescue Sasuke. Additionally, with no Hokage in place, various matters were handled by the two Hokage advisors and Kakashi. Both advisors inherently despised the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi's opinion carried little weight, so Sasuke was simply abandoned by the higher-ups. Dacihua was no longer surprised by these events, he even found them rather fitting. After all, they were Hokage advisors. Really impressive. But then Dacihua suddenly realized, why would Orochimaru strike prematurely? Hadn't he lost both his arms? As he silently pondered, Dacihua suddenly remembered the death god's mask still hanging in Smoke Village. What the hell? Had his base been raided? Dacihua was startled and immediately ran back to Smoke Village that very day. Fortunately, everything was fine, and the mask was still there. This left Dacihua somewhat puzzled. Could the Orochimaru of this world have found another way to break free from the dead demon-consuming seal? So he was now lusting after Sasuke's body. Come on, if he acts now, will Kaguya still be sealable? However, Dacihua had no solution. After all, he didn't even know where Orochimaru was hiding. At this point, he could only see whether Sasuke's status as a child of destiny would prove reliable. After giving up on this line of thought, Dacihua sat alone in his home in Smoke Village, pondering quietly. He understood that the ninja world was about to plunge into various wars. However, Smoke Village's strength in all aspects was rather concerning. Thinking carefully, the reason Akatsuki hadn't chased him might also be because simply sending anyone to Smoke Village would cause his stronghold to collapse. Therefore, Dacihua felt he should take advantage of this gap period to improve Smoke Village's combat effectiveness. Previously, the technology provided by Orochimaru, although seemingly good, could not produce high-level combatants. Moreover, those technologies had too many flaws and relied entirely on equipment. So now he had to forge a path unique to Smoke Village. He couldn't teach explosion release himself, but he could recreate the bomb army he had once imagined. Thus, early the next morning, Dacihua went to find the current village leader Sun. In the familiar office, Dacihua directly approached Sun and asked him to help find 10 genin who had not received sound ninja technology training. After that, Dacihua went ahead to research how to develop the bomb army's weapons, what equipment they would need, and how to cultivate them into Smoke Village's signature force. A few days later, at the training ground, Dacihua met the 10 genin Sun had specially found for him. Upon seeing Dacihua, all 10 genin appeared rather tense. But Dacihua was accustomed to this reaction. After all, over the years, his legend had spread widely in Smoke Village. He was the man who had single-handedly changed the entire village. Dacihua first briefly introduced himself to them, then prepared to lay out his grand vision. You should all know that our Smoke Village still lacks powerful ninja techniques to this day. The sound techniques we currently use are merely incomplete knowledge obtained from Orochimaru of Konoha. However, we are after all an independent ninja village, so we must have our own combat techniques. And as you all know, our village has plenty of explosion tags. Therefore, I am experimentally forming an explosive squad. And you will be the first members of this bomb squad, the vanguard exploring new paths for Smoke Village, and in the future you will become the pillars of our ninja village. Names that will be remembered in history. After hearing this vision, Dacihua saw that the 10 genin before him were already filled with fighting spirit. Thus Dacihua began training them. First he observed their basic skills with shuriken and kunai. Dacihua somewhat disappointedly shook his head. They were merely hitting 1 out of 10 throws. But it wasn't a major issue in the future once shuriken and kunai were all attached with explosion tags. As long as they could land near the enemy it would suffice. Then Dacihua had them stand in formation, and took a small device from his storage scroll, a small cannon barrel with a scope attached. He then took an explosion tag, tightly wrapped it around a kunai, and loaded it in. Gesturing for them to watch carefully, Dacihua aimed the mini cannon at a distant tree. A loud boom was heard, and the explosion tag on the kunai detonated instantly. Then the kunai pierced straight through the tree like lightning. With the genin's astonished gazes upon him, Dacihua explained this device, I call it a sniper rifle, and it will be issued to the squad member responsible for assassination. Although the noise is considerable, the power is more than sufficient. It can pierce through the enemy the moment they hear the sound. Moreover, with the scope attached, the attack range can be extended by 800 meters. Then amid the genin's longing expressions, Dacihua took out his own cannon, and an explosive shell from his storage scroll. After loading it, he fired directly at a small lake in the distance. Boom! Instantly, the water from the small lake was blasted outward, and the lake itself expanded slightly. Dacihua continued to introduce, this is an explosive shell considered one of my primary methods of combat. Currently only I can produce them. Once this explosive shell hits its target, absolutely nothing can stop it. After demonstrating for them, Dacihua directly put his cannon away. In the future, I will equip each of you with a cannon and 1 explosive shell. For other occasions, I will also provide you with ordinary shells for use. All of this had been carefully planned by Dacihua in advance. Equipping only 1 explosive shell per person, first to avoid being too conspicuous, and causing a massacre, second, to have a decisive shot at critical moments. Then Dacihua took out a stack of explosion tags, and handed them to the genin. He had them draw a circle on the ground beneath their feet. They needed to throw the explosion tags within the circle without throwing them out or detonating them on themselves. Dacihua believed this should be the most basic skill. The explosive squad's mission is to bomb others, not themselves. After that, Dacihua let the 10 of them train independently at the location. In a room within the training ground, Dacihua listened to the familiar sound of explosions, pondering to himself what could directly enhance the defensive capabilities of the explosion squad. After all, with poor defense, an accident in battle could easily blow oneself up. An explosion-resistant armor. Too heavy. Chakra armor. The Snow Ninja Village currently couldn't afford the materials, and custom-made items were too expensive. Equip everyone with shields. Explosion-resistant shields. Captain America. Cough. Just train in taijutsu instead. Finally, after some thought, Dacihua simply decided to abandon any defensive equipment for them. Dedicating themselves to taijutsu was the right path. Then Dacihua stood up, left the room, and slowly walked over to the 10 genin. Watching them train diligently, Dacihua nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, such hard-working youths. And I was just thinking of helping them slack off. They are clearly all good candidates for physical training. Cough. Stop. Yes, sir. 10. The 10 genin quickly lined up in front of Dacihua. They looked a bit battered from the explosions, but fortunately none had serious injuries. Dacihua nodded and said, Good, it seems you have some talent. But as the explosion squad, you must clearly understand the blast radius and specific power of a single explosive tag. Only then can you cut off the enemy's escape route in combat. With that, Dacihua tossed a boulder with an explosive tag into the air. The boulder exploded into countless fragments of varying sizes. Dacihua then flung several explosive tags, blasting all the fragments into dust. The wind quickly scattered the powder in the air. Seeing the stunned expressions of the Genin, Dacihua said,
"From now on, don't be stingy with explosive tags. Familiarize yourselves with them thoroughly. I'll return in a few days to check your progress."
With that, Dacihua left behind 1,000 explosive tags and departed alone. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's base, Orochimaru was training Sasuke with a grim expression. He had already used the living corpse reincarnation technique, and it would be 3 years before the next transfer. As for why he hadn't taken Sasuke's body, that brings us back to the day of the raid on Konoha. That day, Orochimaru sent a large number of sound ninja to attack Konoha and bring Sasuke back. However, Itachi Uchiha appeared at his base and killed all his remaining subordinates. To escape from Itachi, Orochimaru had to perform the reincarnation early and fled with Kabuto. And that's how things turned out. On the other side, Dacihua arrived at Konoha village. He reasoned that if he wanted them to train in taijutsu, he needed a proper method. The Smoke Ninja Village's taijutsu legacy, to put it bluntly, was just random training. So Dacihua thought of my guy, the man who could kick the final battle into existence. Thus he went to find Guy in Konoha. After entering the village, he first went to Anko to discuss his plan for training the explosion squad. Then he looked for Guy, hoping to learn some special training techniques for the Genin. But unfortunately, Guy was out on a mission. After some thought, Dacihua decided to go find Kakashi, Guy's legendary eternal rival. After all, your opponent knows you best. At that moment, Kakashi was in a room with a sign that read, "Hokage Assistant." As Dacihua entered, he saw 2 gloomy figures, Kakashi and Sakura, surrounded by towering piles of documents. When he got closer, he noticed Kakashi's eyes were almost shut, and Sakura looked like she was dead on her feet. From behind the desk, Kakashi barely lifted his head and greeted Dacihua.
"Yo, Dacihua! What brings you here?"
Dacihua couldn't help but comment at Kakashi's hoarse voice.
"Nothing major, but I guess this is why Jiraiya-sama left in such a hurry."
Hearing this, Kakashi silently put down his pen and sighed. Then, glancing at the documents surrounding him, he gave a helpless, bitter smile and said,
"When Jiraiya-sama left, he told me with a serious face that he'd bring back the 5th Hokage soon and that I had to hold on. I didn't think much of it at the time. Sigh."
With that, Kakashi shook his head to relax his stiff neck and said calmly,
"Enough about that. Tell me, what do you need from me?"
Hearing this, Dacihua couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually taciturn Kakashi was complaining. This must be truly torturous, ha ha. Then Dacihua said to Kakashi,
"Hang in there. It's nothing major. I was looking for Guy to ask for some taijutsu training tips, but I couldn't find him. So I came to his eternal rival."
He tried to be humorous at the end. But Kakashi remained expressionless, signed the document, and said,
"Taijutsu training tips. I do know Guy's methods. I'll write them down for you when I have a moment. Just give them to Anko afterwards." "Aw, that's straightforward. Thanks a lot."
Dacihua thanked Kakashi happily and left immediately. After all, that mountain of documents looked deadly, and staying any longer wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, he still needed to go to the Land of Iron to forge equipment for the 10 Genin. After briefing Anko, he set off. Just as Dacihua left Konoha, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged beside him. It informed him that the Akatsuki had captured the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. He was to use the Phantom Dragon 9 seal technique to help seal the Five-Tails. Dacihua readily agreed, suspecting that the sealing might just be a pretext. After all, they specifically came for him, probably to gather all members for a meeting. So Dacihua had White Zetsu lead him to a cave. He used his ring to enter the Phantom Dragon 9 seal space. By then, all Akatsuki members had arrived, and he was the last one. Dacihua glanced around. The current Akatsuki lineup was exactly the same as in the original story. Pain began speaking as soon as Dacihua arrived. He rambled on for a while, essentially saying that they would now start collecting tail beasts to achieve the great dream of world peace. They had gathered intelligence on all the tail beasts, and now they just needed to capture the remaining Jinchuriki. Then Pain handed out several portraits to each member, images of the remaining Jinchuriki yet to be captured. He instructed everyone to keep a low profile while capturing the tailed beasts, avoiding direct attention from the major ninja villages. This was to prevent being surrounded and attacked by the villages. After Pain finished, they began the monotonous sealing process. Dacihua transmitted chakra while looking at the portraits he had received. So the Akatsuki already knew who each Jinchuriki was. But to keep a low profile and avoid the major villages. Was that why they paired up in twos? Though it seemed ridiculous, Dacihua couldn't say anything. Without this approach, Naruto wouldn't be raised properly. If the Akatsuki fought as a group, the allied shinobi forces wouldn't even have time to form. After wasting 3 days, like this, Dacihua set off again for the Land of Iron. But for now, his task in the Akatsuki was still making explosive tags. He wondered how Pain convinced the others to let him coast by like this. Upon arriving in the Land of Iron, Dacihua went straight to his usual shop. The owner was a robust old man named Sanzo. This old man was the only craftsman in the Land of Iron who listened to special requests, though his prices were exorbitant. But Dacihua was an arms dealer with plenty of money. He entered the shop, placed a small cannon barrel on the counter, and ordered 10 of them. The owner only glanced up briefly and nodded coldly. Dacihua noticed the owner's lack of enthusiasm. He realized the old man had forgotten who he was again. So Dacihua silently placed his little boy on the table. He tapped the table and said he wanted 10 of these too. The owner lifted his head again, but the moment he saw the little boy, he jumped up in shock, stared at Dacihua for a moment, then suddenly became very enthusiastic.
"Ah, it's you. Why did you come in person this time? Quick, put that thing away."
Dacihua nodded with satisfaction, lightly tossed the little boy, and put it away. Once the little boy was stowed, the owner immediately stood up and ushered Dacihua into a smaller inner room. The owner carefully poured tea for Dacihua and asked cautiously,
"You really want to make 10 of those little boys? May I ask if some country offended you? Are you truly going to destroy a nation?"
Dacihua, sipping his tea, was instantly speechless.
"Good grief. When did I become that vicious?"
Subsequently, Dacihua reassured the proprietor, explaining that he was not some demon who would casually make use of a young boy. After all, what if other ninja villages in their foresight decided to band together and eliminate him?
"By the way, I also came to order some special equipment. Boss, take a look and see if there's anything that needs improvement."
With that, Dacihua pulled out his notebook and gestured for the proprietor to examine it. The notebook contained a collection of ingenious ideas, all equipment he had previously conceived for the Tenjinin. There was a trap device that, when thrown to the ground, could release an explosive area. There was a wrist arrow that could shoot detonating tags from the sleeve. There were blast-resistant shoes that could aid in escape through explosions. The proprietor, being highly professional, quickly revised Dacihua's plans and demanded a substantial deposit. After paying the deposit, Dacihua also purchased a batch of high-tech gadgets. He then promptly departed. When he returned to Smoke Village, the Tenjinin had already exhausted their supply of detonating tags. Now Mumu was overseeing their taijutsu training using the special techniques Dacihua had previously obtained from Kakashi. Upon seeing this, Dacihua suddenly felt the urge to become a hands-off manager again. Moreover, he had just heard that Tsunade had returned to Konoha. Thus, after expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Mumu, Dacihua entrusted the taijutsu training of the explosion squad to him. It wouldn't be too much trouble, he would just conduct regular checks. Then Dacihua fed the squad members a few words of encouragement. Immediately afterward, he headed straight for Konoha. Since Tsunade had returned to Konoha, she would soon assume the position of the 5th Hokage. Therefore, Dacihua intended to attend the inauguration of the 5th Hokage. Then, he would formally set the date for his and Anko's wedding. Upon arriving in Konoha, Dacihua unexpectedly found that Anko was out on a mission. Irika was busy organizing the Ninja Academy exams, and had no time for him. So Dacihua began to stroll through the streets of Konoha.
"Ah, Seriously? What am I supposed to do now?
After wandering for a whole morning, Dacihua went to Ichiraku Ramen for lunch. There he happened to encounter Naruto.
Yo! Naruto! What a coincidence! Having ramen.
Dacihua greeted him cheerfully, ordered a premium deluxe ramen, and sat down beside Naruto.
Oh, it's Uncle Dacihua. Yeah, what a coincidence.
Noticing Naruto's lackluster response, Dacihua looked at him with curiosity. Then Dacihua realized that Naruto was gritting his teeth. Alright, Sasuke had been taken away by now. Dacihua instantly understood the reason for Naruto's mood. However, Dacihua currently had no idea what had happened to Sasuke. At that moment, the ramen shop owner Tucci suddenly spoke.
Since returning to the village, Naruto has been depressed because his comrade was abducted by the sound ninjas. But there's really no solution. The village has no more ninjas to dispatch.
At that moment, Naruto suddenly shouted,
I will rescue Sasuke for sure.
Then he downed the remaining soup in one gulp and left. Dacihua watched him rush out and thought to himself,
Naruto's main quest has been triggered.
Tucci then added,
Sigh, if it weren't for the sudden attack from the Sonogekure, Konoha would never have let a newly established Sound Village act so arrogantly. Newly established Sound Village?
Dacihua asked in confusion.
Huh? Sound Village? It's appeared again. Orochimaru actually founded a ninja village. Yes, it's a village established in the land of birds, just a year ago, reportedly founded by a group of rogue ninjas. The land of birds.
Dacihua nodded. He had never heard of that place. Tucci seemed to notice Dachihua's unfamiliarity and explained.
It's a small country between the land of wind and the land of earth. Oh, I see. Got it.
Dacihua nodded while eating his noodles. Afterward, Dacihua stayed in Konoha for a few more days. When Anko returned, the inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage was just about to begin. Since Danzo was gone and Tsunade had gained widespread support, the succession proceeded smoothly.
From today onward, I am the 5th Hokage responsible for governing Konoha.
Dacihua stood below the Hokage building watching Tsunade on the rooftop as she passionately declared this. The villagers of Konoha erupted in cheers, and Dacihua couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
TSK. Witnessing history again, how fortunate.
Afterward, the entire village celebrated for 3 days, before returning to daily busyness. At that moment, Tsunade sat behind the Hokage's desk staring in astonishment at the two people before her.
Dacihua, Anko, you two are getting married.
Beside Tsunade stood a colorless Shizun, and on the verge of being strangled the pet pig Taunton. This was because Shizun was much older than Anko, so the sudden news of their marriage came as a shock.
Yes, Tsunade-sama. We've actually had this idea for a while, but recent events have been too many. Now with your inauguration, it's like adding joy on top of joy.
Dacihua glanced at Shizun and explained to Tsunade. However, Tsunade seemed yet to absorb the news. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and pondered something. Over on the side, Shizun had finally recovered. She placed the pig on the ground, crouched down, clutched her head, and drew circles on the floor, looking utterly gloomy. Dacihua almost laughed. He couldn't believe people actually behaved like that. He then took a look around the Hokage's office. He noticed that the massive pile of documents he had seen when visiting Kakashi was gone.
Damn, could it be that Kakashi finished them all? As expected of the 6th Hokage.
At that moment, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes and said,
So when exactly are you planning to get married? I'll attend. After all, it's a union between Smoke Village and Konoha. 2 weeks from next week, Tsunade-sama.
Anko replied happily. Tsunade nodded upon hearing this and said,
2 weeks from next week. Shizun, check if I have any other commitments for that week and cancel them if so.
However, Shizun did not respond. Everyone turned to look at her. They saw that Shizun had retreated to a corner, her background darkened, and a palpable aura of resentment emanated from her. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, placed a hand on her forehead and shouted,
Shizun!
Startled Shizun sucked in her resentment and blurted out,
I want to get married too. Ha ha ha.
Dacihua and Anko barely stifled their laughter. Tsunade sighed helplessly, shook her head, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and promptly shooed them away. Then she gave Shizun a sharp rap on the head.
Ouch! Tsunade-sama, what are you doing?
As Dacihua and Anko stepped out of the office, they heard Shizun shriek. They immediately lost their composure again.
Ha ha ha.
After leaving the Hokage building, Dacihua asked Anko,
"By the way, how old is Shizun now? Maybe we could set her up with Irika."
Huh?
Irika. Shizune is already over 30, while Irika seems to be only in his 20s. How can we set them up?
Anko said.
Besides, Shizune is the Hokage's bodyguard, while Irika is just a Chunin teacher at the Ninja Academy.
Dacihua found her reasoning sound.
True, let's leave it for now. Irika can find someone from the academy.
Anko asked curiously.
Why are you so concerned about Irika?
Dacihua replied.
Nothing. I just don't want him to stay single forever.
Time flew by and 2 weeks passed quickly. During these 2 weeks, Dacihua and Anko decided to hold the entire wedding in Konoha. One reason was that Konoha had a larger venue, the other perhaps was a touch of sentimentality. They first spent a considerable sum to arrange all the wedding essentials, then sent invitations to all their acquaintances. It sounded simple, but the two of them had not rested a single day during those 2 weeks. At the wedding, Dacihua invited Alkong and over half of the people from Smoke Village, who formed his family and friends delegation. In Konoha, using the relationships he had built through rebuilding the village and subsequent visits, Dacihua successfully managed to get most of the villagers to attend the wedding. Moreover, as a weapons dealer, Dacihua's wedding was unprecedentedly grand. At the ceremony, Alkong sat in the seat reserved for Dacihua's elder. Tsunade sat in the seat for Anko's elder. This arrangement was made because both were orphans. Alkong was in a sense Dacihua's master. Tsunade, on the other hand, was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, just like Anko's master Orochimaru. After various interactions, the couple bowed to the heavens and earth before Alkong and Tsunade officially becoming husband and wife. On the wedding stage, Dacihua held Anko's hand. Looking at the lively scene, he felt a surge of emotion deep within.
This is my life! A life of grandeur and passion.
After the wedding ceremony concluded, the banquet began. Okang, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, who had just returned, sat together at the same table reminiscing about old times. Okang proudly told them that the moment he first laid eyes on Dacihua, he knew the young man would lead the Smoke Village to glory. Now the facts had indeed proven how astute his judgment was. Tsunade and Jiraiya both nodded in agreement. After all, Okang was now the daimyo of the Land of Fields. Moreover, Dacihua had truly transformed the Smoke Village into something remarkable. During the wedding feast, as Dacihua went around toasting, he noticed Naruto sitting beside Irika. The boy still wore a gloomy expression, just sitting there without eating. Seeing this, Dacihua walked directly over. Irika, noticing Dacihua approaching and looking at Naruto, explained the situation. Roughly after Tsunade took office, Jiraiya had taken Naruto to the Hidden Sound Village in the Land of Birds to rescue Sasuke. However, upon arriving, Jiraiya discovered that the entire village was merely a hollow shell left by Orochimaru. Not only was Sasuke absent, but the country's government had just been seized by a group of rogue ninjas. Thus they lost all leads on Sasuke right there. Afterward, Jiraiya took Naruto on a journey, and then returned to the village. Having heard Irika's explanation, Dacihua nodded, walked over to Naruto, and patted his head. He comforted him, saying,
Sasuke will definitely be fine.
Then, mysteriously whispering in his ear, he added,
Besides, by now Sasuke might even be stronger than you.
Naruto, stunned by these words, jumped up and shouted,
Uncle, what are you saying? Do you know where Sasuke is?
Dacihua quickly pressed him down, signaling him to keep his voice down, and said,
I don't know, but trust me, Sasuke is absolutely safe right now. You should focus on training with Lord Jiraiya.
Naruto clearly didn't believe him.
Uncle Dacihua, thank you for comforting me, but how can I train in peace when I don't know what's happening to Sasuke?
Dacihua felt a bit exasperated. Could he not train just because he didn't know Sasuke's whereabouts? But he couldn't directly tell Naruto that Sasuke was another chosen one of destiny. After a moment's thought, Dacihua continued.
I'm not just comforting you. I have a special source of information that tells me Sasuke is fine and has been training to become stronger. Huh? Uncle, are you really telling the truth?
Naruto shouted again in excitement. Dacihua, exasperated, pressed him down once more and said,
It's true. You should also hurry up and train hard so you don't fall too far behind Sasuke.
This time Naruto seemed to believe him. His expression brightened considerably, and he began to wolf down his food. Iruka, sitting beside Naruto, looked at Dacihua with gratitude. A little while later, Dacihua regretted comforting Naruto. For some reason, Naruto was determined to know where Sasuke was, and why he had left the Leaf Village. True to his nature as a ninja who never gave up, Naruto stubbornly followed Dacihua around the wedding venue. Finally, Dacihua couldn't take it anymore. He pulled Naruto into a corner, and using his status as the next village head of the Smoke Village, guaranteed that Sasuke would be safe for the next 3 years. After repeatedly assuring Naruto, Dacihua wiped the sweat that hadn't yet formed and went back to attending to the other wedding guests. On the other side, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Okang were all quite drunk. Jiraiya's attitude toward Dacihua had become much warmer, as if they were already family. Dacihua had the distinct feeling that Jiraiya had transformed from one of the legendary Sannin into a lecherous, middle-aged, greasy uncle. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Dacihua couldn't help but think that Jiraiya now resembled the perky sage he remembered from Naruto's side. As for Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, her attitude remained unchanged. She was exactly the same as when they had met in the Land of Fire. Soon the wedding ended. After bidding farewell to the relatives from the Smoke Village, Dacihua and Anko's lives returned to their usual routine. After once again arranging the training regimen for the 10 genin from the Smoke Village, Dacihua decided to urgently practice Sage Chakra. Given Sasuke's situation, Dacihua couldn't be entirely certain. So he went to Tsunade and asked her how to get to the legendary sanctuary, the Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade wasn't surprised that Dacihua knew about the Shikatsu Forest. Instead, she was curious why he wanted to go there.
After all, the Shikatsu Forest is one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, but only the Slug Sage resides there.
And Dacihua was clearly not a medical ninja, so why would he seek out the slugs? Dacihua explained his reason.
Because I lack healing abilities, I want to contract with the slugs to improve my survivability.
Tsunade listened, nodded with skepticism, and then demanded a hefty referral fee from Dacihua. Afterward, she summoned a small slug and handed it to him. She let the slug sage decide whether Dacihua could form a contract. When Dacihua saw the small slug, he was excited inside, feeling as if he was about to learn the sage arts of the Shikatsu Forest. But the small slug simply crawled onto his shoulder, took a look around, and then refused outright. The reason was that Dacihwa's chakra made it uncomfortable. Dacihua was speechless. He never expected his explosive release chakra nature to have such an effect. Somewhat helplessly, he bid farewell to Tsunade, who was counting her money. Once home, Anko suddenly told him that contracting with the summoning animals of the 3 great sanctuaries required special trials. It wasn't as simple as just finding them. She had only obtained her contract with the Ryuchi Cave after surviving a life-or-death trial. Moreover, other summoning animals were also very powerful, so there was no need to fixate on the 3 great sanctuaries. Hearing this, Dacihua felt a bit puzzled.
Could it be that with other summoning animals you just need to find them to form a contract? That's ridiculous.
Then Dacihua explained to Anko that his real goal wasn't to find a summoning animal, but to learn Sage Chakra from one of the 3 great sanctuaries. He also educated Anko about Sage Chakra, how it is formed by adding natural energy to the normal chakra composition of spiritual and physical energy. Afterward, Dacihua went to check on Karen's mission progress, and learned that Hinata would be entering a closed-door training session with her elders at home. After careful consideration, Dacihua entrusted Karen to Tsunade for medical ninjutsu training. Of course, Tsunade wouldn't accept easily, but when Dacihua revealed that Karen was an orphan of the Uzumaki clan and offered a sum of money that even pained him, she agreed. According to Tsunade, she accepted Karen as her disciple solely because the Senju and Uzumaki clans had been as close as brothers in the past. The first Hokage's wife, Tsunade's grandmother, was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, so Datsuhua's money had nothing to do with it. Of course, Dacihua only believed that explanation a little. The Uzumaki connection might have been important, but the money that even made him wince was definitely the key factor. After settling Karen, Dacihua went to look for Jiraiya. However, by then Jiraiya had already left the village with Naruto for training. So Dacihua temporarily gave up on Mount Mayaboku and returned to the Smoke Village. Several more weeks passed. During this time, Dacihua found an ancient book in the mansion of the daimyo of the Tian country. This book described a very special place, a sacred ground aside from the three great hidden sanctuaries. It was said that in the era of the samurai's glory, when warriors reached a certain level of cultivation, they would all go to a place called the Bijudi to undergo a trial. The trial was exceptionally arduous, yet those who passed it would obtain a divine weapon suited to their own needs. After reading the description of this sacred ground, Dacihua immediately associated it with the strange ninja tools from the original story's Great Ninja War. Those things were probably produced from this place. Then Dacihua thought, since I can't find Jiraiya anyway, why not go challenge this Bijudi and acquire a divine weapon that suits me? So he set off. According to the ancient book, the entrance to the Bijudi trial was on a solitary island farther east of the Shui country. After reaching the island, one could see it in the central area. After passing through the Shui country, Dacihua drifted on the sea for several days on a boat before finally spotting this solitary island. The island was not uninhabited. It was home to a large number of samurai. As soon as Dacihua stepped onto the island with his headband, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of samurai.
Damn ninja! We have already secluded ourselves here, and you still want to exterminate us. Come, you bastard ninja, duel me. I will kill you. He is not worthy of a duel. Ninjas are all despicable and shameless. Let's attack together. Cut him down.
Dacihua dodged the charging samurai, feeling speechless. He thought if he had known this, he should have changed into a samurai robe beforehand. He had only come to participate in the trial, but now it had turned into a scene of age-old vengeance. Just as Dacihua was about to retreat, a voice shouted from among the samurai.
Everyone step aside. Chief Shifu is here.
The samurai immediately withdrew their blades and made way. Dacihua looked along the path they had cleared and saw a thin, withered old man approaching. The old man wore a two-handed long sword at his waist. The scabbard was entirely dark red, adorned with many sword marks, and the hilt was wrapped in clean gauze. It seemed to have seen countless battles, yet it had also been unused for a long time. The old man walked up to Dacihua, looked him up and down, and finally fixed his gaze on Datsihua's headband, saying,
Which village's ninja are you? Why have you come to the island of samurai? Island of samurai.
Dacihua was a bit puzzled. This solitary island was called the trial ground in some books, so why was it now called the Island of Samurai? But Dacihua didn't care about that. Island of Samurai or not, he was just here to find the Bijudi. Thus, adhering to the principle of getting along with others, he said to Shifu,
I am a ninja from the Yen Ninja Village. I came here because I read in an ancient book that there is a trial sacred ground called the Bijudi, so I have come especially to challenge it.
As soon as Dacihua finished speaking, the samurai erupted in uproar again.
A ninja challenging the Bijudi. Ha ha, that's a laugh. The Bijudi is not for the likes of you. Let the 5 Kages come.
All sorts of insults against ninjas poured forth. Just as Dacihua decided in his heart to blow these people up, Shifu raised his hand to gently stop the samurai. Then he asked expressionlessly,
Which country's ninja village is the Yen Ninja Village?
Dacihua was a bit irritated as he looked at Shifu, muttering inwardly, I came barging in.
It's the ninja village of the Yen country, though the country has now changed its name to the Tian country.
After answering, Dacihua had already dispersed his chakra. If Shifu made the slightest move to attack, Dacihua was ready to make this group of samurai disappear. But Dacihua didn't expect that upon hearing the name Tian country, Shifu suddenly became delighted.
Tian country. The Tanaka clan has reclaimed the Tian country.
Shifu said, joyfully looking at Dacihua with anticipation. Dacihua was bewildered. What Tanaka clan? But then he thought, since they had reclaimed the Tian country, it must be Aokong, right? Although Aokong had never told Dacihua his surname, he had once mentioned that the Tian country was from his grandfather's era, and later, it was occupied by the Huiji country, and renamed the Yen country. So Dacihua nodded uncertainly and said,
I suppose so. Ha ha ha. The name Tian country has been restored. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha.
Shifu didn't mind Dacihua's uncertainty, and just laughed heartily to himself. After a moment of joy, he looked at Dacihua again and muttered,
So they have started training ninjas as well.
Pausing, Shifu continued to Dacihua,
You want to go to the Bajudi trial, right? Come on. I'll take you there.
With that, Shifu turned and shouted to the other samurai,
Everyone make way. Let him through. He's from the Tian country.
The samurai grew restless again.
What does the Tian country matter? He's a ninja. Hey. Tian country. Have you forgotten what's written in the books? Tian country. Oh.
After a brief argument, they immediately cleared the path. Dacihua looked at Shifu, who was about to guide him, and the path opened by the samurai, feeling a bit dazed. However, he quickly dispelled the chakra he had spread and followed behind Shifu. Shifu noticed Dacihua's confusion and said to him,
Follow me, little ninja. I'll tell you why this is on the way.
Afterward, Shifu led Dacihua toward the entrance of the Bajudi. Along the way, he told Dacihua's story. Many years ago, when there were no ninjas yet, all countries relied on samurai to maintain order and fight against other nations. Then one day ninjas appeared. They were swift and immensely powerful. Moreover, they had no so-called samurai spirit. They were willing to take on any mission. Thus the profession of ninja suddenly rose in various countries. This caused a great number of samurai to lose the support of their daimyos. They became displaced and destitute. Eventually they gradually faded into history. Yet during that era some countries still supported the samurai. Among them was the Tian country, but they could not withstand the tide of history. Soon the Tian country paid the price for supporting the samurai. When the Huiji country dispatched a large number of ninjas to invade the Tian country, the samurai of Tian were utterly defenseless. The ninjas were cunning and treacherous, using all kinds of ninjutsu. The samurai accustomed to straightforward combat were quickly defeated and captured. Just as the then daimyo of the Huiji country was about to let the samurai of Tian vanish into history, the daimyo of the Tian country stepped forward. He used the name of the Tian country and his own life to save these samurai. After that, the Tian country became the Yen country, a vassal state of the Huiji country. In this story, the daimyo clan of the Tian country was the Tanaka clan, and the samurai who were saved back then were the ancestors of the samurai now living on this island. After hearing the story, Dacihua understood the situation. In essence, the Tian country had a debt of gratitude to this island of samurai, so Dacihua, coming from the Tian country, received preferential treatment. Dacihua followed Shifu across most of the island of samurai before reaching the entrance to the Bajudi trial. At the entrance, Shifu first taught Dacihua some techniques for the Bajudi trial. He also told him,
Little ninja, after you come out of the Bajudi, remember to find me. Help me deliver a letter to the current head of the Tanaka clan. Oh, okay, no problem.
Dacihua replied, and was about to enter the trial. At that moment, Shifu seemed to think of something and stopped him, saying,
Little ninja. Wait. Attack me, let me see how strong you are.
Dacihua hesitated for a moment, then nodded and flicked several explosive tags toward Shifu. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Little ninja. Are you trying to blow me up? Don't you have any proper ninjutsu?
Shifu barely dodged the explosions and shouted at Dacihua in anger. Dacihua was taken aback.
If I used anything else, I would really blow you up. I'm an explosion release ninja.
With that, he stomped his foot, setting off a ground explosion that blasted a wide area around him.
What explosion release? A bloodline limit. Never mind, stop fighting. That's enough.
Zhifu waved his hand and gestured for Dacihua to enter. Dacihua was a bit speechless at Zhifu's sudden surrender. "Wasn't it you who wanted to test me?" Then he directly entered the Bajudi trial. After stepping through the entrance, Dacihua fell straight into a dense forest. Before he could even get to his feet, a venomous snake darted out from behind him, baring its fangs and lunging at his face. In a desperate move, Dacihua unleashed explosive escape chakra, obliterating the serpent in a burst of flames. There was no time to even wipe the snake's blood from his face. Dacihua's eyes widened as massive swarms of venomous snakes surged from the grass on both sides of him. A chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, he activated a ground-rupturing blast, sending the serpents flying in all directions. "Is this some kind of serpent's den from the very start?" Dacihua muttered a complaint, wiped the snake blood from his face, and leaped onto a nearby tree. Just as he was about to determine his exact location, several large eagles suddenly appeared in the sky, diving downward toward him. Their beaks struck like missiles aimed directly at his head. Dacihua quickly jumped off the tree and tossed several exploding kunai, detonating the eagles mid-flight. But barely had he dispatched the eagles when a tiger pounced out from behind a tree to his side. Not far behind the tiger, several black bears charged forward. Seeing this, Dacihua's scalp tingled with dread. Had he fallen into a boundary zone where animal territories collided? Instantly he enveloped himself in chakra armor and launched into the air, hurling an explosive shell downward. Gazing upon the flattened expanse of forest, Dacihua looked toward the distance. This forest was the first trial of the 8 desolations. According to Zhifu's words, this place stretched endlessly, and the beasts here harbored an almost incomprehensible obsession toward humans. Upon spotting any trial participant, they would go into a frenzy, willing to sacrifice their lives just to tear flesh from the intruder's body. Still, Dacihua harbored little fear. As long as he slowly released his chakra, creating a zone of explosive escape throughout the surrounding air, any beast that charged at him would be incinerated on the spot. However, before long, Dacihua realized his thinking had been far too simplistic. The animals here were inexhaustible, and they showed absolutely no trace of fear. No sooner had he obliterated one batch than the second wave surged forward before his chakra could recharge, and each subsequent batch was larger than the last. Because of this, Dacihua worked hard to avoid areas teeming with beasts. Fortunately, before he entered, Zhifu had shared the technique for clearing this trial. Within this forest, as long as he could see the sun and kept running toward it, he could swiftly make his way out. Once he exited this forest, he would have passed the first trial, and the beasts would no longer pursue him. Yet Dacihua could not simply flee now, for Zhifu had also told him that the next trial was an immense desert. To cross the desert, he would need to survive 7 days within it. Moreover, at that point his storage scrolls and other spatial artifacts would cease to function. Therefore, he needed to gather sufficient food and water here in the forest. First, Dacihua retrieved a large backpack from his storage scroll. Then, running steadily toward the sun, he casually collected the carcasses of animals he had not completely incinerated, gathering them as provisions for what lay ahead. After running for roughly half a day, Dacihua still had not found any water. This sent a flicker of panic through him. His chakra was already showing clear signs of depletion, and the forest's edge remained invisible. After a moment of hesitation, Dacihua pulled out his exploding kunai. These had been pre-prepared, requiring only a throw to activate without consuming much chakra. The reason he had not used them earlier was because he had heard that warriors attempting the 8 desolations trial typically began armed with nothing but a single sword. Thus, Dacihua had originally intended to pass this trial relying solely on his own strength rather than depending on pre-made tools. Nevertheless, the situation had grown genuinely difficult. Dacihua casually flung several exploding kunai toward the beasts lunging at him, reducing them to ashes. He then leaped to the top of a tree and gazed out at the boundless sea of creatures, suddenly feeling that he had greatly underestimated the warriors. How could anyone clear a trial like this with merely one person and one blade? Were they supposed to hack through them one by one? That would take forever. After running toward the sun for quite some time, Dacihua finally spotted a lake, though the forest's edge remained out of sight. Dacihua glanced at the sparse beasts near the lakeshore, hesitated for a moment, then activated his chakra armor, and flew straight toward the lake. He intended to quickly fetch water and depart. But the moment he lifted into the air, the number of airborne beasts around him surged dramatically. They swooped at him in a relentless barrage, each one charging like a suicide squad, launching a death rush determined to peck at him, even if it meant shattering their own bodies. Under such ferocious aerial assault, Dacihua lost his footing for a moment, and one eagle smashed into his chakra armor, wing damaging it. In the instant the wing was compromised, Dacihua lost control, tumbling through the air before crashing toward the ground. Already below, a pack of tigers waited for his landing. Dacihua stabilized his form, immediately hurling several exploding talismans to obliterate all the tigers on the ground. Then, furious, he unleashed a handful of exploding kunai toward the flock of birds, annihilating every last one without exception. Afterward, Dacihua cast a pained glance at his damaged wing before continuing toward the lakeshore. Upon arrival, he found the animals surrounding him once more, and his scalp tingled with dread. He was already growing weary. His prolonged neglect of physical techniques was catching up with him. Sighing, Dacihua withdrew his cannon and fired an explosive shell directly at the beasts. In an instant, nearly half of the ferocious predators charging at him, and an enormous stretch of the forest, were erased from existence. Quickly filling his containers with water, Dacihua prepared to retreat. Just as Dacihua deployed his explosive shell, far off in the forest, a humanoid creature lying supine on a colossal tree instantly opened its eyes. What was all that noise? Had it grown tired of living? Rising to a seated position, the humanoid creature closed its eyes and extended its perception. A new trial participant. But why couldn't every other participant pass quietly? This one was merely creating trouble. Was it courting death? Despite these thoughts, no anger marred the humanoid creature's face. It merely lay back down upon the tree, waved an arm lazily, and sighed.
Send a bird to summon Yao Dao to deal with this trial participant. Yes, my lord.
Almost immediately, a bird the size of a person appeared on a lower branch, acknowledged the command, and swiftly took flight. Meanwhile, after detonating another explosive shell, Dacihua was unexpectedly surprised to find the beasts no longer closing in. A sense of relief washed over him. He decided to rest and recover his strength there. However, he failed to notice that the distant beasts had not truly departed. They were simply lingering at a greater distance, afraid to approach the lakeshore. At the same time, deep beneath the lake, a colossal creature was slowly drawing nearer to him. Meanwhile, within a cavern deep in the forest, a colossal figure slowly stirred from its slumber. It offered a subtle nod to the bird beside it, then raised its gaze toward Dachia's direction. A languid yawn escaped its lips, instantly summoning a gale that swept through the vicinity. Then, unfolding its mighty wings, it drifted languidly into the sky. Its gaze shifted abruptly mid-flight, and it shot straight toward Dachia. Meanwhile, near the lakeshore, Dachia leaned against a tree, poring over his storage scroll. He suddenly recalled he had packed quite a few mission rations. Moments later, Dachia found them. Feeling a pang of chagrin, he smacked his own forehead and gazed at the pills. His eyes fell upon the animal fragments he had painstakingly gathered earlier. Good heavens! What on earth was he doing? Dachia suddenly realized that the mission rations he carried were more than enough for a month, let alone a week. All that effort spent collecting those fragments had been utterly pointless. Just as Dachia wrestled with the decision of whether to keep them, a massive explosion of water erupted on the lake's surface, followed by a colossal head breaking through the waves. Good Lord! What in the world is that? The Loch Ness Monster. Dachia was startled by the looming head, which immediately opened its jaws and lunged straight for him. Dachia rolled desperately, even employing his explosion release to hasten his movement, barely evading that massive maw. He patted his chest, steadying his frantically pounding heart, then fixed his eyes on the beast. Wasn't this supposed to be a Naruto world? Why was there a Loch Ness Monster here? Fortunately, this interruption spared him further deliberation over those animal fragments. They were swept away wholesale along with the turf. At that moment, the water monster chewed thoughtfully on whatever it had just devoured and slowly emerged from the lake. Watching a creature far larger than Gamabunta, Dacihua gradually retreated. Still, it was a relief that this beast seemed considerably gentler than the other wildlife. It did not press its attack, seemingly having only wanted those animal fragments after all. Emboldened, Dacihua ventured closer to the water's edge. He intended to rest there a while longer to restore his stamina. Just then, as if hearing his approach, the great head slowly pivoted toward him. Dacihua froze, immediately cautiously guarding against the monster. He truly wished to avoid conflict with it. However, the beast merely cast a dismissive glance his way, and let out a contemptuous scoff. It then bent down, and began devouring the trees nearby. Much like someone snacking on skewers, it stripped the canopy clean off a tree, leaving only a colossal branch stump behind. The sight nearly made Dacihua chuckle. It seemed the creature was merely large, lacking any real threat. Relieved, he sat down on the ground, popped a mission ration into his mouth, and watched the monster feed. But just then the animals that had previously kept their distance suddenly burst from the forest behind him. Rather than mindlessly charging him, they fled in sheer panic toward the opposite shore of the lake. Before Dacihua could even process the commotion, a tremendous gust of wind slammed into him from behind, producing an overwhelming sense of force pressing against his back. Whoosh! Boom! Dacihua suddenly sensed something enormous crashing down behind him. Whoa!
Well, a rare guest. What brings you to my neck of the woods?
The tree-stripping monster remarked, tilting its head to look past Dacihua. Startled, Dacihua muttered,
"Good heavens!"
It could talk. Wait, good lord. Another one behind him.
Perhaps this round's trial participant woke the old master,
it mused.
So he dispatched me to eliminate him.
The voice behind him sounded remarkably civil, yet its words left little doubt of its intent. Just as Dacihua considered whether he might negotiate with these two behemoths, the water monster stripped another tree, chewing slowly before replying.
Oh, is that so? He's right there. Why don't you simply stomp him flat?
Feeling deeply insulted, Dacihua snapped.
Oh, you damn well better not be looking down on me like this. Hey, die you two fools.
He immediately drew his cannon and fired 2 detonation bombs straight at the water monster's neck. In the same breath, he executed a reverse dash, flashing to the opposite side of both behemoths. It was then that Dacihua realized the beast behind him was none other than a pterosaur. This very pterosaur was the demonic sword that the humanoid entity had mentioned earlier. There was no time for surprise, however. A furious roar erupted from the blast-scarred water monster. Dacihua was utterly astonished. 2 shells should have leveled a small hill, yet they failed to kill a single creature. Focusing his gaze, he saw only 2 bloody gashes on the monster's neck, already knitting back together rapidly. Good heavens! It only breached the skin. Dacihua stood dumbfounded. It was the first time, since the inception of detonation bombs, that he had witnessed such resilience. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 behemoths were equally bewildered. No trial participant in the past had ever managed to wound them. Immediately, both colossal creatures turned their attention to attacking Dacihua. The water monster spat directly at him. No wait, it fired a water cannon. Meanwhile, the pterosaur drew a katana from its waist and effortlessly spun it in a dazzling flourish. Just as Dacihua evaded the water blast, the blade came slicing toward him. His breath hitched, and he hastily activated his explosion release to accelerate his escape. He barely sidestepped a katana thicker than his own torso. Boom! Though the blade missed him, it continued its devastating path, carving an exceedingly long trench into the earth. Dacihua leaped onto a tree, gasping for air, as he eyed the 2 monsters. Suddenly, the water beast launched another water cannon directly toward his position. The projectile tore through the landscape like a plow, uprooting trees and sending soil spiraling skyward. And this time Dacihua was squarely in its trajectory. Dacihua hastily countered with a detonation bomb, then used his explosion release to zigzag away. Boom! The 2 attacks annihilated each other, and Dacihua barely escaped the ensuing shockwave. Watching the water monster's wounds have completely sealed, Dacihua felt true fear for the first time. In that fleeting moment, his story had nearly reached its end. Dacihua instantly exposed himself, firing several rounds at the 2 behemoths. Then he broke into a sprint into the distance, preparing to deploy Little Boy against them. However, Little Boy's blast radius was far too extensive, launching it directly might take him out as well. Still, the two monsters were clearly impervious to mere detonation bombs, and they closed the distance rapidly. Moreover, the water monster unleashed a barrage of water cannons in rapid succession. Not at full strength, Dacihua was caught unguarded and struck directly by one. Fortunately, a dense line of trees acted as a buffer before the blast impacted him, sparing him certain death. Painfully collapsing to the ground, Dacihua coughed up a mouthful of blood as the two behemoths charged toward him. With a conflicted expression, he drew out Little Boy. He knew that at this range, detonating Little Boy would very likely vaporize him along with the monsters. Yet both beasts bore expressions of absolute intent to kill him. With no other recourse, Dacihua raised the specialized launcher and fired Little Boy into the sky. The pterosaur in flight spotted the new projectile and gave a sharp flutter of its wings, darting clear in an instant. The slower water monster, unable to evade in time, simply swatted Little Boy downward with its rugged tail. But Dacihua had never anticipated this. Little Boy detonated instantly. Boom! In a split second, the fireball and thermal surge reduced both the water monster and the pterosaur to ash. After launching Little Boy, Dacihua used subsequent detonation bombs as thrust to propel himself far away. But it only got him so far. The explosive thermal waves still left him severely maimed. Relying purely on sheer willpower, Dacihua continuously detonated the trees and animals in his path, using the resulting blast to sustain his aerial momentum. He stubbornly refused to crash into the ground or strike a tree, avoiding any secondary impact injuries. Meanwhile, the humanoid creature that had been perched in the tree abruptly snapped his eyes open the instant the boy exploded. These trial takers are getting more and more disruptive. Annoying. He grumbled in frustration before leaping down from the tree. Stretching lazily, he called out to a large bird, "What's Yao Dao up to? Hasn't he gone yet?" This was the same bird that had been sent to notify the wyvern. "Reporting, sir. Master Yao Dao has already departed." "Already gone? Then it should have been settled long ago. Unless this trial taker is particularly interesting, and he's just playing with him." The humanoid creature found this strange, closing his eyes to sense the situation. Suddenly his eyes flew open in astonishment. "What? Yao Dao?" and the sunshot bow were scattered. A moment later, a pleased smile spread across his face. "Not bad at all. A truly formidable one has arrived." With that, he sensed the area once more, and then dashed excitedly in the direction of Dacihua. Meanwhile, Dacihua was leaning against a tree, barely alive, having just taken some painkillers. A faint, joyous smile graced his face. He had survived. What's more, during his desperate escape moments ago, he had comprehended the explosive release armor. That life-saving technique he had researched for so long. So this wasn't a total loss for him. But his smile didn't last long. Within the forest, the endless tide of animals began to surround him once more. "Ah, damn. I forgot about these pests." Dacihua struggled to pull a stack of paper bombs from his ninja pouch. He carelessly attached them to a kunai, activating them with a tiny bit of chakra. Then, he hurled it towards the encroaching animals. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the beasts that instantly replaced the ones he'd just blown up, Dacihua felt this might truly be the end. Now even his explosive shuriken, which usually felt so effortless to use, was completely beyond his capability. He didn't even have the chakra to unseal his storage scroll and grab an explosive shell. Soon after throwing the last few kunai he had on him, the animals closed in around him menacingly. "My life ends here." With a desperate shout, Dacihua crumpled his remaining paper bombs into a ball and hurled it. Thud, thud, thud. After a few more explosions, Dacihua slowly closed his eyes. This wasn't his first brush with death, so he wasn't overly terrified. His only lingering thought was a puzzle: how on earth did the samurai manage to pass this trial? Of course, Dacihua couldn't have known that when the samurai entered, they used their swords to silently slay the animals without creating the massive commotion that had attracted so many of them to him. Yet Dacihua waited. He found that no animal had bitten him yet, so he opened his eyes again. And when he saw what was before him, his mind went completely blank. Yo! Not bad. A ninja who can face death with such a calm expression. The creature before Dacihua remarked a note of appreciation in its voice. But Dacihua wasn't paying attention to the creature's words. He was simply stunned, shouting, "Holy crap! A stick figure!" Though his initial world hopping was absurd, the soul was inherently mysterious, understandable through a wormhole. But this... The ninja world's various jutsu were outlandish, yet they were supported by a certain logic. But this... What stood before him now? A pure black stick figure. It directly ignited the stubborn scientific side of Dacihua's mind. How can something like this exist? The stick figure before him, however, was displeased. What stick figure? I am Kaitian Dao, the heaven-splitting blade. You ignorant fool. Kaitian, the heaven-splitting blade. A question mark seemed to pop over Dacihua's head. Your aesthetic is missing, but the style of your name is definitely off. The stick figure seemed to perceive his thoughts. Smack. It slapped Dacihua across the face. What disrespectful thing are you thinking? Huh? This thing can read my mind. Holy crap. We're both playing with chakra here, don't pull that divine synth stuff on me. Dacihua couldn't help but complain internally. But then he spoke to Kaitian Dao. Nothing. You must have come for something, right? Dacihua understood that the sudden disappearance of the animals likely had something to do with this Kaitian Dao. And a being of such stature probably wasn't here to personally kill him. So he felt much more relaxed. After all, he had survived again. Kaitian Dao's face was unreadable, but his tone was clearly intrigued, as he said to Dacihua, "You scattered the sunshot Bao and Yao Dao." What are those? Dacihua was completely baffled, his mind blanking, as he blurted out, "Isn't this Naruto?" What Naruto? Oh, so you're from Naruto. No wonder you could scatter those too. Not bad. Rest up well, and when you're in top form we'll have a fight. If you impress me, I'll follow you out into the world. Stick fig cough. Kaitian Dao nodded with a serious air, his tone carrying approval, as he spoke to Dacihua. With that he tossed Dacihua a pill, and simply left. Dacihua, still leaning against the tree, was dumbfounded. Kaitian Dao, Yao, the sunshot Bao, and finally the pill he was given. All of this made Dacihua feel as if he were under a jinjutsu. However, it was clearly not an illusion. So despite his bewilderment, Dacihua decisively swallowed the pill given by Kaitian Dao. Then he did his best to recover his chakra. Strangely enough, after taking the pill, the recovery rate of his wounds increased manifold, and the broken bones rapidly knitted themselves back together. Once he had regained some chakra, Dacihua took off his chakra armor, now reduced to just its inner shell, and sealed it into a scroll. It was completely ruined, but since it had protected him for so long, Dacihua wasn't going to discard it. Also, if he managed to get out of here alive, he would frame its remains just like the first paper bomb he ever made and hang it at home. Afterwards, Dacihua pulled another little boy bomb and a spare launcher from his storage scroll. He had brought 5 of these little boys this time. He had thought he could easily pass any trial with them, yet he nearly died on the very first hurdle. Looking at the trail of destruction from his crash landing, Dacihua used the tree for support to stand up. He assembled the little boy and its launcher, ensuring it was ready to fire instantly. Then, he pulled out a pile of explosive shells to inspect them. After preparing everything, he leaned quietly against the tree, recovering his chakra. Meanwhile, Kaitian Dao was standing in a cave filled with all sorts of weapons. So what weapons does this Naruto guy use? He didn't have anything in his hands. Ninjutsu. I don't know any of that. Kaitian Dao scratched his head in frustration. Spotting a kunai on the wall, he waved his hand, and the weapon flew directly into his grasp. Most ninjas seem to use these right. Kaitian Dao weighed the kunai in his hand, twirled it into a flourish, and then spun it gracefully between his fingers. I wonder why this era suddenly switched to such a short weapon. It's preposterous. But still, I'm looking forward to it, the person who could take down those two. The elixir that Kaitiendeo gave to Dacihua was extremely potent. 2 days later Dacihua's injuries had nearly healed. At this moment Dacihua was gazing up at Kaitiendeo, who sat perched on a tree across from him. He pondered inwardly how a creature could evolve to such a form. Kaitiendeo, however, paid him no mind, and calmly twirled a kunai. Suddenly a large bird flew to Kaitiendeo's side and said,
"Master, the 2 esteemed ones have awakened."
Kaitiendeo nodded to indicate he understood, then stood up and gestured for the bird to leave. He then leaped down from the tree and said to Dacihua,
"Are you ready?" "Almost there, just a moment,"
Dacihua replied, casting a glance at the departing bird. Early this morning Kaitiendeo had arrived. He had deduced that Dacihua should have recovered by now. Indeed, it was true. Dacihua was now fit for battle. Yet Dacihua still wished to observe Kaitiendeo more closely and understand what he was truly about. So he made an excuse claiming he had not yet reached his peak condition and asked Kaitiendeo to wait. Another hour passed quickly. Kaitiendeo grew impatient and said,
"Are you ready yet? If you delay any longer, I'll have no choice but to go all out when we fight."
Dacihua was taken aback.
Is there a way out?"
He abandoned his observation, realizing he could see nothing useful anyway. He had originally thought that Kaitiendeo saved him only to kill him in a fair fight, avenging the so-called demonic blade and sunshot bow. Thus, he had intended to stall as long as possible. But now, hearing that Kaitiendeo had no intention of going for the kill, he felt a sudden glimmer of hope.
All right. Let's begin now."
Dacihua immediately declared he was ready. Kaitiendeo strode over, twirling his kunai, and said,
"You are a ninja, so I'll fight you in the ninja way. Come on, count to 3.
Hearing this, Dacihua paused.
"In the ninja way,"
he thought.
"Do ninjas have to die?"
Lost in thought, he realized Kaitiendeo had already begun counting.
1, 2, 3.
The moment 3 was spoken, Dacihua fired a cannonball. Kaitiendeo was visibly startled. What was this? The cannonball struck him. Boom! Dacihua's face lit up with joy, but then he heard a voice from the trees.
"So this is what woke me up. Not bad, impressive power."
At the same time, a shuriken flew toward Dacihua. He quickly rolled out of the way. Glancing at Kaitiendeo in the tree, he muttered,
"A substitution jutsu."
Then he fired several cannonballs at Kaitiendeo and his surroundings. He temporarily abandoned the explosive cannonballs and unleashed a volley of explosive shurikens, attacking Kaitiendeo as he reappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Kaitiendeo emerge from another location, Dacihua was surprised.
How can he keep using substitution jutsu?
Quickly switching tactics, Dacihua used explosive cannonballs again, determined to blast all the surrounding trees. After a dozen repetitions, the area finally opened up. But then Dacihua could no longer find Kaitiendeo. Just as he thought, he had finally hit him with an explosion. Suddenly dozens of Kaitiendeo emerged from the earth before him, each holding a kunai and charging at him.
"A clone jutsu,"
Dacihua muttered, then threw a large number of explosive shurikens. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in thick smoke. Dacihua seized the opportunity to fire a few more cannonballs into the smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Then Kaitiendeo's voice suddenly sounded right beside him.
"Is all you know how to do is blow things up? Hey, you're right."
Dacihua dodged Kaitiendeo's kunai strike and quickly pasted several explosive tags onto him. Boom, boom, boom. Dacihua retreated to a distance, a flicker of joy in his eyes, as he watched the explosion smoke.
"This time I definitely hit him."
But then Kaitiendeo burst out from the smoke again. Dacihua, shocked, fired a few cannonballs.
"Hey, fighting a ninja like you is so boring."
Kaitiendeo dodged the cannonballs with incredible speed and charged at Dacihua. As he closed in, he said,
"How did you manage to defeat those 2? They were far from being that weak."
Dacihua ignored him, instead using an explosion step to detonate the ground around him, halting Kaitiendeo's advance. But Kaitiendeo, defying expectations, leaped like a cannonball straight toward Dacihua. Dacihua threw explosive shurikens to stop him, yet Kaitiendeo seemed to find footing in midair. Weaving through the shurikens, he pressed his kunai against Dacihua's throat.
You're indeed troublesome, but fighting you is truly dull,
Kaitiendeo remarked.
If it's boring, let me go. I'll head to the next stage,
Dacihua said tentatively, feeling the kunai at his neck.
Let you go? The fight hasn't been satisfying at all. How could I possibly let you go?
With that, Kaitiendeo moved to kill Dacihua with the kunai. Dacihua quickly activated his explosion release armor, breaking down the kunai. Then he channeled explosion release chakra through his feet to accelerate, putting distance between them. Dacihua was speechless.
Didn't you say you wouldn't go for the kill?
Meanwhile, Kaitiendeo, seeing the kunai disintegrate upon touching Dacihua, showed a hint of surprise. He then used a body flicker jutsu, instantly appearing beside Dacihua, again thrusting a kunai toward his lower back. Dacihua looked at Kaitiendeo behind him, exasperated.
This is ridiculous.
Naturally, the second kunai also disintegrated upon contact. Then Kaitiendeo suddenly threw a punch, sending Dacihua flying.
Hey,
he asked in surprise.
What is this ability of yours?
Dacihua, knocked away, was dumbfounded. The kunai had been disintegrated, but what was this punch? How could it send him flying?
Why can you send me flying? And what are you? Why is my explosion release armor ineffective against you?
Kaitiendeo's tone was exasperated.
I am Kaitiendeo. You didn't think your amateurish tricks could break me down, did you? Amateurish tricks? The kunai fell apart.
Dacihua stopped asking. He turned and fled, thinking that no matter what Kaitiendeo was, he could only try the little boy now. Seeing Dacihua trying to escape, Kaitiendeo had no intention of letting him go, and chased after him at full speed. Dacihua looked back, and saw that even with his speed boost, the distance between them wasn't widening. He quickly thought of a plan and shouted,
I have one more technique that needs enough distance to activate. Wait. I'll make sure it's impressive.
But Kaitiendeo wasn't fooled and continued chasing. Dacihua was exasperated again. He turned and pulled out his cannon barrel just as Kaitiendeo was about to close in. He used an explosion step to stagger Kaitiendeo, then quickly fired a few cannonballs, trying to widen the distance between them. However, something that infuriated Dacihua happened next. Kaitiendeo didn't even dodge, he simply split the explosive cannonball in midair with his bare hands. Although he was pushed back a bit, there was clearly not a single scratch on him.
Damn. That's too much.
Dacihua completely lost his composure. The scene before him was too shocking. An explosive cannonball split by hand. In his moment of distraction, Kaitiendeo grabbed him by the throat. Dacihua quickly activated his explosion release armor, but of course, it couldn't harm Kaitiendeo. As Dacihua resigned himself to death, Kaitiendeo spoke.
Your ability is quite rare. Yes, it's explosion release. It's indeed rare. I've never encountered anyone else with the same ability.
Dacihua replied hastily. Kaitiendeo nodded and said,
Indeed, it's unlikely there's anyone else with such a thorough fusion.
He continued,
Yours is a fusion of fire and lightning. Normally, you should still be able to use fire and lightning release, but you seem completely unable to.
Dacihua, with his neck gripped, paused. Not even Orochimaru had explained this to him. He had only provided a bunch of ideas for its use. When he had asked Deidara about his own explosion release, Deidara had explained that his was a fusion of earth and wind, and couldn't directly explode. So now Dacihua finally understood that his explosion release was a Kekkei Genkai of fire and lightning. But he looked at Kaitiendeo, who had him by the throat.
What use is knowing this now?
Just as Dacihua was pondering what other means of escape remained, the sky-splitting blade suddenly flung him to the ground. It said to him,
Come use that technique you employed to blast apart those two earlier. If I am satisfied, you may proceed through the next level.
With that, the sky-splitting blade strode off into the distance, as if to give Dacihua room for his technique. Watching the retreating figure, Dacihua found himself at a loss for words. Could this fellow be mentally deficient? He then glanced in the direction he had flown a few days prior, where a massive crater still remained. Had he not seen that? Dacihua thought as he retrieved the already assembled little boy and ran in the opposite direction. After all, since this fellow was courting death, he had no reason to deny him. seeing that the distance between them was sufficient. Dacihua, struck by a sudden thought, shouted to the sky-splitting blade,
"This final move of mine has never been withstood by anyone."
Then, he heard the sky-splitting blade shout back,
"Your paltry skills cannot harm me."
Dacihua felt a surge of confidence. He then adjusted his aim and fired. As expected, the sky-splitting blade cooperatively did not dodge. With a deafening roar, the little boy detonated. And because Dacihua had maintained a safe distance to avoid injury, he only needed to activate his explosive armor in time to deflect the debris hurtling toward him. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated quickly. Dacihua stood still, watching the dust stirred up by the blast gradually settle. This should be the end of it. But just as he prepared to leave, a sight made his heart stop. Through the haze of dust, a stick figure-like shape shot out at incredible speed.
"Holy crap! Someone's really cheating!"
Dacihua yelled in shock, then turned and fled. How could an ordinary transmigrator like him hope to defeat a cheater? At that moment, the sky-splitting blade emerged from the dust, spotted Dacihua, and swiftly traced a line in the air. Instantly, a rift appeared before him. He stepped into it, and materialized directly in front of Dacihua. Dacihua was stunned. Could this even happen? He then slumped backward, sitting on the ground in defeat.
"This time it's really over."
But the sky-splitting blade standing before the dejected Dacihua showed no intention of killing him. Instead, it said with delight,
"That ultimate move of yours is remarkable. It can even shake the space here. Not bad. I've decided I'll go out with you."
Dacihua sat on the ground, a string of question marks appearing above his head.
"Huh? What? What the heck?"
But the sky-splitting blade seemed uninterested in explaining. It said to him,
"Go to the next level and have some fun."
With that, the sky-splitting blade vanished. Before Dacihua could react, the ground beneath him gave way, and he fell.
"Ah! What the hell?"
Splat. Dacihua landed hard on the desert sand, a wave of heat blowing across his face.
"Huh?"
A bewildered Dacihua looked around, confirming he was in an endless desert.
"So, I've reached the second level already."
Gazing at the vast empty desert, he let out a long sigh. Meeting a real cheater had been unsettling. He had nearly thought he was done for. But as soon as he relaxed, a thought struck him. He scrambled to his feet, pulled out his storage scroll, and infused chakra, trying to retrieve something. Unfortunately, the scroll was useless. Dacihua fell silent, then quickly rummaged through his ninja tool pouch. 1, 2, 3. Soon he was surrounded by a pile of explosive tags, 2 kunai, and 5 military ration pills in his hand. Despair filled his face. Then he remembered something, and looked around the barren desert.
"Ah! There's not even a single cactus."
Dacihua slumped onto the sand, staring at the 5 pills.
"If I ration these, they'll last, but without water, eating them dry will choke me."
His water pouch had been stored in the scroll, to avoid being destroyed in the blast. He had planned to take it out after the fight, but now he had fallen directly to the second level. The desert was utterly barren, not a cactus, not even a weed. Dacihua was silent for a moment. Since he was neither thirsty nor hungry for now, he simply lay down. The fight with the sky-splitting blade had been too absurd, and he was exhausted. Staring at the sun in the sky, he tried to deduce the blade's identity. First, none of his explosions seemed to have injured it. And unlike Obito Uchiha's ability to phase through attacks, it had simply endured them head-on. Moreover, although it had used ninjutsu, it seemed to rely on only 3 basic techniques, and it kept referring to ninjas. Dacihua concluded that the sky-splitting blade might be invulnerable to blades, and likely originated from the era of samurai. Then, smacking his lips, an idea popped into his head.
Sky-splitting blade immortal.
But immediately recalling its stick figure form, he shook his head vigorously.
"What nonsense! It doesn't look like an immortal at all. Could it be a weapon spirit? No way. Am I really about to start cultivating immortality?"
Yet upon reflection, it called itself the sky-splitting blade, and claimed to have scattered the sun-shooting bow and the demonic blade. It might indeed be a weapon spirit of some sort. But earlier the pterosaur had wielded a blade, and the water monster had shot water spheres. Were those the demonic blade and the sun-shooting bow? That seemed rather odd. After a while the sun grew even more scorching. Dacihua got up from the ground. It was too hot. He thought for a moment, then detonated a large patch of sand with his hands. This unearthed a large yellow block. It had been formed by the intense heat of the explosion melting the sand. Dacihua set the block upright, examined it from both sides to ensure it was opaque, and nodded in satisfaction. He proceeded to make several more. He propped them up one by one to create a simple sun shelter. Confirming it was secure, he lay down inside, shifting around to get comfortable. The effect was good. At least the sun no longer shone directly on him. Dacihua closed his eyes, planning to wait until nightfall. Meanwhile the sky-splitting blade sat on a tree, looking down at the much smaller demonic blade and sun-shooting bow.
I'm going out soon. If the others wake up, tell them.
The sun-shooting bow said.
Huh? Big brother, you're going out.
The demonic blade added.
With that bomb-throwing brat. Big brother, I'm not saying it's bad, but he might not even need you.
The sun-shooting bow nodded in agreement.
Yeah, big brother, he's a bomber, not a samurai. Let me go instead. Huh?
The sky-splitting blade and the demonic blade looked at the sun-shooting bow in surprise.
You want to go with him too?
The sun-shooting bow let out an awkward laugh and nodded. The sky-splitting blade said nothing, staring at the sun-shooting bow for a while, as if pondering. Then it waved its arm and said,
Enough, let's not discuss this now. First let's see if he can pass all the levels.
With that, ignoring the sun-shooting bow's pleading look, it turned its gaze to a massive crystal ball. The ball displayed the image of Dacihua, who had already lain down. Dacihua lay quietly in the sun shelter he had built, remaining there for a long time. Meanwhile the three beings before the crystal ball watched in silence for an equally long duration. Finally Sharingan lost his patience and said,
This guy, could he be dead already?
Kaitian Dao and Yao Dao were taken aback, then simultaneously cast a look of utter disdain upon him. Yao Dao remarked,
Can't you see him?
Sharingan paused, then quickly realized his mistake.
Ahem. So he's not just waiting for death, is he?
Yao Dao pointed at the image showing Dacihua's leg twitching slightly and said,
What were you thinking? How could he be waiting for death in that state? I bet he's waiting for nightfall.
Sharingan said, nodding in agreement, though still puzzled.
But doesn't this desert have no night? Then he doesn't know that. No worries, he has 7 days, he'll figure it out.
Yao Dao replied dismissively, then suddenly remembered something. He looked up at Kaitian Dao and asked,
By the way, does he have any water?
At this Sharingan also turned his gaze curiously toward Kaitian Dao. Kaitian Dao was startled. He had intended not to engage in their conversation, but now faced with this question, he suddenly felt a bit awkward.
It seems he doesn't,
he said. Yao Dao burst into laughter.
Ha. Boss, you must have just thrown the trial taker right in. I bet he has nothing now. Give up, this trial taker is done for,
Yao Dao continued.
Then he'll die in this stage. No way, he was supposed to pass the trial,
Sharingan explained in surprise. At that moment Kaitian Dao smiled and said,
Don't worry, he won't die. When he's about to, I'll just take him out directly.
At this Sharingan fell silent. They were indeed a kind of spirit weapon, but their physical forms were all evolved from this realm's rules. And at the same time, they were bound by the rules of this sacred land. Thus, for a trial taker to leave with them, all 8 trials must be passed completely. Kaitian Dao, however, possessed a unique attribute. He could even cleave open the space of this sacred land and force his way out. Sharingan stared at the crystal ball's image for a while, then suddenly rushed to gather a mouthful of water and sprayed it toward a certain direction in the air. Kaitian Dao and Yao Dao looked on in astonishment.
Boss, is there something special about this trial taker? Sharingan is actually trying so hard. That's so unlike him,
Yao Dao said in shock to Kaitian Dao. Kaitian Dao nodded in agreement.
Indeed, it's not like him. I've never seen this in all these years either. Moreover, this trial taker managed to blow apart both of your previous bodies. Isn't that special enough?
Hearing this, Yao Dao recalled the moment he was obliterated by the heat wave from behind, and couldn't help but nod.
He is indeed special. Even now thinking back on it is spectacular. No wonder Sherry Gong is so motivated.
Kai Tian Dao snorted with a laugh and said,
But he'll only be busy in vain. In the end, the one leaving will still be me.
Yao Dao was stunned. He hadn't expected Kai Tian Dao to say that.
Boss, are you really going to leave with this trial taker? Yes. All right, I need to go make some arrangements for him too.
With that, Kai Tian Dao vanished in a flash. Yao Dao was amazed, staring at the spot where Kai Tian Dao had disappeared, feeling somewhat speechless.
He's going to help too. Doesn't the 8 Trials sacred land have any dignity?
Then he smiled helplessly, turning his gaze back to the crystal ball with curiosity.
This trial taker doesn't seem to have done anything remarkable, does he? Why do both of them want to go with him?
He mused.
The explosive ninja. Sherry Gong must want to obtain the power of that explosion for himself. But, what exactly is Kai Tian Dao after? Does that explosion not harm the blade?
Meanwhile, in the desert above Dacihua's sun shelter, a large patch of raindrops suddenly appeared, pattering down. This was the water Sherry Gong had spat over. Of course, Dacihua himself was unaware. Upon hearing the sound of raindrops, he immediately dismantled a piece of the sandboard used for shade to catch water. But soon the rain stopped. Dacihua looked at the small amount of water he had collected and downed it in one gulp. Then, with a puzzled expression, he stared at the cloudless sky and the blazing sun.
The weather is clear. Where did this water come from? How strange is this?
However, just then Dacihua suddenly recalled that Kai Tian Dao had said he wanted to go out with him.
Could it be that Kai Tian Dao suddenly realized he sent me here without any supplies? Afraid I'd die, he specially sent this help.
Thus, Dacihua sighed in appreciation, then used his explosion release to create several plate-shaped sandboards, spreading them around the shelter to catch water. After that, he lay back down under the sun shelter. Now that he knew Kai Tian Dao would help him, he fell asleep peacefully. After all, in the forest, he hadn't had a single restful night. Meanwhile, by the crystal ball, Yao Dao watched Dacihua drink water and lie down again, feeling somewhat speechless.
Why does this guy attract those two? I can't figure it out.
So Yao Dao simply left the crystal ball. He returned to his abode and re-entered a dormant state. After all, he had no intention of leaving this time. Let the two of them fight over it. After a long time, Dacihua had rested well. He slowly emerged from the shelter and saw the desert had entered the night. Suddenly confused, he remembered Zhifu had told him this desert had no night.
What's going on now? Did Kai Tian Dao do this? So powerful.
But Dacihua didn't suspect anything. He first collected the water from the sand plates around him. Then he strolled through the desert night. Just as he reached a small hill, he saw a lone fruit tree laden with fruit.
Wow! A fruit tree in the desert, and it's heavy with fruit.
Dacihua shouted at the surreal sight.
Damn! The lucky ones are even more formidable than the reincarnators.
After the shock, he stopped questioning the logic.
All credit goes to Kai Tian Dao.
He then ran over and picked a pocketful of fruit, bringing them into his shelter. He took a bite. The taste was good too. While chewing the fruit, Dacihua suddenly remembered his storage scroll. He quickly pulled it out and tried it.
Tisk, still unusable.
After that, Dacihua decided to stay in the shelter and cultivate his chakra. After all, there were still 6 days ahead. However, he didn't expect that on the morning of the second day, he would directly enter the third trial, the Sea of Magma. At that moment, the just awakened Dacihua stood on a huge stone slab, holding a few roasted fruits in his hand. Beyond the slab, bubbling magma churned everywhere. Dacihua was bewildered. He had somehow fallen asleep again during the night. Then when he woke up, he found himself lying here with the fruits he had picked yesterday crushed beneath him. Zhifu had also told him about this trial. Here one only needed to use the tools provided by the trial to forge a piece of high-quality steel to pass. So Dacihua immediately set down the fruits and began searching around. But he couldn't find the tools and steel billet Zhifu had mentioned anywhere. Instead, he found a pure black great sword. Dacihua examined this simple minimalist black blade.
Could it be that I have to melt this sword?
Meanwhile, in Yao Dao's dwelling, Sherry Gong was complaining bitterly to Yao Dao.
Yao Dao is the boss being reasonable. He just sent his own body directly. That's just cheating.
Yao Dao was also amused and exasperated, clearly not expecting Kai Tian Dao to do such a thing. At this moment, Dacihua did not pull out the simple broadsword. Instead, he was bombarding the magma with explosion release. He still wanted to find the so-called tools and steel billets, because he was not skilled in swordsmanship. What if taking this here caused him to obtain a blade after passing the trial? However, he had been blasting in the nearby magma for a long time. Dacihua found no other items in this third trial. It seemed that this blade was the only option. Murmuring to himself, Dacihua slowly pulled out the pure black broadsword stuck in the ground. The moment he pulled out the blade, the nearby magma suddenly bubbled and began to sink rapidly, as if boiling. The stone slab beneath Dacihua was rising rapidly. Before long, the temperature in the third trial dropped.
What the hell? Did I clear it? Having someone's help inside is so awesome.
Dacihua realized that the ground beneath his feet was getting higher. He understood that next he would enter the fourth trial of the 8 extremes, the cliff. Then he looked at the black broadsword in his hand, and silently strapped it onto his back. He guessed that this blade had a great connection with the stick figure called Heaven-Splitting Blade. Next he walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Shifu had told him that the cliff of the fourth trial was 10,000 zhang high. In this trial, he needed to dodge various flying birds in the air, and then climb down with the steel billet he brought from the third trial. Dacihua first ate the roasted fruit, rubbed his hands, and was about to go down. But when he looked at the cliff edge,
holy crap!
Dacihua let out a startled cry. He saw that a huge fissure had abruptly appeared beneath the cliff, and through this fissure he could directly see the fifth trial, the ocean. He knew this was definitely another backdoor created by Heaven-Splitting Blade for him. Without hesitation, he swiftly jumped directly into the fissure from the cliff. Splash! He arrived at the fifth trial, the ocean. Swimming in the sea, Dacihua asked the pure black broadsword on his back.
Are you Heaven-Splitting Blade? How did you do this? A space ninjutsu.
However, the black broadsword showed no reaction. Dacihua didn't care much and just swam as hard as he could toward the direction of the sun. This trial required swimming to a lone island in the sea. Moreover, there should have been many water beasts and harsh weather, but now there was nothing. Dacihua assumed it was also due to Heaven-Splitting Blade, so he diligently swam toward the target. At the Demon Blade's dwelling, he had now comforted the Sun-Shooting Bow. He sensed something and said to the Sun-Shooting Bow,
"The trial taker has been sent to the ocean by the boss. Go meet the trial taker directly later. I'll hold them off for a while. As long as the trial taker chooses you in the final trial, there will be no problem."
The Sun-Shooting Bow looked at him gratefully and said,
"Yes, right. Demon Blade. Thank you so much."
Then he quickly left. The Demon Blade watched the Sun-Shooting Bow's fleeing figure, cracked his neck, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face.
It's been a long time since I last fought with the boss.
With that said, he flapped his wings and flew straight in a direction. At that moment, a small water monster suddenly appeared near Dacihua on the sea surface. Dacihua was startled, thinking the water monster had revived to take revenge. He suddenly leaped, stood on the sea surface, pulled out a cannon barrel loaded with explosive shells, and aimed it at the monster. Just as he was about to fire, the water monster suddenly spoke.
"I am the Sun-Shooting Bow. You should know that after passing the 8 extremes trial, you can take away one weapon."
Dacihua was a bit puzzled but nodded. Then he heard the Sun-Shooting Bow say,
"I hope you will choose me after passing. You should know that I am a divine bow that shot down a fire phoenix at ancient times."
Dacihua was dumbfounded.
What the hell is all this? Am I not in the Naruto world? What is this nonsense? Besides, Heaven-Splitting Blade helped me so much, and you suddenly pop up and ask me to choose you. How is that possible? And who uses a bow these days?
Seeing that Dacihua was unmoved, the Sun-Shooting Bow said seriously,
Moreover, I can change my physical form. I provide a huge boost to all long-range attack methods. You know."
Before he could finish, a stick figure's leg suddenly appeared in the air and kicked the water monster away. At the same time, Heaven-Splitting Blade's irate voice rang out.
"I told you all I'm going out this time. What's the matter? Don't want me to leave? What the hell are you up to?"
The stick figure shouted, then turned to look at Dacihua. He simply drew a huge fissure in front of him and casually pushed him into it.
"Hey!"
Dacihua was stunned, and then he suddenly disappeared from the sea surface. Then Heaven-Splitting Blade, cracking his knuckles, dragged the water monster into the fissure he came from. Not long after, in the forest of the first trial, the sun-shooting bow, with a bruised and swollen face, obediently retracted its long neck and lay docilely on the ground. At the same time, it looked at the dying demon blade beside it with a commiserating gaze.
"Good brother, you did your best. You two, whose idea was this? What do you want to do?"
Heaven-Splitting Blade, completely indifferent to their state, stood quietly before them and asked in a cold voice. The demon blade, who was originally at death's door, immediately sat up and replied,
"The sun-shooting bow was rarely so proactive, so I just wanted to help him."
This time, he had already had his fun fighting. If he got a beating again, because of miscommunication, that wouldn't be good. Heaven-Splitting Blade heard his explanation, nodded, acknowledged it, and then turned to the sun-shooting bow.
"So, sun-shooting bow, explain to me properly, why did you suddenly insist on competing with me this time?"
The sun-shooting bow said cautiously,
"Because his attack power is extremely strong, so I wanted to collect his attack methods."
Heaven-Splitting Blade was not angry after hearing this. He nodded affirmatively and said,
"You observe correctly. The power is indeed extremely strong. The attack that destroyed both your previous bodies could even blast open this trial space."
Heaven-Splitting Blade paused here, looked at the two shocked expressions, and continued.
"So I cannot give up either. I haven't seen such a talent in many years. I want to rely on him to fulfill my wish. You understand, right?"
This time the sun-shooting bow and the demon blade both fell silent. They all knew how rare a person who could blow up space was. At the same time, they also knew what dream Heaven-Splitting Blade was talking about. Seeing that both of them understood his meaning, Heaven-Splitting Blade simply turned and left. Seeing Heaven-Splitting Blade leave, the sun-shooting bow said to the demon blade,
"The boss is still thinking about that matter. Do you think he will succeed this time?"
The demon blade was silent for a while, and then said,
"I hope he succeeds."
At this moment, Dacihua was walking on a lone island with a bewildered expression. The isolated island where Dacihua stood was the sixth trial, known as Winching Island. Jafu had spoken of this place before. The purpose of this trial was to test whether the trial taker's inner conviction was firm and unwavering. Therefore, as long as Dacihua firmly walked the path chosen by his own heart, he would pass. Regarding the resolve to follow his inner path, Dacihua understood it well. Was it not simply the ninja way, as the shinobi referred to it? Dacihua's thoughts were straightforward. He believed his ideals were unshaken, and that passing this trial would come effortlessly. However, after maintaining his resolve for some time, doubt crept in. Where exactly was this path? He had already traversed the entire island twice, and encountered nothing at all. This wretched island was barren and desolate, no different from a desert save for a few dead trees scattered about. He grew genuinely bewildered. Was Kai Tian Dao orchestrating this as well? Yet Kai Tian Dao had offered no guidance whatsoever. There were not even illusions here, and Jafu had never mentioned any special techniques before. How was he supposed to choose? Hey. Kai Tian Dao, tell me quickly, what is this trial? Finally, upon completing his third circuit of the island, Dacihua could no longer restrain himself, and appealed to the pure black great sword strapped to his back. Yet just as before, the great sword remained completely unresponsive. Dacihua sighed, and sat by the shore gazing up at the sun. Unknowingly he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that his own conviction was not firm enough? That was why he had yet to find the path through this trial. Meanwhile, Kai Tian Dao stood beside the crystal sphere, gazing at the image within with bewilderment. He had previously gone to arrange the seventh trial. He had assumed Dacihua was currently enduring the 6th trial's illusion. However, observing Dacihua's present situation, it seemed he had not even entered the illusion. What could be happening? Could this person be immune to the trial's illusions? That was impossible. Kai Tian Dao scratched his head, left the crystal sphere once more, and decided to investigate the 6th trial personally. If Dacihua had not entered the Wenqin illusion, then he could not possibly pass the trial. Therefore Kai Tian Dao needed to determine the exact reason. On the island, Dacihua was bombarding the very ground beneath his feet. In his heart, he felt that his only option was to destroy the entire island. If he blew it up, he reasoned, he would simply pass. What he did not know was that deep within his body a small boy trembled as he watched 2 Miss Ninja. Those 2 Miss Ninja were the first dead men Dacihua had encountered since entering the ninja world. This guy's destructive power was truly formidable. But this was not the illusion realm. What was he causing chaos for? Just as Kai Tian Dao teleported onto Wenqin Island, he spotted Dacihua wreaking destruction everywhere. He then prepared to escort Dacihua to the next trial. However, upon approaching, he discovered that the Wenqin Island illusion had already been activated. What was going on? This was the first time Kai Tian Dao had encountered such a situation, and he could not help but suspect, had his previous actions caused this. After all, this was also the first time someone had caused such chaos within a trial. Thus Kai Tian Dao entered the core of this trial directly, and took matters into his own hands. He first deactivated the illusion, and then connected to the next trial. Soon Dacihua, who had been wreaking destruction everywhere, saw the familiar strawman figure appear before him. A faint sense of warmth stirred within Dacihua's heart. This was genuine care. If one faced difficulty, help would appear on its own. After Kai Tian Dao materialized, he casually waved his hand at the air. Whoosh! Another rift tore open, allowing Dacihua to enter. Gazing at the rift, Dacihua suddenly felt puzzled. Now that Kai Tian Dao was so powerful, why did he still feel the need to accompany him? Kai Tian Dao glanced at Dacihua and offered no explanation, simply instructing him, for the 7th trial enter, and remain still for 1 day, and you will pass. Then he shoved Dacihua into the rift. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Damned. Absolutely damned. Sarutobi. Orochimaru stood, with a twisted expression inside a shrine. Beside him stood Kabuto and Sasuke. At this moment, Orochimaru had somehow obtained information regarding the method to dispel the dead demon-consuming seal. Without delay, he had rushed to the Uzumaki clan ruins in search of the mask. However, upon arriving, they discovered that all the masks which should have been in the shrine had vanished. Lord Orochimaru, please do not be angry. We will surely find another way. Kabuto offered comforting words from the side. Sasuke, however, showed no reaction whatsoever, staring coldly at Orochimaru and Kabuto in silence. He had not changed greatly, save for the long sword now strapped to his side. After lamenting for a while, Orochimaru's expression darkened. If the mask is not here, then it must be in Konoha. Kabuto began that operation now. Kabuto's eyes shimmered with a faint light as he respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Should those two also be summoned together? Orochimaru walked ahead of the two alone, a sinister smile curling his lips. Hehe has summoned them. This time, I will not only reclaim my hands, but turn Konoha into mere history. Sasuke's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, quietly trailing behind Orochimaru. Thud. Dacihua fell from above directly into a room. This was the 7th trial, an ironworks. According to Jafu, this trial was the place where weapons were forged. Here one was required to personally craft their own weapon using the steel ingot obtained earlier. Furthermore, this place possessed a unique technique capable of fusing a portion of one's soul into the weapon. The resulting blade would become a divine artifact perfectly suited to its wielder. However, Dacihua had not received a steel ingot, and he was uncertain of the relationship between the pure black great sword on his back and Kai Tian Dao, whether it could even accept a soul fusion. But he did not concern himself overly with this matter. After all, when he had passed the 3rd trial wielding the greatsword, he had already considered it. Moreover, since Kai Tian Dao had explicitly stated he would accompany him, it was clearly a favorable arrangement. Dacihua strolled through the ironworks admiring the remarkably complete array of tools. Suddenly feeling inspired, he withdrew his storage scroll. He took out several pieces of extremely rare chakra-infused metal he had collected previously. Then, following the instructions posted on the ironworks wall, he began the purification process. Dacihua prepared to craft something from these materials, for after all he had come this far. Although he had not obtained metal suitable for soul fusion, he refused to leave empty-handed. Meanwhile, in the forest, Kai Tian Dao was discussing matters with Ye Dao and Shiri Gong. Once I depart, seal away this body of mine, or you too can use it. Under no circumstances should this trial reclaim it. If by chance this trial taker also fails, I will have to return. Do not worry, boss. We will ensure it is not reclaimed. But if this trial taker truly succeeds, will you really leave this world? Yes. One day later, the seventh trial. Dacihua held a long staff, swinging it back and forth with rapid motions. TSK. Not bad at all. The staff had taken him an entire day to forge, melting together all the chakra metals he had brought. Just then the time Kai Tian Dao had predicted arrived. A door materialized out of thin air in the blacksmith's workshop. Dacihua didn't hesitate, sheathed his staff, and walked out carrying the black broadsword on his back. Beyond the doorway lay a realm of pure white. This was the 8th trial, requiring one to defeat a replica of themselves. Face your inner self, then overcome it. Dacihua found this trope utterly familiar, though it felt somewhat misplaced, as if someone had wandered onto the wrong set. However, Dacihua didn't care much about such things. Crossing between scenes, what harm could it do? Moreover, most of his abilities had been prepared well in advance. This replica certainly couldn't replicate explosive tags or similar techniques. After walking through the pure white space for a while, Dacihua finally encountered the replica. His former self. He stood quietly motionless. Gazing at the hollow expression on the replica's face, something suddenly occurred to Dacihua. No way. Even at the final trial, there's still a backdoor. Thinking this, he immediately threw several explosive shuriken at the replica. Boom. 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 After the explosion subsided, Dacihua watched the pure white space gradually become transparent. He couldn't help but sigh. This trial seemed to have only the first stage worth taking seriously. The rest felt more like a leisurely outing. And as the white space vanished, Dacihua was momentarily stunned. Where exactly was this place? Dacihua found himself standing in what appeared to be a starry expanse. And facing him stood the 7-year-old boy from this world, the one who had bound himself to kill Dacihua. Meanwhile, at the finish line, Kai Tian Dao wore a deeply puzzled expression. What was going on? Why hadn't he emerged yet? He had clearly sensed the trial completion. Could his previous actions have somehow affected the outcome? But that shouldn't be possible. Scratching his smooth head in confusion, Kai Tian Dao sliced open a rift before him and stepped inside. Why? Why? Dacihua regarded the furious child with slight astonishment. He had always assumed this boy had completely merged with him. So he never expected to encounter the boy within this trial. And, what do you mean why? Dacihua asked. The boy grew even angrier. Damn it. You bastard. You took my body, yet you refused to help me take revenge. Kill those ninjas who bombed me to death. Hearing this, Dacihua paused, suddenly recalling his own overwhelming desire for vengeance when he first arrived in this world. So that's how it is. But weren't those 2 ninjas already dead? No. That's not it. I want to kill all the ninjas. It's because of them that the war started. If there were no ninjas, the villagers would never have suffered. The boy shouted with a twisted expression. Hearing these words, Dacihua fell silent for a moment. How classic. A textbook argument for destruction. The ninjas started the war, so should I annihilate all of them? Next, Dacihua explained to the small boy why 2 nations would go to war. Essentially, it came down to the directives of daimyos and the ambitions of nobles. He also told him that ninjas earned their living through missions, and were strictly forbidden from harming ordinary people. absolutely forbidden from harming ordinary people. But everyone in the village, the villagers, all were killed by ninjas. Aren't they ordinary people? The boy cried even harder. For this Dacihua had no response. He fell silent. He knew the villagers were ordinary people, nothing but simple, unremarkable folk. Yet 2 missed ninjas had slaughtered them all without a hint of remorse. All of this was the fault of war. Then why did war exist? The boy relentlessly pursued the question. This question left Dacihua pause-struck. Why did war exist? After a moment's thought he answered uncertainly, because one nation sought to expand its territory. Upon hearing this answer the boy seemed to realize that asking further would yield nothing. He nodded mournfully, and slowly retreated, fading away. Watching the boy disappear, Dacihua felt a wave of relief. In his past life, he had been merely a researcher. What could he possibly know about the meaning of war? He had briefly worried the boy might attempt to reclaim his body, but fortunately the child had vanished. Yet at that moment another voice echoed through the space. You soul from another world. What is your purpose in coming to this world? Huh? Dacihua was startled, fear beginning to creep into his heart. He remembered stories where those who transmigrated from another world were discovered and immediately killed by the world itself in retaliation. Tentatively he replied, No purpose. I have no purpose. I merely crossed over due to an accident. I pose no threat to this world, please don't worry. The voice seemed somewhat surprised by Dacihua's answer. It merely grunted in acknowledgement before falling silent. Thus the entire space grew still. Dacihua understood. This was contemplation, considering how to handle him. But he dared not make any moves. If they could transport him here instantly, they certainly possessed the power to kill him just as quickly. Yet after waiting a long while the space remained motionless. The fear in Dacihua's heart began to fade. He stopped standing still, and started moving slowly, observing the space around him. But the space seemed boundless, constrained by some mysterious limitation. He walked for a long time, yet the surrounding stars showed no change whatsoever. Just as Dacihua was about to activate his explosion release, the voice in the space spoke again. I understand. Kaitian Dao following you does align with his aspirations, so you may leave. Before Dacihua could even process these words, his vision went dark, and he fainted. When Dacihua awoke again, he had already emerged from that space. Where did you just go? Just as Dacihua remained uncertain whether he had truly emerged, Kaitian Dao's voice suddenly came from the blade on his back. Huh? Dacihua paused, gazing at the sword in shock. Was this truly Kaitian Dao? Nowhere, I just came out of the 8th trial. Unfazed by Dacihua's nervous tone, Kaitian Dao instead urged him to leave the sacred ground quickly. And so the trials of the 8 extremes concluded. As he stepped through the trial gate, a servant ran toward him. Lord Dacihua, you're out. Lord Zafu instructed me to wait here for your emergence. Please follow me. With that the servant bowed, and led the way, walking slightly ahead of Dacihua. Dacihua, still somewhat disoriented by the outside world, nodded, and followed behind. After all, Zafu had indeed shared considerable information with him, albeit with some discrepancies. Meanwhile, across the land, the Akatsuki had just captured the 6 tails. And Orochimaru was conferring with the Kazekage and Tsuchikage regarding the second leaf destruction plan. Orochimaru was able to secure alliances with these 2 Kage for several reasons. The first was his Edo Tensei revival of the first and second Hokage. The second was that the Kazekage had been captured during the previous plan, leaving the Hidden Sand Village, which already suffered from insufficient funding and even greater distress. With their Jinchuriki lost and finances in deficit, they had no choice but to fight again. As for the Tsuchikage, the Hidden Rock Village already harbored deep grievances against Konoha. Orochimaru merely reached out tentatively, and they agreed immediately. Half a day later, Dacihua emerged from Zafu's residence. One arm burdened with local specialties, the other clutching a letter destined for Oken. Ugh. You humans grow increasingly tedious. Why not state your intentions plainly? It's merely delivering a letter. Must you recite the history of the Land of Fields? Absurd. Kaitian Dao grumbled discontentedly. After exiting the trial, he could speak though only Dacihua could hear him. Dacihua waved his hand in response. "Sai, I can't help it. Perhaps he simply wished to share these stories with me." During those half-days, Jifu had recounted everything from the first samurai's pledge of allegiance to the Tanaka clan, to how the Tanakas relinquished their domain's name to protect their warriors. Dacihua actually found these tales quite engaging. But Kaitian Dao was nearly dying of impatience, eager to depart. "By the way, I haven't asked you. What exactly are you? I've never encountered anything like you before." After leaving the island of warriors, Dacihua asked Kaitian Dao curiously. "Me? What do you mean?" Kaitian Dao paused, then said, "Are you familiar with the concept that divine artifacts possess consciousness? A fine weapon can resonate with its master. Those you've encountered, the demon blade, the sun-shooting bow, our masters were all paragons from primordial times. Therefore our spiritual awareness runs deeper and sharper." Dacihua's brow furrowed at this explanation. Such a familiar premise. Do weapons of this era possess such consciousness as well? Current weapons, those newly forged, would lack such awareness. Only with sufficient passage of time does spiritual resonance emerge, though it remains faint. Kaitian Dao explained. "Then why are you artifacts present within the 8 Extremes trial? We reside there naturally." Dacihua found this answer somewhat unexpected, simply dwelling there. "So that explains your manifestation within the trial." "It was merely a vessel I constructed myself. Were it not for its unusability upon exit, I would have had no reason to accompany you." "Enough questions. Let's continue this discussion another time." "Huh?" Dacihua paused, taken aback. Annoyed. "I only asked a few questions." But when he tried to summon Kaitian Dao again, there came no response. "Hey, come on. Did I find a weapon or a father figure?" Dacihua lamented. He then turned his thoughts serious, contemplating what the 8 Extremes truly were. He had not forgotten his confrontation with that boy, which left him somewhat troubled. Though nothing had transpired this time, he worried about potential future encounters. He would never surrender his body to another. With this resolve, Dacihua made his way back to the Smoke Ninja village. Upon arriving at Yenrin village, Dacihua first sought out people to learn about recent events. After confirming that everything was as usual, he took the letter and hurried to the capital of the country of fields. He delivered the letter to Ao Kong, and after obtaining his consent, immersed himself in the archives of the country of fields. He wanted to search alone for information about the 8 absolute lands. Although he could ask the heaven-opening blade, his soul-related problems were clearly not something he could bring up. After searching for a week, Dacihua found no useful information. Moreover, he suddenly received news. Because Sunagekure, Wagakure, and Otogekure had declared war on Konoha Hondo, as a Konoha ninja had returned to Konoha to prepare for battle. Upon hearing this news, Dacihua was stunned. What the hell? Shouldn't this period be peaceful? Why are they declaring war? Hondo didn't even discuss it with him. So that very day, Dacihua headed straight to Konoha village to find out what was going on. At noon, after arriving in Konoha, and failing to locate Hondo, Dacihua arranged to meet Irika, who was at the academy, for a meal at Ichiraku Ramen.
"So you just accepted the declaration of war that readily? What would you rather surrender?"
Irika took a bite of his noodles and replied.
"Besides, ever since the last attack, the villagers have harbored a pent-up anger, even if they don't say it. When it reached Lady Tsunade, she simply waved her hand and agreed to go to war." "Oh, I see. By the way, do you want help from Yenrin village? Though the village still doesn't have many ninjas."
Dacihua also took a bite of his noodles and said casually.
"Huh? This? Well, you should go talk to Lady Tsunade about this kind of thing."
Irika paused his chopsticks in surprise, looking somewhat taken aback. Dacihua nodded with a serious expression and said,
"Oh, right. You're just a mere Chunin instructor after all." "Dacihua, that's enough,"
Irika said, a bit exasperated.
"Ha ha, just kidding, just kidding."
Dacihua laughed it off.
"All right, then let's go see Lady Tsunade later."
Irika nodded.
"Well, What's wrong?
Dacihua noticed Irika hesitating.
Nothing, let's just finish eating.
Afterwards, Dacihua bid farewell to Irika, and went alone to the Hokage building to find Tsunade. At that moment Tsunade had a mountain of documents before her, and she sat behind them with a look of anxiety. Seeing Dacihua enter, Tsunade forced a smile and said,
Dacihua, what brings you to Konoha?
Dacihua looked at Tsunade's strained expression and said,
I heard that Sunagakure and Iwagakure are planning to attack Konoha, so I came to check.
Tsunade let out a sigh and said,
The news has even reached Yanran village. Alas, yes. Those two villages have simultaneously declared war on Konoha.
Dacihua glanced at the various urgent documents on the desk and said seriously,
Don't be so reserved, Lady Tsunade. Hondo is also a Konoha ninja. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word. Even though I'm just an explosive tag maker, I still have the ability to help Konoha.
Tsunade was somewhat moved and seemed about to say something.
Dacihua.
But then her expression turned serious.
No. Konoha has already received too much help from you. This time it's war, I can't drag you into it. By the way, you're here to find Hondo, right? She's at Training Ground 7 now. Go find her there.
Having said that, Tsunade adopted a dismissive posture and resumed reviewing documents. Dacihua understood this was the pride of Konoha as a great ninja village, and with only a sigh he left. Afterwards, he arrived at Konoha's Training Ground 7. There he easily found Hondo. As a special jounin of Konoha, she was currently directing a group of Konoha chunin in formulating tactics. Seeing Dacihua arrive, Hondo naturally asked him for a stack of explosive tags to distribute.
Hondo, I was in the capital. Why didn't you contact me and just came here alone?
After Hondo finished distributing the tags, Dacihua asked her. Hondo replied frankly,
This is Konoha's war. I don't want to drag you into it.
Dacihua was stunned.
Huh? What the hell? What kind of logic is that? You're my wife.
Hondo's face flushed slightly as she said,
But this is war. It's not as simple as you think. Simple or not, we're family. There's no way I'm not getting involved.
Dacihua was rendered speechless by her reasoning. What on earth was she talking about? After thinking for a moment, Dacihua continued.
Alright, forget about involving me. I'll go back and research this, then talk to Lady Tsunade again. You focus on your training.
With that, Dacihua prepared to leave, ignoring Hondo's helpless expression. Soon after, Dacihua returned to Yanran village. He thought it over. He couldn't just decide to participate on his own. Although he was an orphan, not everyone in Yanran village was. So he decided to go discuss it with Sun. Sun was very direct and flatly refused Dacihua. A war between three great ninja villages was something Yanran village, a small village, should avoid at all costs, not willingly join. However, Sun offered Dacihua an alternative. He could take the demolition corps, but they must wear special ninja masks to avoid implicating Yanran village. Dacihua agreed to this plan. He then organized the demolition corps, which had been training in taijutsu under Mumu, and led them to Konoha village. Upon arriving in Konoha, Dacihua found Tsunade again.
Lady Tsunade, this time it was decided by me and village chief Sun. After all, Konoha is like Hondo's maternal home. If you're at war, I have no reason not to help.
As he spoke, Dacihua introduced the demolition corps he had brought.
They are a special squad I formed. They've come to support Konoha village with me. Also, after discussing with Sun, the ninjas from Yanran village will wear masks to prevent the war from being brought to our village. So you can rest assured.
Moved by Dachihua's words, Tsunade said,
Alright, I understand. I'll arrange for you to be integrated. But you must be careful.
Seeing Tsunade, agreed, Dacihua nodded, and led the demolition corps to find Hondo. Upon arriving at Training Ground 7, Dacihua was about to inquire about the details of the war. Suddenly, the heaven-opening blade, which had been silent for a long time, spoke.
Hey Dacihua, let's start training. It's time to truly master my power. No time. There's a war coming. We'll talk later.
Dacihua replied, then began chatting with Hondo.
I've already spoken with both village chiefs. This time Yanran village won't be involved officially, It'll just be me leading the demolition corps on the battlefield as support. You can relax.
Dacihua was telling Hondo this, while the heaven-opening blade remained silent for the time being. Seeing Hondo hesitate as if to say something more, Dacihua stopped her and continued.
Besides, we'll all be wearing masks. There's no way other ninjas will find out.
Hearing Dacihua go this far, Hondo could only nod helplessly, and began to explain the details of the war.
This war starts on the 1st of next month. The Kage of the two villages sent a joint declaration of war to Konoha.
Huh? Dacihua was taken aback by this. He had felt something was off ever since arriving in Konoha. He'd only heard about preparations for battle.
So there's no one fighting at the front lines yet. Why send a declaration of war then?
After hearing Dacihua's words, Hondo fell silent for a brief moment.
Because those two ninja villages believe that the current Konoha isn't even worthy of a surprise attack. So they sent a declaration, set the time for war, and intend to destroy Konoha village head-on. I see. So there are still 2 weeks until the war begins.
Dacihua immediately understood Hondo's meaning and nodded. At the same time, the voice of the heaven-opening blade clamored in Dacihua's head.
There are still 2 weeks. Let's train. Once you master my power, a mere war like this can be ended by you alone. Yes, that's right. 2 weeks. All ninjas on missions have been recalled. This war is a great battle that concerns Konoha's very survival,
Hondo said with a serious expression. Dacihua ignored the heaven-opening blade's words again and asked Hondo.
By the way, what about Karen? Is she still in Konoha village? I didn't see her in Yenrin village either. Karen. She has incredible talent in medical ninjutsu. She's already interning at the Konoha hospital.
Hearing this, Dacihua was taken aback again, his tone slightly shocked.
She's interning after only 2 months of study. She's not being taken advantage of, is she? No. Karen is genuinely talented,
Hondo said. Hearing this, Dacihua nodded, and then led the demolition corps away. Since there were still 2 weeks left, Dacihua decided to take them back to Yenrin village for training. After all, they were the demolition corps. One day later, at Dacihua's private training ground in Yenrin village.
Hey everyone, have you mastered the technique I taught you before I left?
Dacihua called out to the members of the blast squad. However, the scene he had imagined, all of them shouting that they had mastered it, did not occur. Instead, they averted their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Dacihua was astonished.
What? No way. Not even one of you.
Hearing this, one of the members couldn't help but shout.
Master, you've only been gone for 2 months.
Hearing such an excuse, Dacihua was speechless and retorted.
But isn't that technique just throwing shuriken?
Indeed, the gap in competence between ninjas is enormous. Dacihua looked at the embarrassed team members and thought.
If they go to support at this level, won't they all get killed? I was careless. I really didn't expect their level to be like this. Well, you all know we're going to the battlefield to provide support, right?
Dacihua asked curiously.
We know. Don't worry, Master. We won't hold you back. You can go all out. That's right, Master. Even though we're only Jinin, we definitely won't hold you back.
Hearing these words from the blast squad members, Dacihua suddenly realized. That's right, they were still Jinin. Dacihua fell silent. A squad of Jinin going to the battlefield was indeed too early. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands.
How about this? Forget that for now. Have you been practicing the sniper rifles I gave you? Let's do this. Reduce the support squad to 5. I'll pick the 5 with the best sniper scores from among you to come with me. Huh? Master, only 5. Yes, that's right. On second thought, sending Jinin to the battlefield is still too much. We'll form an ultra-long-range support squad instead.
Dacihua nodded. 3 more days passed, and Dacihua selected the 5 members who were best at using sniper rifles from the squad. The rest were sent back to train hard.
All right. Next, Itio Fusho, Yuantaro, Chuanshan, and Deer, you 5 will form the support squad.
Dacihua looked at the 5 fully equipped members before him and nodded with satisfaction.
In the coming days, you don't need to do anything else. Just follow my training and strive to extend your attack range to the longest you can.
This way, even though you're still Jinin, you can play a crucial role on the battlefield. With that, Dacihua moved an iron dummy out of his training room, then led the 5 members far away from Yanran village found in uninhabited forest, and began intensive training. 5 days later.
Hey Chuanshan dear, you two move back 50 meters next. Yes, master. Yuataro Fusho, you two stay here. Yes, master.
Dacihua first calmly gave instructions to the 4 members, who performed well. Then he turned with an angry face, and shouted at a Kruka guy.
And Yuitiao, you move forward 100 meters.
The Kruka guy protested.
Huh? Master, why do I have to move forward?
Dacihua was amused by the confused tone, and laughed in anger.
What? Why do I have to move forward? With your current accuracy, you'd be mistaken for the enemy on the battlefield.
Seeing Dacihua's fury, the Krukut Itu immediately cowered. He grabbed his equipment and ran forward. Dacihua watched them scatter again, sighed, and then left the place directly. There were only 5 days left until the war among the 3 great ninja villages broke out. He now planned to make a trip to my village to understand the current situation. After that, he would go to the battlefield to scout sniper positions in advance. Half a day later, Dacihua arrived at my village. At this time, the atmosphere in the village was noticeably tense. Dacihua went to find Hondo to learn the situation. He learned that the battlefield for the 3 great ninja villages had originally been set in the Land of Rain, which was the junction of the 3 great nations. However, this time Yuin village, which had long endured silently, unexpectedly launched an attack on Shine village for some reason. Moreover, under a fierce assault, Shine village was actually forced to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Mai took this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Yinin village. After hearing all this, Dacihua was silent for a moment.
Yuin village defeated Shine village. Should I say it's worthy of Peiyan's village? So the war has already started?
Dacihua asked curiously. Hondo nodded.
Indeed. Then what are you doing here?
Hondo saw Dacihua's confusion and explained.
My squad and I are responsible for protecting the village during this war. So I didn't go to the battlefield.
Dacihua suddenly understood, but then asked Hondo.
Then is the battlefield now at Yinin village? Why didn't you notify me in advance?
Hondo looked at Dacihua with some hesitation, but quickly explained.
Because Lady Gangzhou said that since this is a war between the 3 great ninja villages to protect Yanran village, it's better not to notify you.
Dacihua scratched his head.
Didn't we agree that we'd all wear masks? Well, I understand. I'll go support alone. You're going alone.
Hondo was startled, then immediately said to Dacihua.
Going now won't help anything. Don't go.
Dacihua shook his head. He understood that Hondo was worried about him, but his strength had increased dramatically recently, and he hadn't tested it in real combat yet. This was the perfect opportunity.
No, I still have to go. During my training, I mastered a new ninjutsu, and this is the perfect chance to use it.
Hondo heard this, and understood his intention. After a moment of silence, she said,
I see. Then go ahead and be careful. Don't worry. I've now mastered the explosion release armor, so nothing will happen to me.
With that, Dacihua casually put on a mask and set off. Meanwhile, in Shine village, Peiyan's human path and Xiaonan were quietly standing atop the Kazekage building, gazing at the chaotic Shine village.
Changman, is this operation really worth it?
Xiaonan asked.
Worth it. We must make those who started the war feel the pain of war,
said the human path.
Besides, we came under the identity of Yuin village this time, so there shouldn't be any problems.
Xiaonan listened to the human path's words, and simply nodded. Seeing Xiaonan nod, the human path also nodded and said,
Then next let's set out for Yinin village. We must make them feel the pain of war even more deeply.
At this time in the land of birds.
Zhujian, Feijian, why are you here?
Kakuzu and Haiden were fleeing in terror from the first and second Hokage, reanimated by the impure world reincarnation. That's right, while Peiyan and Xiaonan joined the war, they had also sent the immortal duo to deal with Dacihua. However, they had miscalculated. One day later, Dacihua arrived at the Yinin village alone. At this time, The war here was nearly over. The battle lines of the two ninja villages were in the forest outside Yanin village. After arriving, Dacihua did not seek out the command post of my village. Instead, he first scouted the current situation. Because he suddenly remembered that this was his good brother Deidara's village, and Deidara actually had deep feelings for his village. So Dacihua found it inappropriate to directly ally with my village, and cause too much damage to Yanin village. After some deliberation, he took his sniper rifle, and crouched on a large tree far from the battlefield. He put on his electronic telescope and quietly watched the battle between the two sides. Whenever my ninja was about to be sacrificed, he would fire a shot to rescue them. This way, he participated in the battle without affecting his relationship with Deidara. Wars among ninjas are swift. By the time Dacihua had saved over a dozen my ninjas from afar, both sides' ninjas were already showing signs of retreat. However, at this moment, Peiyan's human path and Xiaonan arrived at the battlefield with a large group of rain ninjas. These rain ninjas were effective upon arrival, directly suppressing the exhausted rock ninjas and my ninjas. Dacihua, hiding in the distance, was stunned by this scene.
Damn! The Shao organization has intervened.
Dacihua was dumbfounded. The story was getting more and more chaotic. He felt that even if Uchiha Ban were to be resurrected right now, he could accept it. At this moment, the two suppressed major ninja villages suddenly united with tacit understanding, and began to attack the rain ninjas. Dacihua was stunned again, watching in amazement. Just moments ago, they were fighting to the death, and now they were cooperating. Not long after, the animal path of Peiyan suddenly appeared, summoning several strange-looking summons. Moreover, as soon as these summons appeared, the situation on the battlefield reversed again. A hellhound split into over a dozen under the attacks from both sides. This was because the two ninja villages were already at war, so they were constantly wary of each other, and few ninjas seriously considered how to eliminate the summons. Dacihua watched for a while, then turned and began to retreat. As a member of the Shao organization, and a good neighbor of my village, if he were to intervene now, he would certainly have to attack Yanin village. But Peiyan's rain village was attacking both major ninja villages simultaneously. In that case, if he showed up, he would be directly suspected. So Dacihua simply left. However, what he didn't know was that he had already been suspected by the Shao organization. First, he had restored his identity as a Yenrin, and then he repeatedly appeared in my village. If it weren't for his active capture of the first tailed beast, and his continuous submission of explosive tags, he would have been dealt with as a traitor long ago. After leaving the battlefield, Dacihua returned directly to my village, and found Hong Do, who was guarding the village. He didn't do much, he just explained why he had returned. After another day, my expedition team also returned, suffering heavy casualties. Feeling that it was not good to continue staying in my village, Dacihua left directly. On his way back to Yenrin village, White Zetsu suddenly found him.
Yo, Dacihua-sen!
Dacihua looked at the white head emerging from the ground and was startled.
White Zetsu! What's the matter?
White Zetsu didn't fully emerge from the ground and just said,
We found the trail of the three tails. The organization is sending you and Goijiao to capture it together. Huh? Right after a war, you're ordering me to catch a tailed beast.
Dacihua hesitated for a moment and asked,
The three tails. Why send 3 people this time? Because the three tails has no Jinchuriki,
White Zetsu said with a grin. Dacihua nodded, thinking that seemed true, so he agreed.
Is that so? Lead the way.
2 days later, Dacihua and Goijiao arrived at a beach near the water country. According to White Zetsu, he heard from the local villagers that a huge monster often appeared in the nearby sea. After analysis by the leader, the monster was the tailed beast, the three tails. The 3 of them didn't discuss any tactics. After arriving at the location, Goijiao took his great sword and simply dived into the sea, beginning to search for traces of the 3 tails. Dacihua and he waited quietly on the sea surface. During this time, Dacihua suddenly remembered that the 3 tails was supposed to be captured by Deidara, and Fei Dai too, wasn't it? What was going on now? But before he could think more, the sea surface in front of him suddenly exploded with a huge splash. Guijiao then burst out of the sea. At this moment, his great sword was gone, and he stood on the sea's surface looking somewhat disheveled.
Watch out! The Three Tails is coming!
Dacihua, and you became serious upon hearing Guijiao's words. Then you asked Guijiao,
Where is your great sword?
Guijiao's expression was very unpleasant, but he still explained.
The great sword Samahata was originally a companion of the Three Tails. Now it has been taken back by the Three Tails.
Dacihua, listening to this explanation, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Instantly Guijiao glared at him fiercely. He was about to explain, but the nearby water surface suddenly bulged upward, and the Three Tails emerged from beneath. The three of them quickly jumped back to avoid the Three Tails. Guijiao had no time to bother with Dacihua, and directly formed hand seals, releasing a water-style great shark bullet. However, this technique caused almost no damage to the Three Tails. Guijiao himself immediately noticed this, and then he directly retreated backward, shouting to Dacihua and you.
Mister, you Dacihua, I'll leave this tailed beast to you. I'll cover the rear.
You nodded lightly, and then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Dacihua also did not dare underestimate the Three Tails, and immediately fired a shot at the tail beast's single eye. Dacihua's shot directly shattered the Three Tails' faceplate. However, it conflicted with Yu's Sharingan. The Three Tails, which would have seen the Sharingan, was blinded by the blast and saw nothing. Instead, it let out a furious roar, spat a water sphere at the three, and simultaneously slammed the water surface, sending a huge wave crashing toward them.
Hey! Dacihua! Let me kill you!
Guijiao roared from behind. Dacihua had nothing to say to this and smiled awkwardly.
Sorry.
Then he immediately fired 3 shots at the Three Tails' head. Boom! 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 The Three Tails immediately stretched out its tail to protect itself. Yu's expression remained unchanged. He simply released Amaterasu, which burned on the Three Tails' body. The Three Tails in pain roared and plunged its tail into the sea. At that moment, Yu suddenly charged forward. Seeing this, Dacihua also hurried forward, since his previous performance had been too poor. He first activated his explosion release armor, then drew his Kaikion blade and infused it with chakra. At this moment, Itachi and Dacihua approached the Three Tails together. A massive paw of the Three Tails slammed down fiercely, but Dacihua swiftly cleaved off one of its fingers with the Kaikion blade. Holy crap! So fast! Dacihua was startled. Suddenly a voice echoed within Dacihua's mind. It was the Kaikion blade speaking. Yo! Dacihua! You finally using me willingly? Huh? What? What's wrong? Dacihua paused briefly, then suddenly remembered that the Kaikion blade could speak.
You've been quiet for so long. What's going on? Nothing much. It's easy to get lazy after being freed, and you haven't been training daily either, so I stopped talking.
The Kaikion blade replied. Dacihua muttered in exasperation.
Do you really need to pop out just to find a different place to sleep? Suit yourself.
But the creature before you, it carries the aura of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Has that guy transformed into something else? The Kaikion blade asked curiously, seemingly unbothered by Dacihua's words.
What? Hagoromo Otsutsuki? Who's that? This thing is the Three Tails,
Dacihua replied. Meanwhile, Dacihua kept his gaze locked on the Three Tails, which was being restrained by Itachi. The Three Tails had just been struck by the Jinjutsu, its entire tail beast's body heavy and drowsy on the verge of collapse. Dacihua slowly closed the distance, studied the creature's rough exterior, and prepared to leap onto its back. But at that moment Itachi suddenly coughed violently, blood streaming from both the corners of his mouth and his eyes. The Three Tails also jolted, and abruptly broke free from the Jinjutsu. Upon waking, it wore a completely bewildered expression. Then it noticed its paw missing a finger. Its single eye widened in shock, and it glanced warily at Itachi and Dacihua. It turned and dove straight into the sea. Dacihua, who had been about to leap onto the Three Tails' back, was knocked flying by the sudden movement. He stabilized himself and shouted after the retreating beast. Ah!
Hey! Even a turtle doesn't have to be this timid.
Yelling that, Dacihua glanced at Itachi, whose eyes were bleeding, then shouted again. Itachi,
you retreat first. Let me handle this.
Next, Dacihua sheathed the Kaition blade and fired several explosive rounds at close range directly at the three tails. Why didn't he use the small boy technique? In case it killed the beast outright. Dacihua wasn't entirely sure whether the tail beast could withstand the small boy. After all, this three tails should have died once before. Of course, these rounds did not fail Dacihua. They directly blasted the three tails' carapace into ruins. Immediately after, Dacihua closed in again and detonated several explosions near its head in the water. Because explosives underwater multiplied their destructive power enormously. This time it was smooth sailing. The three tails was bombed unconscious. After the three tails fell unconscious, it did not sink, but floated quietly on the sea surface. Seeing this, Dacihua wasted no time and leapt directly onto the three tails' head. A tail beast is nothing special. On the other side, Kisame and Itachi from afar also made their way over. After arriving, Kisame summoned several sharks and dragged the three tails toward the shore. He then dived into the sea and retrieved his massive blade from somewhere. However, the blade was limp and lifeless at the moment, and Dacihua couldn't help but laugh again. This time Kisame showed no expression. He solemnly took a cloth, straightened the blade, and wrapped it up. Itachi meanwhile had wiped away the blood and stood quietly with his eyes closed, gathering his strength. Watching the scene, Dacihua found it strange. By now they weren't even close to the later stages of the story. Why was Itachi already beginning to show signs of exhaustion? Next, after floating on the sea for 5 minutes, the sharks finally dragged the three tails to the shore. Just as the three of them were puzzling over how to transport the three tails into the cave, the three tails suddenly woke up. Roar. No hesitation. The awakened three tails first used its tail to swipe the three people off its back. Then it rapidly retreated while gathering a tail beast bomb at its mouth, firing it toward the group. Seeing this, the three urgently dodged and barely evaded the tail beast bomb. Dacihua, seeing the three tails trying to flee, immediately used another explosive smoke cannon to blast it unconscious again. But this time, the three tails had become far wiser and blocked the explosive round in advance with a water bullet. Meanwhile, after dodging the tail beast bomb, Itachi charged toward the three tails once more. On the other side, Kisame was no longer holding back. He used the Great Shark Bullet Jutsu to provide cover for Itachi. However, this attack still failed to harm the three tails. After closing in, Itachi first unleashed a massive fireball technique. Then he activated Susanoo. A massive skeletal figure rose from the ground, its dual fists pummeling the three tails' head repeatedly from both sides. What the hell? A giant! Dacihua muttered under his breath and joined Kisame. Roar. After taking several punches, the three tails let out a deafening bellow, swung its tail against the Susanoo, and forced Itachi to stagger backward. Then it began gathering another tail beast bomb. Of course, Itachi was no pushover. Muscular structure suddenly appeared on the Susanoo's skeleton, and the giant accelerated. It rushed in front of the three tails, and delivered a devastating uppercut. Boom! The three tails' entire shell was flipped over, and it lay sprawled and unconscious on the sea surface. Itachi immediately dispelled the Susanoo, and stood upon the three tails' white belly. Then, to prevent the tail beast from waking again, Itachi applied a sealing jutsu to its head. Why didn't he seal it earlier? Dacihua didn't know sealing jutsu, and the other two hadn't paid attention to the matter. Hey, bastard. What were you doing before? Why did it wake up again? Kisame shouted at Dacihua from the shore, and at the same time Itachi from afar turned his gaze toward Dacihua. What could Dacihua even say? He gave an awkward smile, and explained to both of them.
I don't know sealing jutsu.
Both of them were utterly speechless. Next, the three simply stood there gazing at the enormous three tails on the shore. Itachi, I have an extra-large storage scroll. See if you can seal it inside? Dacihua asked. No. Storage scrolls cannot hold living beings. Itachi replied casually.
Mr. Itachi, could you call the White Setsu and have him dig a cave right here?
Kisame said. Hearing Kisame's voice, which had grown noticeably gentler, Dacihua curiously glanced at him. He had only just realized that Kisame spoke to Itachi with an undertone of reverence. So early on, Kisame was already this obedient to Itachi. And at that moment Kisame somehow sensed Dachihua's gaze. Immediately he turned his head and shouted at Dacihua. "Bastard! What are you looking at? Huh? Holy crap. Your attitude changed way too much.
Have you been controlled by Itachi? You dead fish face."
Dacihua shot back at Kisame while internally grumbling. What's going on? This isn't the honest Kisame Hattori I remember. Itachi quietly looked at the two of them and sighed in exasperation. Then he began forming hand signs to summon White Zetsu. After about 2 minutes. Dacihua, Kisame, Itachi, did you capture the three tails? The half-black, half-white Hagoromo Kurizutsuki emerged from underground. And then the capture is complete. Please send White Zetsu to move it away. Itachi said to Black Zetsu, pointing at the three tails lying belly up on the shore. Yes. Very good. Black Zetsu nodded, then summoned a host of White Zetsu to lift the three tails. Leave the three tails to me. You two go seal the four tails now. Dacihua was taken aback and asked Black Zetsu, the four tails has been captured too? Yes, that's right. It was successfully captured a day ago. After replying, Black Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. Watching him disappear, a sudden unease crept into Dachihua's heart. Had they already begun capturing the tail beasts? Naruto hasn't even grown up yet. Afterwards, Dacihua, Itachi, and Kisame found a safe spot and used the Akatsuki rings to enter the dimension where the tail beasts were sealed. Once there, Dacihua looked up at the 10 tails, 3 eyes fully open and 1 half-lidded, and did a quick count in his mind. Damn. 5 already captured. At that moment, Deidara, who had been quietly sealing the tail beasts, opened his eyes and greeted Dacihua. Yo. Dacihua, long time no see. I just ran out of explosive clay, so I'll come find you in the smoke village in a few days. Dacihua didn't think much of it, and replied, sure. Come as soon as you can. I'll try to wait for you. Deidara asked curiously, huh? Do you have something else going on lately? Dacihua replied, yeah, I'm planning to, quiet. Focus on sealing the 4 tails. The 3 tails still needs to be sealed next. At this, Pain suddenly spoke up to stop their conversation. Hearing that there was still a 3 tails, Haiden suddenly spoke up as well. What? There are 3 more days besides these 3. I'll die of boredom. Lord Jashin will get angry if he keeps receiving no sacrifices from me. Deidara said, an artist who stays still too long will lose his artistic inspiration. No way. Let's seal them next month. We've already caught them, haven't we? Quiet. Endure a little longer for the sake of our ultimate ideal. Pain spoke again, painting the organization's grand vision once more. Instantly everyone fell silent. However, Dacihua suddenly noticed something at that moment. Huh? Kakuzu is gone. But given the situation in the dimension, Dacihua didn't ask. He joined the others and quietly channeled chakra to seal the 4 tails. Meanwhile, on a small island far away in the land of the sea, Orochimaru and his group were all recuperating there. Lord Orochimaru, is there nothing we need to do next? Kabuto stood quietly behind Orochimaru and asked. Orochimaru's face darkened. He stuck out his tongue and smiled coldly. No need. Since the Akatsuki has dared to make such a move, the ninja world is about to become very interesting. Afterward, Orochimaru waved Kabuto off, signaling him to go train Sasuke, while he himself walked into one of the laboratories in the base. As soon as he entered, a tall, thin man hurried over. Lord Orochimaru, you've come. Orochimaru nodded slightly, and said, begin the demonstration. Let me see what you've accomplished over these years. This way, my lord. The man then led Orochimaru into a laboratory deeper inside the base. The laboratory was filled with cultivation tanks of all sizes. There the man beckoned over a young girl covered in fish scales, and said excitedly to Orochimaru, my lord, this is the test subject you left behind back then. After further research, I have succeeded. As he spoke, the man pushed the girl aside and his body expanded and stretched upward, turning into a powerful water demon. The transformation frightened the girl into tears, but Orochimaru studied the water demon the man had become with keen interest. You can control the transformation yourself now. Haha, not bad. But a method that consumes so much manpower and resources even at the cost of changing your own form. Just how much stronger has it made you? Orochimaru's words wiped the joy from the man's face, and his expression suddenly turned rather unpleasant. Indeed, he himself knew that this method was extremely costly, yet the increase in strength was quite limited. But he was still unwilling to give up. He said to Orochimaru, "But Lord Orochimaru, this technique has already succeeded. As long as I continue to integrate more genes, I can become even stronger." This time Orochimaru said nothing more. He simply smiled at the man. If different genes could all be integrated this way, then you could indeed become stronger. But different genes differ greatly from one another. Afterward, Orochimaru recuperated there, casually offering guidance on the man's other research projects. 6 days later. If I don't get to eat something decent soon, I'm going to die here. Dacihua stood up from the ground, working his sore neck. During these past few days, the ceiling had stopped only for a day, when they switched to the 3 tails. And that day was used to recover chakra. The rest of the time they relied on soldier pills for energy. All my back and waist are sore. Mr. Itachi, where do we go next? Let's rest for a few days, and go to the land of birds while we're at it. Kisame and Itachi completely ignored what Dacihua said. After a brief exchange, they simply left. Dacihua watched them speechlessly. Hey, you two. Are you really going to ignore me like that? Seeing that neither of them responded, Dacihua sighed. Ugh. Finally free are you. Come master my power, and become invincible. The sky-splitting blade, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Dacihua walked out of the cave, took the sky-splitting blade off his back, and said to it helplessly, there really is nothing else to do next. But I need to rest for a few days. Besides, can't you just tell me directly how to master it? Huh? You? Forget it. You saw it in the trial. I am a being that can cut through space. However, in the world outside the trial, I don't have the ability to cut open space on my own. So I need someone who can damage space to wield me. You understand what that means, right? I understand. But why would a weapon, like you, take the initiative to find me? Is it because you're lonely? Dacihua asked as he walked toward the smoke village. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that the sky-splitting blade had pulled so many strings in the trial, and insisted on following him out simply because of his talent. Oh, you do have some brains after all. It's not because I'm lonely. The trial was actually quite lively. The real reason I came out with you is that I want to go explore other worlds. The sky-splitting blade's tone suddenly grew excited. As it spoke a few years ago, I suddenly sensed the aura of another world. Do you understand? Another world? Dacihua's expression stiffened. He put the sky-splitting blade which he had been holding back on his back and said, Another world? It truly is something to yearn for. The sky-splitting blade's voice came out at once. Oh! What do you yearn for? You're an insignificant little human, not even 100 years old. Hearing the sky-splitting blade's words, Dacihua was rendered speechless on the spot. I was just agreeing with you, and you still mock me. Besides, I came from another world myself. Can't I yearn for it? After that, Dacihua stopped talking to the sky-splitting blade and focused solely on hurrying toward the smoke village. After thinking it over, he decided that he had to make the sky-splitting blade understand exactly what the situation was now. He could not let a weapon seize the initiative. 2 days later, Dacihua returned to Yenrin village. Shortly after entering the village, members of the explosion team sought him out. Itu asked, Teacher Dacihua, where have you been all this time? The village sent so many people to search for you, but they couldn't find you. Dacihua listened with a puzzled expression, then quickly realized that after leaving Konoha, he had gone to capture the 3 tails. He had not sent any message to the village. I didn't go anywhere else. Besides, I'm a grown man. How could I get lost? Dacihua waved his hand, telling them not to worry, and then continued.
Alright, let's not talk about it now. Dismissed. I have urgent matters to attend to upon my return. Huh? Teacher, we've been searching for you frantically for days.
Itio said, his tone filled with complaint.
I know you care about me, but right now there's a major event that concerns the survival of the ninja world.
Dacihua casually patted Itio on the shoulder. Then, ignoring their expressions, he leaped away. He needed to replenish his supplies, and then head straight to Konoha village. Now the Akatsuki organization had already captured 5 tailed beasts. However, the 2 destined children, Sasuke and Naruto, were still not fully developed. If things continued this way, the Akatsuki organization would ultimately succeed. If they fell into the infinite Tsukuyomi and turned into white Zetsu, it would be too absurd. Upon arriving at Konoha, Dacihua glanced at the villagers, who still seemed somewhat gloomy. He then went straight to the Hokage's office. There Dacihua found a busy Tsunade, with a mountain of documents before her, a rare sight. Without even taking a moment to tease her, he got straight to the point, and told her about the Akatsuki organization's intelligence.
What? The Akatsuki has already captured 5 tailed beasts.
Tsunade slammed the table in shock, and stood up, then immediately ordered Shizune, who was in the office, to summon Jiraiya. Because the recent war had left Konoha severely understaffed. To prevent any reckless ninja village from launching a surprise attack, Jiraiya and Naruto were currently staying within Konoha. After Shizune left, the 2 remained silent in the office, waiting quietly for Jiraiya's arrival. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Akatsuki members Haiden and the art duo headed to Takigakure village to capture the 7 tails. Pain, Konan, Itachi, and Kisame headed to Kumogakure village to capture the 2 tails and the 8 tails. However, these actions were not communicated to Dacihua, because Obito, or rather Black Zetsu, had long discovered Dachihua's various acts of collusion with the enemy. But because Dacihua had been very diligent in the Akatsuki, having provided a large number of explosive tags, and even captured 2 tailed beasts alongside them, Black Zetsu was reluctant to suspect him of being a spy. Moreover, the tailed beast capture plan, which was originally supposed to be delayed, was initiated by Dacihua. These actions made Black Zetsu unwilling to believe that Dacihua was a spy. Nevertheless, to be safe, the final plan was still not revealed to Dacihua. Back at the Hokage's office.
Dacihua, is what you said true?
At this moment, Jiraiya had entered and received a series of intelligence from Dacihua. He stared at Dacihua in shock.
Yes, it's true.
Dacihua immediately nodded, confirming the intelligence. But to his surprise, Jiraiya turned his head with a grave expression and said to Tsunade,
Tsunade, I never imagined things had come to this. I will continue to take Naruto away from the village to avoid the Akatsuki. I entrust Konoha to you.
Swiftly, Tsunade replied with the same solemnity.
Yes, go. Take care.
Jiraiya nodded and was about to turn and leave, saying,
Dacihua, thank you for the intelligence. I'll thank you properly next time.
Dacihua was taken aback and quickly stopped Jiraiya.
Why are you 2 in such a hurry? Isn't it more dangerous outside? Hey, wait. It's better not to take Naruto outside.
Then, under the puzzled expressions of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Dacihua explained to them the existence of the white Zetsu within the Akatsuki.
What? They could be anywhere in the ninja world.
Hearing Jiraiya's question, Dacihua recalled the white Zetsu army from the original story and nodded.
In that case, it's indeed better to stay in the village.
Jiraiya looked at Dacihua and nodded. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly shouted,
Dacihua. Huh? Can we really trust you?
Dacihua was stunned by the shout. Then he realized that what he had said was indeed too serious, and without any proof, it was hard to believe.
Of course. You can absolutely trust me. Although I am from Yinrin village, I am also the best ally of Konoha.
Tsunade gave Dacihua a deep look, and after seeing the firmness in his eyes, she nodded.
Good. I believe you.
Dacihua breathed a silent sigh of relief, but immediately tensed up and said,
Just now, I suddenly realized that since the Akatsuki has already captured 5 tailed beasts, they will likely act in groups next. Moreover, when Tsunade asked me earlier, it struck me that the Akatsuki might have long known my identity, and were merely using me all along.
As Dacihua finished speaking, a scene from the ceiling of the Four Tails flashed through his mind, and his expression grew even more grim.
If that's really the case, then the Akatsuki should already be capturing the next tail beast.
What? Tsunade and Dacihua exclaimed.
I'll go find Naruto.
Jiraiya shouted in shock and rushed straight to the window, leaping out. Seeing Jiraiya dash off, Tsunade raised her hand and summoned several Umbu. She ordered them to summon all the elite Jonin currently in Konoha to formulate the next battle plan. Because if, as Dacihua said, the Akatsuki had begun capturing tail beasts in groups, then the combat power of those S-class rogue ninjas would be far more than the sum of their parts. Soon several ninjas arrived, all of whom were characters from the original story.
Dacihua, please explain the situation once more.
Tsunade instructed Dacihua, while she herself wore a grave expression, lost in thought. Before long, Dacihua had explained the current situation to the assembled Jonin. After Dacihua finished, Tsunade did not wait for them to digest the information and directly said,
"Shikaku, Kakashi, what do you think we should do now?"
The two at the front of the line were slightly startled, then Shikaku spoke.
Based on the current situation, the Akatsuki members should have already started capturing other tail beasts, but it's certain they haven't come to Konoha. Because according to Dacihua, the Akatsuki members generally possess strength beyond elite Jonin, and they have a massive army of White Zetsu, the mysterious Rinnegan, and have already captured 5 tail beasts. With such power, if they suspected Dacihua, they wouldn't have let him live without killing him directly.
At this point, Shikaku glanced apologetically at Dacihua.
This suggests that the Akatsuki is now confident enough not to fear other ninja villages, so they probably won't bother hiding their actions in capturing the remaining tail beasts.
Dacihua was slightly stunned by Shikaku's analysis.
What kind of reasoning is that? Just because they didn't kill me, they won't hide their actions.
At that moment, Kakashi nodded in agreement and said,
"Indeed, the fact that Dacihua is still alive speaks volumes. What's wrong with me being alive?"
Dacihua shot a glare at Kakashi. But Kakashi ignored it and continued.
"So next, I think we should set up various traps in Konoha, as soon as possible evacuate the villagers in advance, and at the same time contact other ninja villages to eliminate the Akatsuki together. After all, no ninja village would want to see any organization control all 9 tail beasts."
Another hour passed, and the detailed battle plan against the Akatsuki was hashed out. Naruto was to be taken by Jiraiya to Mount Mayaboku for concealment. At the same time, contact was made with the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village to request cooperation. The entire Hidden Leaf Village was put back on war footing. Why not contact the Hidden Sand and Hidden Rock villages? They had just finished fighting. Why would they agree? After the village changed its stance, Dacihua went to practice the sky-opening blades techniques. After all, this guy had been boasting about how strong he was. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village in the forest. "Alright, since there's nothing urgent now, let's start training," Dacihua said to the sky-opening blade.
Let's train."
The blade's listless voice echoed in his mind.
Start explaining the technique. I'll remember it well."
Dacihua gripped the blade and faced a tree.
"What technique?" "Just inject chakra and start training,"
the sky-opening blade said.
"But even after injecting chakra, I didn't cut through space. Isn't there some technique?"
Dacihua was dumbfounded.
"Just inject chakra and train." "What the hell? There's no special technique. You have to comprehend it yourself. I only possess the ability to cut through space."
The sky-opening blade spoke calmly, uttering words that drove Dacihua a bit crazy.
"I thought you were a cheat. But you're just a key."
Then Dacihua stopped talking to the blade and directly injected explosion-release chakra into it. The entire blade began to tremble slightly. Dacihua slashed at the tree in front of him, and the blade passed through the trunk without even feeling contact. Seeing no movement from the tree, Dacihua was stunned again.
"Hey! Didn't I just cut through it?"
The sky-opening blade.
You cut it. Impressive, right?"
Dacihua was startled, then pushed the trunk with his hand. But the scene of it slowly splitting as he imagined did not appear it remained steady.
Why doesn't it fall? Did I cut through space? Would it be that simple? I didn't even feel the cut on space. The tree is indeed severed. Push harder.
The sky-opening blade muttered in exasperation.
And don't you know how to concentrate chakra at the tip of the blade? Isn't that a technique?
Dacihua nodded, channeling his chakra toward the blade's tip. The tip of the sky-opening blade suddenly glowed a little, then emitted black-red chakra. Then he thrust the tip into the previous tree. Boom! Dacihua was sent flying backward, and the tree he struck along with a large area of the surrounding ground was instantly shattered. The sky-opening blade exclaimed in surprise.
Quite talented. Very good.
But Dacihua didn't hear these words. He had already fainted cleanly. While Dacihua was unconscious, the shinobi sent to seek aid from the hidden cloud village returned to the hidden leaf.
What? The cloud says they'll only cooperate after the Ninetales is captured.
Tsunade stared in shock at the messenger. Indeed, the cloud had refused to cooperate with the leaf. Since the Two Tails and Eight Tails were already lost, they felt that cooperating now would merely protect the leaf's Jinchuriki, so they refused. Tsunade thought for a moment, then suddenly slammed her palm on the table, shattering it, and shouted,
Umbu! Summon Shikaku and Kakashi.
An Umbu appeared instantly, nodded to Tsunade, and vanished. Soon Shikaku and Kakashi arrived together at the Hokage's office.
Shikaku, Kakashi, the situation is even worse. The Two Tails and Eight Tails have been captured. And the bastards from the Cloud Village won't cooperate until the Nine Tails is taken. I give you 1 hour to come up with a good plan.
The two listened to Tsunade's demand and nodded seriously. Then Tsunade ordered Shizune to go find Dacihua in the nearby forest.
What? Dacihua was knocked unconscious by an explosion. Was he ambushed by the Akatsuki?
Tsunade was stunned by Shizune's report. By then, Dacihua had been sent to the Leaf's hospital for emergency treatment. Shizune shook her head and said,
From what I observed, probably not. Although the scene was heavily damaged, there were no signs of a fight. So I suspect Dacihua made a mistake while developing a jutsu.
Tsunade chuckled wryly.
Blowing himself unconscious while developing a jutsu. I don't have time for him to be unconscious. Bring him here, and have Karen use her secret technique to wake him up. Yes.
Soon Dacihua opened his eyes slightly with Karen's arm still in his mouth.
Mm.
Dacihua was startled, quickly pushed himself back with both hands and scolded.
Didn't I tell you not to use this ability except in life or death situations?
Karen crouched there staring at him in confusion, and said in a slightly aggrieved tone,
But Master said the situation is very serious. Your master.
Dacihua was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. He looked around and saw a circle of people.
What's going on? What's the emergency? Wasn't I just in the forest? You passed out. The young lady over there sent you to the hospital, then brought you here, and this young lady revived you.
The sky-opening blade's voice suddenly rang into Dacihua's mind.
Oh, I see.
Dacihua replied to the blade. Then he stood up, went to Karen's side, helped her up, patted her head to comfort her, and said. He turned to Tsunade and the others and asked,
What's happened now? Dacihua, the Two Tails and Eight Tails have been captured, and the Cloud Village refuses to cooperate. I expect the Akatsuki will come to the Leaf soon.
Tsunade said gravely.
Both the Two Tails and Eight Tails captured.
Dacihua instantly snapped awake.
What the hell? Can't the Eight Tails detach its tail and escape? How was it captured? And the cloud refuses to cooperate. Yes. That's the situation now. So we want to ask if you have any good ideas.
Tsunade looked at Dacihua with anxiety. Seeing her expectant eyes, Dacihua felt suffocated.
What can I do in this situation? I'm just a spy. And only one Akatsuki member has died. The Ten Tails is almost out. Naruto and Sasuke, the two reincarnations, aren't even grown yet.
Seeing Dacihua's expression also turn grim, Tsunade let out a long sigh. Then Shikaku stepped forward and said,
Perhaps we should take the initiative. Didn't Dacihua say the Akatsuki leader is in the Hidden Rain Village? If we can lure away the other members and take out the leader in one strike, we might stop the Akatsuki's plan.
Tsunade nodded slightly and said,
That is a plan. But the Akatsuki members are all famous S-rank rogue ninja from various villages, and their leader, according to Dacihua, is unbelievably strong. So we can't risk dispersing the village's combat strength now.
Shikaka seemed to have anticipated Tsunade's response, and shook his head.
Indeed, in this situation, if we split our forces, failure is almost certain. But we can use the Jinchuriki as bait to lure away some Akatsuki members, then send an elite team to directly attack the Akatsuki leader. That might give us a glimmer of hope.
Tsunade listened to Shikaka's plan and nodded again, her face full of struggle. Dacihua, listening to Lugio's plan, was stunned for a moment. Was this a plan to sacrifice Mingrun? But he soon recovered his composure. At this moment, the Shonrin exam had just ended, and Mingrun seemed to have little renown. In the eyes of many Muyi ninjas, he was still the demon fox that plagued the village. Looking at the conflicted Gangsho and the silent Ka, Dacihua didn't know what to say. Although Mingrun was the reincarnation of Exiulu, he was still just a child. In the face of this crisis threatening the entire ninja world, he seemed merely a pawn to lure the enemy. But, using Exiulu as bait if he were lost. Wouldn't Heiju's plan proceed smoothly then? This guy turning into Baiju is just around the corner. Dacihua shook his head and said,
All right, I'll go contact the Shao organization. I should be able to lure away a few members.
Then you take this opportunity to raid Yuin village and assassinate the leader of Shao. Gangsho, hearing Datsihua's words, looked at him with gratitude and said,
Dacihua, thank you. Shikai, you two go with him and protect his safety.
Originally, after Dacihua finished speaking, he was contemplating how to successfully escape after deceiving Zhao's members. Suddenly hearing that Kai and she would go with him, he suddenly felt extremely secure.
Yes, Lady Gangsho. Both of us.
Dacihua looked at the youthfully energetic Kai Huang and the half-listless Shi and decisively said,
Then let's set off directly now. When I successfully contact the Shao members, I'll send someone to get in touch with you.
Just as Dacihua finished, Kai suddenly shouted,
Oh! Dacihua, this is youth.
After shouting, he flashed a brilliant smile and gave a thumbs up. For a moment, all the ninjas present fell silent. Then Gangsho nodded to Dacihua and said,
All right, you three set off.
Next, after the three departed, Gangsho dismissed the others. Alone in the Huiying office, she took out a scroll and summoned a toad. Then Gangsho first stuffed a letter she had already written into the toad's mouth, and then dispelled the summoning technique. Watching the toad disappear, Gangsho anxiously tousled her hair into a mess.
Damn it! Damn it! Is this fate? I cannot accept this.
Bang. At that moment, the office door was kicked open forcefully, and white-haired Ziyi rushed in. Ziyi burst and ready to deliver a monologue, but upon seeing Gangsho's current state, he suddenly fell silent. Then, he quietly closed the door, walked over to Gangsho, and gently patted her shoulder, saying,
Don't worry. This matter will soon pass. No one will be harmed.
Gangsho paused, then brushed Ziyi's hand off her shoulder, straightened her hair, and resumed her serious expression.
All right, stop comforting me. I am the fifth Huiying after all. I called you here this time because the situation is getting more serious.
Ziyi looked at the once again serious and powerful Gangsho, slightly twitching the corner of his mouth, his expression turning somewhat grim.
I'm truly sorry to have called you back to be the Huiying at a time like this.
Gangsho was slightly taken aback, then let out a light laugh.
At a time like this, why say such things?
Then Gangsho told Ziyi about all the events that had occurred in the ninja world while he was with Mingrun and Miao Mushan. After listening to Gangsho's account, Ziyi was silent for a while.
So the Shao organization has already captured all the remaining tail beasts?
Gangsho nodded.
Yes, that's right. However, we have already formulated a plan. Now my Teikai Kakashi and Dacihua will go together to lure away some of Zhao's members. Then we will take this opportunity to assassinate the Shao organization's leader.
Gangsho paused here.
You must have heard the leader of Shao possesses the legendary Luanhui, and appears in Yuin village. Do you still remember the 3 disciples you taught back then in Yuin village?
Seeing Zilai nod with a grim expression, Gangsho said,
If I'm not mistaken, it should be your disciple.
Zilai was silent for a moment, then said,
It's Chong Men, isn't it? When Dacihua mentioned the Luan Huai before, I suspected it was his, but I heard he died long ago.
Gangsho also fell silent upon hearing this. However, Zilai did not continue the topic. Instead he said,
So calling me back this time is because you need me to be responsible for assassinating the Shao organization's leader. No.
Gangsho directly interrupted Zilai.
I called you back because this time, I need you to go with me.
This incident is too dangerous. According to Dacihua, the Shao organization's leader not only possesses the mysterious Luan Huai and 6 powerful avatars, but he also controls the 8-tailed beasts.
An enemy like this is worthy of the 2 Sanren making a comeback.
Zilai hesitated, then said,
Indeed it is. But what about Muyi village?
Without the Shadow's presence, what if ninjas from other villages launch a surprise attack? Gangsho heard this, and suddenly smiled.
Leave the village to those old fellows who haven't died yet. If the Shao organization truly succeeds, the entire ninja world will face utter destruction. There is no room for hesitation now.
Seeing Gangsho's seriousness, Zilai nodded and said,
All right, I understand. I'll go make preparations.
With that he turned and left directly. Gangsho's side in her office slowly stood up, touched her chest, and quietly gazed out the window overlooking the entire Muyi village. On the other side in Dacihua base in High Country.
Lord Dacihua, you cannot leave now. Under your guidance, this technique is about to succeed.
The man in charge of this base panic-blocked Dacihua, and his group shouting, with a somewhat crazed expression. Dacihua saw the madness in the man's eyes at a glance. He reached out to stop Zhuju, who was about to draw his sword, and said with a sinister smile,
Ha ha, don't be impatient, Tianji. You must continue your research diligently. No technique can be mastered so easily.
With that, Dacihua ignored him, led his minions, and directly walked around him. The man didn't stop them either, slowly returning to the interior of the research institute. Meanwhile, Dacihua was walking alone in a forest of Wa country near Yin country. He had already contacted Deidara and you through the exchange house. Of the two, one was Dacihua's friend, who had been forced to join Shao, and later teamed up with Xie to understand different arts. The other one, Yujigua Yu. Well, he was a spy himself. In the Yujigua near the Yuin village, Zilai Gangsho and their group were ambushing here. Zilai crouched at the front of the group, formed hand seals, and summoned 2 small toads. Then he handed one to Gangsho, and threw the other directly into the rain curtain of Yuin village.
I'll use the reverse summoning technique to scout ahead first. Everyone be ready. Act immediately upon my signal.
With that, Zilai vanished from the spot. And with his disappearance, the plan to assassinate the leader of the Shao organization officially began. Several ninjas exchanged silent glances, then vanished simultaneously, concealing their presence. On the other side, my village. At this time, the village was unusually empty, as all the villagers had evacuated and hidden themselves. Now ordinary ninjas patrolled the streets, while shadows were filled with Umbu and former Jinbu special members.
TCH. What nonsense is this? I'll write to the daimyo right now, and have Gangsho removed as Hokage. Calm down. It's the era of the young now.
The Hokage advisors, the 2 old fogies Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahuman Yin, were chatting in the Hokage's office. Xuanqin Xiaochun took a slow sip of tea and said,
But they listened to that Dacihua and turned the village into this. I'm not saying it's not true, but why trust him so much when he's not even from our village? Collecting all the tailed beasts to destroy the ninja world. Besides, the ninja world isn't just mine. Why should we be the ones sticking our necks out?
Shuahuman Yin sighed after hearing this.
I don't know whether it's good or bad either, but Dacihua, though not from my after the Sand Ninja invasion, as far as I know, at least half of the village's reconstruction costs were paid by him.
Hearing this, Xuanqin Xiaochun snorted dismissively.
Paying is paying, but what does he have to do with my...
Shuahuman Yin calmly drank some water.
I don't know about that, but without his money my village might not be able to maintain its current life.
At this point Juanqin Xiaochen fell silent, snorted, and quietly drank her water. Back to Dacihua's side, Xia Deidara Guizhu, and you had all arrived. When they met they were all puzzled. In fact Guizhu directly raised his jiaji to strike Dacihua, but was stopped by you. Moreover, upon closer observation it seemed only Guizhu was genuinely working for the Shao organization. So after Guizhu calmed down the group was quite harmonious. Dacihua didn't explain why he had called them together, he simply explained the true purpose of the Shao organization. He told them that sealing all the tail beasts into that statue would summon the legendary Mao Ji Nushin. And the Mao Ji Nushin would take back all the chakra from everyone's bodies, turning them into white Zetsu. As for where he learned this, Dacihua said he had discovered it in an ancient samurai trial. After hearing this the group you fell into deep thought, while Deidara readily believed him. Guizhu however felt that Dacihua was lying, and still wanted to kill him. Xia was different, he strongly supported the truth about the Shao. He believed that it was because of chakra that the ninja world had so much misfortune, so a world without chakra would be beautiful. Then Deidara, who believed he couldn't lose his chakra, walked straight to Dacihua's side, and said to Xia,
"Brother Xia, as fellow artists, I won't support you this time."
Xia wasn't angry, he slowly extended the tail of his puppet.
Deidara, are you also betraying the organization? No, brother Xia, I'm not betraying. It was him who forced me to join the Shao,
Deidara said, pointing at you. Then he said excitedly to Dacihua,
"Hey Dacihua, take out your little boy and blow them up."
Dacihua looked at his excited expression, felt a bit speechless, and turned to look at Uchiha Yu.
You're a spy sent by Mai to the Shao, aren't you? Now the Shao organization is about to destroy the entire ninja world. Stop pretending.
At these words Yu's eyes flickered, but he showed no reaction. On the other side Guizhu let out a sneer.
Mr. Yu, he is the center of Mai who single-handedly destroyed the entire Uchiha clan. How could he be a spy of Mai?
Guizhu's words seemed to make Yu suddenly resolve, and he slowly walked to Dacihua's side. This made Guizhu's face immediately fall, and he looked at Yu in disbelief.
"Yu-sen, are you really a spy of Mai?"
Yu didn't respond to Guizhu, but said to Dacihua,
"What is Mai doing now?"
Dacihua didn't directly answer Yu, he just raised his hand and gestured a few times. In an instant Kai and Kakashi appeared behind Xia and Guizhu. Kakashi immediately formed hand seals, and used a great fireball technique against Xia. Meanwhile Kai kicked Guizhu under the chin, sending him crashing into a tree. Xia glanced at Guizhu with contempt, then calmly blocked the fireball with his tail, and leaped to the tree where Guizhu had landed. Deidara looked at the two who suddenly appeared and asked Dacihua,
"These two guys are my ninjas, right? Dacihua, although I support you, I won't help my ninjas."
With that Deidara crossed his arms and stood aside. To be honest, Deidara's behavior made Dacihua pause for a moment, but he didn't say anything, he just looked at you. You understood what Dacihua meant, and immediately rushed forward to fight Xia together with Kakashi. Seeing this, Dacihua drew his Kaikion blade and charged at Guizhu, who was fighting Kai. The Kaikion blade was extremely sharp. The moment Guizhu noticed Dacihua charging, he swung his jiaji to knock him back. But the moment jiaji clashed with the Kaikion blade, the great sword jiaji let out a wail and went limp. Guizhu was stunned for a moment.
"Jiaji is broken."
In the instant of his daze, Kai rushed in.
"My great whirlwind."
With a thud, Guizhu was sent flying.
"Yo, Dacihua, your weapon is really something,"
Kai said cheerfully, looking at the broken blade on the ground. And because of the jiaji's break, Guizhu immediately decided to retreat.
"Water-style great water explosion wave."
Boom. An ocean-like body of water was summoned by Guizhu. This immediately made everyone scatter. Taking this opportunity, Guizhu and Xia retreated directly. After the water from Guizhu's technique dissipated, Dacihua exchanged glances with Kakashi and Kai. They all tacitly chose not to pursue. On the other side, Dacihua and Do appeared together outside my village.
Gang Ho is still as capricious as ever.
Dacihua listened to the report from his undercover agent in Mai, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and wipe his face. Croak, croak, croak. Outside the Yuan village, the little toad perched on Gang Shou's shoulder suddenly let out a few cries, and leaped toward the village. Immediately Gang Shou's expression turned serious. She waved her hand leading several jonin to follow the little toad. Move out. This was Zilaiya's signal to them. Meanwhile inside the Yuan village Zilayi was carefully hiding in a pipe, also holding a little toad. At this moment Zilayi looked quite disheveled, but had sustained no serious injuries. Earlier after infiltrating the Yuan village, he had been quickly discovered. At that time he began to suspect that they had all fallen into a trap set by Dacihua and the Shao. However, since he was already inside the village, he chose not to retreat, but instead decided to turn the situation to his advantage. He would investigate whether the information about the reincarnation eye and the Shao that Dacihua had mentioned was true. While evading pursuit, he unexpectedly encountered the so-called angel of the Yuan village, and his expression turned extremely grim. So it really is you, Chongmin, Shao Nan. But even after confirming his suspicions, Zilayi did not rush out to fight them. Instead, he hid more swiftly, using the toad to contact Gang Shou and the others outside the village. He had already come to believe Dacihua's intelligence. Master Zilayi, you who do not understand my pain, do you wish to stop me from bringing true peace? Azura Papayan shouted, unleashing a barrage of weapons to try and locate Zilayi. But Zilayi paid him no heed. After observing his surroundings, he summoned Hama Jian, the brother of Hama Wentai. Bang! A giant toad holding a shield burst forth amid a cloud of smoke. Hama Jian, please open a path for me. Let's go meet up with Gang Shou and the others. Although I am useless, I will do my best. Saying this, Hama Jian used his shield to block the missiles fired by the Azura Path. Meanwhile, standing on Hama Jian's head, Zilayi used the little toad to determine the direction. He had made up his mind he must seize this opportunity to eliminate the Shao organization. Even if they were once his disciples, they had already captured 8-tailed beasts. If he did not destroy them now, it would only bring greater calamity to the ninja world. Seeing that Zilayi was determined to flee, Payan thought for a moment, and decided not to pursue him further. He merely sent the Azura Path and the Animal Path to follow. He understood that all of the Zhao's plans had been leaked by the Dacihua. But they had already captured 8-tailed beasts, and the organization had only lost one member. Only the Ninetails remained for his plan to succeed. As for the Ninetails, the mysterious band would handle it, so he was in no hurry. Hey Dacihua, is your friend really okay? Mai Teikai leaned close to Dacihua and whispered. Dacihua was puzzled for a moment, then casually glanced at Deidara, who was frantically chewing dirt, and replied. No problem, he's perfectly normal. Just think of it as him exercising. At that moment Deidara was busy mass-producing explosive clay. This clay would later be infused with explosion-release chakra by Dacihua to create high-explosive clay of the highest grade. Oh! So that's it. Can't even forget to exercise while traveling. How youthful. Alright then, I'll walk on my hands from now on. Hearing Dacihua's words, Kai suddenly shouted excitedly, then jumped and began walking on his hands, supporting himself with his palms. Watching this, Dacihua was speechless. Ah! What a rare beast. Turning his head, he saw Kakashi and Yu walking together, still wearing their usual calm expressions. Had they gotten used to this already? He then looked at Deidara, who was focused on eating dirt, and hadn't noticed Kai. Tisk, what kind of people are these? Thinking this, Dacihua sent some chakra to the Kai Tian Dao on his back, tapping it lightly. Hey Kai Tian Dao, come out and say a few words. Soon the Kai Tian Dao responded. Are you done with your business? The Kai Tian Dao's voice was slow and languid, as if it had just woken up. Not yet. By the way, don't you sense the outside world when you're idle? Dacihua asked. No, I don't. After coming to this world without a source of energy, how could I keep sensing? The Kai Tian Dao explained. Dacihua was taken aback. Aren't you an artifact spirit? This is different from what I know. Kai Tian Dao, aren't you the spirit of the blade? Do you expect me to transfer energy to you? Otherwise, can you keep living without eating? Can't you absorb the essence of the sun and moon or natural energy? Have you ever seen a weapon breathe? Dacihua was speechless. The weather was fine today. Why was the Kaitian Dao picking a fight with him? Then Dacihua said no more. Instead, he steadily transferred chakra to the Kaitian Dao. After a moment, the Kaitian Dao's tone calmed down. Alright, let's drop it. What are you going to do next? When will we practice again? Dacihua scratched his chin in response. When it's truly safe, we'll practice. That explosion back then was no joke. The Kaitian Dao then spoke. Alright, call me when it's time to practice. After that, no matter how Dacihua called, the Kaitian Dao remained silent. I just wanted to chat a bit. Dacihua sighed, and looked at the others again. Deidara was still making clay, which required high precision, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. Kakashi, and you were talking about something that no one else could hear. So Dacihua sighed. He took a few steps intending to chat with Kai, who was walking on his hands. But as soon as he approached Kai, as if on some kind of stimulant, suddenly sped up. Oh! Dacihua, I knew you wouldn't let me stay in front. Let's have a youthful race. This. Dacihua stopped in his tracks. It was better to just walk quietly by himself. Meanwhile, Dacihua was walking through the Muyi village. Using the face of one of his subordinates, he ran all the way to the former base of the Jin. Most of the items here had been cleared out, but several areas remained untouched. These were the places where the Jin conducted inhumane experiments. Dacihua walked through this place, his face expressionless. Back then, many of his research projects were supported by the Jin, but in the end the third Hokage expelled him from Muyi, while the Jin could openly display their research facilities. Soon Dacihua reached a file room in this research institute, and began searching. Here a large amount of the second Hokage's ninjutsu research materials were stored. He wanted to find other ways to break the dead demon-consuming seal. Unfortunately, the only way to break the seal was to find the Death God mask, and slash open the Death God's belly by sacrificing a person. However, apart from that, Dacihua found something useful. Could the dead resurrected by the impure world reincarnation also dispel the jutsu on their own? Erase consciousness as much as possible. Ha ha ha, interesting. Soon Jiraiya successfully rendezvoused with Tsunade and the others. The moment they met, Jiraiya's expression relaxed slightly, and he immediately called out to Gamaken.
Katsu, it's time to counterattack.
With those words, the man and the toad immediately turned and eliminated the Azura Path that had been chasing them. However, at the very moment the Azura Path fell, the Animal Path Pain's expression darkened as he summoned the remaining pains.
Thank you for your efforts, Gamaken. Leave the rest to us. Though I may be slow, I'm truly glad to be of help. Take care.
Jiraiya leaped from Gamaken's back to spell the summoning jutsu, and sent the severely wounded toad back. Standing before Tsunade and the others, Jiraiya looked at the four newly emerged pains with a grave expression.
So it really is as Tatsukaba said, there are 6 pains.
Tsunade, seeing Jiraiya only slightly disheveled, breathed a sigh of relief and responded with equal seriousness.
It appears accurate. But that's fine. Proceed with the plan as arranged. Disperse.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Jonin behind Tsunade and Tsunade herself immediately scattered in different directions. Watching Tsunade's swift and decisive movements, Jiraiya nodded. He first used his hair to wrap the Azura Path's corpse, and threw it to Yamato, who was preparing a sealing jutsu. Then he ran toward Tsunade. After catching the Azura Path, Yamato immediately stuffed it into a wooden dome he constructed on the ground with wood release, then formed hand seals to seal it away. Yamanaka Enichi, seeing the formation take shape, used mind transmission jutsu to link everyone's thoughts, then concealed himself alongside Nara Shikamaru. In an instant, the rest exchanged nods, and closed in on the remaining 5 pains. The intelligence Tatsukaba had previously shared about the pains was limited, but it was better than nothing. At this moment, Tsunade issued commands through mind transmission.
Shikamaru, observe the battlefield and be ready to act at any moment. Hyuga Homura, you protect Enichi and Shikamaru and handle the detailed reconnaissance. Yamato, stay ready with your sealing jutsu. Everyone else follow me, and attack them with ranged techniques.
She immediately threw several shuriken to lead the assault. Blessed with Tsunade's monstrous strength, these shuriken struck the pains, like cannonballs, heavy and devastating. Jiraiya followed close behind, launching a massive fireball at the pains. Fire released flame bullet. The strike scattered the pain's formation. However, one pain extended both hands and absorbed the fireball. Seeing this, a flash passed through Jiraiya's eyes. Was this the pain who absorbed ninjutsu? He immediately attacked with his hair, attempting to ensnare and eliminate this particular pain first. However, Shinra Tensei, the heavenly path pain, appeared instantly before Jiraiya's attack and repelled everything with a single outstretched hand. With Jiraiya's attack rendered useless, Banshin Tenin, the heavenly path pain, then used universal pull on Jiraiya, attempting to draw him in. Caught off guard, Jiraiya flew straight toward the pains. Meanwhile, Yamato quickly ensnared Jiraiya, with wood release anchoring him to the ground. The moment Jiraiya steadied himself, he immediately launched his hair at the pains again without hesitation. At the same time, Akimichi Choza used partial multi-size technique, manifesting a gigantic hand to strike. The heavenly path pain didn't have enough time this round to use Shinra Tensei, so he summoned several massive creatures through the animal path pain to block Choza and Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya did not give up. He directly increased his chakra output and smashed one of the giant crabs into a cloud of smoke. Choza clashed with one of the giant bulls, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Soon another of pain summoned creatures, a giant bird, dove straight toward Choza from the sky. At the critical moment, Yamajiri Aoba and Namikaze Rado charged from a distance and eliminated the bird. Upon landing, they also dispatched the giant bull that Choza was wrestling against. By now, Pain's expression had grown slightly troubled, though his tone remained unchanged.
Pathetic mortals, do you truly believe this is enough to challenge a god's dignity?
With that, the animal path pain on the side formed hand seals again, and summoned the sealed Azura path. The hell path pain then appeared beside it, and swallowed it. At this moment, Tsunade, who had been on the offensive, suddenly shouted,
"Now! Move!"
Before her voice faded, shadows erupted from the ground and surged toward the pains. Jiraiya immediately summoned Gamabunta and swatted the last summoned creature away. Tsunade charged forward with the shadows, which barely managed to restrain the pains. With a single punch, she shattered the Hell Path and Azura Path pains. Not daring to overextend, she immediately charged forward again. The shadows had only held the pains for a brief moment, but their effectiveness was undeniable. By now, Pain's composure had cracked.
Did you target the Hell Path from the very beginning?
He couldn't fathom how they could know the Hell Path could resurrect the other pains. He had never leaked such intelligence.
Humph. Does a god lose composure?
Obviously, the Leaf Ninjas had no intention of answering. Even Tsunade retorted without mercy. Tsunade then glanced toward Aburame Shibi, who had remained largely inactive. Upon Shibi's slight nod, the Leaf Ninjas surrounding the pains quickly dispersed. Aburame Shibi stared intently at the pains, and quickly formed several hand seals, after which waves of purple nano-bugs emerged from their bodies. In that instant, the pains went completely motionless. But before anyone could catch their breath, Shinra Tensei, the bugs on the heavenly path pains suddenly scattered. The nano-bugs on the Preta path and Araka path pains fell away in clusters. However, the animal path pain had perished.
Only 3 remain,
Tsunade thought silently. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's analysis echoed in the minds of the Leaf Ninjas.
I briefly coordinated with Shibi. The one with long hair absorbs souls, and the heavy-set one absorbs chakra. Therefore, next use ninjutsu against the long-haired one and taijutsu or kinjutsu against the heavy-set one. As for the one with gravity and repulsion abilities, my analysis suggests a 5-second interval between each attack. Seize the opportunity.
Hearing Shikamaru's analysis, everyone exchanged knowing nods. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly relayed through Yamanaka Enichi.
I'll coordinate with Rado and Aoba to attack the repulsion using pain, simultaneously forcing him to use his ability. The final blow is yours, Tsunade.
Yamato Shikamaru,
You two work together to control the repulsion pain and the ninjutsu absorbing pain. Choza, the finishing blows for those two pains are yours.
With that, Jiraiya leaped from Gamabunta's back, and his hair shot toward the heavenly path Pain, like arrows loosed from a bow. Pain leaped backwards several times to evade Jiraiya's attack. At the same time Rado and Aoba charged forward with swords drawn. Just as Pain was about to dodge again, Gamabunta's massive palm strike descended upon him. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The heavenly path Pain was forced to use his ability. At that moment Yamato seized the opportunity to use would release trapping the Naraka path and Preta path, while Shikamaru's shadows simultaneously immobilized them both. Choza capitalized on this opening, deploying super multi-size technique and shattering both Pains with his enormous weapon. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the heavenly path Pain's 5-second cooldown, Tsunade charged forward and delivered a single punch that sent its head flying. Even so, none of them let their guard down, for they had already known that behind the 6 Pains lay another person. That person was Nagato, the true wielder of the Rinnegan. At that moment Hinata woman, who was openly protecting Lucio and Hai, spoke to them through the telepathic art. I apologize, but I could not locate the puppeteer's exact position. There appears to be a barrier that blocks detection. However, based on the direction of chakra flow, I can confirm that he should be within the central tower of Amagakure. Jiraiya gave an imperceptible nod that also spoke through the telepathic art. The one behind these Pains is likely my former student Nagato. He is proficient in all ordinary nature transformations, and now may also possess all the abilities of the Pains. We must not be careless, stay vigilant. With that he dashed ahead of the group, leading them straight toward the heart of Amagakure. Meanwhile, on the other side Konan stood beside Nagato, supporting him nervously. Nagato, what's wrong? At that moment Nagato coughed up a mouthful of blood and said weakly, cough. Cough. I underestimated Konoha. The 6 paths of Pain have been completely annihilated. Then what should we do now? Should we retreat? Konan grew even more anxious, looking at the weakened Nagato with concern. Cough, no need, he replied. Having already captured 8 tailed beasts, we no longer have anything to fear. Nagato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a dismissive wave of his hand. Konan pulled out a piece of paper to clean the remaining bloodstains from Nagato's face, still uneasy, but the injuries you sustained while capturing the 2 tails and 8 tails haven't healed yet. As if provoked, Nagato pushed her hand aside and said earnestly, Konan, our only remaining enemy is Konoha. This is the perfect opportunity to realize our plan. I believe Uchiha Madara will soon bring back the last tailed beast, the 9 tails. Besides, they have already come to Amagakure. We cannot abandon the peace we have fought so hard to achieve in this village. Seeing Nagato's resolve, Konan no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, she nodded and asked, all right. What should we do now? A glint of solemnity flashed in Nagato's eyes. I will summon the demonic statue of the outer path again. Ah! But, Konan started in surprise, about to stop him, but he cut her off. Say no more, Konan. There is no other way now. Have you forgotten Yahiko's dream? We are about to achieve it. With that, Nagato formed a series of hand seals, and several long iron rods abruptly pierced into his back. Konan winced at the sight, but said nothing more. Coughing again, Nagato spat out more blood and turned to Konan. Konan, leave now, and evacuate the villagers. When I fight them, it may be hard to protect you. Konan looked at his resolute face and nodded. She turned to leave, murmuring a single sentence. All right, take care of yourself. Soon after, the colossal demonic statue of the outer path descended before Jiraiya and the others. Nagato sat calmly, supported by the iron rods at the nape of the statue's neck. What is that thing? Another special summon. The Konoha shinobi scattered as soon as they saw the demonic statue. Without hesitation, the statue swung its 2 enormous palms at them, while simultaneously gathering a tailed beast ball in its mouth. The Konoha group's faces turned grim at the sight of the tailed beast ball. Jiraiya remarked almost jokingly, using a tailed beast ball right in his own village. He really doesn't hold back. With that, he swiftly dodged the attack. But it was obvious the demonic statue would not stop at just one tailed beast ball. Soon several smaller tail beast balls flew toward them. Tsunade's expression darkened. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is the amalgamation of all 8 tail beasts. Lucio nodded seriously, and turned to Tsunade. Lady Hokage, what should we do? Should we use that here? Tsunade hesitated. She understood that Lucio addressing her as Lady Hokage meant he believed it was time to use that weapon. But what about the villagers here? Seeing her hesitation, Jiraiya interjected. Tsunade, there's no time to think about that. If they really gather all the tail beasts, it will be a catastrophic threat to the entire shinobi world. Encouraged by Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade clenched her teeth and said decisively, fine. I understand. Use it. Everyone spread out. With that, she and the other Konoha shinobi sprinted backward. Jiraiya, staring at the enormous demonic statue, pulled out a device made by Dacihua, a weapon of mass destruction that Dacihua had entrusted to them before they parted. While mounting the device onto a launcher, Jiraiya dodged the smaller tail beast balls flying toward him. After Tsunade and the others had run beyond the blast radius, Jiraiya, ignoring his own position, turned and fired the device. Boom! The device's power was devastating. The moment it struck one of the demonic statue's arms, it detonated violently, sending a massive shockwave that hurled the statue backward and destroyed half its body. Jiraiya, who had not escaped the blast radius, was also flung back by the shockwave, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair. Nagato, attached to the demonic statue, was now drenched in blood, his skin severely burned by the intense heat. Cough. 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 So this is Dachihua's hidden trump card. Cough. As expected, it's still difficult to control the demonic statue, with 8 tailed beasts using this body. Nagato spat out a large gush of blood, his eyes widening as he roared, but I am not done yet. With a furious shout, half his body slowly merged into the demonic statue. Simultaneously, the destroyed half of the demonic statue rapidly regenerated. When it was fully restored, a newfound agility gleamed in its eyes. With a roar, it charged again at Jiraiya and the others. At that moment, Tsunade was urgently healing Jiraiya. She looked up and saw the demonic statue not only regrow, but also sprout multiple extra hands. Her expression darkened. Jiraiya's face also fell. That explosion didn't even hurt it. Tsunade, let me fire another shot. He tried to rise from her treatment. But Tsunade suddenly waved her hand and shouted, everyone retreat. Jiraiya, we've done enough. All the pains are eliminated. Your injuries are worse than you think. We must retreat now. With that, she hoisted Jiraiya onto her shoulder and dashed toward the outskirts of Amagakure. You're just going to leave after turning my village into this? Nagato's furious voice echoed from the demonic statue. But he received no response. His rage burned. Suddenly, the demonic statue's hands shot upward. Universal pull. A tremendous force of suction violently assaulted them from behind. The expressions of the Leaf Ninjas instantly shifted. This was the ability of Pain, the one who commanded the power of repulsion. Can such a colossal summoning beast also wield this technique? Yamato exclaimed in astonishment, immediately weaving the wood style to conjure numerous branches from the earth and snaring the group. Yet these measures proved largely futile. The velocity at which they hurtled toward the Gedo statue merely slowed for an instant. Then, they were ripped away, carrying branches, and even tearing up the turf as they were flung into the air. However, the first to be drawn into the palm of the Gedo statue was not Jiraiya, who was closest to the statue. It was Choza, who had activated the super multi-size technique. Choza intended to use the statue's own suction force combined with his giant-sized weapon to strike open the Gedo statue's hand and halt this universal pull. Thus he leaped directly toward the Gedo statue. Soon he successfully struck the statue's palm, putting an end to the immense suction. But the cost was immense. The moment he made contact with the statue, his soul was drained away. The Gedo statue seized Choza's shrunken limp body and squeezed with brutal force. Choza's blood gushed out from the statue's grip like water wrung from a soaked towel. Choza. Once the suction ceased, the Leaf Ninjas landed on the ground. Witnessing this scene, they roared in anguish and fury. Yet none recklessly charged forward. Instead, they swallowed their rage and continued to scatter outward, fleeing. The Ghetto statue seemed exhilarated. It casually tossed Chosa's corpse aside, threw its head back, and let out a mighty roar. Roar. Then it did not move further. It remained in place, condensing several tailed beast balls, and spewing them toward the group. Boom. 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 Enoichi. Ah! These tailed beast balls were far larger than before. The group did not manage to evade them all perfectly. As before, some were directly struck, others grazed by stray blasts. Tsunade, carrying Jiraiya on her back, bit her lip, and ran with all her might. What she saw were the elite leaf ninjas she had brought scrambling desperately, yet injuries and deaths continued to mount. But she could do nothing. In the face of this monster that could casually spew tailed beast balls approaching it meant certain death, and she was utterly powerless. At that moment, Jiraiya on her back spoke.
Tsunade, we can't go on like this. Let me fire another shot. Run to the right. This monster has been deliberately protecting a certain spot. Let me blow it up.
Tsunade's expression hardened instantly, hiding her grief.
All right.
With that, Tsunade swiftly changed direction and dashed to the right. Jiraiya, clinging to her back, rapidly assembled the second little boy. 3 seconds later.
Now!
Jiraiya roared. The little boy shot toward the target. Boom. This little boy detonated directly behind the Ghetto statue near the central tower of the Rain Village. The blast wave sent Nagato's hair rustling. And with that, the Ghetto statue, which had been spewing tailed beast balls, froze stiff. Nagato, at the nape of the statue's neck, turned his trembling gaze backward. Conan. He looked back to see the once intact half of the Rain Village reduced to a massive gaping crater. Conan. Nagato panicked. The entire Ghetto statue leaped from the ground and charged toward the explosion. We did it. Jiraiya, watching the fleeing statue, excitedly patted Tsunade's head. But he immediately felt the impropriety, and glanced nervously at her. However, in the face of life-threatening danger, Tsunade paid no heed to this. She gritted her teeth, and continued running outward. Meanwhile, back in the Leaf Village, Orochimaru found the development materials for the Impure World reincarnation in the Root's secret chamber. Outside the village, Tobi, or rather Madara, and Obito, approached slowly. He had come to capture the last Ninetales Jinchuriki. Halt. The Leaf Village is currently conducting war exercises. No one is permitted to enter. Izumo, the Leaf Gate guard, raised a hand to block Obito. But Obito showed no reaction. He simply walked straight past. The moment he passed Izumo's arm, numerous Umbu burst forth from all around the main gate, attacking him without hesitation. Yet these attacks clearly failed to land on him. Obito continued calmly into the heart of the village, casually pulling out a kunai and effortlessly reaping several Umbu. Soon the Umbu stopped engaging directly and instead surrounded him. For every step Obito took, the Umbu took a step back. Thus surrounded, they entered the village's inner depths. At this point, Obito spoke, his tone light and carefree.
Hey! You know why I'm here, don't you? For every second that passes, I'll kill one Leaf Ninja until you hand over the Ninetales.
With that, Obito casually sat down on the ground.
1.
He began counting. Simultaneously, several wooden spikes suddenly erupted beneath an Umbu's feet, impaling him through. What's happening? The ninjas surrounding Obito instantly leaped away from that spot. At the same time, they unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu at him. But as before, all the jutsu passed through him.
2.
A cautious Umbu was suddenly pierced by wooden spikes rising from the ground. Who the hell are you? Why can you use the first Hokages with style? An Umbu, unable to contain himself, shouted in accusation. Humph. Who am I? I am Uchiha Madara.
3.
The Umbu who had spoken was also impaled and fell lifeless. Now the remaining Umbu felt a flicker of fear in their hearts, but as Umbu, they quickly suppressed the emotion. These ninjas who had become Umbu were themselves elites among Chunin. Becoming Jonin was merely a matter of experience. At that moment, Asuma rushed out and stood before Obito, his tone stern.
Who are you? Uchiha Madara died long ago. Aren't you afraid of the Leaf's retaliation?
Obito smirked dismissively, ignoring him, and slowly uttered,
4.
Asuma's expression shifted. He leaped up, dodging the wooden spikes emerging beneath him. But the spikes did not seem intent on killing him. They suddenly turned and impaled an ordinary umbu. Obito paid it no mind and chuckled.
Hey, is this the Leaf Village as it is now? No strong fighters, no Kage. What can you use to retaliate against me? That soft will of fire of yours. Ha ha.
Laughing, he stood up from the ground.
It seems you won't hand over the Ninetales Jinchuriki so easily. Then don't blame me now. Hey, Zetsu. Begin the plan. Kill all the ninjas here first, then slowly find that little Jinchuriki.
As Obito shouted, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. At the same time, he let out a sinister laugh.
Hey, starting immediately. This was once your village, Madara. TCH, it doesn't matter. Let's begin.
Obito's cold voice slowly seeped out from under his swirling mask.
Soon. Ooh ho ho ho. First time in action. Ha ha ha. Die.
A large number of white Zetsu suddenly burst forth from the ground. This startled the Leaf Ninjas, but they quickly realized these white Zetsu were not strong. In fact, they were pathetically weak. Asuma immediately saw the situation and ordered all ninjas to eliminate the white Zetsu first. Meanwhile, he himself engaged Obito in close combat. Obito, of course, did not take him seriously. After casually dodging a few attacks, he drove a kunai into Asuma's back. However, Asuma used the substitution jutsu. The kunai only struck a log. But in Obito's perception, he had killed Asuma while the white Zetsu were quickly wiped out. Moreover, the Asuma he had killed turned into a tree that bound him, even extending a vine that tightly coiled around his neck. Obito's expression remained unchanged. He sneered,
"Who gave you the confidence to use Jinjutsu against an Uchiha?"
With that, the single eye he revealed flashed fiercely.
Ah! Hawk!
Kurenai, who had just arrived, collapsed to her knees, vomiting copious amounts of bile.
Kurenai! Are you okay?
Asuma instantly appeared beside her, supporting her with concern.
I'm fine, just suffering from Jinjutsu backlash.
Kurenai waved a hand, lifted her head, wiped the corner of her mouth, and stared at Obito with a grave expression.
His Jinjutsu is strong. Heh. Just hand over the Ninetales obediently. What can you protect like this?
Obito smirked, then vanished from his spot, and reappeared beside Asuma, driving a kunai into him. This time Asuma could not dodge. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Obito returned to his original position, and surveyed the chaotic battlefield, then declared loudly,
"Look at the battlefield now. Is it really worth protecting the Ninetales, which once nearly destroyed the Leaf Village?"
At this moment, although no white Zetsu were moving, the ground was littered with the bodies of Leaf Ninjas. And the ninjas themselves were all wary, looking at everyone around them. By then, the white Zetsu had all transformed into Leaf Ninjas, infiltrating the ranks. They would suddenly strike, attacking those nearby. A masked ninja, having just fatally stabbed a white Zetsu that had taken the form of his comrade, shouted,
"The Leaf Village is not a place you can threaten. This is just a simple transformation technique."
Obito looked at the ninja and burst into laughter.
Ha, a transformation technique, you say? But it's not just that.
As the words fell, white substance erupted all over the ninja's body. It quickly enveloped him.
Ah! My chakra! What is this?
The ninja shrieked as the white Zetsu sport technique drained his chakra, and he slowly collapsed. His withered face was filled with terror. The white substance that had emerged from him slowly formed into a white Zetsu. It then took on his appearance, revealing a chilling grin.
What delicious chakra!
What in the world is this thing? Hand over the Ninetales. When Lord Hokage returns, he will take it back. At this moment, more ninja had white substance emerging from their bodies, tightly enveloping them. Meanwhile, Dai-Tu laughed even more joyfully. That's right, hand over the Ninetales. As long as I complete that plan, everyone will meet in a truly peaceful world. He laughed, continuing to unleash would release to kill the ninja intercepting him, while slowly walking beside Aci Ma and Hong. So you two are the ones in charge of Konoha now. Come on, tell me where the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is. I might be in a good mood and spare your lives. As Dai-Tu spoke, two wooden branches extended from his palm, lifting Aci Ma and Hong then suddenly tightened around Hong's neck. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Hong's voice, ACI Ma struggled to lift his head and glared at Dai Tu. Let her go. Dai Tu paid no heed, even increasing the force, rendering Hong unable to make a sound. So will you hand over the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Upon hearing this, ACI Ma hesitated. He gritted his teeth fiercely, as if enduring mental torment. But at that moment, the main body of Jews suddenly emerged from the ground. Ben, the Nine Tails is not in Konoha village. Oh! It's not. Ha ha ha, then what a pity. After hearing the news from Ju, Dai Tu extended another branch from the wooden sticks, holding the two, stabbing it into Hong's abdomen, then grinned at ACI Ma, and said bye-bye. Then, in the same manner, he pierced Asama straight through. Go see who is in charge of Konoha now, I have some matters to attend to. With that, after Ju burrowed back underground, Dai Tu ignored the chaotic battle scene, and ran to the base of the Hokage rock. He looked up at the stone sculptures of the fourth Hokage, and the fifth Hokage, then suddenly laughed. Is this your will of fire? What can such a will bring? Hey, watch. I will bring true peace. After saying these words, he quietly gazed at the former ninja academy, and the familiar training grounds. Wait for me, Lin. I will surely create a world where you exist. Having said that, he ran to the Hokage building. Sending Heiju to find the person in charge was merely a way to dismiss him, allowing himself to relieve his emotions. Meanwhile, beneath Konoha village in the root base, Dacihua was looking at the unconscious Hong Do. He had ordered his spy in Konoha to knock her out and bring her here. Dacihua stared at the heavenly curse mark on Hong Do's neck, then suddenly stretched his neck and bit it. After a while, he said, "Alright, send her back. Remember to avoid the members of the Akatsuki." "Yes." Lord Dacihua, what did you do? Dachihua's eyes sharpened. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know." "Yes." Dacihua nodded. "I will leave now. Continue your undercover work." The spy's face was tense, and he said nervously, "Let me leave with you. Konoha has become like this now." Dachihua's lips curled slightly, as he said to the spy, "Don't worry. Those two old geezers are not weak either, hee. Soon Dai Tu arrived alone at the Hokage building. At this time, the place was empty without a single person, but two old men stood at the entrance. Xuanqin Shaochun and Shuehu Menyan, the two Hokage advisors. Ju emerged from beside Dai Tu, and said, "Ben, now these two are the ones in charge of Konoha. The other ninja have been sent by them to eliminate those white Zetsu." Dai Tu nodded, not caring whether the white Zetsu could withstand it, and walked directly to the two Hokage advisors. "Do you two think you can stop me? Konoha has truly declined. It seems our reputation has waned considerably since we retired. Kid, although I don't know who you really are, Konoha is not a place anyone can trample on." Shuehu Menyan casually took off his robe, revealing a sleek combat uniform. "Indeed, I never imagined we would have a chance to fight again." Xuanqin Shaochun also removed her robe, revealing a sleek combat uniform. "Kid, you go first. Don't say we two old geezers are bullying you." "Heh." Dai Tu snorted coldly, not hesitating, and directly used the wood-release cutting technique, sending wooden spikes from beneath the two advisors' feet to stab them. Instantly, the two Hokage advisors were pierced by the wooden spikes, but not a single drop of blood flowed. A substitution technique. Dai Tu's expression sharpened, and he immediately activated his Sharingan's ability. Suddenly, two hands emerged from beneath his feet, grabbing at his ankles, while a fireball flew toward his face. But both jutsu passed right through him. Before he could pause, wind release vacuum bullet. Fire release great flame bullet. Another wind release and fire release flew toward Dai Tu, but still missed. Now the two advisors' faces turned extremely grim. They reappeared in their previous positions, glaring at Dai Tu, trying to discern something. "Is it a Jinjutsu?" Shuehu Menyan asked. "No, he has a physical form, but it seems to pass through directly," Xuanqin Shaochun replied. "But he could attack us before. In that case, does he become solid only when attacking?" "Let's test it," Shuehu Menyan analyzed. "Good." Xuanqin Shaochun nodded and charged out again. This time neither used jutsu, they engaged Dai-2 in close combat with kunai. Dai-2, surprisingly cooperative, also drew a kunai and faced them. The three clashed several times, with clattering sounds, then immediately separated. Now the expressions of the two Hokage advisors were extremely serious. It seems that is indeed the case. He is solid when he attacks. What should we do? If it's really like that, it's hard to inflict a fatal wound on him. Such an ability should be a special ninja body. Try sealing jutsu. Good. After quickly exchanging words, Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shui Hu Menyan charged again. Bang bang bang, clang clang clang. They continued fighting with Dai-2. But suddenly their eyes flickered slightly. They stood on either side of Dai-2 and simultaneously performed a sealing jutsu. Double. 5-element seal. On their palms 5 types of chakra ignited simultaneously, and they fiercely slammed toward Dai-2. But unfortunately, the sealing jutsu still didn't touch Dai-2. This time both immediately turned and rushed out. First to prevent the seal from imprinting on each other, and second to prevent Dai-2 from attacking them. What kind of creature are you? Xuanqin Xiaochun slammed her own sealing jutsu onto the ground, her face dark, as she stared at Dai-2. Heh. I am Uchiha Ban. Since you refuse to hand over the Ninetales, I'll have to send you 2 old relics on your way. Dai-2's tone carried a hint of pride. However, both Hokage advisors looked at him with utter disdain. Although we can't hit him with the strength he's shown so far, it's impossible for him to kill us. Kid, don't think having a bit of special ability makes you invincible. You want to kill us? You're still far from it, Xuanqin Xiaochun said bluntly. But soon, she couldn't speak anymore. Dai-2 vanished from his spot, and appeared before her glaring with his Sharingan. Aya. In an instant Xuanqin Xiaochun fell under Dai-2's Jinjutsu, clutching her head as she collapsed. Without any hesitation, a wooden spike shot forth, impaling this Hokage advisor straight through. After impaling one advisor, Obito quickly seized another.
Well? Are you going to tell me where the Ninetales is? You must know, don't you?
Obito hoisted Nito Kademono off his feet by the neck, demanding. At that moment Kademono's arms dangled limply at his sides, his eyes tightly shut, resigned to death. He still had no intention of revealing the Ninetales' whereabouts. Obito scoffed with undisguised contempt.
Huh? Look at the state of you. Still defending the Ninetales that once destroyed Konoha.
With that he glanced at Kademono's tightly closed eyes, pondered for a moment, then transported them both to the battlefield strewn with Konoha shinobi and white zetsu. Everywhere lay the corpses of Konoha ninja, and the air was filled with agonized cries. Obito surveyed the scene with cold detachment, then said to Kademono,
Look at these people. They all died protecting that so-called Jinchuriki. If you still refuse to tell me where the Ninetales is, I'll leave you here, cut off your eyelids, and make you watch as I slaughter every last soul in Konoha. So will you let an entire village be destroyed for the sake of a mere-tailed beast?
Hearing Obito's venomous threat, Kademono clenched his jaw, finally opening his eyes to glare fiercely at him. But listening to the screams of the younger generation, and thinking of the crumbling village, he eventually relented.
I'll tell you on the condition that you leave Konoha immediately.
Seeing Kademono's spirit instantly drained, Obito couldn't help but smirk.
Acceptable. A wise choice.
Before long Obito learned everything he needed. He cast Kademono aside, standing atop a tall building, murmuring to himself.
So Jiraiya took him to Mount Myaboku, huh? Zetsu, is there any way for you to get there?
The original Zetsu stood beside him, replying.
Mount Myaboku is one of the 3 sacred lands. To enter one must obtain the Toad Sage's permission. There's no other way. None at all.
Obito was surprised by this answer, yet remained confident.
Then we'll have to wait for the next opportunity. But with Konoha in its current state, capturing the Ninetales when it appears will be a piece of cake.
After speaking, Obito sank into thought for a moment, then commanded Zetsu.
Have the other white Zetsu blend in, and keep a close watch on Konoha. Let's go. Let's see how Nagato is doing.
With that, Obito stepped into his own spatial rift and vanished. Zetsu, left behind, gazed at the ruins of Konoha, a strange smile creeping onto his face.
Mother's success is almost at hand.
Just moments after Obito and Zetsu departed, Tatsuhana, Kakashi, and Guy's team returned to Konoha. Catching sight of the chaos in the distance, their expressions shifted immediately, and they rushed over in alarm. The instant they entered the village, seeing corpses everywhere, Tatsuhana was stunned into silence. Then, disregarding Deidara, who followed him, he dashed frantically into the village in search of Kurenai. Kakashi, after a brief moment of shock, forcibly calmed himself and used shadow clones to aid the wounded. But before long he spotted Kurenai and Asuma slumped together. The wooden spikes protruding from their bodies made it unmistakably clear to Kakashi that there was no saving them. Kakashi stood before them in silence, then gently pulled the spikes from their bodies. At that moment Guy came running from ahead.
Kakashi! Lord Mito is up ahead. Come quick!
Kakashi's expression changed, and he immediately sprang up to follow Guy toward Mito's location.
Lord Mito! Lord Mito! Are you all right? What on earth happened here?
Kakashi rushed over, lifting Mito Kademono, and asked in a frantic tone.
You're back.
Kademono, his consciousness already fading, forced his eyes open. Seeing Kakashi and Guy, he summoned a surge of strength and said,
Konoha was ambushed by the Akatsuki. They have a new member we didn't know about. He seems to be from the Uchiha clan. Attacks pass right through him, but he's tangible when he strikes. He also wields the first Hokage's would release, and he calls himself Uchiha Madara.
Pausing to draw a ragged breath, Kademono continued.
I told him about the Nine Tails. However, Naruto is at the sacred Mount Mayaboku. They shouldn't be able to reach him there.
Having spoken those words, Kademono collapsed, his life ebbing away. He had sustained severe injuries, and had been holding on by sheer willpower. A look of deep thought crossed Kakashi's face. He gently laid Kademono down, then turned to Guy, shaking his head to indicate there was nothing more to be done. Then, rising to his feet, he turned to the medical ninjas emerging from the shelter, and asked Guy,
What's the situation now? How many Jonin are still combat ready?
Seeing Kademono pass, Guy fell silent for a beat before answering.
Most of the ANBU and regular ninjas escaped fatal wounds, but nearly all of them have sustained lasting aftereffects. What about the villagers? The villagers are fine. They were already arranged in the shelters when Lady Tsunade left. But right now, the village can't even mount a basic defense. What do we do, Kakashi? What do we do?
Kakashi mirrored the frustration, running a hand through his hair in agitation. Indeed, without even rudimentary defenses, Konohagakure had essentially become nothing more than an ordinary village. Kakashi gritted his teeth.
Organize the ninjas who can still move to clear the battlefield, and have those fit for combat stand guard. I'll go ask the retired veterans from the various clans to step in.
When Uchiha Itachi laid eyes on the devastated Konoha, the usual calm on his face was gone. He altered his appearance, and immediately joined the effort to carry the wounded. Deidara too wore a solemn expression upon entering the village. Though he didn't fully understand the situation, he grudgingly followed Itachi's lead and pitched in. Meanwhile, Tatsuhana had searched everywhere, her home, the shop she frequented, but found no trace of Kurenai. Anxiety gnawed at him. He had been utterly unprepared for this. He then rushed to the shelter to ask about her, only to learn that she had never been there from the start. The news left him numb. In a daze, he too began carrying the wounded. At that same moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya's team had just managed to escape from the hidden rain village.
Hyuga and Shikaku Yamato, are any of you injured?
Tsunade asked, while tending to Jiraiya's wounds, addressing her three remaining comrades.
No, Lady Tsunade,
they replied in unison. None of them had suffered serious injuries, as being hit by a tailed beast ball meant certain death anyway. Tsunade nodded, then turned to Shikaku.
Shikaku, think carefully. What should we do next? If we can't completely take down this pain, he could inflict irreversible damage on the entire village.
At this, Shikaku forcibly suppressed his grief to think. Little did they know, back in the hidden rain village, Nagato sat alone in a massive crater, streaks of blood trickling from his eyes.
All gone. Everything is gone. Lost. All lost.
Lady Tsunade? Is there a solution? Tsunade, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, immediately opened them, and gazed at Shikamaru, whose expression was grave. Shikamaru nodded slightly and said,
I believe we should re-enter the rain-hidden village now. This is likely our final chance to eliminate pain.
Hearing this before Tsunade could speak, Jiraiya spoke up first.
Reasons.
Shikamaru cleared his throat and analyzed.
From when that last boy detonated himself to draw away the creature, until now no one has emerged from the rain-hidden village. Therefore I speculate that pain must have paid a considerable price to control that creature, which is why it has not pursued us. That is a reasonable assumption. So we should seize this moment and strike while he is vulnerable.
After Shikamaru finished speaking, an uncommon silence fell upon the gathered individuals. Their current condition was dire. Though they appeared intact on the surface, escaping from the demonic statue had drained them immensely.
Let us make one final stand. If we fail to deal with him, this time, the next battlefield will be Konoha.
Jiraiya, his body wrapped in bandages, rose from the ground and walked out alone. Watching Jiraiya depart, the others also stood and followed behind. They had not discussed tactics, for in such a moment, they knew nothing of their enemy's true nature. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Karen noticed Dacihua while treating the wounded. Thus a trace of hope appeared upon her previously solemn and gloomy face.
Teacher Dacihua! Teacher Dacihua!
She greeted the fellow medical ninja nearby and set aside her work, rushing over. Hearing Karen's call, Dacihua, who was helping move the wounded, suddenly perked up.
Right. Karen has been in Konoha all along. She must know where Hitaru is.
Without hesitation, Dacihua grabbed a passing genin and thrust the wounded person into their embrace. He turned and seized Karen, urgently asking,
Karen, tell me quickly, where is Hitaru?
But Karen's expression shifted, and she exclaimed in shock.
Huh? Teacher Hitaru is missing.
Seeing Karen's reaction, Dacihua's composure cracked once more. He clenched his teeth tightly, thought rapidly, then turned and headed toward the Konoha gate.
Huh? Teacher Dacihua, where are you going?
Watching her teacher stay, Karen first bid farewell to her medical companions, then gave chase. Reaching Dacihua's side, and seeing his grim expression, Karen offered comfort.
Teacher Dacihua, please do not act on impulse. Perhaps Teacher Hitaru is simply busy somewhere, and we merely happen to miss each other.
However, Dacihua did not listen, and continued walking toward the Konoha gate with a dark expression. At the same time, he told Karen,
Do not follow me. I need to go out and clear my head.
Karen instantly understood and stopped pursuing, merely watching Dacihua's retreating figure and sighing. After Dacihua walked alone beyond Konoha's walls, he took a deep breath and spoke to the heaven-cleaving blade.
You can truly cleave through space, can you not? Of course. Are you about to begin training?
Dacihua acknowledged, channeling chakra into the heaven-cleaving blade, and began striking at the space before him. He needed to master the ability to cleave through space swiftly, so that the next time he encountered Obito, he could catch him entirely off guard. The one who had invaded Konoha, based on the descriptions, was undoubtedly Obito. And since Hitaru remained unfound to this day, she was most likely abducted by him. And what was the purpose of taking Hitaru? Likely to threaten him. Therefore, as long as he learned to cleave through space, the next time he was truly threatened, he might be able to directly strike down Obito.
Huh? Heh. Huh?
With these thoughts, Dacihua practiced alone. Meanwhile, on their way back to the rain-hidden village, Black Zetsu and Obito both wore somewhat complicated expressions. They had already received news that Dacihua, along with Itachi and Deidara, had defected.
I never expected that Itachi would also betray us. But it matters not. Our plan will soon succeed.
Black Zetsu's voice was languid. Obito pondered for a moment, then nodded.
Indeed, it matters not. It is about time I made my presence known within the organization as well. Upon returning, I shall reveal myself directly. There remains only the last 9 tails. It is indeed time.
Black Zetsu nodded as well. But at that moment, White Zetsu beside Black Zetsu suddenly trembled, his expression shifting.
Trouble. Nagato has lost. What?
Black Zetsu and Obito both displayed shocked expressions simultaneously.
The Rinnegan. Was it destroyed?
Black Zetsu asked.
No, Nagato is still alive. It is simply that now only Nagato survives.
White Zetsu waved his hand and continued.
The rain-hidden village has been destroyed, blown to smithereens. Only Nagato remains alive. Right now one of my clones is carrying him and fleeing. Wait. Have all 6 paths been eliminated? Precisely. How would I normally encounter Nagato? Neither Conan nor Pain left behind even their corpses. My clone all fled from outside the rain-hidden village. Daidahua's bombs are truly terrifying. One blast and everything was gone. I wish I could go set off a big one myself. Silence.
Black Zetsu united with White Zetsu suddenly spoke to stop the chattering White Zetsu, then asked Obito.
Obito, what shall we do next? Let us take this opportunity to revive Madara. No. Not yet. Nagato is still useful.
Obito directly interrupted Black Zetsu, then said to White Zetsu.
White Zetsu, protect Nagato carefully now, and tell him we are arriving shortly. Very well.
Upon receiving White Zetsu's response, Obito nodded.
Very well. We have no time to waste on the road. Let us return at once.
After Obito finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he vanished instantly. Black Zetsu, seeing Obito disappear, did not rush to pursue. Instead, he muttered to himself.
It seems Obito has no intention of reviving Madara now. But it matters not. I shall find an opportunity soon to control Nagato and revive Madara. After all, without Madara wielding the 2 Rinnegan, Mother cannot be revived.
Having spoken, he looked up at the sky and gradually sank into the earth. In a dark cave within the land of rain, Kisame gazed solemnly at the 2 severed pieces of Samahata in his hands. Both pieces lay limp, and no matter how much chakra he poured in, he received no response whatsoever.
Hey Kisame, catch!
Emerging from his puppet body, the real Sasori tossed a coil of steel wire to Kisame. Kisame held the steel wire, examined the broken end of Samahata, hesitated for a moment, then threaded it through with a steel needle.
Grr! Roar! Roar!
Samahata, barely clinging to life, suddenly thrashed violently, as the needle and thread pierced through its body, struggling fiercely in Kisame's grasp. At the same time, the barbs upon its surface stood erect, piercing into Kisame's hands. Yet Kisame merely frowned slightly, and continued stitching needle by needle. Sasori, repairing puppets in the distance, only glanced up briefly before returning to his work. He intended to add special mechanisms to this puppet. Since Kisame's blade could be cleaved in twain in an instant, the chain-based attack methods upon his puppet could hardly guarantee they would withstand a single strike. Thus, he next modified the tail stinger of Hiriko into segmented sections, allowing it to rapidly detach and reconnect during combat. As for his main body puppet, he removed the internal steel cables and replaced them with several hidden compartments for storing scrolls. The blades upon its back were also replaced with 6 identically shaped arms. Afterward, gazing at his regeneration core, he hesitated for a moment before enveloping it with a metallic casing. Within AIM village, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others rushed in once more. At that moment, they employed transformation jutsu, investigating the area surrounding the crater. By the time they entered, Nagato had already been assisted away by White Zetsu, so the 2 parties never crossed paths.
Lady Tsunade, there are footprints here.
Hyuga Hymen waved towards Tsunade and the others from the spot where Nagato had stood moments before. Soon the remaining members sprinted over.
Judging by the footprints, he headed that direction. Shall we continue the pursuit?
Seeing everyone had gathered, Hyuga Hymen extended his arm and pointed toward the deep rear of AIM village.
Hymen, can you see Pain's figure?
Jiraiya crouched and touched the footprints with his finger. Hyuga Hymen shook his head.
I cannot see them anymore. I see. Let us pursue. I shall take the lead.
With those words, Jiraiya rose and sprinted toward the target's direction. The others said nothing more and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, at Nagato's location, he sat upon a chair, desperately recovering his chakra. He harbored no other thoughts now. His mind was consumed solely by the desire to resurrect Conan. As for world peace,
without any companions, what use is true world peace? Damn it!
Nagato suddenly struck his own head, his renegade eyes wide with fury, as he roared.
Zetsu! Where is everyone now? Boss, they will return shortly.
A solitary white Zetsu suddenly erupted from the ground, reporting to Nagato.
Tell them no need to return. All proceed to Konoha, destroy it. And if you encounter Danzo, execute him on the spot.
Nagato's face bore none of his usual composure, his eyes brimmed with uncontrollable rage.
Yes, boss.
The emotionless white Zetsu also sensed the shift in atmosphere, responded, and immediately vanished. After white Zetsu disappeared, Nagato concealed his agitated demeanor. He raised his head and glanced at the samsara statue behind him. He slowly extended his hand, formed hand seals, and cast the outer path samsara rebirth technique.
Ah, his!
Conan, who had been reduced to ashes, reassembled before his very eyes. Once Conan was resurrected, Nagato immediately ceased the reincarnation jutsu. He gazed at the revived Conan, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then smiled. The newly resurrected Conan, after a brief moment of disorientation, supported Nagato.
Nagato! What's wrong with you?
Seeing Conan's anxiety, Nagato smiled, and reached out to touch her cheek.
Nothing serious. I have merely depleted too much chakra. Conan, let us leave. Rather than world peace, I wish only for you all to survive. Oh, and Yahiko has also been resurrected. He is outside. You two must take care of yourselves. Simply live in peace.
As he spoke, Nagato's hand suddenly fell limp, and the secret room's door opened from the outside.
Conan! Nagato! Where is this? Aren't I?
Conan gazed at the familiar figure at the doorway, then at Nagato lifeless in her arms, and suddenly burst into uncontrollable sobs.
Nagato sob!
Yahiko, standing at the doorway, was stunned by the scene, but soon ran forward. Yet upon seeing Nagato in Conan's embrace, he froze completely.
What? Nagato! What happened to him? Why does he look like this? And aren't I dead? Conan! Quick! Tell me what is going on! What's wrong with Nagato?
The various signs at the scene left the freshly resurrected Yahiko utterly bewildered. An inexplicable base had drastically changed Conan, and Nagato reduced to a withered corpse.
Conan! Tell me! What is happening here?
Conan looked at the frustrated Yahiko, gently placed Nagato back onto the chair, rose, and delivered a sharp slap across his face.
Why did you recklessly throw your life away back then? Do you have any idea how much we sacrificed for your dream all these years?
The slap left Yahiko stunned, but immediately after Conan wrapped her arms around him, and wept again.
Conan, don't cry. What exactly is going on?
Held by Conan, Yahiko awkwardly raised both hands above his head, continuing to press for answers. Yet Conan seemed resolved not to tell him, simply embracing him, and weeping. At that very moment, outside the base where Conan and the others remained, white Zetsu spotted Jiraiya and his party charging forward. Panicked, he burrowed back underground and sprinted toward the base.
Nagato! Konoha's forces are attacking!
White Zetsu erupted from the ground, shouting in alarm. However, he quickly noticed something was amiss.
Heavenly Path! Nagato! Nagato is dead!
White Zetsu let out a scream and immediately darted toward Nagato's corpse. At that instant, Conan, who was still leaning against Yahiko, changed expression and flung several paper shuriken, instantly killing the white Zetsu.
Carry Nagato's body. Let us speak elsewhere.
Conan wiped the tears from her face, her tone and expression swiftly turning serious. Yahiko, though still somewhat dazed, obediently lifted Nagato. But the moment he lifted Nagato, his pupils contracted. Unconsciously he murmured,
"So light!"
Conan, however, did not hear these words. She stood at the secret room's entrance, scanning their surroundings. They needed to evade not only Konoha's forces, but also Zetsu and Uchiha Obito.
This way!
After observing the area, Conan opened a secret passage behind the chamber, and led Yahiko through it. Within the passage, Conan recounted the events of the past years to Yahiko.
After my death, Akatsuki gradually became wartime mercenaries, earning funds through warfare.
Conan had scarcely begun, when Yahiko's expression shifted, his gaze filled with astonishment. Conan merely nodded, offered no further explanation, and continued her account. Yahiko observed Conan's cold, impassive face, and chose not to press further, listening silently. Soon Conan recounted the matter of the tailed beast's Nagato's obsession with achieving world peace, and his conviction that only through suffering could the world comprehend true peace. Yahiko no longer asked why. He simply looked at Nagato upon his back, and at Conan's resolute expression, and said quietly,
"You have endured much."
The ideal of world peace had originally belonged to Yahiko himself. When Conan and Nagato founded Akatsuki, they joined solely to support his vision. Yet after Yahiko recklessly perished in Nagato's arms, that ideal transformed into Nagato's inner demon. Conan walked ahead alone. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, her tears flowed once more, unstoppable.
"It's all right. We are family." "That's right. We are family."
Yahiko's tears spilled forth suddenly as well.
"How could I ever sacrifice you for my dream? You are my family."
Meanwhile, the remaining Akatsuki members received Nagato's final orders to destroy Konoha and kill Danzo.
"Oh, we are to destroy Konoha. Wasn't the goal the tailed beasts? As for killing Danzo, I quite fancy that myself."
Kisame soothed the half-secured Samahata, baring his shark-like teeth in a grin.
"Hey Sasori, shall we proceed directly? I shall depart after finishing modifications to my puppets." "Go ahead if you wish, there is no need to wait for me. I must tend to Samahata as well, so I shall delay my departure too." Hey. How did Nagato die? And they didn't retrieve the Rinnegan. Obito is holed up in some jutsu and won't emerge. What do we do? Are we all finished? Silence. It seems I must act myself. Dispatch your clones to shadow them closely. Protect the Rinnegan at all costs. Monitor Obito at all times, and inform him immediately upon his emergence. Understood. Ah. Finally a task for me. I've been bored for ages, you know. Lord Jashin is already furious from having to endure such inferior sacrifices for so long.
Haydn gleefully declared this after casually slaying a pleading villager. He had been alone in this village for days, with neither Itachi's group leading nor Obito's invasion of Konoha drawing anyone to him.
Attack Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Ha ha ha. I'm getting excited.
Listening to White Zetsu, Haydn looked at the remaining villagers around him, and said,
"It seems your luck as inferior sacrifices has run out. Lord Jashin no longer wishes to consume you."
With that, Haydn hoisted his scythe and left. The scene shifted to Amagakure. Tsunade and her team had located the base where Nagato had previously stayed, and no one had opposed their entry along the way.
"So this is the monster that attacked us."
Jiraiya looked up, examining the demonic statue of the outer path with its 8 eyes.
"Yeah, that's it, but Pain isn't here."
Hyuga Haman, his Byakugan active, scanned the cavern. After discovering only the statue was present, they had entered the base. Suddenly Haman's expression shifted drastically.
"Retreat now. This place is packed with explosive tags."
Tsunade and the others did not hesitate and quickly evacuated. Meanwhile, Conan and Yahiko were nearing the end of a secret passage.
"Haman, what's going on?"
Tsunade turned and asked, looking back at the chamber they had put distance from. After exiting the chamber, Haman showed no signs of stopping, and the others followed him far out. Haman, his Byakugan surveying the area, let out a long breath and explained,
"I spotted a hidden passage inside, but it was crammed with explosive tags extending outwards, densely covering the entire cavern. I deduced we needed to come this far to be safe."
Nara Shikaku spoke up, gauging the distance to the chamber.
"That far. But since it hasn't exploded yet, even after we went in, it's likely those tags weren't meant for us."
After hearing Shikaku's analysis, Haman asked,
"But if not for us, who would line their own base with explosive tags?"
The others, including Shikaku, nodded. Shikaku rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood.
"The fact they haven't detonated means they haven't left that secret passage yet."
Just as Shikaku finished his sentence, Boom, 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 boom. The chamber housing the demonic statue exploded. Countless explosive tags flashed one after another, detonating in a massive chain reaction. The explosion lasted for 3 minutes, thoroughly turning the entire area over, though not as completely as Little Boy had.
What do we do now?
Yamato asked, emerging as the others remained silent. Tsunade sighed deeply, looking at the ruins.
Let's return to Konoha.
Hearing this, directed the group inexplicably felt a sense of relief. They responded in unison.
Yes.
Jiraiya raised a hand, as if to speak, but stopped, seeing their weary state. The possibility of success for this mission now seemed beyond their reach. Even if they caught up with that pain, they weren't sure they could defeat a monster that could casually spit tail beast balls. Would the few of them truly be of any use? Underground in Konoha, at the former root base, the unconscious Anko woke up, rubbing her neck as she sat up from the floor.
Ouch. Where is this? Wait. Who was that bastard?
Anko suddenly remembered, immediately pulling out a kunai and scanning her surroundings cautiously. She had been knocked out by a surprise attack earlier, and she had no idea what had happened since. My neck hurts. Is the curse seal acting up?
Where is this place?
Having never been to Root's base, Anko chose not to move. Instead, she formed hand signs and summoned numerous small snakes, dispersing them to survey the area. It wasn't long before her snakes returned.
Konoha's underground. No one else nearby. Alright, lead me out.
After a brief exchange with a gray brown snake, she followed it towards the exit. Emerging onto the surface of Konoha, Anko was stunned by the sight of ruins and rubble everywhere. She stopped a medical ninja she recognized.
Ailing, what's going on here?
Huh? The stopped ninja was about to get angry, but then saw who it was.
Anko. Anko, where have you been? So many people died in Konoha. What? My brother is dead too.
The ninja, who seemed to have been holding it together, finally broke down upon seeing a familiar face.
Ailing, hey, don't cry. Alwyn is dead. What happened?
Anko held Ailing, who had suddenly flung herself into her arms, gently patting her back.
Today an Akatsuki member suddenly invaded Konoha. He killed my brother too. 2 wooden spikes pierced his lungs. He was beyond saving by the time he was found. What? He promised he'd take me to see a movie after the exercise was over.
Ailing sobbed, explaining her brother's death, then clung tightly to Anko, weeping. Anko nodded silently, continuing to pat Ailing's back, comforting her. Anko understood that this medical ninja wasn't a weak person. She just needed someone to talk to right now. Sure enough, after a moment, the medical ninja pulled away from Anko's embrace.
Sorry, Anko. You probably have other things to do. I should get going. Oh right, Dacihua is looking everywhere for you. And it's fine, I understand. You go ahead and get busy.
Anko reached out and patted the medical ninja's head. The medical ninja's cheeks flushed slightly. She hurried off towards the hospital, waving back at Anko.
Bye, Anko. Bye.
Anko waved back, then adjusted her collar and vanished in a flash.
Dacihua is looking for me. Where could he be now?
Soon Anko found Karen and Deidara in the village.
Hey Karen, have you seen Dacihua? Also Deidara, what are you doing in Konoha? Anko-sensei, Dacihua-sensei is training outside the village.
Karen, who was treating someone, stood up immediately upon seeing Anko. Deidara, who was crouching nearby watching Karen work, was startled. He pointed at the patient lying on the ground and yelled,
Hey, he's coughing up blood again.
Watching Karen frantically reapply the mystical palm technique, Deidara looked up at Anko and said,
Well, Dacihua brought me to Konoha talking about getting rid of Akatsuki. Also, he's in the forest southwest of Konoha practicing a new jutsu. He thought you'd been captured by Akatsuki. You better go see him. Persuade him to return to the embrace of art.
Anko was taken aback.
He thought I was captured by Akatsuki. I understand. I'm heading out.
Anko replied to them and vanished in an instant. Deidara blinked, then asked curiously,
Since when did Anko understand art? Is she going to persuade Dacihua?
Karen glanced at Deidara, confused.
She probably figured out where Dacihua-sensei is right. Oh, right.
Conan, having detonated her own base, led Yahiko to a secret hideout within the Land of Rain. This place was known only to her and Nagato, so there was no fear of the Akatsuki discovering them. Conan watched in silence as Yahiko gently laid Nagato's body upon a platform. Drawing a deep breath, she said to Yahiko,
Yahiko, let us abandon that dream of yours.
Yahiko was stunned by her words. That dream. World peace. He gazed at Nagato's peaceful body and slowly nodded.
Yes, it is time to forget it. We have already paid far too much.
Just then the space beside them began to warp and twist.
War has already claimed so many lives. Are your ideals to end merely because of Nagato's death?
Obito, wearing his spiral mask, stepped out from the distorted space in an instant.
Madara.
Conan immediately stretched out an arm to shield Yahiko, then drew a kunai and pointed it at Obito.
What are you doing here? Nothing much, merely helping Nagato hold fast to his ideals.
As he spoke, Obito reached his hand toward Nagato's body.
Stop! What are you doing?
Conan and Yahiko both reached out to stop Obito, but Obito had no intention of giving them the chance. With a glare from his eye, he sucked the corpse directly into his own space, then vanished right after it. The air suddenly fell still. Yahiko turned his head stiffly toward Conan and asked in bewilderment,
Who is he? Why did he take Nagato's body away?
Conan stared at the now empty platform, her voice growing despondent.
Probably for the Rinnegan. What?
Yahiko cried out in shock.
Nagato is already dead, and they still refuse to let him go.
Hearing this, Conan shook her head silently.
You do not understand how immense the power of the Rinnegan truly is. But none of that matters now. Let us leave. But what about Nagato's body? Are we really going to abandon him like this?
Yahiko shouted, deeply unwilling. Conan's expression also turned grim, yet she shook her head.
Forget it. Nagato is dead. There is no need for that anymore. Let us retire in peace. Amigakure no longer exists.
Yahiko faltered, about to argue, but then something occurred to him. He opened his mouth, then let out a sigh.
Fine.
After obtaining Nagato's body, Obito found a cavern all by himself. Inside, gazing at Nagato's peaceful expression, he smiled inexplicably.
At the final moment, you brought your dead friend back to life, and made them abandon their dream. Ha ha ha. I never imagined your resolve would amount to no more than this.
Smiling, Obito reached out and gouged out one Rinnegan, swapping it with the ordinary eye he had transplanted earlier.
Ah.
The instant the Rinnegan settled into place, Obito clutched his head and collapsed to the ground.
Such overwhelming power. So this is the legendary Eye of the Sage of Six Paths.
Trembling, Obito rose to his feet and was about to gouge out the other Rinnegan when he suddenly stopped and reached up to touch his own Sharingan.
This eye is still useful. No need to swap it, one is enough.
Obito muttered to himself. He glanced at Nagato's body, then gouged out the other eye and stored it away. Then, with a flicker of movement, he vanished. Outside, Konohagakure Anko found Dacihua training alone. By now Dacihua could wield his blade with the force of a hammer. One stroke split the very earth.
Hey, Dacihua? What kind of swordsmanship is that? It looks so off.
Hearing that familiar voice, Dacihua froze entirely, then immediately turned to look behind him. There stood Anko, completely unharmed, right behind him.
Anko-chan.
Dacihua, with a rare look of relief, rushed over and embraced her tightly. Anko clearly had not expected such a move from Dacihua either. She was tackled straight to the ground.
Hey, what are you doing?
Dacihua did not bother saying anything like,
I thought you had been captured.
He simply hugged Anko even more tightly.
Nothing. I just suddenly missed you.
Even as the two were locked in their tender embrace, in Konohagakure, Hatake Kakashi gathered a sizable group of retired veteran ninja.
Esteemed seniors, wherever Lee's dance fire burns, the shadow of the fire illuminates the village and lets new leaves sprout once more. This is our will of fire. Now enemies have invaded, and the village can no longer mount even a final defense. Therefore I beseech you all here to burn once more for Konoha.
Hatake Kakashi stood atop a makeshift platform of stacked crates addressing the 50 or 60 elderly men before him. These old warriors had already donned their shinobi battle gear and fastened forehead protectors bearing the mark of Konoha.
Who would have thought Konoha would ever face such a dire crisis?
An old man leaning on a cane looked up at the Hokage rock bearing the faces of the first and second Hokage, shaking his head.
Young Hatake, rest assured. We old coots may be retired, but our eyes are far from dim. Leave it to us.
A vigorous-looking old man declared.
Leave it to us. The moment we became ninja, we already had the resolve to burn our entire lives for Konoha.
Watching them all pledge themselves, Hatake Kakashi bowed deeply. Beside him, Might Guy was moved to tears, which streamed freely down his face.
This is what never-fading youth is all about.
Kakashi jumped down from the crates.
Guy, I'll need you to distribute all of these to the seniors. Yeah. Leave it to me, Kakashi. Just give me a minute.
With a loud shout, Guy took the stack of paper slips and wove among the old ninja. The old ninja, who received the slips, vanished in an instant with a flicker. One by one, they once again threw themselves into the ranks defending Konoha. In no time, Might Guy had finished handing out the slips and reappeared beside Kakashi. However, the excitement on his face had by then vanished. He understood all too well what it meant for Konoha to summon these people out of retirement.
Kakashi, what do we do next?
Kakashi gazed at the villagers clearing the traces of battle from the streets of Konoha and shook his head silently.
I don't know either. For now, let's wait for Lord Hokage and the others to return.
With that, Kakashi joined the reconstruction efforts, helping the villagers clear away the debris they couldn't handle. Seeing this, Guy let out a long sigh, but immediately rallied himself.
Yeah. Let me clean 2 whole streets in one go.
What is that thing of yours? How can a blade leave such marks? Hondo stood behind Dacihua gazing at the fissure he had split open with a single stroke. Dacihua casually explained to Hondo.
It's the sky-opening blade obtained from that trial at Bajudi.
Hondo was taken aback.
That strange trial really exists. Is this kind of marking a special effect of the blade?
Dacihua swung the sky-opening blade again.
Not exactly. The blade itself is extremely sharp. The effect might be due to my chakra nature.
Hondo nodded, showing no particular interest in the sky-opening blade.
I see. You know, so many people died in Konoha this time. I wonder when all this will end. Do you remember the ninja in my team who always charged ahead? Ai Irwin. He also fell in this invasion.
Sensing Hondo's somber mood, Dacihua stopped his training and turned to look at her, seeing the desolation on her face. He sheathed the sky-opening blade, walked silently to Hondo's side, patted her shoulder, and said earnestly,
I understand what you're thinking. So we must stop the Akatsuki this time. Once they are eliminated, life will settle down again.
Hondo leaned against Dacihua, then suddenly sighed, as if struck by a thought, and said to him,
But even if we eliminate the Akatsuki, this time the wars between the great ninja villages won't end, will they?
Dacihua was startled.
Huh? Did Hondo really say that?
Driven by an impulse, Dacihua leaned close to the curse mark on her neck.
Is your curse mark acting up? Why are you suddenly so profound?
Hondo was taken aback, pushed Dacihua away from her neck, and said seriously,
It's not the curse mark. Honestly, what will happen after this war ends?
Dacihua stopped joking and sat down on the ground.
To be honest, I don't even know if this war can truly end. The Akatsuki have already captured all 8-tailed beasts. Konoha is in ruins, and the other villages, having just fought, are unwilling to ally against the Akatsuki.
Hearing Dacihua's sudden dispirited words, Hondo was stunned. She looked at him earnestly.
This time we will surely win.
Seeing her determination, Dacihua broke into a joyful smile.
Yes, we will win. I need to continue training. The sky-opening blade can tear through space. Maybe I can catch that Madara off guard.
With that, Dacihua stood up again and began channeling chakra into the sky-opening blade, resuming his practice. His current goal was to compress the fissure created by the sky-opening blade, turning its wide expanse into a deep, narrow rift, which should allow him to briefly tear through space. Meanwhile, the man with a single Rinnegan, Dai-2, appeared in the base where Kisame and Sasori were staying. The moment he appeared, both Kisame and Sasori assumed combat stances, but then they noticed his Akatsuki cloak. So they held back. Kisame, holding the stitched Samahata, stepped in front of Sasori and asked warily,
"Who are you? I've never seen you before."
Dai-2 carried the Uchiha war fan on his back, a white mask with swirling patterns on his face, and chuckled lightly.
"I am Uchiha Madara, the true leader of the Akatsuki."
A moment of silence fell over the base. Then Kisame's laughter echoed through the vast space.
"Ha ha! The leader of the Akatsuki isn't a masked clown like you. And if you're going to boast, pick a better role. Madara Uchiha is a figure from the last century, didn't you know?"
Beneath the mask, Dai-2's face darkened. But he didn't take offense. With a slight raise of his hand, several thick wooden branches emerged from the ground, binding Kisame and Sasori. He then walked slowly before them and said,
"I know you won't believe me, but Pain has fallen into surprise attack on Konoha, so from now on I will carry out the plan with you. To gather the power of the tailed beasts and realize the great dream of world peace."
At that moment, Sasori, suspended behind, spoke up.
"Gathering tailed beasts is to revive the legendary Kagaya, isn't it? But is it true that the rabbit goddess will take away all chakra from the world?"
Dai-2 was taken aback.
"Revive what?"
And lurking behind Dai-2, Heiju was stunned speechless by Sasori's words. How did he know these things?
Did he deduce it? Impossible. Even Uchiha Madara didn't know my true goal back then. Could that wretched Hagoromo have leaked the information? No, he should be dead. What is going on?
While Heiju's mind raced, Dai-2 shook his head.
My goal is not to revive anyone. I want to create a perfect world. A world without war, only peace.
As if recalling something, he spread his arms toward the two.
Let me show you a glimpse of that perfect world.
Then, using the power of the Rinnegan, he cast the Tsukuyomi Jinjutsu on them. The essence of this illusion wasn't to torment, but to erase all regrets from the affected person's life, allowing them to live the life they most desired. Dai-2 simply watched them in silence. After a minute, he released the illusion. He didn't speak immediately, but observed their lingering expressions, letting out a soft chuckle as they readjusted to the real world.
Dai-2 said, "That world was wonderful, wasn't it? No war, no harm. The true purpose of the Akatsuki gathering tailed beasts is to use their immense power to transform this cruel world into that beautiful one."
At these words, Kisame and Sasori fell silent. Indeed, in that world everything was beautiful. Without war, Sasori's parents never died, and the Mist Village didn't force its shinobi to treat comrades as tools for the sake of mission efficiency. Everything was perfect. But wasn't it just an illusion? Kisame was the first to break free from the beautiful fantasy, looking at Dai-2 and asking. Dai-2 was slightly startled, not expecting Kisame, the tailless tailed beast, to react so quickly. But he had already prepared the answer to such a question.
Indeed, right now it's just an illusion. But once all the tailed beasts are gathered and their power harnessed, that world can become reality.
With that, Dai-2 waved his hand, freeing Kisame and Sasori.
So will you join me in continuing the Akatsuki's mission?
As Dai-2's presence grew more imposing, Kisame fell silent. He himself bore the title of tailless tailed beast. Thus he instinctively felt that even gathering all the tailed beasts wouldn't give them the power to change the entire world. But Sasori, who was behind Kisame, moved. He walked back toward his pile of puppet parts.
Let me finish modifying this puppet first. Sasori-san.
Kisame turned in surprise, looking at him. Sasori knew what shocked him, and said calmly,
Even if it's an illusion, what is there to cherish in this world?
Later, Kisame also found Sasori's reasoning sound, and the world where comrades did not kill each other truly appealed to him. Thus, he decided to lend Obito a hand, even though he still did not believe Obito's claim of being Madara. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu stood alone, gazing at the Geto statue with confusion. His plan had suddenly been exposed, and their ultimate goal of resurrecting his mother was now known to them. He was uncertain whether to halt his actions and go into hiding once more. But looking at the Geto statue, which had already absorbed 8-tailed beasts, he truly felt reluctant to let go. It had been thousands of years, and this was the closest he had ever come to success. Ah, damn that Hamura, why did he have to show up and cause trouble at such a crucial moment? After grumbling to himself for a while, Black Zetsu stared at the Gedo statue and made up his mind. He could not give up this chance, only the Ninetales stood between him and success. Even if Hagoromo suddenly rose from the dead, this plan had to succeed.
With that in mind, he set off for the base where Sasori and the others were staying.
Madara Haiden is already nearing Konoha. Are you ready to depart?
Moreover, according to my investigation, Dacihua, Deidara, and Itachi are all in Konoha village at this moment.
Oh,
is that so? Perfect, I was just worrying about how to eliminate them all.
Obito was quite rude and his words carried an arrogant tone. Kisame could hardly stand it, yet he had no intention of undermining him. He walked up to Obito with Samehada in hand.
In this plan, I will not fight Dacihua. His weapon is strange and terrifyingly sharp. My Samehada is like a piece of paper against that blade.
As he spoke, he showed the scars on Samehada. Obito was taken aback.
Isn't Dacihua a guy who uses explosive tags? Does he have some formidable sword technique? No, it's not any remarkable technique. There is no pattern to his slashing, but that weapon of his is extremely odd.
Hearing this, Obito nodded, but didn't take it seriously. His Kamui could nullify all damage. How could an unpatterned sword style ever harm him?
Alright, let's set off too. This is the leader's final mission.
At that moment, Sasori climbed back into Hiriko and piloted it out.
Good, let's go.
Obito nodded and dashed ahead, taking the lead. Meanwhile, at Dakihua's home in the Smoke Village, Orochimaru and Kabuto were there observing Dakihua's research materials on the boy.
Ha ha ha, what a peculiar idea.
Orochimaru held a small notebook, reading with delight. Kabuto wandered around Dakihua's room. Suddenly he spotted an overturned picture frame in a corner.
What is this?
Curious, Kabuto turned the frame over. A mask. His hand trembled, nearly dropping it.
Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto.
Don't be hasty. What did you find? Carrying his notebook, Orochimaru sauntered over. When he saw the mask in Kabuto's hand, his eyes narrowed. In an instant, he appeared beside Kabuto and snatched the mask from his hand, examining it closely. Kabuto watched nervously from the side. Before long, Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha, so this mask ended up here. Ha ha, truly unexpected.
Orochimaru abandoned the research notes on the boy and mask in hand beckoned to Kabuto before quickly leaving. Once outside, Orochimaru and Kabuto used the transformation technique, taking the forms of Dacihua and Anko, and swiftly departed. Before long, they arrived at an abandoned base in the Land of Fields. Orochimaru donned the Death God mask, and after a series of rituals summoned the legendary Death God. Then, using a special technique, he cut a large hole in the Death God's belly.
Ha ha ha, my arms are back. Ha ha ha, fate is truly wondrous. Kabuto, bring the sacrifices. Yes, Lord Orochimaru.
Kabuto stood behind Orochimaru, watching him regain his arms, his face filled with excitement. Then he stepped out briefly and returned with 2 bound captives. Orochimaru approached one of them, produced a test tube from a scroll on his person, and performed hand seals before the man using the impure world reincarnation. In an instant, layers of flaky matter wrapped around the man. Gradually, the shape of the crust transformed into that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh again.
Hiruzen, it's been a long time.
The reincarnated Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he wore a shocked expression.
Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this?
Orochimaru looked at him with a hint of smugness.
I have broken the strongest sealing jutsu, old man Hiruzen. If I had known this would happen, I should have. I really should have killed you back then.
The reincarnated Hiruzen's face twisted in fury as he shouted at Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru paid him no heed, strolling over and lightly patting his cheek.
Don't think I don't know. Back then, the wood release I researched was supported by you and Danzo behind the scenes. Without that, where would I have obtained so many test subjects?
At those words, Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply, staring at Orochimaru in shock.
Do you want to know how I found out? Ha, look at this. I found it in the root base.
Orochimaru pulled a piece of paper from his robes and handed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then, ignoring his stunned expression, Orochimaru walked to the other sacrifice, and once again used the impure world reincarnation. This time the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, appeared. Minato appeared bewildered, seemingly confused about why he was there. Seeing his dazed expression, Orochimaru spoke first.
Minato, take a look at our hypocritical third Hokage.
Minato froze for a moment, then turned his head to see the shocked Hiruzen beside him.
Lord Third,
Minato exclaimed in surprise, then asked,
how has Naruto been these past years? Minato, Naruto has been doing quite well.
Hiruzen had never expected to see the fourth again, and his voice wavered with uncertainty. Orochimaru sneered from the side.
So Naruto is your son? That demon fox, that monster in the village. Ha ha. Hiruzen, I never thought that you who supported Minato becoming Hokage would treat his son like this in the end. Ha ha.
Hearing Orochimaru's words, Minato's smile froze, and he looked at Hiruzen in disbelief.
Lord Third, is this true?
This time Hiruzen did not answer Minato. Instead, he glared at Orochimaru with hatred and shouted,
Orochimaru, those who toy with souls will come to no good end.
Orochimaru simply looked at Hiruzen, then shook his head, and took a talisman from his weapon pouch, pressing it onto Hiruzen's body.
Teacher Hiruzen, one who seeks immortality does not care about such ends.
The talisman was absorbed into his reincarnated body, and then Hiruzen fell silent. Minato watched all this without speaking, knowing that Hiruzen's final reactions proved Orochimaru's words were true.
Minato, I had no objection to you becoming the fourth Hokage. Both your character and your abilities are admirable. And for a long time, I wondered if that fool Jiraiya could really produce a student like you.
Minato listened, then gave a faint smile, but said nothing. Orochimaru looked at the former yellow flash, and for some reason, he directly released the restrictions on Minato.
Konoha has fallen into such a sorry state, and an organization has been searching for the Ninetales Jinchuriki everywhere. They even attacked Konoha directly for that purpose. Go help him. Naruto should be hiding at Mount Myaboku. You can make it there, I suppose.
Minato was stunned for a moment, then looked at Orochimaru with gratitude.
Thank you, Lord Orochimaru.
Then he vanished in a flash.
Lord Orochimaru, what is your purpose in doing this?
Kabuto asked curiously.
No reason, just to make the ninja world more chaotic.
Orochimaru waved his hand. A coffin appeared behind Hiruzen, enclosing him before vanishing. Then, with an inexplicable smile, Orochimaru walked out of the base. Minato departed directly from Orochimaru's base, retreating to a secluded corner. There he performed the summoning jutsu to call forth a toad.
Little Jiraiya, these old bones of mine, why have you summoned me here?
As the toad stretched its waist with its hands, Minato offered a gentle smile.
Fukasaku Sage, it's me.
The toad Fukasaku opened his eyes and gazed at the reanimated Minato.
Little Minato, what do you need?
After speaking, Fukasaku's eyes flew wide open.
Wait, no. Minato, how are you alive?
Minato sighed helplessly, but his expression quickly turned serious.
Fukasaku Sage, this is not the time for that. I requested your presence to examine whether this body of mine has any issues.
Fukasaku leaped onto Minato's shoulder and studied his head.
What's wrong with your body?
He extended a hand and placed it on Minato's head.
No warmth.
Startled, Fukasaku immediately leaped away from Minato.
Minato, are you human or ghost? Am I dead?
Watching the flustered toad, Minato smiled helplessly.
Fukasaku Sage, I am indeed dead, but now Orochimaru has revived me using the impure world reincarnation technique. I asked you here to see if there's anything wrong with my body.
Fukasaku stared at Minato for a moment, then muttered to himself.
Impure world reincarnation, is it?
He then placed a hand on Minato's body and sensed it.
I can't detect any issues. But since Orochimaru revived you, I suspect he has a way to control you.
Minato nodded.
I thought so too. However, you can go to Mount Myaboku. It has a special barrier where other ninjutsu cannot interfere. Moreover, your son Naruto is currently staying there.
Fukasaku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Minato nodded.
Is that alright? Actually, I do want to see Naruto, but being released by Orochimaru makes me uneasy.
Fukasaku waved his hand.
It's fine. Trust the barrier of Mount Myaboku. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths had to undergo a trial before entering. I'll go back first and summon you via reverse summoning.
With that, Fukasaku clapped his hands and vanished, dispelling the summoning. Shortly after, Minato felt Fukasaku's call and disappeared from the spot. When Minato opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of Fukasaku's home. After placing a hand on Minato's body to sense it once more, Fukasaku beckoned him inside. As soon as he entered, Minato saw Naruto sitting on a seat grimacing as he ate a bowl of long wriggling worms. Sensing someone's arrival, Naruto abruptly dropped the bowl and cried out as if pleading for help.
Pervert sage, are you finally done? Take me away from here.
But when he saw who it was, he froze.
The 4th Hokage. You're alive.
Minato was overjoyed to see Naruto safe and was about to greet him, but his expression dimmed. He truly didn't know who his father was.
Naruto, this is your father, Minato Namikaze.
Seeing Minato's momentary dejection, Fukasaku stepped in to explain to Naruto. Naruto was stunned by the explanation.
Huh? What do you mean? Fukasaku sage, are you joking? Isn't he the 4th Hokage?
Fukasaku hadn't figured out how to explain it to Naruto either, so he said.
He is indeed the 4th Hokage, but he is also your father.
Minato sighed inwardly and reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair.
Naruto, I'm sorry. These years must have been hard on you alone.
Naruto could no longer hold back and threw himself onto Minato.
You know, all these years I... What?
Holding the crying Naruto, Minato didn't know how to comfort him. He merely patted his shoulder gently.
I understand. I understand everything. You've really suffered these years.
At this, Naruto felt a bit awkward.
Actually, it wasn't that hard. The 3rd Hokage, Iruka-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, they all took good care of me. I've been doing okay.
Hearing Naruto's words, Minato felt a sudden pang of pain. His wife Kushina was a Jinchuriki, and he knew all too well what a Jinchuriki's childhood was like. He had thought that his status as the 4th Hokage would make things better for Naruto, but Naruto didn't even know who his father was. Looking at the young Naruto, Minato felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Gently patting Naruto's head again, he said softly,
Naruto, step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Fukasaku sage.
Naruto looked up at Minato's dim eyes, wiped his tears, nodded, and left the room alone. Minato watched Naruto leave with tenderness, then his expression turned serious.
Fukasaku sage, what exactly is happening in the ninja world now? I heard from Orochimaru that Konoha has declined, and an organization is after Naruto.
Fukasaku nodded.
Indeed. The ninja world is in chaos. An organization called Akatsuki is stirring up trouble across the land, hunting tail beasts and Jinchuriki. So far it seems only Naruto is still safe. Recently, while the 5th Hokage was away, that organization invaded Konoha, causing heavy losses among the ninja. Of course, we haven't told Naruto any of this.
After listening to Fukasaku's explanation, Minato analyzed it and grasped the current situation. However, he didn't rush to support Konoha. Instead, he sat before Fukasaku and asked,
regarding this matter, did the Great Toad Sage have any prophecy?
Fukasaku's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said,
the Great Toad Sage did have a prophecy. He said that when the 9 beasts converge, the one who once bestowed power will take it back.
Minato was taken aback.
What does that prophecy mean? According to the Great Toad Sage's analysis, the ancient goddess of the moon may be about to revive.
Fukasaku didn't intend to hide it, and explained directly.
The goddess of the moon. That myth. The one who bestowed chakra upon the world.
Minato was stunned at the mention of the goddess of the moon, even doubting if he had heard correctly. Yet Fukasaku nodded.
Yes, that goddess. But isn't that just a myth? Isn't chakra the combination of a person's physical and spiritual energy? How could it be a gift from a goddess?
Minato felt as if his worldview had been struck by a hammer.
I don't know either. But the Great Toad Sage said he once heard the Sage of Six Paths talk about the goddess of the moon.
Minato nodded at this explanation.
If the Sage of Six Paths said it, then it must be.
But he paused again.
The Great Toad Sage met the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths isn't a legend either.
Minato was shocked once more. In just a few sentences he began to doubt all the ninja world knowledge he had accumulated over the years.
Did the Great Toad Sage say how to counter it?
Minato asked after forcing himself to accept this new worldview. Fukasaku shook his head.
After explaining this prophecy, the Great Toad Sage has been sleeping for a long time and shows no signs of waking. I see.
Minato fell silent. Then he spoke again to Fukasaku.
Please find me an open space. I'll use this time to teach Naruto some sealing techniques. Minato, you're not going to support Konoha.
Fukasaku looked at him in surprise, noting that Minato was still wearing the fourth Hokage's cloak. Minato shook his head.
I am already a dead man. Going out there won't change anything. It's better to teach Naruto how to use the Nine-Tails power.
Fukasaku said nothing more and nodded.
Good. I'll arrange an open space for you right away. Thank you and sorry for the trouble.
Minato cast a grateful glance at Fukasaku, then rose and left the room. He went to find Naruto, eager to get to know his son. After leaving the room, Minato encountered Shima, Fukasaku's wife.
Little Minato, you've truly been revived,
Shima said in astonishment as she looked at him. Minato shook his head with a smile.
It's only a temporary revival. By the way, do you know where Naruto has gone?
Shima squinted, scrutinizing Minato carefully before replying.
Naruto went to find Gamabunta. Is there really no issue with your body?
Minato paused briefly, then smiled.
Probably nothing serious.
Shima said no more, nodded, and entered the room. Standing on the path, Minato looked at his own hand with a hint of concern. However, he soon decided not to dwell on it. He hurried straight to Gamabunta's home. Upon arriving, Minato straightened his appearance and attempted to remove the Hokage mantle draped over his shoulders, but quickly realized it was impossible to take off. Heaving a sigh, he stepped inside. Inside Gamabunta's dwelling, Minato immediately spotted Naruto sitting with two small toads.
Naruto!
Minato called out as he strode over. Naruto stiffened, turned around, and stammered uncertainly, "Dad." Gamakichi and Gamatatsu cast a curious glance at Minato before quietly slipping away. On the way, Gamatatsu asked,
Brother, isn't Naruto an orphan? Who is that man? Don't be nosy. Just leave. There must be confidential matters we don't know about. Is that so, brother? That's right, Gamatatsu. Humans are quite complicated.
Back to Naruto. At that moment, Minato and Naruto sat face to face, the atmosphere between them awkward. Little Naruto didn't know what to say to his suddenly appearing father. Minato, on the other hand, had so much to say, but didn't know where to begin. After an awkward silence, Minato spoke.
Naruto, have you met the Nine-Tails inside you?
Naruto froze, a rare expression of fury flashing across his face.
Of course I have. If it weren't for it,
Suddenly Naruto stopped. He recalled that the fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself during the Nine-Tails rampage. Now the fourth Hokage was his father, and the Nine-Tails resided within him. Minato understood what Naruto was thinking, smiled, and reached out to ruffle his hair.
That's right. I sealed the Nine-Tails inside you.
Naruto was stunned.
Huh? What? But why?
Little Naruto couldn't comprehend why the Nine-Tails had been sealed within him.
Actually, your mother was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Someone attacked her and released the beast. In desperation, I had no choice but to seal it inside you.
Minato sighed as he spoke.
At that time, I entrusted you to the third Hokage, hoping you would have a better life than other Jinchuriki. But?
Naruto looked at Minato's regretful expression momentarily taken aback.
The third grandpa was very kind to me.
Minato paused, smiled again, and gently patted Naruto's head.
Enough of that. Come with me. I'll teach you some techniques to deal with the Ninetales.
Naruto's face lit up with joy.
Are you going to teach me some awesome jutsu? Well, the Ninetales is an immensely powerful energy source. Your mother's clan, the Uzumaki, have a natural talent for sealing techniques, so they could easily utilize its chakra. Now I'll teach you some of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to counter the Ninetales.
Minato stood up and took Naruto's hand. In an instant, Naruto found himself in a sealed space with the Ninetales pinned firmly before him.
Ninetales! What do you want now?
Naruto shouted at the beast.
Brad, who are you? How did you get here?
The Ninetales opened its eyes and sneered at Naruto.
Naruto, this is the Inkarama. When I sealed the Ninetales inside you, I split its chakra into two halves. I sealed the more malevolent and violent half within myself.
Minato stood behind Naruto, explaining as he gazed at the colossal beast.
Now I'll demonstrate some Uzumaki sealing techniques, so you can better control the Ninetales in the future.
With that, Minato rapidly formed hand seals, and several chains shot out from behind him, hurtling toward the restrained Ninetales. The chains twisted around the beast like wringing a towel, squeezing out vast amounts of chakra. Minato immediately absorbed the chakra.
Naruto, this is a technique used by the Uzumaki clan to attack and capture tail beasts, the adamantine sealing chains. However, due to my lack of mastery, I can only manifest a few chains.
Ignoring the Ninetales' howls of agony, Minato placed his hand on Naruto and transported them out of the sealed space, reappearing within another part of Naruto's inner world.
Naruto, do you need my power again?
The Ninetales inside Naruto slowly opened its eyes from its cage. Then it spotted Minato behind Naruto.
Minato! You bastard, what are you doing here?
Minato glanced up at the caged beast, then waved his hand. A sealing technique. The gates of the great god pinned the Ninetales to the ground.
Naruto, next you'll start learning the adamantine sealing chains. You carry your mother's bloodline, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you.
Naruto stared blankly at the Ninetales easily pinned to the ground, then slowly nodded.
Alright, let's begin now.
Minato then began teaching Naruto the intricacies of the adamantine sealing chains. From then on, except for occasional meals, the father and son remained in the sealed space together. Meanwhile, Haiden, who had set out for Konoha ahead of time, was drawn by something as he passed through a forest. He shouted with excitement.
Hey, hey, hey! Look what I've found! A premium sacrifice!
He pulled his weapon from his back and strode into the forest. Deep in the woods, a solitary hut stood. Outside, Zabuza Momochi was sparring with a young boy using a training blade. Suddenly, Zabuza sensed something. His expression shifted and his attacks became fierce. In 3 swift strokes, he rested the blade against the boy's neck. Feeling the cold steel on his neck, the boy raised his hands.
Zabuza-sama, I'm sorry. I lost again.
Zabuza had no time to explain. He dropped the training sword and pulled the executioner's blade from a nearby tree.
This is not the time for that. Go hide. Someone is coming.
Zabuza's face hardened as he looked toward Haiden's direction, waving the boy away. The boy's expression turned serious.
Is the enemy strong?
Zabuza shook his head and immediately used the hidden mist jutsu.
I don't know, but the killing intent is strong. Hide and assist me if you get the chance. Yes, Zabuza-sama.
The boy nodded and vanished instantly. As the mist thickened to the point of blindness, Zabuza also disappeared from sight.
Huh? I've found you.
Haiden shouted as he walked through the mist, then swung his massive scythe in a circle around him.
TCH. Nothing again. What a boring jutsu.
Haiden complained loudly. Suddenly, a large blade emerged from the mist, aiming for his neck.
Ha ha ha. You fell for it.
Haiden raised his arm to block the attack. Hidden on his arm was another weapon, a collapsible black rod. Haiden shouted in excitement as he swung his scythe heavily. But the moment the scythe struck, the blade on his arm vanished.
TCH. A water clone. Didn't fall for it.
Haydn grumbled, yet his grin only widened. He took a few more steps forward. Suddenly the puddle left by the water clone enveloped him.
Oh no, I've been tricked.
Trapped inside a water prison, Haydn flailed his scythe wildly within the orb, but his face showed little panic. He couldn't drown. At that moment Zabuza called out from outside.
Haku ice release.
Then white frost crept across the ground toward the water prison. With a hum, the water prison transformed into a massive ice ball and crashed to the ground. Inside, Haydn shuddered and began struggling violently. Just as the ice ball cracked, and he was about to rise and declare his return, a large blade swung and sent his head flying. But Haydn's body didn't stop. His scythe swept toward the enemy. This time it was another water clone. Haydn's airborne head shouted in fury.
Hey! 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 That's too much. What kind of ninja are you?
Yet no one answered him in the thick mist. As his head hit the ground, an explosion rang out from where his body was. Then the hidden mist jutsu dissipated.
Damn it, I'm done for.
Haydn's head strained to move his face, so he could see his foe. A man in a black vest with a spiky hairstyle walked over, carrying an exceptionally long blade on his shoulder. Zabuza crouched down and tapped Haydn's head with the executioner's blade.
Hey, are you human?
Haydn said nothing, his eyes rolling back as if dead. The boy reappeared beside Zabuza, puzzled by his actions.
Zabuza-sama, what are you doing?
Without looking back, Zabuza kept his eyes on Haydn's head.
Haku, after eliminating a target, you must confirm they are dead.
Haku hesitated, staring at the severed head.
Is he still alive?
Zabuza nodded, pointing the blade at Haydn's head.
This guy might be some strange demon. Turn around, I'll chop him to pieces. Hey! That's too much. What's wrong with you?
Unable to take it anymore, Haydn yelled at Zabuza. Haku was shocked.
He really is alive.
Zabuza casually turned Haku around, then brought his blade down on Haydn's head, cleaving it in two.
His head kept talking even after being severed, and his body kept moving. So I deduced he wasn't dead.
While explaining, Zabuza continued hacking at the head until it was a pulp. Then he dug a hole with his sword, scooped the pulp in, and covered it with earth.
All right, turn around. When dealing with a corpse, first eliminate threats. Use a water clone.
Zabuza stretched and looked at the lonely hut in the forest. He sighed deeply, then turned to say something to Haku. But seeing Haku poking the still-moving body with a water clone, Zabuza's mouth twitched.
Freeze it! Oh! Yes, Zabuza-sama.
The real Haku nodded and used ice release to freeze the body parts. Seeing the frozen remains, Zabuza leaned against a tree with the executioner's blade. He stared at the blade, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke to Haku.
When you're done cleaning up, pack our things. We need to move. This place is no longer safe.
Haku paused and turned to Zabuza.
Zabuza-sama, are you going back to Kirigakure?
Zabuza shook his head, pulling out a cloth to polish the executioner's blade.
No. The village has changed. A criminal like me won't return. I'm done being a ninja. If you want to continue, I can send you to Kirigakure. You could even become the wielder of the executioner's blade. No. I am Zabuza-sama's tool. If you quit being a ninja, I will too.
Haku shook his head frantically, speaking earnestly. Zabuza looked at Haku and nodded.
Good. Then we'll stop being ninjas.
With that, he walked back to the hut, drove the executioner's blade deep into the earth, and left it there. A day later, Tsunade's team returned to Konoha village. When they witnessed the devastation of the village, even Tsunade felt a pang of regret for their plan for the first time. Tsunade entered the village in silence, and immediately rushed to the hospital to work. Jiraiya, on the other hand, walked alone through Konoha, observing the destruction everywhere, and the gloomy expressions on the villagers' faces. At that moment, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He walked alone to the cemetery of Konoha, stood before the third Hokage's grave, and remained still in silence. Just then another person suddenly appeared in the cemetery. Jiraiya glanced back, but paid little attention, assuming it was merely a ninja paying respects. But the person suddenly formed hand signs and shouted,
"Release!"
Then with a puff, he transformed into Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya instinctively prepared to defend himself, but then recalled the records about Itachi in the Hokage's log. He sighed, relaxed his guard, and looked at Itachi with a complex expression.
"Itachi, you're back." "Yes, Lord Jiraiya."
Itachi said nothing or slowly walked over, and stood before the third Hokage's grave. The two stood in silence for a long time, until Jiraiya suddenly spoke.
"Itachi, have you ever seen this so-called Madara in the Akatsuki?"
Itachi shook his head bluntly.
"Never heard of him." "Is that so?"
Jiraiya nodded, looked up at the Hokage rock, and then suddenly asked,
"If chakra ceased to exist, would the world be at peace?"
Itachi was stunned. What kind of talk was this? Was he supporting the Akatsuki?
"Lord Jiraiya, are you planning to hand over Naruto?"
Jiraiya was also taken aback, and shook his head.
"Naruto is my disciple. How could I hand him over?"
After a moment Jiraiya spoke as if lamenting.
"During this time, Konoha's losses have been greater than those of the Third Great Ninja War, and the other villages show no intention of allying with us against the Akatsuki."
Jiraiya paused again.
"Itachi, to be honest, the leader of the Akatsuki was once my student."
Upon hearing this, Itachi was shocked.
"What? Pain is your disciple?"
Seeing Itachi's astonishment, Jiraiya waved his hand.
"That's all in the past. You must have heard about my search for the child of prophecy, right?"
Itachi nodded.
"I've heard that the fourth Hokage was the legendary child of prophecy."
Jiraiya's expression dimmed slightly.
"At the time, I also believed Minato was the child of prophecy. His talent was extraordinary, and he was an incredibly gentle person. But that accident came too suddenly. Pain! After the Third Great Ninja War ended, I went to the Rain Country on a mission. During the mission, I happened to see the legendary Rinnegan. By then Minato had already gained great fame in the ninja world, and was certain to become the fourth Hokage. So I stayed in the Rain Country, and took in that orphan with the Rinnegan and his two companions as disciples."
Jiraiya recounted the past, sharing with the young man, who had wiped out his own clan, the many endeavors he had undertaken over the years to find the child of prophecy. Meanwhile Deidara, who had been wandering around Konoha with Itachi, went outside the village to find Dacihua. By then Anko had already returned to Konoha, and Dacihua was still diligently practicing the heaven-splitting blade alone.
"Hey Dacihua, what are you doing studying something like this? I'm waiting for you to show me even higher art."
Deidara shouted from atop his clay bird as he flew toward Dacihua. Dacihua could now wield the heaven-splitting blade proficiently. Each swing left a fleeting crack in the air. On the other side of the crack seemed to be a Beto's Kamui dimension. Seeing Deidara arrive, Dacihua stopped practicing, and shook his head at him.
"You don't understand. This slash of mine poses a greater threat than explosions."
Deidara was unconvinced, and moved closer. He looked at the marks left by Dacihua's practice and sneered.
"You think these tiny scratches can compare to a brilliant explosion?" "Don't be ridiculous."
Dacihua pushed the explosion-obsessed man away, and said disdainfully,
"Don't underestimate this. It requires far more skill than your explosions. Besides, some things can withstand explosions, but nothing can withstand this. If an explosion can be resisted, it simply means the explosion isn't powerful enough. But what makes you think your thing is unstoppable?"
Deidara, unfazed by being pushed away, retorted, while pulling a special material from his ninja pouch, kneading it in his hands, and stuffing it into the mouth on his face. Chewing sounds.
"Let me show you my latest technique. I was planning to surprise you on the battlefield."
Watching Deidara chew the unknown substance, Dacihua became intrigued. He knew that Deidara only used the mouth on his face for particularly tricky techniques.
"Are you going to challenge my little boy?"
Dacihua asked curiously, putting away the heaven-splitting blade and watching Deidara chew.
"Not yet chewing sounds, but I have an idea. Now let me show you my explosion with a new material."
As he spoke, Deidara spat out a small round ball.
"Look, my new technique. I call it Little Ball." "Huh? What the heck?"
Dacihua was confused.
"Aren't your bombs named with C something? Trying to imitate me?"
Deidara reached into his pouch again, chewed a piece of white clay, and shaped a bird.
Not imitating you. I just feel my art deserves unique names.
Then Deidara enlarged the bird, and had it grasp the little ball.
Watch. This is my strongest move besides my ultimate art.
With that, the hovering bird shot forward. When the bird reached about 100 meters from them, it suddenly spread its wings, like a great eagle, then exploded in midair. At the moment of the bird's self-destruction, the little ball in its claws shot toward the ground like a bullet. Boom, boom, boom. Like a fragmentation grenade, the little ball burst apart instantly upon explosion. The fragments that flew out exploded again. After 3 consecutive detonations, the devastation to the ground was immense. Watching this scene, Dacihua suddenly recalled the fireworks that exploded in succession in his past life. Dacihua didn't have this technique yet. Although he had made many fireworks, he still hadn't solved the problem of keeping other bombs unaffected after one explosion.
Hey, not bad, right?
Deidara proudly admired his handiwork.
Yep, pretty good. How did you achieve the staged explosion? Tell me.
Dacihua shamelessly asked for the technical key. Deidara didn't mind, and happily patted him on the shoulder.
Uh-huh. I knew you'd understand. You saw the key to my new technique right away.
He pulled a black substance from his ninja pouch.
Look, this makes the clay much harder. I used it as the shell for the explosive clay. Not only did the power increase, but the layered wrapping also expanded the blast radius.
Almost instantly, Dacihua lost interest. He nodded, drew the heaven-splitting blade again, and said,
I've thought of that idea, but I can't learn it. Let me show you my blade. It can do more than just make small cuts.
With that, Dacihua deliberately roughened his chakra control, and thrust the blade forward. With a hum and a roar, the ground fissured, trees and rocks shattered into pieces in the direction the blade aimed. Deidara stared in stunned silence, then shook his head.
Looks powerful, but it has no artistry at all. Have you fallen, Dacihua?
Dacihua was speechless.
Is there nothing besides explosions that interests you? Aren't you curious how I did it? Not curious. Not interested. Not as good as explosions.
Dacihua was left dumbfounded.
Damn explosion maniac. If you're not interested, go back. I tell you, whether we win this time depends on me.
He turned and resumed practicing the heaven-splitting blade.
TCH, are you mad? Konoha is boring. Itachi went to see Jiraiya, and I don't want to help rebuild the village. Say, when will the Akatsuki arrive? Don't know. Maybe soon. If they want to gather the tailed beasts, they'll definitely come to Konoha.
Dacihua replied without turning around, but then froze.
Jiraiya and the others are back. Yeah, looks like they failed. The leader is indeed formidable. He drove back 2 of the Sannin on his own.
Dacihua nodded.
But it wasn't just the Sannin, there was also an elite squad. In the original story, Jiraiya, without any knowledge, took down 3 pains. What's going on now? I need to go back too. Come on, Deidara. The final battle is likely imminent.
Dacihua sheathed the heaven-splitting blade and vanished in a flash.
You're from the Smoke Ninja Village. Why are you so worried about Konoha?
Deidara grumbled in dissatisfaction, then vanished as well. Just as Dacihua ran back, Obito, Kisame, Sasori, and Zetsu were resting and recovering in an underground cave not far from Konoha village. On the way, they had already learned from Zetsu about Haiden's disappearance. Ben, what's your next plan? Kisame sat on the ground, one hand touching the stitched area of Samahata. No plan needed. Since the Nine Tails is now hidden in Mount Myaboku, we'll force Konoha to hand it over. Obito stood facing Konoha, casually answering Kisame's question. Force a major ninja village. Kisame's tone was ambiguous. Obito immediately caught Kisame's doubt and chuckled. Don't worry. The Konoha of today is no longer what it used to be. When I came for the Nine Tails before, Jiraiya, who had ties to Mount Myaboku, was absent. Otherwise, I would have secured it already. Finishing, Obito turned to look at Zetsu. Has the White Zetsu army infiltrated Konoha yet? They've infiltrated successfully, and can launch an attack at any time, Zetsu said. Abito nodded, satisfied with the answer, his tone growing lighter. Then, is everyone ready?
Yes, let's begin.
Sasori stood up decisively. No issues, let's begin. Kisame rose and surveyed the group. Good. Soon they appeared at a defensive point in Konoha. However, their arrival was not silent. Sasori's Philia flicked blood off its tail, its eyes fixed on the signal flare exploding in the sky. We've been discovered directly. Abito looked up at the bursting signal flare and suddenly laughed. Haha, it doesn't matter. Zetsu. Begin. With that, Abito formed hand seals and summoned the Gedo statue. Boom. The colossal statue crushed 2 ordinary houses under its feet. Meanwhile, inside Konoha, many people, after a momentary pause, flashed a sinister smile. Then, they suddenly attacked those beside them. In an instant, the entire Konoha village fell into chaos. And the sounds that echoed through Konoha were not cries of unity, but screams of terror and disbelief. Kisame seemed unsettled and asked Abito doubtfully, "Ban, are we attacking directly without negotiating with the Konoha higher-ups?" Abito paused, looking at the chaotic village. No need. Once we gather all 9-tailed beasts and create a new world, all the wars in this world will cease to exist, and the dead will be revived. Is that so? Kisame's tone was hesitant. He watched as the white Zetsu killed indiscriminately, old and young alike. Suddenly he realized that after losing Pain, the Akatsuki was no longer the same. Abito sensed Kisame's hesitation, but paid it no mind. All sacrifices are worth it until the ideal world arrives. Abito said enigmatically, then vanished, leaping directly into Konoha. Kisame watched, suddenly unsure of what to do. At that moment, Sasori, piloting Philia, slowly passed by him and remarked in a teasing tone, "A ninja from the Blood Mist village, caring about the lives of unknown civilians." Unbelievable. Kisame's expression flickered slightly, then he said in a flat, serious tone, "But what fault do these civilians have?" Sasori's steps faltered. What fault? Probably living in a ninja village. His tone remained flat, and after a brief sigh he followed Abito and jumped down. Zetsu, who could vanish into the ground at any time, approached Kisame and said solemnly, "Trust Ban. Only by merging the 9-tailed beasts can true peace be brought to this world." Kisame glanced at Black Zetsu with a strange look. "Do you really believe he is Ban?" Zetsu turned to Kisame, and a peculiar expression appeared on his half-black face. "At least he's also working for world peace, isn't he?" With that, Black Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. Kisame took a deep breath, and the hesitation on his face vanished. "Since we've come this far, I might as well see how it ends." Then he too leaped into Konoha, following Abito and Sasori toward the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage building, Dacihua and a group of Konoha ninjas were gathered. Dacihua now roughly understood what had happened to Jiraiya and the others in the Rain Village. Just as he was about to say something, a young ninja burst through the door. "Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama!" Outside! Everyone, chaos! There's a monster! Seeing the flustered young ninja, Tsunade immediately felt a pang of unease. She stood up, grabbed the young ninja by the shoulders, stared into his eyes, and shouted, "Calm down." What happened? The young ninja was stunned for a moment, then quickly spoke. "Hokage-sama, monsters have appeared in the village, and many villagers have turned into killers, attacking everyone." Tsunade's expression changed instantly. She released the young ninja and rushed out the door. Meanwhile, the other ninjas in the room, except Dacihua, also vanished in a flash. Dacihua froze, then looked at the bewildered young ninja and asked absent-mindedly, "Where's the secret passage in this conference room?" After asking, he felt it was wrong side and ran out to find a resentful Deidara. "Yo, done with the Konoha meeting." "Ahem, don't be sarcastic. Something's happened in Konoha. Quick, summon your bird." Dacihua waved his hand awkwardly. For some reason, the Konoha ninjas had refused to let Deidara participate in the meeting, so Dacihua had asked him to wait outside. Now asking Deidara to help Konoha was a bit shameless. Fortunately, Deidara was not petty. Or rather, he was curious about what was happening in Konoha. So the two rode Deidara's clay bird to the scene of the confrontation. The two sides seemed to have skipped conversation and started fighting immediately. Below, Sasori controlled a massive number of puppets, single-handedly holding off many elite jonin. Kisame, as it faded, was once again battling Might Guy. Hey Dacihua, where did you really learn about the Akatsuki's true goal? I don't buy that trial story. Deidara watched Sasori's puppetry with interest beside Dacihua and suddenly asked. Dacihua had been searching for Anko, but the question made him pause. It was easy to explain to Konoha, since he had been in the Akatsuki. But how could he explain it to someone who was in the Akatsuki himself? After a few seconds of hesitation, Dacihua thought of a way. He shook his head at Deidara, and said it really came from the trial. I deduced it from a legend. What legend? Legend has it that there was no chakra in the world originally. The goddess of the moon, unable to bear the world's suffering, secretly ate the fruit of the divine tree, and then gave chakra to the people. But after people gained the power of chakra and established a stable society. Wait. Is this really the time for a story? I'm still looking for Anko. Dacihua stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing they were in the middle of a battle. So he stopped talking to Deidara and resumed searching the battlefield for Anko. Deidara also reacted, but Dachihua's wife was still in the Hidden Leaf village, so he was not in a hurry to learn of the legends ahead. Instead, he lent a hand in the search alongside Dacihua. From the sky their search progressed swiftly. Soon Dacihua caught sight of Hongdo's figure. At that moment Hongdo was engaged in combat with several ninjas who appeared to be white Zetsu transformations, while several white Zetsu corpses already lay scattered on the ground.
Hongdo, I'm here to help!
Dacihua cried out and leapt from Deidara's flying bird. Upon landing beside Hongdo, he smoothly released his chakra, letting it spread outward, and attach directly to the surrounding white Zetsu. He activated it instantaneously, and all the white Zetsu exploded at once. After dispatching them, Dacihua reached out to pull Hongdo aboard Deidara's bird. But Hongdo refused. She intended to continue wiping out the remaining white Zetsu. Having no other option, Dacihua joined her in the fight. Meanwhile, Deidara chose not to intervene on behalf of the Leaf Village, simply hovering silently in the sky and watching the battle below. On another front, because the main battlefield was near the Hokage monument, the Outer Path demon statue rampaging through the outskirts of the Leaf Village remained entirely unchecked by anyone. However, Uchiha Itachi, who had been maintaining his disguise, soon appeared there. He immediately manifested his complete body. Susanoo charged forward, and used the Yata mirror to block a crushing palm strike from the Outer Path demon statue. Simultaneously, he severed the statue's arm with a Tenkin sword and sealed it away. Yet the sealing jutsu seemed to have little effect. The statue's arm regenerated at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, it appeared that some mechanism within the Outer Path demon statue had been triggered. Its mouth suddenly gaped wide, spewing forth a stream of purple chakra. The chakra took the form of a massive python, with jaws agape, lunging ferociously toward those nearby. Anyone brushed by the serpent collapsed lifelessly, as though their very souls had been drained away. Itachi watched this scene in shock, took a deep breath, and once again drew the Tenkin sword, slashing at the colossal python. The sealing power of the Tenkin sword remained overwhelmingly potent, capable of containing the purple python spawned by the statue. However, it seemed to be a kind of ninjutsu continuously erupting from the statue's maw despite the sword seal. After being held in check for a moment, the Outer Path demon statue suddenly slammed its jaws shut. The purple python of chakra was bitten in twain and sealed within the Tenkin sword. But the statue was hardly affected. Roaring loudly, it swung both arms and charged directly at Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi realized the Tenkin sword could not truly harm the statue, so he glared fiercely, and Amaterasu flames erupted across the demon statue's body. The effect of Amaterasu proved almost absurdly devastating. As the flames consumed it, the statue roared in agony, frantically slapping at its own burning form. Yet Amaterasu was renowned as the flame that never extinguishes, proving far too relentless to be simply slapped out. The statue quickly realized this, and with a furious shriek began gathering tail beast bombs near its mouth. And not just one. Several tail beast bombs shot directly toward Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi's expression hardened with the Leaf Village behind him. He did not even consider evading. Facing the incoming tail beast bombs, Itachi sheathed the Tekken sword and poured immense chakra and ocular power into the Yata mirror. Gripping it with both hands, he prepared to bear the full impact. Though the Yata mirror could theoretically block all damage, its protective power appeared frail against those tail beast bombs. Cracks quickly spread across the Yata mirror. Within the Susanoo Uchiha, Itachi was clearly struggling to hold on. Blood streamed incessantly from his eyes, like an open floodgate. At that moment, Itachi suddenly conceived a plan. He tilted the Yata mirror slightly, attempting to deflect the tail beast bombs skyward. But a tail beast bomb was no ordinary attack. After redirecting to the Yata mirror shattered. Inside the Susanoo, Itachi violently spat a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness, his Susanoo vanishing with him. The tail beast bombs tore through Itachi's defenses and hurtled toward the heart of the Leaf Village. Just then, several massive wooden pillars erupted from the earth, catching each tail beast bomb one by one and hurling them skyward. Meanwhile, a figure caught Itachi as he fell from the sky.
Uchiha brat, you did well. Leave the rest to me.
The sudden figure wore crimson lacquered armor and flowing long hair, the legendary god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. After setting Itachi down, Hashirama created a clone to carry him away, while he himself looked up at the Outer Path demon statue. Patterns instantly appeared across his face as he entered Sage mode.
Sage art would release human statue.
A wooden colossus as towering as the Outer Path demon statue materialized instantly at Hashirama's feet. Standing atop the wooden giant, Hashirama did not hesitate. With decisive control, he commanded the construct to charge forward and deliver a devastating uppercut to the Outer Path demon statue. Taken completely off guard, the statue stumbled backward. Hashirama pushed off powerfully from the wooden giant's head and maneuvered the construct to pin the sprawling statue to the ground.
Sage art spirit forbidden gate.
Still airborne, Hashirama immediately cast a sealing technique upon the wooden giant, restraining the statue. Dozens of enormous torii gates rained from the heavens, instantly immobilizing the Outer Path demon statue upon the earth. Returning to an earlier moment on another section of the battlefield, Kisame, still harboring doubts about Obito in his heart, lacked the will to fight to the death, and had already been defeated in his engagement with Might Guy. Sasori's hundreds of puppets, though manipulated with exquisite precision, had been largely depleted after all. At this point, Sasori had released the third Kazekage puppet. The third Kazekage's iron sand magnet release, wielded under Sasori's control, proved utterly invincible on the battlefield. Almost every ninja who encountered the iron sand was swiftly poisoned and collapsed to the ground. The poisoned ninjas writhed and wailed upon the earth. Witnessing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya redoubled their assault against Obito with even greater ferocity. However, by this point Obito had grown thoroughly acquainted with the power of the Rinnegan. Employing Shinra Tensei Bansho Tenin and a chakra absorption technique, he tormented the two relentlessly. Moreover, even if they somehow managed to land a blow, Obito possessed Kamui, allowing him to phasing his body and dodge any attack.
Hand over the nine tails. Are you truly willing to sacrifice the entire Leaf Village for one monster? How laughable! It was meant to be the village's weapon, yet now the whole village must protect it.
Obito spoke with a mocking tone to Jiraiya and Tsunade, while once again using Shinra Tensei to deflect all incoming ninjutsu. He then used Bansho Tenin to seize a leaf ninja and drained him completely of chakra. Casually discarding the drained ninja, Obito suddenly sensed something and turned his head toward Kakashi, who was lurking behind him and preparing to activate Kamui.
Well, well. The copy ninja Kakashi. How's the Sharingan treating you?
Startled, Kakashi immediately activated Kamui toward Obito's head. But Obito was faster. In an instant, he appeared beside Kakashi, drained his chakra, and pulled him into the Kamui dimension.
Kakashi! Damn it! Let Kakashi go! Came on, gate open.
Might Guy, who had been locked in combat with the third Kazekage at a distance, witnessed this, and let out a thunderous roar, bursting straight through from the second gate to the sixth. Before Sasori could react, a day tiger shattered the third Kazekage puppet and surged forward toward Obito. In an instant Kai appeared beside Obito, lashing out with a whip-like kick aimed at his head. As Obito, still immersed in his thoughts, turned to glance at Tsunade and Jiraiya, he was sent flying by the strike. Thud. Thud. Crash. Obito smashed through several houses, and just as he was about to land, Kai appeared beside him again, and kicked him back. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood midair, then instinctively activated Kamui to make his body intangible. Thus Obito crashed into the ground and vanished. Kai, noticing his disappearance, gritted his teeth, and chose not to pursue, instead turning his focus back to his previous enemy Sasori. Sasori had snapped out of his shock. He pulled another scroll from his robes, and released a pile of mechanical parts. He then channeled a mass of chakra threads from the Hiriko puppet, connecting them to the parts. However, before any transformation could occur, Kai flew over and stomped onto Hiriko's back. The impact left a crater on Hiriko's back. Kai then appeared beside the puppet and kicked off its back armor, sending it flying. With the armor gone, Sasori leaped out from within, but he couldn't escape Kai's speed. A single punch shattered this body. Deidara, watching from the sky, was utterly stunned by what had happened in less than 2 minutes.
Brother Sasori. Such a formidable opponent. Why have I never heard of him?
On the ground, Dacihua also heard the commotion. He hesitated, looked around, and reached back to touch the Kaikion blade strapped to his back. Biting the bullet, he said a word to Anko, and dashed straight to the battlefield. He hadn't fully mastered the Kaikion blade yet, and wasn't sure if he could even harm Obito, who possessed a Rinnegan. But now, with Obito wounded by Kai's Gate of Shock kick, the opportunity was perfect. So Dacihua, wielding the Kaikion blade, appeared where Obito had landed. Obito happened to materialize at that spot. Dachihua's heart tightened, and he swung with all his might. Several black cracks tore through the air, and Obito let out a scream. His body shattered like broken glass torn apart.
It worked! Holy shit!
Dacihua stared in disbelief, then elation surged through him. Killing Obito at this moment meant he had truly thwarted Black Zetsu's scheme. But then Dacihua suddenly felt a push on his back. Tsunade had kicked him in the back, sending him flying. When Dacihua scrambled to his feet, he saw Obito standing completely unharmed in the distance. The ground around him had been wiped clean. Tsunade and Jiraiya lay battered in the distance, likely blown away by Obito's Shinra Tensei.
Dacihua, I underestimated you. Or perhaps it's that strange weapon,
Obito said angrily, one hand gently touching his left eye. Dacihua said nothing. He immediately began channeling his chakra into the ground, spreading it toward Obito. He understood that Obito had used the Sharingan's forbidden technique as Izanagi. But since Obito already had a Rinnegan, the eye he sacrificed must have been the one used for Kamui. Thus Obito had lost his intangibility. This was a golden opportunity to finish him off. Tsunade's kick had been strong, sending Dacihua a great distance from Obito. So as Dachihua's chakra spread, Obito charged toward him. But just as Dacihua was about to detonate, he realized he had lost connection with his own chakra. Obito was already upon him, swinging a fist. Startled, Dacihua used an explosion beneath his feet to accelerate away. The moment Dacihua dodged, Obito's attack struck. Boom! His fist carved a deep crater into the ground. Dacihua thought of using exploding tags, but remembering Obito's Shinra Tensei, he immediately abandoned the idea. Instead, he triggered successive explosions under his feet, dashing away. At the same time, he gathered chakra into the Kaikion blade. Once at a distance, he turned and swung. Boom! This time, Dacihua concentrated all his chakra at the blade's tip. As black-red chakra erupted, a deafening explosion followed. The blast sent both Obito and Dacihua flying. Thanks to experience, Dacihua managed to stay conscious. He slammed heavily into a wall, struggling to look toward Obito. Indeed, Obito had lost his Kamui ability, and was also pinned against a wall. But Obito quickly stood up. He tore off his cracked mask, extended his hand toward Dacihua, and muttered softly,
"Bansho Tenon."
Dacihua was helplessly pulled into the air.
"Holy shit! I'm done for!"
he screamed inwardly. At the same time he gathered chakra into the Kaikion blade, preparing for one last gamble. But Obito had no intention of clashing with the blade again. He pushed back with his palm.
Shinra Tensei!
Sending Dacihua flying away. Then he turned to use Bansho Tenon on Jiraiya. But at that moment 3 water-style techniques suddenly struck Obito. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. Water-style Water Shockwave. Water-style Water Severing Wave. Obito tensed up, temporarily abandoning his attempt on Jiraiya. Having just used Shinra Tensei, he could only evade desperately. The 3 water-style techniques worked in perfect synergy. As Obito dodged the Water Dragon Bullet, the Water Shockwave knocked him into the air, and then the Water Severing Wave sliced toward his limbs, like blades.
Aya!
Caught off guard, Obito couldn't even use the Preta Path's ability. His limbs were severed, and he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously a figure in blue armor appeared beside Obito.
Humph. Truly the wicked Uchiha clan.
He turned away from Obito, and walked toward Tsunade, helping her up. The battered Tsunade was utterly bewildered.
Second grandfather,
she explained in disbelief. Senju Tobarama showed no expression, merely nodding lightly. Without further explanation, Tobarama raised a hand, and began healing Tsunade with the mystical palm technique. Dacihua, leaning against the wall on the other side, watched the scene in silence.
To save the ninja world you still need Snake Sage. The first and second Hokage are like gods.
However, no one noticed a streak of black slowly creeping onto Obito's body. At the same time 2 white arms appeared on Obito. Outer Path Samsara Rebirth Technique. A hoarse voice emerged from Obito's mouth as he lay prostrate on the ground. At the very moment those words faded, a colossal death god statue materialized beside Obito, and a figure, with eyes tightly shut, slowly stepped out from its gaping maw. Ha ha ha. Did it finally succeed? The man's face beamed with jubilation as he carefully scanned his surroundings. Soon he sensed Obito, deprived of both legs, barely clinging to life, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Obito, you truly look wretched. At that moment Black Zetsu materialized from Obito's body, clutching a pair of Rinnegan in his grasp. Madara. The plan is not yet complete. The Outer Path Deva statue is still missing 1 Ninetales. Madara paused briefly upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, then reached out, took the Rinnegan, and pressed them into his own eye sockets. Heh. Is that so? It seems it has not succeeded after all. How disappointing. But never mind, I can handle the final stages myself. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura gradually erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. Meanwhile Tobarama, who was treating Tsunade, grew suddenly alert. Uchiha Madara. Tobarama stared in shock toward Madara's direction, then gently set Tsunade down and charged forward. Madara, caught off guard by Tobarama's cry, opened his freshly implanted eyes, and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Senju Tobarama. A hint of weariness on Madara's face suddenly gave way to intense interest. Ha ha ha. You have been resurrected as well. Where is Hashirama? Where is he? Ignoring the question, Tobarama regarded Madara with extreme caution, and demanded, Madara, are all of these your sinister schemes? Madara paused again, then let out a light laugh. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by me. I shall bring true peace to this world. As he spoke, Madara's expression shifted dramatically, his face twisting with pure excitement. Ha ha ha. Hashirama. So you have been resurrected as well. Yet Hashirama, sprinting toward them from afar, bore an unmistakably grim expression. Madara. What exactly is the purpose behind all of this? Madara's excited grin only widened. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, witness this. Only I can bring true peace to the world. Hashirama stared in utter disbelief, pointing toward the ruined remnants of Konoha. Is this the peace you speak of, Madara? Madara gazed upon the wailing village, his ecstatic expression unshaken. Ha ha ha, Hashirama. You do not understand what true peace looks like. Just wait and see. With that, Madara prepared to summon the Outer Path Deva statue. However, Black Zetsu interrupted, reminding him that Hashirama had already sealed it far away. Madara was taken aback. Oh!
Is that so? Then turning his head, he unleashed Susanoo, and a towering blue figure materialized upon the battlefield. Simultaneously, he drew a blade and pointed it at Hashirama. Hashirama. Come then. Hashirama's expression shifted, but he promptly replied. Madara, order all your subordinates to retreat. Let us settle this beyond the village. Madara agreed without hesitation. Very well. Let us fight outside. Black Zetsu, order those lesser clones to withdraw. Hashirama, I shall meet you at our old battleground. Black Zetsu faltered under the command, anxious to protest. But. Yet Madara granted him no opportunity, vanishing in a flash toward the village outskirts. Black Zetsu watched his retreating figure, hesitated momentarily. Then, glancing at the threatening stance of Hashirama, he directed all white Zetsu clones to retreat. Upon seeing them withdraw, Hashirama called out to Tobirama. Tobirama, the village is temporarily in your hands. With that, he too surged forward in the direction Madara had taken. Meanwhile, Dacihua, still lying on the ground, forced himself to his feet. Having witnessed Madara's resurrection, his mind went completely blank. If Madara had returned, how much longer could Kaguya be far behind? Dacihua's foremost thought was to alert Jiraiya. Naruto must not be revealed. However, just as Dacihua moved forward, an unexpected figure appeared before him, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Minato was supporting Jiraiya as they made their way towards Tsunade and Tobirama. Dacihua was utterly bewildered. Wasn't the fourth Hokage still sealed within the Shinigami's belly? How did he escape? Did Orochimaru find another mask? This was absurd. But there was no time to dwell on such matters now. Staggering, Dacihua joined them at Tsunade's position. By this point, Tsunade had largely recovered. Rising to her feet, she began treating Jiraiya, who lay upon the ground. Tobirama, noticing Minato, who had also been resurrected, asked, "Who are you?" Minato paused, then pointed toward the Hokage rock. "I am Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage." Tobirama nodded, then turned his gaze to the unsteady Dacihua, his eyes lingering on the headband. "I have never seen such a headband. Who are you?" Dacihua hesitated. "I am a ninja from another village." Tobirama paused at the response. "Another village? Has the Fire Country established a new ninja village?" Sensing a misunderstanding, Minato interjected. "He is a ninja from the Smoke Country, who studied in Konoha during his childhood." A ninja from the Smoke Country. Does the Smoke Country have ninja as well? How did the fourth Hokage die? Tobirama remained expressionless, dismissing Dacihua entirely, and turning his curious gaze toward Namikaze Minato. Minato hesitated. "I perished sealing the Nine Tails." A flicker of confusion crossed Tobirama's face. "Nine Tails? Perished? Tobirama shot Minato an inexplicable glance, then turned to Tsunade, who was tending to Jiraiya. "Tsunade, who is the fifth Hokage of Konoha?" Tsunade offered a faint smile. "I am the fifth Hokage." "Oh!" Tobirama fell completely silent, standing apart and lost in thought. At that moment, Jiraiya spoke. "Minato, what exactly is happening here?" "Teacher Jiraiya, I am unclear of the circumstances myself. Orochimaru resurrected me, and I have spent these past days at Mount Myaboku." "Mount Myaboku? Have you seen Naruto?" "Alas, ever since your death, I immediately sought out the child of prophecy once more, and barely paid attention to Naruto's growth. Nevertheless, that boy's temperament resembles yours greatly. He is someone others can place their trust in." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato nodded. Indeed, his character is admirable. But now is not the time for such talk. Has everything concluded with this incident? Jiraiya straightened himself slightly, gazing upward at the distant sky. "Rest assured, the first Hokage is exceedingly powerful." At that very moment, Hashirama, who had ridden out, clashed with Madara. The complete Susanoo collided squarely with a colossal wooden giant. The two behemoths exchanged blow after blow, rapidly entangling in fierce combat. Yet suddenly, within the Susanoo, Madara sensed something. His gaze hardened, and he bit his finger, performing a summoning jutsu. In that instant, Namikaze Minato's expression within Konoha darkened. "Someone is summoning the Nine Tails."
Upon hearing Minato's words, Tobirama's expression shifted, and he immediately added 2 more layers to the seal on Minato's abdomen.
Humph. It must be that detestable Uchiha Madara is doing. He alone has the ability to summon the 9 tails.
Jiraiya, who was somewhat stunned on the side, now wore a face of utter shock.
What? Madara can summon the 9 tails? And how is the 9 tails sealed within Minato?
Minato rose from the ground, gently stroking his abdomen, and let out a soft chuckle.
When I sealed the 9 tails back, then I divided its chakra into yin and yang halves. I sealed the yang half within Naruto, and the yin half within myself.
Tobirama gazed at Minato, nodding thoughtfully.
Perhaps it's due to the impure world reincarnation. The connection between the 9 tails and the 4th Hokage has been somewhat affected. But it's fine, nothing major.
Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the others present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Jiraiya spoke again.
That's good.
Having resolved the issue with Minato, Tobirama surveyed them all and said,
From now on, matters within the leaf are in your hands. I must go see that Madara fellow.
With those words, Tobirama vanished instantly. The remaining group, after a brief moment of astonishment, fell into silence. Just as Minato was about to break the awkwardness, Orochimaru suddenly appeared, a sinister smile curling on his lips as he slowly approached. At the sight of Orochimaru, everyone except Minato immediately went on guard.
Orochimaru, why are you here? What do you want?
Tsunade shouted loudly, stepping protectively in front of the weakened Jiraiya.
Ha ha ha, don't be so tense. Ask the 4th Hokage how he appeared, and the 1st and 2nd Hokages as well.
After Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade were both taken aback. They glanced at a conflicted-looking Minato, then shouted at Orochimaru once more.
Was it you who used the impure world reincarnation? That forbidden art that toys with the souls of the dead?
Hearing this, Orochimaru's expression turned rather amused.
He indeed. But if it weren't for this soul-toying forbidden art now, what would you have done?
At these words, the two were momentarily stunned. Without Orochimaru's involvement, it seemed they truly had little chance of victory in this incident. At that moment, Minato stepped forward to mediate, moving between them.
Lady Tsunade, Teacher Jiraiya, after Lord Orochimaru revived me, he did not coerce me into doing anything. Instead, he allowed me to see Naruto.
Hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with some confusion.
Orochimaru, what exactly are you up to?
Orochimaru smiled, glancing at Tachiki, who stood quietly nearby, and answered casually.
Don't forget, I was once a candidate for Hokage.
Then fixing his gaze on Tachiki, he added,
Tachiki-kun has been a great help. Don't forget, I was once a candidate for Hokage.
Then fixing his gaze on Tachiki, he added,
Tachiki-kun has been a great help.
Tachiki's expression tightened. He naturally knew it was about the mask. When the 4th Hokage appeared, he realized the mask he had hidden had been discovered, but he still had to feign ignorance.
Huh? What help?
Orochimaru stared intently at Tachiki.
Tachiki-kun, do you truly not know?
Tachiki felt he was about to be exposed, but then Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle.
But it hardly matters now. Given the leaf's current state, my appearance is undoubtedly that of a savior. Perhaps I could become the 6th Hokage.
What? You want to be the 6th? As soon as Orochimaru finished, Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted in unison. Tachiki was even more shocked.
Damn! Orochimaru as the 6th!
At that moment, a sudden whirlpool appeared out of nowhere where Obito had fallen. Then Kakashi tumbled out from it. Kakashi's appearance abruptly changed the scene. Minato swiftly appeared beside Kakashi, steadying him. But as he approached Kakashi, he saw Obito lying nearby. His once worried expression flickered with surprise.
Is this Obito?
Kakashi, who had fallen to the side, froze upon seeing Minato.
Huh? Minato-sensei.
However, when he noticed Minato's stunned gaze at Obito, a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes.
Yes, he is Obito. It turns out he didn't die back then.
Earlier, when Obito was kicked to the ground by Guy and disappeared, he had revealed everything to Kakashi in the Kamui dimension. Kakashi now knew many secrets. He reached up and touched his own Sharingan once more, murmuring an inexplicable phrase.
When Rin died, Obito was also there.
At these words, Minato, who had intended to say something, suddenly fell silent. He let out a soft sigh and helped Kakashi up from the ground. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, after a brief glance at Minato, made no further move and simply vanished in a flash. At that moment, in an open area far outside the Leaf Village, Deidara landed carrying half a puppet. In the battle between Sasori and Might Guy, Sasori's final puppet could not withstand Guy's 7th gate attacks, and was defeated in less than 2 exchanges. Fortunately, Sasori's core of regeneration was not damaged. Deidara, flying in the air, could not bear to see a fellow artist fall like this, so he took the core away when no one was watching. Along the way, he also picked up half of Sasori's puppet.
Sasori-san, how are you now? Not good. Deidara, you were about to win, weren't you? I never expected the Leaf Village to have such a formidable figure.
Sasori spoke through the half-puppet, his tone somewhat wistful. Deidara let out an odd chuckle, and slowly sat down beside Sasori.
What do you mean you were about to win? I only came to the Leaf Village because I didn't want my art to vanish due to lack of chakra. But Sasori-san, don't you believe that eternal things are art? Why do you still support the Akatsuki?
Sasori's half-puppet, missing limbs, and half its head, slowly turned to look at Deidara.
Hee, why do you trust Tachiki so much? The Akatsuki's purpose is not that.
Deidara was taken aback.
The Akatsuki's purpose is not that.
Sasori replied calmly.
The Akatsuki's goal is to create a massive illusion, making everyone in the world live within it, thereby achieving world peace.
Hearing Sasori's words, Deidara grew even more confused.
Make everyone live in an illusion. That goal is even worse than making chakra disappear. Sasori-san, you don't actually think living in an illusion is eternal, do you?
Sasori fell silent for a moment, staring at Deidara. This young man's dedication to art seemed firmer than his own. Then he shook his head and said,
An illusion is certainly not eternal, but in that world one's own family exists.
Sasori did not continue. Instead, he turned his face back, and after a pause said,
Just leave me here. Let me await the final outcome of the ninja world here.
Seeing Sasori like this, Deidara did not argue further. He nodded and replied, Then he flew back to the Leaf Village on his giant bird. Madara, having failed to summon the Nine-Tails, showed no disappointment. He stared at Hashirama standing atop the wooden giant, and suddenly burst into wild laughter.
Ha ha, Hashirama. Let me show you what I gained from that battle besides these Regan eyes. Would release would human technique.
Standing within his Susanoo, Madara clapped his hands, and a wooden giant, smaller than Hashirama's sage art wood human, emerged. Madara stood atop this wooden giant, and his perfect Susanoo quickly enveloped it, forming a towering Susanoo even larger than the sage art wood human.
Ha ha ha. Hashirama, you are no longer my match. Surrender now.
The wood human Susanoo swung a massive blade, striking the sage art wood human, severing its arm. Hashirama's expression flickered briefly, then he too grinned with excitement.
Madara, you've grown stronger. But, sage art flower tree world.
In an instant, colossal vines burst from the earth, swiftly coiling around Madara's Susanoo wood human and binding it to the ground.
Ha ha, watch this. Shinra Tensei.
As Madara shouted, the entire ground collapsed with a deafening roar, compressed into a hemispherical crater. The vines entwining the Susanoo wood human were instantly repelled. Seizing the moment, Madara extended his hand toward Hashirama and activated Bansho Tenin.
Hashirama, you're no longer my opponent.
The immense gravitational pull dragged Hashirama hurtling toward Madara. But Hashirama was not easy to catch. Midway, various wooden vines and tendrils wrapped around his waist, slowing his approach. Madara remained calm, tightening his grip. The pull of Bansho Tenin intensified abruptly, and the vines Hashirama had summoned became useless. Seeing himself about to be caught by the Susanoo wood human, Hashirama stopped struggling.
Sage art would release true several thousand hands.
With a thunderous crash, a colossal cannon statue even larger than the Susanoo wood human erupted from the ground. Hashirama stood atop the true several thousand hands, halting his momentum, and shouted to Madara.
Madara, Do you remember this technique? Ha ha ha. Hashirama. Of course I remember.
Madara laughed wildly again, maneuvering the Susanoo wood human into the air.
Hashirama. Let's settle this once and for all.
Standing atop the cannon statue, Hashirama looked up toward Madara, a slight smile curling at his lips, and shouted,
Come on, Madara.
And then he directly activated the top of the Buddha. The thousand-armed cannon statue, which had been seated, suddenly stood up with a boom, its countless fists clenched, and hurled toward Madara. On the opposite side, Madara yelled,
Hashirama.
And the Susanoo wood human swung its blade, colliding with the top of the Buddha. The ground beneath them instantly exploded from the sheer force of their clash. However, the battle was not evenly matched. Having acquired the Rinnegan, and would release Madara, soon began to overpower Hashirama. Before long, Madara shattered Hashirama's form, and as he regenerated, seized him by the neck.
Hashirama, you are no longer my opponent. Watch me bring true peace to the world.
With that, Madara extended several black rods from his hand, piercing Hashirama's body and sealing his abilities. He then used wood release to bind him. Turning with a smirk toward a direction, he said,
And you, Tobirama Senju, do you also wish to challenge me?
Standing in the distance, Tobirama Senju responded with a water-style great waterfall technique. Madara remained in place, chuckling, and raised a single hand, absorbing the entire technique.
Tobirama, you're nothing more than this.
Madara's flat tone provoked Tobirama. Tobirama hurled a kunai marked with the flying Raijin seal, then instantly appeared beside Madara.
Water-style great exploding water colliding wave.
Tobirama pulled his neck back and expelled a massive torrent of water from his mouth, surging toward Madara like a tsunami. But Madara again raised just one hand, absorbing the entire technique. A flicker of surprise crossed Tobirama's face, and he immediately swung a fist at Madara. Madara neither dodged nor blocked. He threw a punch of his own, shattering Tobirama's reanimated arm.
Tobirama, you're even less of a match. Stop these pointless actions.
With that, Madara prepared to seal Tobirama to the ground, as he had done to Hashirama. But at that moment, Tobirama, now missing an arm, smirked slightly, and formed hand signs with his other arm.
Mutually multiplying explosive tags.
Tobirama shouted, and explosions erupted instantly on Madara's body. Boom. 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 The blast shattered Tobirama's reanimated body, and Hashirama's imprisoned form into fragments. However, the mutually multiplying explosive tags was a technique Tobirama had developed specifically to be used alongside Impure World reincarnation. Thus Hashirama and Tobirama soon began to regenerate on the ground. As soon as Tobirama's head had half-formed, he strained to look toward the smoke of the explosion. But when the smoke cleared, a lone figure stood upright, still there.
TCH.
Half-recovered Tobirama sneered, seeing that he hadn't eliminated Madara. He quickly grabbed Hashirama and fled. Of course, Madara wasn't unscathed either. One of his arms had vanished, and he was encased in his Susanoo.
Cough. A bit careless.
Madara spat blood onto the ground, then summoned a death god statue behind him. He stepped into it, and after a moment emerged fully restored. He surveyed the vast ruins around him, then broke into a pleased smile.
It's time to begin the plan. Ha ha.
With that, Madara vanished from the spot. The scene shifts to Konoha village, to an open area near the Hokage building. At that moment, Dacihua had bitten his own disciple again and recovered. Due to the urgency, he considered letting Jiraiya bite him too, but Jiraiya outright refused. His reason?
An adult shouldn't rely on a child.
Well, a fair point. So now Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Guy lay resting nearby while Dacihua tried to persuade the captured Kisame to turn over a new leaf. As for Tsunade, being a Senju, she had already recovered and had gone with Minato to calm and evacuate the villagers. But at that moment, Minato returned with a grim expression.
It's bad. The first and second Hokage lost to Madara.
What?
Minato, don't joke. How could the first and second lose to Madara?
Jiraiya sat up in shock, staring at Minato in disbelief. But Minato shook his head, his tone grave.
Sensei, I'm not joking. Orochimaru just used my hand to write this on the ground. I don't think it's a lie. Orochimaru told you.
Jiraiya's expression changed again upon hearing Orochimaru's name, and he immediately fell into thought.
Sensei, I'll go find Tsunade-sama now,
Minato said.
Alright, go.
Jiraiya forced himself to stand, then looked at Dacihua, who wore a troubled expression.
Dacihua, I'll have to trouble your little apprentice again.
Dacihua nodded with a complex look, already plotting how to escape. The situation had become too complicated. Madara had been revived by Obito using the Rinnegan. And with Naruto and Sasuke still young, lacking the power of the 6 paths, it was uncertain whether they could stop the Moon's Eye plan. Before long, Tsunade was brought over by Minato. Jiraiya had also recovered by taking a bite of Karen. What should we do next? Tsunade, her face filled with fury, and hands clenched tightly, spoke bluntly to the group. I have already ordered all shinobi, who are still capable of moving, to evacuate the civilians. Minato, go and bring Shikaku here. Jiraiya forced a hesitant smile, and said to Tsunade, maybe we should summon Orochimaru as well. Tsunade replied, no need, I am already here. A sudden chuckle echoed from not far away. The group startled, and turned to see Orochimaru strolling over leisurely. Tsunade, without the slightest hint of surprise, stared solemnly at Orochimaru, and asked, Orochimaru, do you have any solution for this situation? Orochimaru said, Uchiha Madara's power is immense, far beyond my expectations. He paused, waiting until everyone's eyes were fixed on him, then his serious expression suddenly shifted. However, I still have one method we can try. As soon as Orochimaru spoke, the expressions of those present stiffened. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, plopped down on the ground, and laughed. Orochimaru, don't keep pulling stunts like that. I thought we were doomed this time. Tsunade's expression also relaxed. You go on, what's the plan? Orochimaru's eyes turned cold as he glanced at them, and then spoke in a sinister tone. You know the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation, don't you? Over the years, I've collected the corpses of many former powerhouses. If we summon them all, we might be able to defeat Madara, who possesses the Rinnegan and would release. As soon as Orochimaru finished, everyone except Dacihua shook their heads instinctively. They all harbored a strong aversion to the impure world reincarnation technique. However, Kakashi suddenly noticed something off. You said would release? Uchiha Madara can use would release too. What's going on? Kakashi, the fake Madara we encountered earlier, could use would release as well. What's so surprising about the real Madara having it? But the real Madara's would release is no mere imitation. It can rival the first Hokage's. Hearing this, the group became unsettled. Orochimaru, do you mean Madara's would release is on par with the first Hokage's? Jiraiya asked again, uncertain. Orochimaru nodded, then suddenly smiled. It doesn't matter. If you truly can't accept impure world reincarnation, I can conveniently appear as the hero who saved Konoha after you all fall. That would be extremely beneficial for my becoming Hokage. Orochimaru. You? Jiraiya wanted to scold him, but held back, glaring at Orochimaru fiercely. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, saying nothing for the moment. Kakashi, who had partially recovered, supported Guy and refrained from commenting, watching the former legendary Sannin. But Dacihua spoke up. Ignoring the gloomy atmosphere, he said inappropriately, I'll go arrange things with my wife and student. I still have over 30,000 explosive tags. Both Anko and Karen have a small scroll. I'll bring them all over shortly. With that, Dacihua vanished in an instant. The others were momentarily startled, but quickly dismissed it. So Tsunade walked slowly up to Orochimaru, looking straight into his eyes. In pure world reincarnation, who can you resurrect? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face broke into a grin, and then he suddenly disappeared. Just as the group was bewildered, Orochimaru emerged from not far away, leading Yakushi Kabuto. So our cooperation begins now, doesn't it? After this incident, I will be the hero of Konoha, and you must support me as the next Hokage. Do you understand? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, and suddenly laughed. Just like you, Orochimaru, always so cautious. Fine. I agree. After this victory, I will support you as the next Hokage in my capacity as the current one. Good, then let's start discussing our strategy. Orochimaru wasted no time, nodded, and had Kabuto bring out a map of Konoha. At the same time he formed hand seals, and summoned the first and second Hokage. Meanwhile Dacihua arrived at the location of Anko and Karen, where Deidara, who had been missing for a long time, was also present. Dacihua was not surprised to see Deidara, since he had nowhere else to go in Konoha. Deidara, no more time to wander. The real final battle is about to begin, against the real Uchiha Madara. I understand you don't want to help the people of Konoha. When the fighting starts, just stick with me, Dacihua said to Deidara with extreme seriousness. Without waiting for Deidara's reply, he turned to Anko and Karen. Once you settle the civilians, go back to Yanran village immediately. The combat power on both sides this time is extremely high. It's not something you can handle. Understand? As soon as he finished, Dacihua suddenly hugged Anko and kissed her, then looked intently into her eyes. This is truly dangerous. Don't stay here behind my back, okay? Listen to me. Okay. Anko blushed and nodded lightly, agreeing. Hey. What's going on? I'm still here. Can't you do this stuff away from people? Deidara, having been shown up, forgot what he was about to say and shouted with disgust. Dacihua ignored him, holding Anko tightly, as if trying to merge her into his body. This time Deidara couldn't take it anymore. He went and kicked Dacihua in the butt. But Dacihua simply caught Deidara's ankle. Alright, you two get busy, then leave quickly. Holding Deidara's leg, Dacihua said to Anko and Karen. Then he thought of something. Oh, give me 2 small scrolls. Anko, without a word, directly handed him 2 scrolls, then turned and swiftly left with Karen. Deidara, whose leg was still in Dacihua's grasp, stopped, struggling, his eyes fixed greedily on the 2 scrolls. Seeing Dacihua about to put the scrolls away, Deidara immediately bent his leg and lunged at him. You still have so many. Give me 1 more. Dacihua instinctively tucked them away and pushed Deidara's leg, sending him back. As Deidara landed in a backflip, Dacihua asked, Oh, I just remembered, don't you have one too? Did you use it? Deidara nodded, taking a similar scroll from his ninja pouch. It's still here. I couldn't bear to use it. Give me another one and I'll use this one right now. I've been wanting to use it for a long time, but I always felt whatever I'd blow up wasn't worthy of it. Dacihua felt a bit speechless. He vaguely recalled that when he used it, Deidara had shouted, Give me another one, yet now that he had one, he couldn't bear to part with it. Nevertheless, Dacihua handed a scroll to Deidara. Let's go! Join up with the Konoha forces and fight Uchiha Madara together. When Dacihua and Deidara once again encountered the Konoha ninja, their expressions darkened. Even Orochimaru, who had been so confident moments before, wore a grim look. Slightly puzzled, Dacihua asked, What's wrong? Tsunade sighed and replied, The demonic statue of the outer path has been taken by Madara. Dacihua was taken aback. If the statue was gone, then only the Ninetales remained. While he was pondering this, Uchiha Madara arrived. Madara stood atop a pile of rubble looking down at them. Beside him, the head of Zetsu peeked out from the ground. Madara, the Ninetales is on that blonde-haired one, Zetsu said, pointing a finger from the earth toward Minato. On the yellow flash, is it? Interesting. Madara's eyes narrowed, a strange expression crossing his face. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and began forming hand seals right before their eyes. Ha ha ha! Come forth, Ninetales! The moment he spoke, Minato, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly convulsed as if pulled by an unseen force. The fabric around his abdomen burst open, and the layers of seals on his belly began to crack. Tobirama, Hashirama, and Jiraiya, standing beside Minato, were startled and reached out to help. But their simultaneous panic touch caused the seals on Minato's stomach to break completely. A blinding orange light shot out from Minato's abdomen, flying straight into the mouth of the demonic statue of the outer path behind Madara. Seeing this, Dacihua muttered, This is bad. Having absorbed the half of the Ninetales from Minato, the ninth closed eye of the demonic statue slowly opened. As the eye opened, the statue threw its head back at a roar, its body curling inward, as cracks spread across its surface. Then with a resounding boom, the withered body of the statue suddenly swelled with power.
Ha ha ha! Is this the Ten Tails?
Madara levitated from the ground, eyeing the fully restored Ten Tails with keen interest. He reached out, placed his hand on its body, and began to absorb it.
No! Madara is about to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. We have to stop him now.
Dacihua shouted in a panic.
Right. Tobirama, take me with you. We'll stop Madara.
Hashirama yelled, clapping his hands together, and instantly entering Sage mode. Tobirama immediately threw a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal toward Madara, then grabbed Hashirama's shoulder and vanished. The moment they disappeared, a colossal wooden golem materialized above Madara, slamming a massive fist down toward him. Madara, mid-absorption, showed no anger. He looked up at Hashirama with excitement, summoning a one-armed Susanoo to catch the descending fist.
Hashirama, you cannot stop me.
As he spoke, the vortex around his hand grew, and the Ten Tails form rapidly shrank, being drawn into him. A white cloak materialized over Madara's body.
Ha ha ha! So this is the power of the Ten Tails. Not bad at all.
With the Ten Tails fully absorbed, Madara casually swatted the wooden golem aside. Looking at Hashirama's furious expression, he suddenly found the situation rather dull.
There's nothing fun left here. It's time to bring peace to this world.
He turned his gaze skyward, waved his hand, and an immense moon abruptly appeared. With another wave, a colossal tree sprouted behind him, reaching up as if to support the moon. But just then, the rapidly growing tree halted, stopping right before it could bloom. Madara was briefly taken aback, then quickly understood the problem. He looked back at the Konoha ninja with a faint smirk.
I didn't expect you lot to be so troublesome. You've even managed to split the Nine Tails in half. Huh? How laughable.
Before anyone could respond, Zetsu emerged from the ground saying,
Madara, the other half of the Nine Tails is at Mount Myaboku.
Madara was momentarily stunned.
At Mount Myaboku. Ha ha ha. Hidden quite well, aren't they? But do you think a mere land of toads can stop me?
As he spoke, one of the truth-seeking orbs behind him morphed into a black staff and landed in his hand. Madara swung the staff lightly, and a portal materialized in the air.
I'm off to capture the Nine Tails.
He started to step through, but paused, glancing back at the group on the ground.
As for you lot,
he paused, then formed a single-hand seal, summoning several grotesque creatures.
Have fun with them.
The monstrous creatures were hideous, their eyes void of intelligence. They charged at the Konoha ninja with gnashing teeth and flailing claws. Dacihua eyed the mindless beasts, hesitated for a moment, then said to the others,
You all go to Mount Myaboku and stop Madara. I'll handle these things.
However, the Konoha ninja exchanged uneasy glances. Jiraiya explained,
There are only two ways to reach Mount Myaboku: sign a contract for a reverse summoning, or find the entrance and pass its trial.
Dacihua was stunned.
So only you and the fourth can go. Damn, aren't we screwed? Cough, it's not quite like that. Minato and I will bring Naruto along.
As Jiraiya spoke, he bit his thumb to perform a summoning jutsu. But then a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he vanished from the spot.
What the hell?
Dacihua yelled.
Dacihua, don't panic. Let's take down these monsters first.
Tsunade shouted, summoning her slug Katsuyu to heal the injured.
Then let's begin. Kabuto, we're starting too.
Orochimaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. He unrolled a scroll and began producing items, while Kabuto dragged out a pile of white zetsu. But before they could proceed, Minato appeared carrying an unconscious Naruto.
Minato! Where's Jiraiya? What happened?
Seeing that Jiraiya wasn't there, a flicker of dread rose in Tsunade's heart. Minato gently laid Naruto on the ground. His expression was grim, but he didn't answer Tsunade. Instead he shouted,
Get ready to defend. Madara is coming. Ha ha ha. What good is defense?
A voice echoed from nearby. There stood Madara, pure white, looking at them with amusement. Everyone tensed and quickly retreated. But Madara had no interest in playing games. He flashed next to Minato swinging his black staff with immense force. He sent the group flying back, then grabbed Naruto, and began absorbing the nine tails from within him. Enraged Minato let out a furious cry and lunged at him. The moment Minato made contact with Madara, both of them vanished. Naruto was left lying on the ground. It all happened in an instant. Madara's and Minato's disappearance left the remaining group even more frustrated.
Orochimaru, use your impure world reincarnation. Are you waiting until it's too late?
Tsunade shouted, cradling the unconscious Naruto. At the same moment, the grotesque monsters around them surged forward. Heh! Boom! 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 Dacihua and Deidara each unleashed their ninjutsu, bombarding the monsters that Madara had summoned earlier. Behind them, several Konoha ninja were assisting Orochimaru and Tobirama in performing the Edo Tensei. One by one, the legendary figures of the ninja world were summoned forth. However, aside from those who had originally been Konoha ninja, most of them appeared ill-equipped to resist the monsters. Damn it! Do you realize this concerns the entire ninja world? Tsunade shouted toward the reanimated powerhouses, while twisting her fist to knock away two monsters. Hey, Tsunade. You certainly know how to joke. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, is it not? Your Konoha has provoked such creatures, and now summons us, the dead, to do your bidding. You dare claim this concerns the entire ninja world? Your Konoha ninja have grown truly shameless. Samyoji Hanzo retorted mockingly, swinging his scythe against a monster as he spoke. But just then Madara reappeared once more, clad in pristine white. This time he seemed noticeably irritated. Arriving, he charged directly toward the protective barrier Hashirama had erected for Naruto. Hashirama immediately adopted Sage Mode, positioning himself squarely in the path. However, with a mere wave of Madara's hand, several demonic statues' orbs behind him sent Hashirama flying. The barrier protecting Naruto fared no better. In Madara's hands it proved as fragile as paper. Uchiha Madara seized Naruto once more, but this time, he did not immediately begin absorbing the Nine-Tails chakra. Instead, he coldly surveyed his surroundings before unleashing Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force erupted outward from Madara's position. Under this overwhelming push, everyone except Madara, and the Naruto he held, was sent hurtling away. Watching the scene, Madara smirked with disdain, and immediately began absorbing the Nine-Tails from within Naruto. Before long, as none of those who had been blasted away had returned, he casually tossed Naruto to the ground. The young Nine-Tails had also been taken by Madara. At this point, in Madara's eyes, there was no one remaining who could challenge him. He leaped upward with fierce determination. He reappeared beneath the enormous vines, and this time the massive tendrils underwent another transformation. The vines thickened dramatically as their emerald bark rapidly lignified, with countless branches spreading outward until the entire structure took the form of a towering tree. At the tree's crown, a colossal bud slowly unfurled, cradling the moon like a sacred offering. So this is the God Tree. Ha ha ha. Come! Let me reshape this entire world. Excitement rippled across Madara's face as his figure slowly ascended. From within the God Tree's blossoms, a massive Rinnegan Sharingan emerged. The moon in the sky gradually began to emit a crimson glow. Dacihua, having been blasted away by Shinra Tensei, stared at the reddened celestial body with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Hey! Kai Tian Dao. Wake up! Having run out of options, Dacihua drew the black blade he had carried on his back, infused it with chakra, and called out in panic. The black blade flickered faintly before quickly dimming once more, and a lethargic voice drifted out. Oh! Awake now. Have you finished practicing? With no time to dwell on details, Dacihua gripped the Kai Tian Dao and rushed toward the God Tree, shouting loudly, "Not yet. This isn't the time for that. Can you harm that tree?" The Kai Tian Dao paused momentarily. Harm a tree? Insulting me. A tree? What exactly are you talking about? Dacihua staggered for a moment at the Kai Tian Dao's furious tone, then realized it likely could not perceive the outside world. Dacihua immediately increased the chakra input and raised the Kaition Dao, pointing it toward the god tree. That god tree. Right there. Sensing it yourself, can you destroy it? As Dacihua spoke, the Kaition Dao detected the god tree. Isn't this the world tree? You cannot slay this thing. Give it up. Once this place is drained dry, it will depart on its own. Huh? Dacihua was bewildered, uncertain of what the world tree even was. But there was no time for further questions. The colossal Rinnegan Sharingan on the moon had fully materialized. Of my head. It aches so badly. In an exceptionally luxurious hospital room, Dacihua slowly sat up. The nurse tidying the room heard the commotion and immediately cried out in excitement. Professor, you're awake. The nurse rushed to Dacihua's side and grabbed a telephone from the bedside table, her voice brimming with emotion. Quick, doctor. Professor Dacihua is awake. Hurry over here. After calling out, the nurse bent forward with concern and said, Professor, please lie back down. You've been in a coma for 3 days. The doctor will be here shortly. I'll go prepare some food for you. With that, the nurse hurried away. Watching her depart, Dacihua did not lie back down. Instead, he turned his face toward the bright sunlight streaming through the window, lost in thought. Why does it feel like a lifetime has passed? How strange. I almost perished, but fortunately it stabilized in the end. Sigh. As Dacihua muttered to himself, the ward door opened once more. An elderly physician in a white coat burst in and took a seat in the chair beside the bed. Lie back down and extend your arm. Dacihua obediently reclined and offered his wrist for the doctor to take his pulse. Shortly after the examination concluded. Your body is otherwise sound, the physician informed Dacihua. Merely somewhat weakened. You should rest properly for a couple more days, and you'll recover. Dacihua nodded in acknowledgement, and after a few final instructions from the doctor, he departed. Lying beneath the covers, Dacihua gazed at the ceiling, an indescribable discomfort permeating his entire being. Just then the ward door opened again. Dacihua turned his head in curiosity to see 3 individuals entering. Recognizing one of them, he hastily attempted to rise from the bed. Now, Dacihua, don't be nervous, just stay lying down. The person Dacihua recognized hurried forward from the group to support him. Director, what brings you here? Dacihua exclaimed with visible delight. This was indeed the director of the Space Research Institute, where Dacihua worked, who now grasped his hand eagerly. This time you've made an indelible contribution to the entire world. Did you know that a stable wormhole now exists within our laboratory? Upon hearing this, Dacihua froze completely. After a long pause, he managed to say in disbelief, the wormhole is stable. The director nodded firmly. Yes, the wormhole is stable. All our sacrifices over the years have not been in vain. Dacihua paused once more, took a deep breath, and spoke to the director. Director, I'm applying to leave the institute. Upon hearing this, the director waved his hand, dismissively gesturing for the 2 attendants beside him to step away, then addressed Dacihua gravely. Dacihua, your request is approved. I thank you for your contributions over these years, and the institute will also cease your cloning procedures. Dacihua waved his hands, flusteredly caught between surprise and gratitude. Director, there's no need for such formalities. My contributions pale in comparison to yours. I only propose leaving the institute because I suddenly felt I may no longer be suited for experimental work. The director offered a gentle nod, refraining from further explanation, and instead called out toward the ward door, you 2 come in. Turning back to Dacihua, the director continued. These 2 will replicate a copy of your memories from your final experiment. Just endure it for a moment. Dacihua nodded, signaling his understanding. He was in fact a clone, or rather everyone within the Space Research Institute was a clone. Time passed quickly. After Dacihua's experimental memory was copied and taken away, no one came to disturb him in the ward. After all, research on artificial wormholes was a state secret, not something that could be displayed. I feel like I've forgotten something. Dacihua stood by the window of the ward, stretching. These days, he always had an inexplicable feeling that he was not safe. Moreover, he constantly felt that he should have the ability to make other things explode. During these days, he even acted like a madman, reaching out to a water glass and shouting boom twice. Of course nothing happened. Forget it, never mind. Discharge. Dacihua shook his head, turned back to the bed, and prepared to change into his own clothes to go through the discharge procedures. But just as he sat down, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. Everything transformed into the art style of the Naruto world. I'm going to Konoha for a while, want to come along? Hondo suddenly wrapped her arms around Dacihua's neck from behind, and whispered softly in his ear. Going to Konoha again? Didn't we just come back? Dacihua leaned forward, reached back with his hands, and lifted Hondo onto his back. Hondo cooperated, wrapping her legs around Dacihua's waist, hanging on his back. It's Lord Orochimaru who called me. I don't know what for, but I heard his research seems to have succeeded. Dacihua nodded, carried Hondo from one side of the bed to the other, and then set her down. Oh, Lord Orochimaru, then let's pack up and go. Then the two of them put on clothes and shoes, washed up, and walked out of the room together. But just as they stepped out of the gate of Yenrin village, a stick figure suddenly rushed toward Dacihua from the air, shouting loudly, "Wake up!" Startled, Dacihua quickly pulled Hondo aside to dodge. Kaitian Dao, what are you doing? The stick figure paused, stunned. You remember me. The divine tree is draining you dry. Come with me and leave this place. Leave? Why should I leave? What do you want me for? I'm fine here. Dacihua looked at Kaitian Dao in bewilderment. But suddenly flashes of him quitting the research institute, and the collapse of the wormhole crossed his mind. What the hell? Aw, damn. Dacihua jerked violently, shaking his head. What's wrong? Are you okay? Hondo beside him asked with concern, puzzled by his sudden behavior. Nothing. Just thought of something bad. Dacihua shook his head at Hondo, then said to Kaitian Dao, is this world not real? Kaitian Dao shook his head matter-of-factly, and said solemnly, you need to wake up. You're trapped in an illusion created by the divine tree. Hearing this, Dacihua's expression turned complicated. So this is the infinite Tsukuyami. This world is really beautiful. Kaitian Dao was suddenly choked, staring at Dacihua in shock. You're just giving up. Dacihua looked at him with slight confusion. Of course not. After all, it's all an illusion. What's the difference between this and a dream? Is this an illusion? Hondo asked in confusion, then formed hand seals, and shouted release. Of course the infinite Tsukuyami wouldn't be broken so easily, so nothing happened. Dacihua understood this as well. He looked at Kaitian Dao, and asked, how do I break this illusion? Kaitian Dao didn't waste words, and transformed into a pitch-black broadsword, saying to him, grab me, channel your chakra into me, and swing me rapidly in all directions. Huh? What? Dacihua was taken aback. Mental attack solved by physical means. You're wrapped in the divine tree. If you cut through this shell, I can pull you out of the illusion, Kaitian Dao explained. Hearing this, Dacihua nodded, and promptly grabbed Kaitian Dao, swinging it. Soon he felt his body lighten, and he withdrew from the infinite Tsukuyami. But when he opened his eyes, what appeared before him was not the lifeless silence he had imagined, but a fierce battle raging. Kagaya Otsutsuki was fighting with another figure, also pure white. Dacihua was momentarily stunned. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths himself? Dacihua was puzzled but didn't hesitate. He grabbed Kaitian Dao and ran toward the divine tree. After all, even if he tried to fight Kagaya, he couldn't win. Now it was more important to save the others, though it might be futile. The two far-off fighters were probably too engrossed to notice Dacihua as he reached the foot of the divine tree. Dacihua gripped Kaitian Dao tightly, took a deep breath, then gathered a massive amount of chakra into the blade and swung it down. Whoosh! Kaitian Dao once again displayed its extreme sharpness, slicing a huge gash into the divine tree with one stroke. However, this action immediately caught Kagaya's attention. The figure fighting Kagaya paused for a moment, then vanished into thin air. At the same moment, Dacihua felt a dizzying sensation, and suddenly found himself in a space where water and sky merged. At the center of this space, an old man with white hair sat cross-legged, floating in midair. Earth Shinobi, I am the progenitor of the Moon Shinobi, also the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, your Earth Shinobi progenitor. I have come to stop Kaguya from destroying the Earth realm. The old man's slow words left Dacihua bewildered. The Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. Who was that? But since he was here to stop Kaguya, he must be an ally. So Dacihua nodded and said straightforwardly, I understand. What do I need to do? Haha, Earth Shinobi, you are good. In truth, I have long passed away. What you see now is only a remnant of my chakra. I will now infuse my chakra into your body. The future of the ninja world will depend on you. With these words, the old man transformed into a ball of chakra and surged into Dacihua's body. Immediately the Dacihua in the outside world awoke, his entire body glowing with a faint blue light. At that moment Kaguya rushed straight toward Dacihua. Panic surged at his heart, and he instinctively threw a punch at her. A beam of light suddenly condensed at the tip of Dacihua's fist, then, with a roar it struck Kaguya, blasting her away. Dacihua was stunned, but he also noticed that his field of vision had become extremely vast. What the hell is this? He exclaimed in shock. But he quickly realized there was another less obvious power-up in the world of eyes. No way. Could it be the Bakugan? However, he had no time to think further. He turned around, grabbed Kaitian Dao, and swung it at the divine tree. Alone it was still too difficult to take down Kaguya. But this time as Kaitian Dao cleaved through the air, Dacihua was shocked again. Before his eyes a crack leading to the Kamui dimension appeared out of thin air. The gap space. Dacihua, you're almost there. Charge in. Take one more swing. Kaitian Dao's excited voice suddenly rang in Dacihua's ear, startling him. Swing what? Even if it really connects to another world, I'd throw you in. My whole family is here, I'm not leaving. Dacihua looked up at the divine tree being absorbed into the crack, then immediately turned and rushed toward Kaguya. But this time Kaguya didn't attack. Instead her face was streaked with tears as she watched him charge. Does Hamura no longer wish to see me? Are they really going to kill me completely? Hui Ye's reaction was something Dacihua had never anticipated. Thus Dacihua was directly stunned. Well, beautiful lady, ahem. No, that's not right. Ancestor, what are you trying to do? You are supposed to be a world-destroying villain. Acting like this makes things very difficult. Of course Dacihua did not voice the latter part. After all, he was just trying to buy time, so rambling a bit longer was fine. Hui reached up to wipe her tears, standing there alone looking exceptionally desolate. She said, Just call me beautiful lady, don't call me ancestor. You are a descendant of Yuseyun, but you are nothing like him. Dacihua, enveloped in a faint blue glow, suddenly did not know what to say. The ninja world has developed for thousands of years, if not tens of thousands. Yet at such an age she still cares about this. Then a beautiful lady, what do you mean by this? As Dacihua spoke, he slowly approached Hui, holding the Kaitian blade. The blade technique you are using now was specifically designed to deal with me. That Yuseyun always liked using blades, and in the end it was he who came to kill me. Hui began to weep again as she spoke. Dacihua suddenly did not know how to respond, so he changed the subject and asked, But why do you want to destroy the world? Hui was also taken aback. She wiped her tears and shook her head. I do not intend to destroy the world. My former clansmen are coming to take the God Tree's fruit. I need to gather everyone's power to fight against them. Dacihua was somewhat confused. He pointed at the clusters of cocoon-like things in the distance and said, But you have wrapped everyone inside those things, draining their chakra. Yet, I also let them live a happy life until the end. Speaking of this, Hui even grew agitated. She pointed at the God Tree and cried out, I risked betraying my clan to eat the fruit and gave chakra to this world. Now I want to use the fruit's power to resist the coming clansmen. Am I wrong? Moreover, I even chose to expend a vast amount of chakra to construct a perfect life for them. Listening to Hui Ye's sorrowful cries, Dacihua was momentarily unsure whether to believe her. The Tsukuyami world was perfect. Everything that happened followed his wishes, without any sense of artifice, as if it were all meant to be. And after all, isn't it what people desire? to live and die contentedly. Dacihua fell silent, and Hui said nothing more. Meanwhile the rift behind Dacihua that had absorbed the god tree slowly closed. A segment of the god tree had been severed, and the remainder was rapidly fusing back with the stump. Some of the ninjas entangled in the cocoons, as if the Jinjutsu's power was insufficient, managed to break free from the Tsukuyomi through their own will. At that moment Hui also sensed the changes taking place on the battlefield, but she seemed to have no intention of continuing the infinite Tsukuyomi. She directly withdrew the projection on the moon, and upon doing so her aura surged dramatically. With a gesture the shortened god tree rapidly shot out branches stabbing toward those who had already broken free from the Jinjutsu. Those pierced were instantly drained into dry husks. Dacihua was shocked. This was truly merciless. Ancestor. Pa. Beautiful lady. Don't do this. We can resist your clansmen together. Hui paused for a moment, and then she actually stopped. Will you all help me? Hui's tone was somewhat doubtful. Dacihua did not hesitate, and immediately nodded in assurance. Yes. Of course we will. After all, you are the ancestor, Pa. Beautiful lady, who brought chakra to this world. And in times of life and death people tend to unite. They will surely help. Hui seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded. Then I will give you 1 year. You must organize all the ninjas to help me resist the clansmen coming to capture me. Dacihua was a bit choked up. Was this asking him to unify the ninja world in a year? How was that possible? Nevertheless, he agreed quite readily. But he was still a bit puzzled. Beautiful lady, when will your clansmen arrive? Hui shook her head calmly and said, I don't know. But the moment I was released from the seal, they should have sensed this location. It should be within a few years. Dacihua was somewhat speechless. He didn't know what to say. So he changed the subject and probed. If that's the case, can you give us the tailed beasts first? However, Hui was taken aback. Tailed beasts? What are those? What are tailed beasts? Cutting you into 9 pieces would be the answer. But Dacihua dared not explain it that way. So he quickly shook his head and said, Tailed beasts are not important. Yes, not that important. But with so many people dead, it would be difficult to make the survivors forget them, and work diligently for you within a year. Hui nodded. Indeed, if they are not sincerely helping me fight the clansmen, then they are of no use to me. With that Hui raised her hand again, and the god tree stirred once more. Dacihua was stunned. He quickly shouted, Ah! No, wait. Beautiful lady. Alright, isn't there a resurrection jutsu? Can it be used? Resurrection jutsu. Yes, there is, but it consumes a great deal of chakra. Besides, these people are not worthy of my resurrection. Upon hearing that it consumed chakra, Dacihua thought that would be easy to handle. But beautiful lady, if you resurrect them, it will be much easier to unite everyone. Hui thought it over carefully, then looked at Dacihua and said, Fine, I will resurrect them, but you only have 1 year. With that Hui waved her hand at the god tree, and the branches it had extended quickly retracted. Then, the entire god tree flew toward her, and plunged directly into her body. All the people trapped in the cocoons were released. Hui looked at their bewildered faces, and said to Dacihua, You only have 1 year. With that Hui clapped her hands together, and a massive death god statue appeared before her. Resurrect! Hui shouted. Then the death god statue's mouth suddenly opened wide, and a torrent of green beams shot out. At the same time, all those who had died in this war were brought back to life. At that moment a voice suddenly emerged from Hui's sleeve. It was Heiju, who had been missing for a long time. He shouted, Mother, has it succeeded? Hui did not immediately respond to him, but looked at Dacihua, and repeated, You only have 1 year. With that she turned to leave, but Heiju in her sleeve grew anxious. Mother, did he say something sweet to deceive you? Do not trust him. The people of this place are all untrustworthy. But Hui did not intend to listen to his opinion. She said matter-of-factly, No, I have decided to trust this man, and let him organize all the ninjas here within a year to help me resist the clansmen. Heiju's face was pitch black, revealing no expression, but one could guess it was quite sour. He said again, "Mother, they are full of cunning schemes. Given time, accidents are likely." Hui Yi gently shook her head. "The God Tree is now inside me. I can recollect these people at any time. Do not be overly nervous." With that, Hui Yi slowly floated up from the ground, tore open a rift in the air, and stepped inside. Dacihua stood there, still not fully recovered. Was it really over just like that? But at that moment, he suddenly found himself once again in the space where the sky and water merged, and the old man from before reappeared. "Earthly ninja, this time I truly must thank you. To be honest, Hui Yi is my mother." Dacihua nodded but said nothing. After all, when the old man claimed to be the younger brother of the Six Paths sage, Dacihua already knew, though he had never seen him. "And I overheard your conversation with mother. It turns out she took away all chakra to fight against the foreign clansmen. All these years we were completely mistaken. How foolish. Mother has been wrong for so long." The old man began to weep. Dacihua stood before him, unsure of what to do, so he let his eyes wander around, avoiding the sight before him. Fortunately, the old man recovered quickly. He reached up and wiped away his tears. Looking at Dacihua seriously, he said, "Since Mother asked you to organize all the ninjas within a year, your strength must be sufficient. I will give you all my chakra. It is time for me to depart completely. Oh, this will likely change your body. Hold on tight." With that, the old man did not wait for Dacihua to say anything more, and directly dissolved into a mass of chakra. The released chakra rushed straight into Dacihua's body. The moment chakra entered Dacihua's body, he shuddered all over, then fell to his knees, covering his eyes. "Ow! Hiss! Ah! I'm blind. Blind? Damn it! It hurts so much." Dacihua could now fully guarantee that this pain was far worse than the time he detonated the little boy bomb at close range. Back then it was the instant high temperature and immense pressure. Now it felt like someone was repeatedly gouging his eyes. But at that moment, Shuimin suddenly appeared before Dacihua. "Dacihua, what's wrong?" Seeing Dacihua's condition, Shuimin immediately bent down and used the palm healing technique on him. However, the palm healing technique at this moment had little effect, and the pain originally confined to his eyes began to spread throughout his entire body. Dacihua lifted his head, tremblingly looking at Shuimin, who was hurriedly treating him, and said in a weak voice, "Fourth Hokage, don't worry about me for now. I'll be fine soon." Hearing this, Shuimin was taken aback. Although he indeed hadn't detected any serious injuries on Dacihua, he was in such a state. Could he really recover quickly? That seemed somewhat impossible. But then, thinking it might be a pre-existing ailment of Dacihua, Shuimin nodded and left. As soon as Shuimin left, Dacihua immediately began to groan. When his entire body ached, it seemed that crying out in pain was the best remedy. But it wasn't long before Dacihua suddenly felt much better, and even sensed that his body had grown stronger. He climbed to his feet, glanced around, and saw that most people were still lying on the ground. Dacihua guessed it was because their chakra had been drained by the divine tree. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something, drew his heaven-splitting blade, infused it with chakra, and asked, "Did you see the ability Hui used when she disappeared? Did she go to another world?" "No, although that was indeed a spatial gate. The place it leads to is within this world, not another world," the heaven-splitting blade casually explained. "Oh, I see. Then what about the one I cut open earlier? Was that another world?" Dacihua asked as he walked toward where Gangs Ho and the others had been. "That was a medium space, a transitional zone between two worlds." "Oh, I see." Dacihua nodded, and then suddenly recalled his research from his past life. Back then, when studying wormholes, he had always tried to accelerate a point to its limit, making it break through a critical threshold, and then directly punch through in one direction. So it was quite a coincidence that I ended up in this world. Before long, Dacihua arrived at the place where they had assembled earlier. The atmosphere here was very strange now. Huey's resurrection technique was extremely advanced. This time everyone who had died, whether from the impure world reincarnation or not, regardless of strength, was brought back to life. So now one group was staring at Dacihua and another group was staring at Daitu. It seemed that a single spark would reignite the battle.
Ahem. Everyone listen to me.
Dacihua walked over and directly spoke, drawing everyone's attention.
Huh? Where did you come from, you little brat? At a time like this, what right do you have to speak? Right, Jinjiao. Yeah, Jinjiao, let's take him out first.
The brothers Jinju and Inju about to make a move on Dacihua. But at this moment, the third Raikage suddenly had a blue light glowing on his hand and shouted at the two.
You two bastards! It's not your turn to speak either.
In the face of this scene, Dacihua did not hesitate for a moment and entered the cheat mode that Yutsun had left for him. He was enveloped in a blue glow exuding a powerful aura, and without any hesitation, he cut down Jinju and Inju with a single slash. He even deliberately left a shallow crack in the air.
I assume everyone wants to know what's going on now.
Dacihua's display indeed stunned the crowd, and the topic he raised was also captivating. Soon someone responded,
Do you know something?
Dacihua glanced at the person who played along. Oh, it was Yashirdo. He gave him a mental thumbs up. Dacihua nodded, then began to tell the crowd the story of how Hui, for the sake of the people of this world, betrayed her own clan, ate the chakra fruit, and brought chakra to the world. After finishing, Dacihua waited for everyone to digest it, then began to explain Hui's purpose for collecting chakra, and the reason she suddenly stopped this time. Soon everyone basically understood Dacihua's meaning.
So we need to join forces to eliminate them when Hui's clan arrives.
A ninja that Dacihua didn't recognize asked. Dacihua nodded.
Yes, that is the ultimate goal. Also, 1 year from now, all ninjas must know that they need to help fight against Hui's clan. This should be the mission of all who use chakra.
After Dacihua finished, the others on site easily accepted it, after all maintaining their own power system and fighting against aliens. This kind of thing was easy to unify on. Next, a few days passed. The ninjas who had been accidentally revived by the impure world reincarnation also returned to their own villages and began to recount their experiences and the world mission of dealing with the aliens. In the village of Mai at this time, because the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and fourth Hokage had all been revived. So on the somewhat dilapidated Hokage building, 5 figures, wearing Hokage cloaks, stood, among whom only the 5th Hokage wore a conical hat. She stepped forward a few paces, stood at the edge of the building, and shouted to all the ninjas and villagers of Mai.
Recently many things have happened in our village, and many people have even died once. But now it's all over. From now on, our Mai village will only get better and better.
After Gangho shouted, the 4 former Hokages standing on either side of her also stepped to the edge, letting the people of Mai see them. In an instant, almost all the Mai villagers were stunned. They stared blankly at the 5 figures standing on the building corresponding to the 5 faces on the Hokage rock.
Hey! Am I seeing things? Is that the 3rd Hokage? I don't know either, but I think I saw the 4th Hokage. Huh? Why do I see 5 Hokages?
Gangho watched the villagers' shocked reaction, smiled slightly, and shouted again.
That's right. You are not mistaken. Except for those who died on the battlefield this time, all the previous Hokages have been revived.
In an instant, all the villagers cheered. When the villagers' cheers subsided, Gangho nodded to the 3rd Hokage and stepped aside from the center. The 3rd Hokage nodded back, slowly walked to the center, and raised his hand to quiet the villagers.
Everyone knows the legend of the progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the origin.
Without a doubt everyone knew, so the 3rd Hokage only paused briefly before continuing.
This time I, including all the dead, were revived by the legendary goddess of the origin.
The 3rd Hokage paused again, but before anyone could question, he continued.
And the goddess of the origin who brought us chakra has only one request for doing these things, that we follow her to fight against the aliens who come to our world to steal chakra. Do we accept?
The 3rd Hokage's voice suddenly rose at the end, and then he quietly looked at the villagers of Mai.
Accept. Accept. Accept.
The voices gradually unified, and a gratified expression appeared on the 3rd Hokage's face. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding in the other 4 great ninja villages. After all, it was not only the Hokage who had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. Afterwards the world naturally settled into peace. Later Dacihua spent half a year traveling alone across the entire ninja world. On one hand, he conveyed the will to help Kagaya to all who used chakra. On the other hand, he searched everywhere for the nearest critical point between the medium space and another world. Because after the heaven-opening blade learned that Dacihua would not leave this world with him, he kept urging Dacihua to send him over as soon as possible. Dacihua also thought that he now possessed Hamura's abilities, and the ninja world was peaceful, so it might be good to just send him over. However, after entering the medium space, Dacihua discovered that the distance from the medium space to the other world was also extremely far. Therefore, during these 6 months, he had been searching for the place closest to the other world.
Hey, heaven-opening blade, is it that you simply cannot cut through the other space wall? Impossible. Of course, I can cut through it. It's clearly you who doesn't have enough power to split the other side.
At the border of the land of snow, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and then Dacihua stepped out holding the heaven-opening blade.
Whatever you say, I have no other choice. Otherwise, let's wait until I have mastered Hamura's abilities.
Dacihua casually tucked the heaven-opening blade into his back, and withdrew the pale blue light from his body. The heaven-opening blade did not answer immediately. After a pause, he replied,
"All right, then I'll wait until you have mastered your abilities."
Dacihua nodded.
"If you had agreed earlier, I might have already become proficient. Let's return to the Smoke Ninja Village. We've been away for half a year."
As he spoke, Dacihua formed hand seals, and suddenly glared with both eyes.
"The Kugan activate."
Then numerous veins bulged around his forehead, and his eyes turned pure white just like those of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Indeed, Dacihua's bloodline had been directly altered by the chakra left by Hamura, and his pale blue chakra mode could be used frequently. Afterwards, Dacihua returned all the way to the Smoke Ninja Village. However, as he passed by the village where he had first arrived in this world, he suddenly felt that this place might be the weakest point of that world's space. So he went directly there with the heaven-opening blade. This village had not been abandoned. Instead, Dacihua had transformed it into an orphanage dedicated to taking in war orphans. Moreover, because its location was at the intersection of several major nations, the orphans here mostly came from all over the world.
"Lord Dacihua, you're free now."
As soon as he entered the village, a boy ran over to him with an expression of admiration. Dacihua nodded, reached out to pat his head, and was about to ask how he had been doing lately when the boy suddenly shouted in shock.
"Lord Dacihua, what's wrong with your eyes? Can you still see?"
Dacihua was startled by the shout.
What? What? Eyes? Oh, I can see, of course I can see. This is a dojutsu. I'm not blind, don't worry."
Dacihua chuckled softly, moved his hand from the boy's head, and patted his shoulder.
"I have some business this time. Go play and tell the others not to disturb me for now." "Oh, okay, Lord Dacihua. Are you leaving after you're done?"
The boy obediently nodded, then looked at Dacihua with expectation. Dacihua hesitated. He was not good with children. Every time he came here without Hondo, it became awkward. But seeing the boy's hopeful eyes, he felt conflicted. So he said,
"I'll leave after I'm done. But in a few days, I'll come back with Teacher Hondo." "All right, then you must come."
The boy was a bit disappointed, but he nodded and turned around to run off happily. Dacihua watched the boy run away, then used a body flicker technique to dash toward the location of the house where he had first arrived in this world. Now there was no house left at this place, only 3 stone tablets stood quietly. Dacihua stood for a moment, then directly drew the heaven-opening blade and entered the pale blue chakra mode. After walking a distance away, he directly tore open the space and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Dacihua noticed that this place was different from what he had seen before. The originally regular stone blocks of varying heights had now turned into irregular mountain rocks.
"Heaven-opening blade."
Dacihua looked at the scene and suddenly called out. The heaven-opening blade replied, unable to suppress his excitement.
"It's starting."
Dacihua's aura surged dramatically, and then he slashed the blade toward the mountain rocks before him. The space in front of Dacihua's face suddenly split open. A crack leading to another world opened. And looking at the other side of the crack, Dacihua was stunned. On the other side, a person he was extremely familiar with was staring at him in shock.
Professor Dacihua,
we succeeded. A cheerful voice came from the other side, and Dacihua quickly came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and directly slashed a very large crack behind him. Then he said to the familiar person across from him,
Dacihua, I leave this blade to you. Use it well.
With that, Dacihua threw the heaven-opening blade over and directly returned to the world of Hokage. Watching the other world slowly disappear into the crack, he took a deep breath. The person he had just seen was a clone just like the former him. Moreover, he still looked the same. Afterwards, Dacihua stood there stunned for a long time. Then he gently patted his own face and said, as if talking to himself,
I am Dacihua, the explosion-release ninja of the Smoke Ninja Village.